Introducing the game Aether World, a virtual world full of mysteries and fantastical technological frameworks. 10 years ago, Aether World was released as a dating sim for women, but ironically, it attracted a large number of male gamers. The game features a diverse cast of characters, from the strongest and easiest to play to the weakest with terrifying difficulty. Among them, there was a character considered a good-for-nothing, known for their abysmal performance and insane difficulty. A pair of hands clenched tightly, knuckles cracking. "Should I begin?" The voice rang out, full of challenge. That eccentric person was Beck Usiol, a gamer sitting in front of a computer screen, eyes sharp. Outside the window, tall buildings were bathed in the brilliant sunset. Beck Usiol took a sip of coffee, scrolled through the game forum, and was surprised to see many unusual new posts. A series of posts complained about the appearance of a dark dragon, wiping out data and preventing players from logging in. A final boss? This isn't that kind of game, Beck Usiol wondered, questioning if this dating sim should end with pairing up with a male lead. A post from Bunny Princess, a top veteran player, revealed that the dragon had 99% magic resistance, constantly absorbing and releasing magic. The sound of the ceramic cup being placed on the table. Beck Usiol pondered. A final boss? He muttered that disabling magic in a magical world was absurd, and character deletion was definitely a serious game error. It must be this. The screen displayed an image of a colossal magic dragon, named Dark Magic Dragon 13th Moon of the Night. A decisive mouse click, and the story began to unfold. In the world of Aether, there existed a mysterious cult called the Dark Sorcerers Guild, with the goal of corrupting the world using the Persona Gate. Finally, when the Dark Sorcerers Guild spread the Persona Gate across the continent, a roar tore through space. The Dark Magic Dragon appeared, spreading terror across this world. The young man Beck Usiol stared in shock at the screen. 90% of the continent has been swallowed by the Persona Gate? I was only worried about PvP. Now the whole game world is ruined? He smirked, his eyes flashing with indifference. It can't be avoided anyway. There's nothing left to lose. A finger glided across the keyboard, stopping at the raise button to nurture. The screen displayed a fateful question. Do you want to fight the Dark Magic Dragon? The choice was clear. Beck Usiol's eyes were sharp. Well then, I'll just use all the control skills I've honed over the past 10 years. In the virtual world, Beck Usiol's avatar, a lone swordsman, bravely faced the colossal dark dragon. Now, let me tell you a little about Beck Usiol's in-game character. In Aether World, everyone could use magic. Only Beck Usiol was an exception, making him ostracized, and countless players abandoned this character. He was neglected to the point where he was considered less important than a side character, a redundant existence. But make no mistake, Beck Usiol wasn't entirely useless. He could only use one type of magic. The dark dragon roared, opening its mouth wide to unleash a torrent of blazing purple magic energy, destroying everything. The furious energy surged forward, creating a terrifying explosion that swallowed the entire sky. Facing the destructive power, Beck Usiol's eyes remained steadfast, unwavering. A challenging smirk appeared on his face. The battle of life and death had just begun. The good-for-nothing darted like lightning, dodging the destructive blow from the dark magic dragon. He shot into the air, preparing for a counterattack. The legendary skill Blink had been activated. His sharp purple eyes, his figure flashed past, leaving a dazzling trail of light. Terrifying speed, like a ghost gliding through chaotic magic. Landing gracefully, the sword in his hand was ready. Every movement of his contained chilling calculation and determination. His face was tense, his golden eyes blazing with fighting spirit. The good-for-nothing, now, was the embodiment of resilience. Without a trace of fear, the dark magic dragon still loomed, threatening the entire sky. But the key to this battle lay in Beck Usiol's special skill, Blink. This skill allowed instantaneous teleportation over a random distance of 3 to 10 meters. A dizzyingly fast dash, appearing and disappearing in an instant. Ironically, the direction of movement was completely random. If one accidentally collided with an obstacle, the terrifying speed and recoil force would instantly kill the player. Not to mention, the cooldown was extremely long. It consumed a tremendous amount of mana and caused a 2-second stun after use. Anyone could learn it, but how many dared to use it? However, there was one difference. A spark of light flashed in the young man's tired eyes. In the game, Beck Usiol had mastered Blink to absolute perfection. He could control the direction of movement, fix the range, and was no longer stunned after using it. Since he had no mana stat, he didn't consume mana. Blink was simply a movement skill, a unique weapon in his hand. He was completely captivated by this character who only had one skill, a character where everything depended on the player's control. 10 years passed, he became the only player in the game capable of physical attacks. The dark magic dragon still roared, unleashing destructive blows. The good-for-nothing remained resilient, gliding past deadly attacks. He not only dodged, but also sought opportunities to counterattack. With a decisive spin, he landed on the ground, creating a dull thud. The good-for-nothing was ready for the next phase. His face showed a strange calmness, but deep in his eyes, the fire of battle still burned. He would not give up this fight. A resounding victory announcement confirmed the demise of the final boss, 13th moon of the night. He had achieved the impossible. Yusiol, the player, couldn't believe his eyes. Wait, really? Did I actually defeat the final boss? A half-smile appeared, mixed with extreme surprise. Even though he knew he possessed ancient relic-grade equipment, he still couldn't help but doubt. After all, it's still just a good-for-nothing character. His hazy eyes gazed at the screen, full of contemplation. Anyway, everything was settled. His fingers glided across the keyboard, clacking. A feeling of relief mixed with satisfaction. He intended to boast about his dark dragon slaying achievement on the community forum. The post button appeared, inviting a proud status update. A piercing beep tore through the peace. The game screen glowed red with a grim notification. You have reached a bad ending. 90% of Aetherworld has been destroyed. He was stunned. Amidst the fragmented data, another line of text appeared. However, you are the player who came closest to the true ending. What the hell is this? He was utterly bewildered. We hope you will achieve the true ending. The final message before another beep sounded. He widened his eyes, screaming in terror, feeling as if the whole world was collapsing. A blinding light enveloped everything, then vanished. Only the empty gaming desk remained. Two screens, still glowing solitarily in the room, plunged into darkness. Aha! Escaped him, like a final gasp. His eyes wide open, he stared into space, pale golden light filled with panic. He woke up, his body heavy. His clothes had changed. No longer his familiar hoodie, but an ancient outfit. He lay sprawled on the cold ground. He clutched his head, trying to compose himself. What the hell is this? His voice was full of confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening. A chilling gust of wind blew past, making him shiver. And where am I? A large, unfamiliar room with intricately carved window frames. His eyes scanned everything around him, trying to find a clue. His face was full of bewilderment, unable to believe the reality. Suddenly, he spotted a shattered mirror in the corner of the room. There's a mirror. A glimmer of hope flickered in his mind. He slowly crawled towards it, his eyes fixed on the mirror. A strange urge, wanting to see himself clearly in this new world. The young man stared at the shattered mirror, his eyes filled with extreme astonishment. Huh? A bewildered exclamation escaped. The reflection in the mirror was clear. It was his own face. Baek Yusiol. An undeniable truth. Suddenly a ding sound rang out, like a familiar game system sound, breaking the silence. He slumped down. A quest notification appeared before his eyes. Chapter 1. Escape the Pursuers. The young man stared at the quest board, his face utterly bewildered. This island? He stood up, looking at the familiar text. Baek Yusiol's starting quest. His whole world seemed to turn upside down. No way, he muttered, his pale golden eyes wide, disbelieving what was happening. His hands frantically searched all over his body, looking for something familiar to confirm. A spark of light flashed in his eyes when he found what he needed. It felt like he had just found an important clue. He pulled out a letter. This must be the Stella Academy admission letter. There was no doubt left. The young man swallowed hard, his throat tight. Unbelievable. But he clutched his head, despairing. This is Aetherworld. Why Baek Yusiol out of all characters? His eyes were filled with gloom, containing extreme disappointment and confusion as he faced his new identity. He pondered, recalling. As far as I know, this game has multiple endings, not just one. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, startling him. Or perhaps a true ending exists, but no one has ever achieved it in the past 10 years? That question echoed, opening a new, mysterious door. He gritted his teeth, a thought cutting through his confusion. Damn it, now's not the time for silly thoughts. The gray, purple-haired young man suddenly turned, his eyes flashing with determination. If he remembered correctly, he rushed to the window, memories of the game's storyline suddenly flooding back. Right after Baek Yusiol woke up, through the snow-covered window, his face clearly showed worry, his yellow eyes scanning the scenery outside. Outside, amidst the vast white snow forest, a group of cloaked figures was approaching. There's a scene where the pursuers storm the cabin. Where did that bastard go? He flinched, quickly pressing himself against the window frame, his heart pounding. His face was tense. Damn it, they're here! A scruffy, bearded man, the leader of the pursuing group, suddenly discovered something. He pointed towards the solitary wooden house amidst the snow forest. There's a house over there! The old leader roared, ordering his subordinates. Break in and search! Inside, the gray purple-haired young man's face turned pale, cold sweat breaking out. What should I do now? He stood up straight, his eyes thoughtful. Constantly running away isn't the solution. He clenched his fists, feeling helpless. But I can't fight them. He was sinking into despair when a familiar sound suddenly rang out like a game notification. A skill panel appeared before his eyes. You can use the skill Instant Teleportation. He widened his eyes. What? Instant teleportation can be used? Without hesitation, he activated the skill, his figure disappearing in a flash. Amidst a brilliant golden aura, Baek Yuseol reappeared. His mana-leaking physique prevented his body from storing mana, but instant teleportation was his only hope, something he had painstakingly trained more than anything else in his life. Amidst the vast white snowscape, a skill panel appeared before his eyes. You can use the skill Instant Teleportation. That was his only chance of survival. Baek Yuseol gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with worry. He wondered how he could use this skill in the real world, when before it was just a button press on a keyboard and mouse. The gray purple-haired young man shot forward like an arrow, his feet gliding across the vast white snow. He put all his strength into trying to escape from the pursuer. Behind him, a group of gray-cloaked figures was also accelerating, darting through the snow. They continuously closed the distance, determined not to let their prey escape. Baek Yuseol flinched and looked back, his eyes filled with horror as he realized the pursuers were closer than he thought. He spun around, clenching his fists, his face pale. Damn it, they're almost at the wooden house. His time was running out. He gritted his teeth tightly, cold sweat pouring out. There's no more time. Despair enveloped him, but he couldn't give up. Baek Yuseol's drowsy yellow eyes suddenly flashed with determination. I'll just have to take a risk. He was ready for a life-or-death gamble. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. The two leading cloaked figures looked forward in surprise to where Baek Yuseol had just disappeared. Baek Yuseol's figure reappeared, stumbling and falling into the white snow. He's there! Hurry, catch him! Shouts echoed. The group of cloaked figures relentlessly pursued, their footsteps urgent on the snow. Don't let him escape! Stop right there! They growled, determined not to let go. Baek Yuseol ran headlong, sweat pouring off him. He knew clearly the first phase of the tutorial is to use teleportation to evade the pursuers. He panted, each heavy breath mingling with the cold air. The surrounding scenery was blurry. Only the whistling wind and urgent footsteps remained. Baek Yuseol ran like mad, but he knew clearly. The pursuers wear magic boots. They are faster than me. To escape, he had to use the teleportation skill perfectly. He tried to stay calm, his breathing rapid. I have to stay calm, he told himself. I've used it countless times. This is not the time to panic. Baek Yuseol's eyes flashed with determination, his instinct telling him the time was right, surpassing all rational calculations. The pursuer roared, "You bastard, stop right there!" But Baek Yuseol still dashed forward, his speed like tearing through the wind amidst the white snow. A moment of surprise, he gritted his teeth. Had they caught up so quickly? Pressure weighed heavily on every step. The teleportation skill, if the distance wasn't perfectly controlled, could make him crash into an obstacle, ending his life in an instant. The old cloaked leader swung his sword, brilliant magical light flashing. I'll send you to hell. Die. Death was imminent. But this was him, Baek Yuseol. With instant teleportation in hand, everything would be different. He focused, chanting. In an instant, Baek Yuseol's figure disappeared, leaving the pursuer stunned. He had succeeded, escaping the blade of death. His eyes flashed, a sudden gleam. He did it! The teleportation skill had brought him to safety. A radiant smile appeared on his lips, sweat beading on his skin. I did it! He exclaimed, joy bursting forth after the life-or-death moment. Behind him, the group of cloaked figures stirred. Was that instant teleportation? Is he a mage? Astonishment spread. The old leader roared, trying to calm his subordinates. Calm down! Instant teleportation always has a 2-second stun. We can... But his words suddenly caught in his throat. His eyes filled with horror. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Wait, what? Baek Yuseol was not stunned at all. He shot forward like an arrow, leaving the stunned pursuers far behind. His speed far exceeded expectations, gliding across the white snow, disappearing into the frosty mist. He panted, his eyes resolute. I must be careful, extremely careful. The escape was not over yet. Amidst the snow-covered forest filled with rocks and trees, he realized this was an advantage. He would use the terrain to shake them off. He dashed through the white snow, his breathing rapid. This was a harsh test. Anyone who didn't master instant teleportation here would be stuck forever. 99% of Baek Yuseol players failed this tutorial. Even the rare 1% who passed couldn't master continuous teleportation while evading. The countdown ended. A dazzling light flared up. He launched himself into the void, activated instant teleportation, and disappeared in a flash. A perfect teleportation. He landed softly amidst the snow-covered space. Every step was calculated, without a single error. From a distance, the gray-cloaked leader watched his figure in astonishment. He's using instant teleportation in this terrain? Is that guy crazy? The leader roared, ordering his subordinates. Bring the mages forward. Attack him from a distance. Immediately, 3 cloaked mages stepped forward, magical energy beginning to gather in their hands, ready for the attack. He turned his head back, his eyes wide with surprise. Are they going to use magic? A sense of unease arose. The second phase of this tutorial was to instant teleport while simultaneously dodging incoming magic arrows. He gritted his teeth. I could dodge when playing the game, because I saw everything on the screen. Now, everything is real. A dazzling blue light flared up, signaling a sudden change. System notification. The skill Mana Leak Physique is being activated. 2 derivative skills, Sixth Sense and Perception Acceleration, from Mana Leak Physique were also simultaneously applied. A whooshing sound. A barrage of emerald magic arrows flew towards him. His eyes flashed blue, highly focused. He dashed like the wind, leaving dazzling pink-purple streaks of light. With terrifying speed, he dodged each arrow one by one. His face was tense, his resolute gaze piercing through the brilliant purple energy. Every moment was a matter of life and death. He breathed a sigh of relief, sweat beading on his forehead. That was a narrow escape, but the pursuit was not over yet. Without a second's hesitation, he put all his strength into dashing, like he was flying across the white snow. Each step tore through the cold air, amidst the majestic snowy mountain landscape. He knew there was only one final stretch, a life or death stretch. His breathing was rapid, his chest heaving. Exhaustion enveloped him, but his pale yellow eyes still shone with strange resilience. Before him was a bottomless abyss with precarious floating rocks. This was the final challenge, to use the teleportation skill to cross. The wind howled, snow flew blindingly. The abyss was like a giant scar on the earth, swallowing all sound. He stood firm at the edge of the abyss, his eyes sharp as knives. To cross, he had to absolutely control the distance of the teleportation skill without a single error. If successful, the tutorial would end, and a team of mages would appear to rescue him. A faint hope, but enough for him to cling to. Crossing this abyss required a perfect teleportation cancellation within 0.1 seconds. Just one small mistake, and death would come instantly. About 20 rocks floated in midair, each rock a stepping stone, and also a deadly trap. Easier said than done. 0.1 seconds. A fleeting moment, yet the boundary between life and death. He gritted his teeth, secretly cursing the one who created this insane tutorial. Was this a challenge or a death sentence? Nevertheless, he maintained his composure. With the experience of a seasoned gamer, this challenge was still within his control. His eyes suddenly turned sharp and cold. The problem wasn't the difficulty of the skill, but what awaited him ahead. From a distance, the gray-cloaked figures had appeared, their eyes seemingly piercing through space. Locking onto their target, he turned his head, his face showing a hint of surprise. The pursuers were closer than he thought, like relentless specters of death. Distance was only 100 meters, but the teleportation skill was still on cooldown. He knew his escape route was cut off. Amidst the pristine white snow, the gray-purple-haired young man stood still. A thought flashed, cold and decisive. The only way to survive was to eliminate his pursuers. A surge of momentum erupted, sweeping away the hesitation in his eyes. The snow wind howled over the floating mountain peaks, like a prophecy of the coming battle. Amidst the desolate landscape, he hid behind a snow-covered rock, his drowsy eyes scanning every corner, searching for an opportunity. He admitted this was a crazy move. Someone who had never experienced real combat dared to think of confronting them? If this were a game, the system wouldn't allow him to attack them. But this was reality, where all rules could be broken. A light flashed in his eyes, and he sprang up. It was time to break free from the shackles of the game system and determine his own fate. His hand gripped the dagger tightly. The feeling of murderous intent was not unfamiliar, not because they were enemies in the storyline, but a sharp, cold gaze, full of burning determination in his pale yellow eyes. He was ready. "They're here," he whispered, a smirk fleeting across his face. "It's just, I feel like I can defeat them." Like a compressed spring, he sprang up, the dagger glinting with cold steel. In the distance, the gray-cloaked figures became clear. "It's him!" The cloaked man with the mutton chops roared, his eyes blazing with hatred. The target had been spotted. "Catch him immediately!" As the order was given, the entire group of gray cloaks charged like a blizzard, spears pointed straight. Without hesitation, the gray-purple-haired young man charged straight at the spear wielder, facing danger like a cornered beast. The cloaked man with the mutton chops sneered contemptuously. "Facing us alone? What an idiot." The cloaked man with the mutton chops thought he had victory assured, but the gray-purple-haired young man growled in his mind. "You're dead." His eyes flashed, and the entire world seemed to slow down. Target distance, 8.7 meters. A blink of an eye. Enough to change everything. The cold dagger blade tore through the air. The cloaked spear wielder's eyes widened, unable to believe what had just happened. The man with the mutton chops was stunned. Huh? What the hell was happening? How did that good-for-nothing move so fast? Without a sound, he was right in front of the enemy. The cold dagger plunged deep. A fatal blow, swift as lightning. The cloaked man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body convulsing in extreme pain. Life quickly left him. Blood splattered on his face, but his pale yellow eyes remained cold. His heart pounded, a rhythm of survival. His hand gripped the dagger hilt tightly, feeling every pulse of the surging life force. This was pure survival instinct. I can feel the blood flowing under my fingertips, he thought to himself, but not a single regret. I only kill to survive. With a decisive motion, he pulled out the dagger. The enemy collapsed. He only killed to exist. Nothing more, nothing less. Without a second's hesitation, he shot forward like an arrow. The wind whistled past his ears, carrying his life or death determination. Another cloaked figure charged, but he dodged, the attack narrowly missing him. He delivered a powerful punch, causing the entire group of cloaked figures to stumble and fall. The man with the mutton chops and his companions were horrified. This good-for-nothing. How is he so strong? He's escaping! A cloaked figure shouted, surprise mixed with anger. The gray purple-haired young man ran with all his might, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The chase was not over yet. He had just taken down one enemy, but the battle was far from over. The young man's eyes blazed with determination, but a nagging question remained in his heart. What do I do next? Suddenly, the space fell into an eerie silence. He held his breath, his vigilant eyes scanning left and right, wondering if the cloaked figures had given up the chase. No! A shadow flashed past, and a cloaked figure appeared right in front of him. The gray purple-haired young man realized the pursuit was not over yet. Magic again! He gritted his teeth, his body aching but his will unwavering. As long as he dodged well enough, he still had a chance. Just then, he stumbled. Damn it! He exclaimed, a sudden loss of balance washing over him. Now! Two cloaked figures roared in unison, magical energy erupting from their staffs. A blinding light flared, a complex magic circle clearly visible beneath the cloaked figure's feet, signaling a terrifying attack. Fierce flames engulfed everything, throwing the gray purple-haired young man into the air. He groaned in pain, the scorching heat and pressure from the explosion tearing at his body. The furious flames erupted like a giant pillar of light, sending him flying, his body spinning wildly in midair. Damn it! What do I do? He wondered, his eyes a mix of panic and despair. Time was running out. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. That's right! He stared at the cracked ice cliff. With iron determination, the gray purple-haired young man reached out, as if to grasp a fragile hope. A blinding orb of energy suddenly appeared, then exploded with terrifying power, shaking the very ground. Smoke, dust, and heat billowed up, obscuring vision, leaving a desolate scene after the explosion. Amidst the thick smoke, a heavy boot stomped down on the cracked ice, signaling someone's arrival. The old cloaked man with the mutton chops sneered, disdainfully declaring, "That arrogant brat deserves it." Snow continued to fall, blanketing the desolate scene in white. He looked down into the bottomless abyss, where smoke and dust still swirled, seemingly having finished off the enemy. But a sense of unease suddenly arose. His eyes narrowed, and a doubtful, "Huh?" escaped his lips. From the abyss, a figure shot up like lightning, carrying a brilliant aura. "He's gone!" the cloaked man exclaimed in horror. His face changed color, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before him. In that moment, Baek Yuseal's eyes flashed with determination. One of the unique aspects of Blink is that it maintains momentum right before activation. He gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into the upcoming attack. A blink sound echoed. He vanished and then reappeared right in front of another cloaked figure. Slash! The sharp, cold blade tore through the air. Ugh! A desperate scream rang out, fresh blood splattering. The other cloaked figures were stunned. What happened? Without hesitation, he stabbed through the enemy. Magic and blood mingled, staining the white snow red. What's hap? The victim's scream was cut short. The old cloaked man with the mutton chops witnessed the scene, his face contorted with extreme horror and rage. Thud! He pulled out the blade, and the cloaked figure's body collapsed onto the snow, lifeless. He panted, sweat beading on his forehead. Despite his exhaustion, his eyes still burned with the fire of determination. Only two enemies left here, he muttered, his gaze sweeping over the two remaining cloaked figures, one of whom was the old man with the mutton chops. I have to finish this before the other two catch up. He gripped the dagger tightly, preparing for the next attack. The old cloaked man with the mutton chops looked at him, his eyes full of surprise. Well, you truly are unusual. Your reaction speed is too fast for a mage. The cloaked man stared, a question piercing deep into his mind. What exactly are you? His reflexes might surpass those of professional gamers, but that was only in the virtual world. In this reality, everything was life or death. He couldn't keep dodging forever, especially with the enemy closing in. Time was running out. Every step carried a decision. Without hesitation, he charged straight at the cloaked man. I have to end this as quickly as possible, the cloaked man sneered, drawing his sword. I've seen through your tricks, he thought contemptuously. The young man only had the blink skill and a dagger. A simple, predictable opponent. The old man confidently gripped his sword, believing that as long as he protected his weak points, that dagger couldn't touch him. The young man's eyes blazed with determination. The cloaked man charged like a blizzard, his icy sword glowing brightly. If you dare, come at me, the old man roared, unleashing a powerful ice wave skill intending to freeze everything. At that very moment, a flash of light appeared. He used blink, vanishing from the old man's sight. The icy wave swept through the air, but only struck emptiness. The enemy had vanished. The cloaked man laughed triumphantly, believing he had caught his prey. Now, I'll slowly torture you. A painful groan escaped him. The sharp, cold dagger had pierced his body. His eyes widened. From behind, he appeared like a ghost, the blade slashing across. The cloaked man turned his head in shock. The icy sword slipped from his hand, falling onto the white snow. The fatal blow had been struck. Damn it. The old man gritted his teeth, unable to believe it. Just a moment ago, you were running away like a rat. Becusale looked down at the person he had just stabbed, his eyes hazy but full of confidence. He recalled the previous taunts, when he was still considered weak. That was in the past. A contemptuous smile curled Becusale's lips. He had seized every opportunity to train, to become stronger. I'm very grateful for this training session. The cloaked man roared in anger, his face contorted with resentment. You bastard! He couldn't accept this defeat. He gritted his teeth, his entire body erupting with killing intent. The icy sword reappeared in his hand, enveloped in a cold light. This time, I'll definitely kill you. Without hesitation, Becusale shot forward like an arrow. His footsteps glided over the snow, so fast he was just a blur. He lunged forward, two gleaming daggers in his hands, his eyes sharp and cold. The blink skill had been activated, turning him into a phantom amidst the blizzard. The cloaked man swung his sword, creating a wave of ice. He was ready for a counterattack. Becusale skillfully dodged the attack, his body twisting like a death dancer. His eyes remained intensely focused. He used blink again, appearing behind his opponent. Blinking forward risks a counterattack. He analyzed. So he's luring me to block a frontal attack with a spear while he aims for my flank. The cloaked figure spun around, his icy sword blocking Becusale's dagger strike. The clash of metal echoed in the cold air. I won't let you achieve your goal! The cloaked man sneered, confident in his judgment. Good, he'll move to my side, so I'll. He had calculated every move of his opponent. He swung his sword to the side, creating a chilling gust of wind. This strike was aimed at the spot where he thought Becusale would appear, but there was nothing there. The cloaked man was stunned, his eyes wide. Huh? He couldn't believe what was happening. He looked around desperately, his face pale. Don't tell me. A bad premonition rose within him. A cold dagger pierced his chest. Fresh blood splattered onto the white snow. He was aiming for my front, all along. He realized the painful truth. After the life or death battle, the game system unexpectedly announced, you have gained EXP and unlocked unique storyline, received additional rewards. But the young man only had enough strength to collapse onto the cold snow. He gasped for breath, each heavy breath tearing at his chest. His hazy yellow eyes stared into nothingness, filled with exhaustion and depletion. His blood-stained hand trembled, resting beside the crimson dagger. Despite the victory, the aftershocks of the confrontation still haunted him, making his body tremble incessantly. He panted, his sharp eyes scanning his surroundings, as if still searching for an invisible threat. A cautious sigh escaped him. At his feet, the cloaked man's corpse lay motionless, fresh blood staining the white snow, painting a tragic picture of life and death. He pressed his lips together, trying to shake off the dizziness. That's right, this isn't a dream. The cruel reality hit him, undeniable. Memories of the battle flooded back, the first time using blink, the first time engaging in combat, and the first time taking a life. He had survived, but the cost was not small. His fist clenched tightly, fingernails digging deep into his palm. A fierce determination to survive burned in his tired eyes. Even as his body remained aching and exhausted, his yellow eyes gleamed with a cold light. I must kill to survive. The stark declaration was etched into his mind like a harsh rule of survival. He quickly wiped the dried bloodstains from his arm, trying to wash away the traces of battle. But what about the wounds in his soul? Amidst the vast white snowscape, he stood up, looking down at the corpse. Ha! First, I have to get out of here. Escaping this death trap was the top priority. Suddenly, a thought flashed. He let out a soft, his hazy eyes widening slightly. As if he had just realized something important, he spun around abruptly, his steps halting. Wait a minute. An intuition told him not to overlook something. His eyes narrowed, his expression thoughtful. He mumbled, as if weighing a difficult but necessary decision. Though he disliked it, harsh reality forced him to act. I don't like this, but I have no money, so I have to be practical. He began to search the corpse. He searched the corpse and found a glittering pouch of gold coins. Found it. About 2 million credits. 2 million won. Better than nothing. The gray purple-haired young man stood amidst the white snow, covered in blood, clutching the money pouch. Now, the problem island. The blizzard howled, fragments of ice flying, creating a desolate and chilling scene. His blood-stained feet pressed heavily into the thick snow, each step ponderous. He stood on the precarious cliff, looking down into the bottomless abyss, where snow blanketed everything and the wind howled across this cliff. A voice echoed in the wind, making him turn his head in surprise. Who's there? He looked into the distance, where a group of people were waving. We're here. Could it be? The novice guide mages? A group of cloaked figures along with a horse-drawn carriage appeared on the other side of the chasm. The silver-haired mage waved, asking loudly, I'm here. There's no bridge nearby. Can you cross? The gray purple-haired young man replied, Yes, I'm coming. A brown-haired mage turned to his comrades and said, He said he'll cross, so let's just wait. The blue-haired mage doubted, but crossing this cliff requires at least the skill of a third-rank knight. Can that kid really do it? The brown-haired mage mused. We'll see. Suddenly, the brown-haired mage was surprised, his eyes wide as he looked towards the chasm. Huh? The gray purple-haired young man launched himself, leaping across the abyss, his body erupting in a brilliant golden light. He landed safely on the other side, still enveloped in golden light, astonishing the group of mages. The group of gray-cloaked mages were stunned, whispering amongst themselves at the sight that had just unfolded. What was that? Could it be some kind of leap magic? A light red-haired mage, her face clearly showing doubt, spoke up, asserting, That was Blink. The blue-haired mage, her purple eyes glowing, also stared at Baek Yuseol with a puzzled expression. The light red-haired mage continued to question, her eyes full of skepticism. Was that really Blink? But Blink doesn't allow control over direction or distance. While they were still in shock, Baek Yuseol had landed steadily, still enveloped in golden light. The light red-haired mage started, letting out a surprised "Oh!" Baek Yuseol looked into the distance, where two shadowy figures in black cloaks were appearing and disappearing. He wondered, are they part of that group? The light red-haired mage exclaimed in surprise again, her gaze fixed on a certain point. A purple-cloaked mage appeared, chanting a spell. Fiery energy erupted violently, forming a brilliant magic circle. The magic exploded, a colossal stream of fire hurtling straight towards Baek Yuseol, accompanied by a warning from the group of mages. Hey, watch out! Baek Yuseol spun around abruptly, his face tense, his eyes filled with horror at the sudden attack. He hastily chanted a spell, golden energy flaring up again. Damn it, Blink! A whoosh sounded as he teleported. He barely dodged, the stream of fire grazing past him, leaving a dazzling streak of light. Baek Yuseol stood amidst the desolate landscape, shattered rock fragments falling, fire magic still smoldering around him. He looked towards his attackers, his eyes sharp and cold, thinking to himself, are they a group of mercenaries? This isn't good. He knew well that his teleportation skill was still on cooldown. 3 seconds was too long to dodge the next attack. Time waited for no one. He had to quickly find another rock to cling to, or he would fall into the endless abyss. The young man's pale yellow eyes flashed with extreme vigilance, every sense taut like a string. From the depths of the void, a surge of dark magic erupted, swirling like a death vortex, aimed directly at him. He leaned aside, the purple energy stream grazing past him, tearing through the air, leaving behind tremors that shook the entire space. A faint groan escaped him, his body trembling violently. Even though he dodged the direct hit, the aftershock was enough to leave him dazed. The rock beneath his feet couldn't withstand the pressure and cracked open. The ground was shattered, with no stable place to stand. His entire body flailed in midair, falling freely into the abyss. A helpless cry escaped him. Without hesitation, he twisted his body in midair, trying to find any foothold to cling to. Damn it! The floating rocks were all too far, out of reach. It was a desperate situation. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination. Just to touch one piece of rock. Just one. The decisive moment. He gathered all his strength, activated the blink skill, and instantly teleported towards the nearest rock. His hand reached out, gripping firmly onto the edge of the rock. A moment of life and death. A desperate effort had succeeded. He gasped for breath, dragging himself up. I made it. A tired whisper that was also immense relief. But the joy was short-lived. A colossal flame erupted behind him, devouring all hope. Perhaps it wasn't time to breathe a sigh of relief yet. Hellfire erupted behind him, consuming everything. The gray purple-haired young man clung to the cliff face, his eyes wide with horror as he looked down into the glowing red abyss. Death was imminent. He felt it clearly. I'm going to die. The desperate whisper was like a final echo in the fiery space. Suddenly, a powerful blue light swirled, like the vortex of ancient magic, erupting in mid-air. The terrifying power from the blue light collided with the flames, creating an earth-shattering explosion, sending everything flying. Amidst the smoke, dust, and shattered ice fragments, the scene gradually revealed itself. A vast, snow-covered land where two cloaked figures stood. The gray purple-haired young man was thrown back, once again clinging to the cliff face, trying to steady himself amidst the blizzard. He wondered in shock. What kind of magic is that? An ice spear with lightning? Who uses two attributes in a tutorial? His eyes were full of doubt. Moreover, they calculated the perfect trajectory without expending mana. Who could do this? In the distance, a group of gray-cloaked mages stood beside a carriage. Amidst the pristine white snow and glittering ice shards, among them, a light blue-haired young woman holding an ice staff, had resolute eyes, exuding a cold and powerful aura. Two other mages in the group trembled, exclaiming in horror, "No way!" They seemed to have witnessed something extraordinary. Suddenly, the young man fell into the abyss again, his desperate scream echoing through the cold air. He plummeted rapidly, his small figure amidst the pristine white snow and treacherous cliffs. Fortunately, he managed to cling to a rock ledge again. He sighed in relief. Phew, I'm still alive. Below, the group of mages was closer. Finally, he landed safely, facing two cloaked mages. Where would this unexpected adventure lead him? As soon as he landed safely, the gray purple-haired young man faced two cloaked mages amidst the pristine white snow. A look of surprise, an exclamation mark flared in his mind. He stepped forward, forcing a smile, and quickly thanked the light blue-haired mage for saving his life. "Excuse me, thank you for helping me." But the light blue-haired mage coldly turned her back, stating firmly, "I don't need your thanks." The gray purple-haired young man could only stare blankly, awkwardly watching her receding back. He thought to himself, her voice was breathtakingly beautiful, but her attitude was truly difficult. A hint of disappointment, a touch of curiosity crept into his mind. His eyes flashed with determination. After all, he had successfully shaken off his pursuers. A brutal scene appeared in his mind. Villages plundered, fires raging to the sky. The newspapers called them ruthless bandits. But the horrifying truth was that most incidents were orchestrated by the dark magic church. A dark force was lurking. But it's all over, he told himself, standing on the precarious cliff. Once past here, he would be safe in the mage's territory, free from the clutches of the dark magic church. He smirked confidently. They had no idea who he was or where he came from. A significant advantage. Suddenly, a ding sound rang out, and a brilliant blue quest panel appeared before his eyes, breaking the silence. The quest panel clearly displayed Chapter 2. Enroll in Stella Academy. A new challenge, a new path had opened. "This is Chapter 2? He muttered, a surprised look on his face. It shouldn't be too difficult, but a shock hit him. How can I go back to school at this age? He inwardly screamed, worry clearly etched on his face. Night fell, and the mage's carriage continued to roll along the snowy road under the faint crescent moon. Inside the carriage, the gray purple-haired young man had fallen asleep, his head resting against the side. The clatter of the wheels carried him into an uncertain future. His sleep was restless. The gray purple-haired young man's mind dragged into a nightmare, or perhaps a memory. He softly groaned, silently calling his mother's name. In the mist of memory, a boy with radiant eyes, clutching a book, joyfully called for his mother. "I'll become a mage!" The boy's innocent vow was met by his mother's warm smile and gentle encouragement. "You can do it, my Yuseol." The old magic book, the parents' carefully saved fortune, encapsulated a child's dream of reaching for magic. In the ancient library, the boy diligently read books, determined to study hard to repay his parents' kindness and make them proud. The mother's hands gently tucked in the blanket, placing the boy, who had fallen asleep on his book, into a sweet dream where magic was still a hope. But then, a shadow fell. The smile faded, replaced by the mother's anxious face, uttering the doctor's name. The grim diagnosis echoed. Mana leak constitution. The mana leakage disease, a death sentence for all mage dream. His innocent golden eyes filled with shock. The boy couldn't believe the cruel truth that had just been pronounced. No way. Tears streamed down, soaking his clothes. The gray purple-haired young man wondered, was this Baek-Yuseol's memory or his own? The boy burst into sobs, his dreams shattered in tears. Could it be that this pain was also his, the one currently occupying this body? Startled awake, the gray purple-haired young man's eyes snapped open, the painful memories still haunting him. His head aching, he clutched his temples, trying to shake off the terrifying images. A cloaked figure silently observed from behind. The pain subsided, but fatigue was still evident on his face. His drowsy golden eyes looked forward, full of worry. The radiant dawn light streamed through the carriage window, painting the snowy peaks pink. Is it morning already? He silently wondered. A new day beginning. The pain subsided, but fatigue was still evident on his face. His drowsy golden eyes looked forward, full of worry. The radiant dawn light streamed through the carriage window, painting the snowy peaks pink. Is it morning already? He silently wondered. A new day beginning. A gray-cloaked mage with light blue hair smiled faintly. Oh, you're awake. I was just about to wake you. The clatter of wheels on the snow signaled the journey's continuation, carrying unresolved mystery. The convoy stopped amidst the white snow, the gray-cloaked mages deciding to rest, breaking the morning silence. Baek-Yuseol stretched, trying to shake off the lingering fatigue from his restless sleep, his eyes still a bit drowsy. His drowsy golden eyes were now sharper, observing his surroundings with vigilance, as if searching for something. The light blue-haired mage, who had just woken him, stood silently, her eyes unreadable, looking towards him. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. It seemed this woman wasn't very friendly. A big question mark appearing in his mind. Without another word, the mage turned her back, her cloak gently fluttering in the cold wind, leaving him with his own thoughts. She's certainly a tough one, he thought to himself, a smirk revealing his amusement. But everything is still going quite smoothly. The world of Aether, where magic and technology coexist, created a unique civilization, allowing easy spatial travel by train, airship, or teleportation gates. Currently, the group was heading towards Rezoica, a large city where they would catch the next airship to continue their journey. Rezoica was merely a stopover on the way to Arcanium, the renowned city of magic where the main chapters of the story would unfold. Arcanium gathered magic towers, night orders, and 5 prestigious academies, but the pinnacle of them all was Stella Academy. Stella Academy, where the elite and nobility from all over the world gathered. He still couldn't understand how a good-for-nothing like Baek-Yuseol could set foot here. He suddenly remembered something important. It was time to check the abilities he possessed. The skill window appeared, revealing Manhwa Constitution Level 1 with slightly increased stats. More importantly, it activated Sixth Sense and Perception Acceleration. He realized with astonishment that it was thanks to these 2 abilities that he had survived until now. Otherwise, this good-for-nothing would have died long ago. But Manhwa Constitution was a cruel curse. It prevented the body from retaining mana, a death sentence for any mage. And that was the curse Baek-Yuseol had carried since birth. A cruel fate had clung to the boy. Ironically, the Manhwa Constitution itself helped his 6th sense perceive the surrounding mana. Thanks to this, he could predict and dodge attacks without needing to see. Additionally, Perception Acceleration would automatically activate when facing danger, making time seem to slow down, allowing him to react in time. Although extremely useful, maintaining the 6th sense consumed too much mental energy, causing backlash. He knew he couldn't overuse it. Now it was time to check his stats. The stats panel appeared. Strength, Perception, Agility. Though not outstanding, for a starting character, they weren't bad. He still had 10 experience points. He raised an eyebrow. Baek-Yuseol's perception in the game was originally very low, but now it was significantly higher. Could it be that he had inherited some abilities from his own game character? The world of Aether had a unique leveling system. Levels were tied to stats and skills, not characters. Skills were calculated by level, stats by stars. Stats could reach 9 stars, but that was almost impossible. He had played the game for over 10 years, and the highest he had achieved was 8 stars in strength and perception. Nevertheless, he decided to prioritize investing in perception first. It would enhance his 6th sense and reaction speed, while strength and agility could be improved by other means. With a light touch, his perception stat jumped to 2 stars. He nodded in satisfaction, a small but significant step forward. The biggest problem was still Manhwa Constitution. He had to upgrade it to Natural Angelic Constitution as soon as possible. Stella Academy was the key. To prevent the apocalypse and heal this curse, he was forced to step into it. He sighed, shuddering at the thought of the road ahead. Just thinking about it is disheartening. Something useful right now would be great. Suddenly, a ding sound rang out. A new unread notification appeared, surprising him. Huh? This notification is strange. Hey, let's go! A gray-cloaked mage called out. He startled, quickly replying, "Yes, I'm coming." The strange notification would have to wait. He walked, blending into the group, heading towards his destined fate. The light blue-haired mage, hidden beneath her cloak, silently watched his retreating back, her eyes unreadable. In the clear blue sky, a colossal airship glided, majestically, carrying hopes and destiny. Inside the luxurious cabin, a voice echoed, announcing, "The airship to Arcanium is about to depart." A group of arrogant nobles listened. The purple-haired man, with an arrogant expression, glanced around with eyes full of disdain. "Hey, look at that guy gawking like an idiot." The purple-haired man smirked. Probably his first time on an airship, what a bumpkin. The disparaging remarks reached his ears, making Beck-Usail frown in annoyance. The purple-haired guy continued to complain, "Stella Academy is great, but I don't understand why they accept commoners. It truly disgraces the most prestigious school in the world." He remained silent, his hazy yellow eyes concealing a deep trace of contemplation. A sigh escaped him. He was fed up with the noble's arrogance, a look of weariness clearly visible. He turned his back and walked away, ignoring the contemptuous remarks. "Hey, did you just ignore us?" The purple-haired guy growled, furious. The noble gritted his teeth, his face contorted with anger. "This damn bastard!" The purple-haired guy growled, furious. "This damn bastard!" he yelled, demanding Beck-Usail's stop. Around them, incessant whispers and chatter arose. "What the hell? Why is it suddenly so noisy?" The purple-haired guy turned his head, his face showing annoyance mixed with irritation. Suddenly, his eyes widened, a flash of astonishment crossing them. A figure glided past, with snow-white hair tipped with pink, and a brilliant red bow on her collar. The princess appeared, exuding a noble aura. "P-Princess Hongbien," a stammering voice rang out. Beck-Usail was also surprised, softly uttering, "Huh? Did they just say Hongbien?" In Beck-Usail's mind, the image of an elegant young woman appeared. She was the princess of the Apolev kingdom, Hongbien Apolovit. The proud princess walked on, her long hair fluttering. Around her, whispers and chatter arose again, mixed with admiration and awe. The purple-haired guy quickly bowed, forcing a smile, and stammered, "Your Highness?" The princess's fiery red eyes glanced over, sharp and cold as ice. The purple-haired guy immediately recoiled, his face pale with fear. She ignored him, continuing to walk, her long hair gently swaying in the wind. The purple-haired guy could only stand, stunned, speechless. Light footsteps echoed as Princess Hongbien glided past the crowd, heading towards the stairs. Beck-Usail stood there, watching her back. The princess stopped, turned her head to look at Beck-Usail, her fiery red eyes holding something inscrutable. He stood motionless, feeling that gaze. "So, this is the female antagonist of this world," Beck-Usail thought to himself, his gaze resolute. Hongbien, one of the game's key characters, had clashed with the female protagonist countless times. Through countless storylines, she was destined to meet a tragic end. In one ending, she was even brutally murdered. Hongbien, alone in the library, was haunted by a cruel fate. In another ending, she was ostracized by the entire school and then mercilessly expelled. Or a more brutal ending, where she had to endure such humiliation that she couldn't lift her head. It seemed the character Hongbien was cursed to suffer tragedy. The gray purple-haired guy looked at her thinking, "I heard she's many male gamers type. She really is beautiful. But just looking at her face, she seems difficult to deal with. If I talk to her, I might get sliced." Suddenly, his stomach rumbled, breaking his train of thought. The gnawing hunger reminded him of reality. The guy turned and walked away, a thought suddenly flashing in his mind. "So hungry. Maybe I should go find something to eat?" Before him was a sparkling pastry stall with all sorts of tempting sweets. The sweet aroma spread, making his stomach rumble even more. He held an empty cup in his hand, his face contorted in surprise. The prices here were definitely not cheap at all. He sighed, stepping out of the store. Seriously, everything is devilishly expensive. Fine, I'll wait until Arcanium to eat. An electronic buzzing sound rang out, followed by a buzz notification sound that made him look up in surprise. What was happening? A gray-haired woman, with a dignified demeanor, spoke in a formal tone. "May I have your attention, esteemed passengers?" A blue-haired girl who was reading also looked up, listening. The announcement continued, signaling that something was about to happen. A dark brown-haired young woman with a black bow in her hair also listened intently, her eyes showing anticipation. A dapper gentleman in a red suit sat on a chair, also turning his ear towards the announcement. "The airship will arrive at Arcanium in 10 minutes. All passengers." The guy swallowed hard, his eyes full of focus. He knew this moment was the beginning of everything. He took a deep breath, telling himself, "No matter what, this is my reality now. I will face it." A resolute determination was clear on his face. Baek stood silently, a gloomy aura surrounding him, heavy thoughts swirling deep in his mind. He sighed, telling himself it was good to face everything. But uneasiness was still evident on his face. Baek's hazy yellow eyes were filled with anxiety, wondering if he could survive at Stella Academy. No, he couldn't. Images of black dragon magic and black-robed mages appeared, drowning him in the cruel question, can I survive in this world? Baek glanced out the window, secretly wishing for something useful to appear right now. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes. Oh, I almost forgot! There's an unread notification! A system window appeared, presenting 3 reward options. Baek smirked. The system has some basic conscience, huh? He began to ponder. He wondered if he could bring powerful skills like Glorious Resurrection or Flash of Glory. But the system reported that they were too high level and would be severely downgraded. Baek continued to ask about hyperspace teleportation, but this skill was an upgrade of instant teleportation, and thus unobtainable. He frowned. Seriously, do I always have to get downgraded? The system explained that his plot power was insufficient for full realization. Baek asked again in surprise, and the system explained it was the energy that drives the story forward. He summarized. In short, I'm too much of a noob to get veteran-level items. Baek pondered deeply, his eyes full of calculation. He suddenly had an idea. Then, what about the warbler glasses? After the system checked, it confirmed it was feasible. All right, I'll choose that, Baek decided. A pair of glasses appeared in his hand. Baek picked up the glasses, never expecting to actually use them one day. He knew the warbler glasses stored all the data he collected while playing the game. Because Aetherworld didn't allow players to review monster information or existing knowledge, gamers created items like these glasses to store data. He put on the glasses, and a dry click echoed as if a new door had just opened. His usually hazy eyes suddenly gleamed with a sharp light, reflecting another world through the lenses. Warbler glasses, a miraculous item that stores all memories, from last night's dinner to bank account numbers. With just a bit of mental energy, every piece of information that ever passed before his eyes was carefully recorded. He concentrated and gave a command. A blue virtual screen appeared before his eyes, opening the Warbler folder, a gateway to a treasure trove of knowledge. Inside were countless clearly categorized folders, alchemy ingredients, hunting spots, dungeons, monsters, and even character information. Familiar icons appeared, recalling the days of grinding in the game. All right, this is enough, he muttered to himself. Now that the game world had become reality, he wasn't sure if the old grinding methods would still be effective. But with the warbler glasses, he could at least recover half of his lost power. Suddenly, a voice reached his ears, making him look up. Hey, isn't that Isel? Amidst the whispers, a blue-haired young woman walked by. Isel, the eldest daughter of the traitorous Duke Morph. Isel maintained a calm expression, despite the malicious whispers. How dare she show her face here? Shh, she might hear you. Baek watched the girl's figure, the name Isel softly echoing in his mind. He lightly touched the frame of his glasses, and a blue light flashed again. One of the Warbler glasses' overpowered features was its ability to record and display character information. All secrets about Isel Morph appeared. A lightning and ice mage, the eldest daughter of Duke Morph, who would lose her father, have her family shattered, and ultimately die. What? She's the fake heroine? He was stunned. To better understand Isel, a truth needed to be clarified first. Although he was in the game world of Aetherworld, he knew this game was originally based on the romance novel Don't Love the Unfortunate Grand Duke's Daughter. In the original work, the heroine Isel lost both her father and her family. She entered the magic school, fought against the schemes of the villain Hong Biyan, matured, and finally ended up with the male lead. Her revenge plan was abandoned, leaving only the protection of the male leads. That tragic ending enraged readers, pushing the original work into a chasm of criticism. The purple, gray-haired young man remained pensive, his hazy eyes hidden behind his glasses. However, this game, though set in the novel's world, had a completely different storyline. An original character named Flame was added, becoming the true heroine. She was an ordinary, modern woman who suddenly transmigrated into the world of her favorite book. Unlike the original work, Isel in the game was merely a fake heroine, while Flame was the true protagonist. Pushed from her position as heroine, Isel repeatedly died and revived in every storyline, despite the countless players' efforts to save her. But what did that have to do with him? The young man took off his warbler glasses, his hazy, pale yellow eyes revealing indifference. He suddenly saw a familiar figure. In the crowd, a light blue-haired girl with a long cloak walked, attracting all eyes. Could it be? That back, that light blue hair. Why did it feel so strangely familiar? Her eyes remained calm, but around her, whispers continuously echoed. He must have been mistaken. The young man put his glasses back on, hiding his tired eyes. It was time for him to prepare to get off the vehicle. The vehicle stopped. Before his eyes was Stella Academy of Magic, an ancient fortress nestled among majestic mountains where knowledge and magic intertwined. Hundreds of new students gathered, clad in the Academy's dark blue uniform, each unique but all sharing a common desire: to conquer magic. On the high platform, the venerable old headmaster began his speech. His voice echoed, solemn, filling the entire grand hall. He spoke of the dark mages who had willingly ventured into forbidden lands, transforming into monsters. They were invading the magical world, opening mysterious gates, turning this place into a dark abyss. Our mission is to protect the world from dark forces. The headmaster's words rang out, but beneath the stands, murmurs of boredom began to rise. On the first day, do we really have to listen to this moral lecture? Next, the headmaster announced, the new student representative and the 4 most outstanding students would come to the platform to read the oath. 5 names were called out. Under the admiring gaze of hundreds, these 5 young men and women stepped onto the platform, each stride exuding an extraordinary aura. The 5 brightest faces of the academy appeared, like brilliant stars in the night sky. The villainous Hong Bien, along with 4 potential male leads, all radiated a dazzling aura. The purple gray-haired young man observed, main characters are truly different. Everyone is so handsome and beautiful, taking all the good looks for themselves. He thought to himself, his eyes still hazy. The hazy yellow eyes of the purple gray-haired young man suddenly gleamed with an unusual light. Among countless faces, one person stood out above all others. That was Ma Yusong, the new student representative, a genius and a heartthrob adored by thousands, ranking first in his class. He exuded an irresistible charm. The purple gray-haired young man quietly observed, secretly confirming. So this is the famous Ma Yusong, Ma Yuseong. That name was the definition of a supreme, unparalleled character. He possessed the potential to reach the 9-star magic realm, capable of controlling all elements. A genius among genius heroes. Even if I can't achieve a perfect ending, I must pull him to the side of justice, the purple gray-haired young man told himself. Otherwise, a tragic end awaits. But the one who would lead that war was the heroine, Flame. The purple gray-haired young man frowned. The problem is, what will Flame do? If she's also a transmigrator like me, then we could ally. But if she sees me as an enemy and shuns me, things will get really complicated. He reassured himself. Anyway, I know more than her, so there's no need for useless risks. Because Flame transmigrated into a fantasy romance novel, while he transmigrated into a game of the same genre. Well then, I'll just try my best. He clicked his tongue. After all, I'm just a side character, even less important than a village NPC. Moreover, the heroine Flame possessed a special ability, purifying dark mages, but she also had another terrifying ability, draining the life force of those nearby. The purple gray-haired young man shivered. If I get close, I'll definitely be affected. My role is merely to silently support the main characters from behind. He told himself, his eyes resolute. I must keep as much distance from them as possible. Loud applause echoed, and the opening ceremony concluded joyfully. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Registration at Stella Academy complete. Stella Academy, a massive architectural fortress, stood majestically under the deep blue sky, with white clouds drifting lazily. Its towering spires and sturdy walls exuded an air of grandeur and mystery. Inside the spacious lecture hall, warm golden light enveloped everything. New students in neat uniforms sat upright. The purple gray-haired young man, Baek-Yuseol, quietly turned his back, his gaze distant. Baek-Yuseol muttered to himself, how long has it been since I graduated from university? And now I'm a high school student again. How strange. His gaze was distant, harboring deep thoughts about his new identity. He was still trying to adapt to life at the prestigious Stella Academy. A hand carefully held a golden pocket watch. Baek-Yuseol smiled, thinking to himself, anyway, I'm quite proud of this item. The Stella Pocket Watch, a symbol of power. It proved the status of a student at the prestigious Stella Academy, more respected than even warrior mage licenses. Baek-Yuseol was filled with eagerness, muttering to himself, I can't wait to try it. I want to go out and explore. A new surge of energy was rising within him. A dry clack echoed, and an intricately carved wooden door opened, breaking the silence in the lecture hall, signaling that something was about to begin. A gray-haired man with a scar on his face entered, his sharp eyes sweeping across the crowd. He commanded, everyone, take your seats. The gray-haired man continued, we will begin the test now. Put away all belongings, keep only writing instruments. Students wearing glasses must be checked first. Baek-Yuseol was surprised. They're giving us a test right after the opening ceremony? The curriculum at Stella Academy was more rigorous than most university programs in Korea. They even had a test on the very first day. The gray-haired man explained, "This is a placement test. Basically, it will determine which class you belong to." He decisively declared, "The test will begin now." A dun sound echoed. A test paper with incomprehensible magical characters was placed on the desk. Baek Yuseol's eyes clearly showed confusion. Baek Yuseol frowned, staring at the paper. He sighed, "Oh my God, I don't understand anything on this paper. What a difficult situation." This placement test was different from the notoriously difficult entrance exam. Based on scores, students were assigned to classes from F to A, with S being the highest. A blonde female student was diligently taking the test. Naturally, most of the main characters ended up in S class. Hongbyun, with her white and pink-streaked hair, was also highly focused, her face serious. Baek Yuseol, who ranked last among 1,141 new students, wondered if he should just submit a blank paper. He had been accepted anyway, and was sure to be placed in Class F. Baek Yuseol's hazy yellow eyes flickered with a hint of thought. In the large classroom, Baek Yuseol sat with his chin propped, his gaze unfocused on the empty test paper. He let out a long yawn, his bored expression evident. In his mind, the name Ma Yusong suddenly appeared. Baek Yuseol thought to himself, that genius must also be fed up with this test. Indeed, Ma Yusong had finished all the questions. His pen stopped on the paper, with nothing left to do. Baek Yuseol mused. No wonder life was so boring for a genius like him. Ma Yusong, born into the world's most powerful family, possessed superhuman intellect and unparalleled talent, making everything too easy. Ma Yusong's future, whether he would side with good or evil, all depended on the female lead's actions. The Dark Sorcerers Guild's declaration of humanity's destruction would surely pique his curiosity. A Ma Yusong, with a sneer, blazing red eyes, and dark magic surging. Baek Yuseol sighed, thinking that Ma Yusong's biggest problem was still family troubles. He yawned again. Comparing a genius's test paper to his own blank one only made him feel worse. Suddenly, a thought flashed. Wait, could the test be obscured by warbler glasses? He recalled reading a lot of content in the game library to build up his sub-skills. Well, he might as well try. Baek Yuseol reached into his uniform shirt and pulled out the warbler glasses. Just as he took out the glasses, a tall figure suddenly appeared. Wait, what kind of glasses are those? The gray-haired man with a scar on his face asked, "Didn't I tell you to check the glasses beforehand?" Baek Yuseol was confused. It seemed he had heard something like that. The gray-haired teacher reached out and coldly snatched the warbler glasses from Baek Yuseol's hand. "Let me check." He silently examined them, a faint surge of magic emanating from his finger, probing the glasses. The teacher's expression was pensive, hard to read. Baek Yuseol froze, cold sweat pouring down. "Oh no, what do I do? If he finds out the glasses are enchanted, I'll be expelled immediately." In the midst of his extreme panic, an electronic zood sound echoed in his head. Huh? Baek Yuseol was bewildered. The emotionless system suggested. "Lost warbler glasses detected. Do you want to retrieve them?" Baek Yuseol screamed in his mind. "No, don't do anything, system!" The gray-haired teacher still stared intently at the glasses, his gaze piercing as if to uncover every secret. Time seemed to stand still. Finally, he returned the glasses, instructing, "I don't sense any magic. Be more careful next time." Baek Yuseol breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the glasses' original function was broken. Putting the glasses back on, a faint blue light flashed. "All right, let's see," Baek Yuseol murmured, a sly smile spreading across his lips. Immediately, the test in front of him seemed enchanted. The answers appeared clearly in the magical light. "Whoa, I can see all the answers. Fantastic, I hit the jackpot." Baek Yuseol laughed triumphantly, his handwriting non-stop. "At this rate, I might even come in first," he wrote enthusiastically, dreaming of a bright future. "I can avoid Class F and even be placed in Class A." Suddenly, the teacher's cold voice rang out like a clap of thunder. "Time's up. I'll collect the tests." Baek Yuseol was stunned. "What?" Before he could compose himself, the test papers automatically flew up, rushing towards the teacher. "Wait, what?" He panicked. The gray-haired teacher stood in the middle of the classroom, calmly collecting all the exams. "I only solved 3 questions," Baek Yuseol inwardly cried out. He held the thick stack of test papers, his face devoid of expression. The entire class was silent, no one daring to utter a sound. The teacher's sharp gaze swept over each student, as if evaluating every soul. A terrifying silence enveloped the room. The purple gray-haired boy gently pushed up his glasses, his heart heavy. He had thought he would escape Class F this time, but perhaps everything was still too much for this Baek Yuseol. A feeling of helplessness crept in. Suddenly, a figure rushed forward. Baek Yuseol started, looking up, his hazy yellow eyes showing a hint of surprise. What was happening? "You! Give me the glasses!" Immediately, Teacher Lee Hanwol growled, his black-gloved hand reaching out. Baek Yuseo was stunned, his heart pounding. He held the warbler glasses, his sharp gaze sweeping over every detail. Ridiculous. There was no trace of magic. The teacher frowned, his expression full of doubt. "You there, go call Professor Grian," Lee Hanwol ordered. A blonde-haired male student quickly stood up, bowed in obedience, and ran out of sight. What's going on? Baek Yuseo wondered. He had carefully written down every step of the solution, every answer, to avoid suspicion. Could it be that the teacher had discovered something? The classroom was silent. Only the echo of the question remaining. "Professor Gran, what do you think?" Pressure weighed heavily on Baek Yuseo. A silver-haired old man with a scholarly expression appeared. It was Professor Grian, a master of magical technology. He held the glasses, and a faint green magical light flashed. "Yes, the solution to this problem is indeed suspicious," Professor Grian said, but then shook his head. "However, there is no trace of magic from these glasses or this student's belongings. I am certain this student solved the problem with his own abilities." Professor Grian's declaration rang out. Baek Yuseo stood tall, his gaze firm, without a hint of fear. "Haha, how interesting. Life is about learning, after all." Professor Grian laughed heartily, patted Baek Yuseo's shoulder, then turned to Lee Hanwol. "Professor Lee, please apologize and guide the boy well." He nodded. Teacher Lee Hanwol bowed, his gaze complex. "I misunderstood. I sincerely apologize." The unexpected apology eased the tense atmosphere. "Actually, I cheated, so he wasn't wrong." Baek Yuseo thought to himself, a sly smile spreading. Luckily, the glass's original function wasn't discovered. Otherwise, it would have been big trouble. "It's all right, just be more careful next time," he replied. But another thought appeared in his mind. "As long as I don't get caught, everything's fine." The brilliant morning sun shone upon the academy's gray-tiled roofs. The ancient, majestic building appeared against the clear blue sky, like a fortress of knowledge. The intricately carved wooden door, with its unusual sign, held many mysteries. A new beginning awaited beyond this threshold. The placement test paper, with ancient magical characters, contained the first challenge. Question number 1. The starting point for a new journey. Lee Hanwol, the stern professor, turned each page. His gaze was sharp, as if scrutinizing every stroke, every thought of the students. A soft escaped him, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. Perhaps this exam was not as simple as he had thought. "Hello, Professor Lee Hanwol." A warm voice rang out. Professor Edelman appeared, her gaze kind yet sharp, asking about the new student's test. "This year seems to have many interesting students." Edelman's radiant smile seemed to light up the entire room. She was full of hope for the new generation. "Indeed, so they say." Lee Hanwol replied concisely, his gaze still profound. He knew these seeds were far from ordinary. From the renowned fire kingdom of Adolevit, where power blazed, Princess Hongbian Adolevit appeared. She carried the empire's flame of pride. And from the Skarlvin Empire, where magical talent determined everything, Jeremy Skarlvin had surpassed all his siblings to become crown prince at only 12 years old. From the great full moon magic tower, Hei Wonriang, the future successor, carried the wisdom and power of peak magic. "I heard it's quite difficult to set questions for these elite students, isn't it?" Edelman smiled. Lee Hanwol nodded. "This year's exam has a few tricky questions." "I'm glad the professor is satisfied." He subtly smirked, his gaze sweeping over the papers. Self-satisfaction was subtly evident in every line. His eyes were as sharp as knives, seeing through everything. He was waiting to see who would overcome this challenge. As Edelman said, this year's placement exam had a completely new type of question. The first 3 questions were designed to stump those who only wrote learned. Their dual purpose was to test adaptability, whether students could skip unsolvable questions to continue, and whether they could solve problems outside the textbook. The era of magic based solely on theory and memorization was over. Now, combat required instant judgment and creative thinking. But there was a harsh truth. Those questions were inherently unsolvable. More than 1,000 out of 1,141 students submitted blank papers. While over 1,000 new students submitted blank papers, the remaining hundreds still tried to solve the tricky puzzles. But the results were even more disastrous. Most couldn't answer even a single question correctly. Amidst the sea of failures, only 3 first-year students achieved perfect scores on all 3 questions. An astonishing number, wasn't it? The first was Ma Yusong, the genius of the century, who appeared like a comet. Next was Flame, a commoner specially admitted by the principal, whose talent was almost on par with Ma Yusong. And finally, Baek Yuseo, a name that caused unbelievable surprise. Professor Lee Hanwol couldn't understand. Ma Yusong and Flame being geniuses was one thing, but how could Baek Yuseo, with the lowest entrance score, Solve all of them, especially when he couldn't solve any other question. Professor Edeltiman smiled, saying she had wondered why Lee Hanwol was so concerned about the new student scores. Clearly, one student was bothering him. She explained that these problems couldn't be solved even with countless formulas or methods. However, they could be solved without knowing anything at all. Lee Hanwol asked again, doubtfully, if Baek Yuseol was such a genius. Edeltiman replied, "Perhaps, or it could just be a random coincidence." He maintained a pensive expression, his gaze sweeping over the ancient bookshelves, his mind lost in thought. Lee Hanwol's face clearly showed confusion, an unspoken mystery slowly unfolding. He held a file in his hand, on which was a photo of Baek Yuseol and a special note. The note clearly stated, "Recognizing his ability to control Blink, a special admission slot has been granted." Lee Hanwol was astonished. Did the principal's special admission slot mean this student was different from the others? A smirk appeared on his lips. So, this student specializes in Blink, huh? He told himself, soon enough, he would find out, whether it was a coincidence or if he was truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, other students were buzzing about the class placement results. A gray-haired boy worried, "My mother told me not to come home if I don't get into Class A." The purple-haired, gray-haired young man sighed, telling himself he had to personally check the class placement results. If only this were a game, a single click would be enough. In the academy hallway, groups of students crowded before the magic boards, where the lists for classes C, D, E, and F shimmered into view. A green-haired male student stood there, eyes wide with astonishment, as if he had just discovered something unbelievable. Amidst the crowd, a whisper echoed, pointing directly at the purple-haired, gray-haired young man. "So that's Baek Yuseol?" The murmurs spread like wildfire. "I heard he got 0 points in the magic section of the entrance exam." Unbelievable. How could someone like him get into Stella Academy? Ignoring the gossip around him, Baek Yuseol just wanted to quickly find his name, check his class placement, and leave. He approached the board, his eyes hazy, secretly thinking that the results no longer mattered. The purple-haired, gray-haired young man intently scanned the list, searching for his name among the lowest classes. Huh? He was surprised, his eyes darting across the F1, F2 lists, but he couldn't find his name anywhere. "My name isn't here." A sense of panic washed over him. Did they fail me because I only answered 3 questions? Unbelievable, is it all over? Around him, whispers rose again, full of confusion. Baek Yuseol. What is he doing there? Perhaps there's a mistake. This is really strange. Other students began discussing the anomaly. Even Uslik, the son of Marquis Chekovilan, ranked 29th, is in Class A. Kyle, who got a perfect score in theory, ranked 17th, is also in Class A. So why is he there? What's going on? Baek Yuseol frowned, sensing something was wrong. He decided to check for himself. With resolute steps, he moved towards the board, displaying the Class A roster, where the most elite names were announced. His eyes widened, pupils contracting. Was a horrifying truth, or a miracle, awaiting him there? Baek Yuseol, a name, a destiny, now etched deep into the flow of this world. He stood frozen, pupils constricted. His name, Baek Yuseol, proudly displayed on the prestigious Class S roster. Why is my name there? He questioned himself, his mind in turmoil. His usually hazy yellow eyes were now filled with bewilderment. What the hell was going on? This couldn't be real. Class S, the pinnacle of Stella Academy's prestige, where the 41 most exceptional elites gathered. A single class, a distinct level that every student yearned for. Why am I being thrown into this bizarre class? He scratched his head, feeling insane. It definitely wasn't a mistake. But this meant he would have to get involved with the main characters. Getting involved with them would only bring more trouble to his already troublesome life. But what's done is done. It couldn't be changed now. He turned his back and walked away decisively. All right then, I'll just try to live as reclusively as possible. As his footsteps faded, he told himself, trying to reassure himself, everything will probably be fine. Somehow, amidst the murmuring crowd, a brown-haired female student silently watched his retreating back. Her eyes filled with confusion. Darkness enveloped. Another world appeared. This was the Academy of Magic, where mysteries and powers awaited. In another room, sharp crashing sounds echoed. A white-haired young woman was being mercilessly beaten, her body trembling. Professor Hong Yel, a fire element expert, roared. You failed 3 questions? Even Isomorph, the daughter of that fallen family, got 2 right. The professor coldly judged. Unable to answer questions even bugs know. You're worse than bugs. Consider yourself an insect and start over. Tears streamed down Hongbian's cheeks. Do you understand, Hongbian? Yes, mother. Her voice was choked with pain. The white-haired professor stood tall, her eyes contemptuously looking down at her daughter kneeling at her feet. A scene of bone-chilling cruelty. A heavy sigh escaped, carrying disappointment and an unhidden resentment. Hong Yel's cold gaze pierced her kneeling daughter. Listen carefully, Hong Bien. You absolutely must not become as pathetic as I am. I was exiled from the kingdom, and now I have to take this lowly professor position. You are not allowed to disgrace the kingdom like I did. Her words cut like a knife to the heart. Hong Yel's arrogant silhouette stretched long as she leaned down, an invisible pressure weighing heavily on the young woman. An iron-cold hand lifted Hong Bian's chin, revealing bruises on her face. You must surpass your older sister. You must become even greater. A cruel smirk spread across her lips, more like a curse than encouragement. Do you understand, my daughter? Her voice rang out, laden with coercion. Hong Bian could only turn her face away, her wounds still deeply etched.
Yes, mother.
The weak reply, like a fragile thread about to break. When left alone, pain and bewilderment washed over her. I truly don't understand anything, she whispered, her eyes lifeless. Tears streamed down, soaked with humiliation. I only did what I had learned, but there were techniques, spells, questions I had never known. Why do you torment me like this, mother? A choked sob burst forth, echoing in the silent space. Time passed. A new door opened, bearing the symbol of excellence, Class S. Inside the lecture hall, hundreds of students buzzed with chatter, the noisy sound like a disturbed beehive. Baek Yuseol clutched his head, his face contorted. Oh no, disaster! It's exactly the class full of weirdos, hard to get close to. But whatever. I didn't want to make friends with these high school kids anyway. Whispers buzzed everywhere, curious eyes fixed on him. How did he get into this class? It's really confusing. Baek Yuseol only found it annoying. The incessant whispers continued. Parents even complained about Baek Yuseol, but the only reply was a cold affirmation. He deserved to be in Class S. How ridiculous, a male student exclaimed. The rumors spread far and wide, like a sealed fate for Baek Yuseol. Oh well, I'm sure I'll just become an outcast, he thought to himself, his face clearly showing weariness. He understood that those around him had poured countless hours of effort since childhood. Being grouped with a good-for-nothing like him, it was natural for them to be frustrated. Nevertheless, Baek Yuseol knew that class rankings could change after each exam. Even Class S was no exception. But to drop down to a lower class? That was almost unthinkable, rarely seen in the Academy's history. He suddenly remembered that there was once a male student who rose from a lower class to join Class S. That name had faded into oblivion, but Baek Yuseol believed he would know it sooner or later. In any case, seeing these faces with his own eyes was still incredibly astonishing, because all of them were characters from the game he had grinded day and night, a virtual world that had now become reality. Most of these elite students, in just a few years, would become renowned figures throughout the land. But there were also about 5 who would betray the magic world. And among those traitors there was also Ma Yusung, a name he could never forget. His gaze swept across, as if searching for a familiar figure or a sign of a predetermined future. He secretly wished the female lead could prevent those tragedies from happening. But currently, he was just an outsider, powerless against the flow of fate. The door swung open. A man walked in, his deep voice resonating decisively. Everyone, sit down. Each resolute step echoed, drawing all eyes. Baek Yuseol looked up, his gaze showing a hint of surprise. The man stood before the podium, his eyes sweeping across the class. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Some of you may have seen me, but allow me to introduce myself. With a stern face and sharp eyes, he spoke. I am Lee Hanwol, the professor in charge of Class S, a name that carried authority and strictness. 2 male students whispered to each other. So that's the famous Professor Lee Hanwol? One boy murmured. I heard he's hunted down thousands of dark mages. Professor Lee Hanwol stood on the podium, his sharp gaze sweeping across. Indeed, a level 7 warrior mage, he said in a low voice. Everyone, silence. The professor continued his lecture, his voice full of authority. We have many excellent students here. His gaze swept past, pausing briefly on Baek Yuseol. And a very special one too. He explained about the academy. As you all know, this is an academy for training warrior mages. His tone was stern. Over the next 3 years, you will undergo rigorous, advanced training. The professor looked down at the students, including the brown-haired girl and 2 gray-haired female students who were listening intently. I don't expect all of you to keep up. He added, however, I want to see you all put in your best effort. Lee Hanwol's eyes were as sharp as razors. Does anyone have any questions? The entire lecture hall fell into a terrifying silence. Not a sound, not a hand raised. Silence enveloped, heavy to the point of suffocation. All right then, we shall. The professor's words were cut short. The lecture hall door swung open, and a graceful figure stepped in. A girl with long white hair, pink-tinged ends, and eyes as fiery red as flames appeared. Her beauty made the space seem to freeze. Baek Yuseol was so surprised he couldn't believe it. Hong Bien, who always puts principles first, Could she really be late? He thought to himself. This was truly bizarre. The white-haired girl stood opposite Professor Lee Hanwol, her proud demeanor no less imposing. Both were like opposing poles, yet both exuded an irresistible charisma. Baek continued to ponder. What happened? He wondered. This event was completely outside his predictions for this character. He raised his hand, adjusting his glasses. Perhaps I should check with the warbler glasses. Baek wanted to delve deeper into the reason for her lateness. An information panel appeared before his eyes. Hong Bian Adelevit, villain, fire mage. Likes to eat red ginseng candy. Easily angered. Only drinks Akalia-style espresso. Terrible mother. Will definitely die. Baek squinted, his face full of worry. This alone isn't enough. He needed more information. Much more to fully understand the current situation. Baek mused, his hazy eyes concealing calculations. She will definitely die, huh? The question echoed in his mind, full of doubt. He continued to deduce, pieces of information gradually becoming clear. If Aizel dies because of flame, Hong Bian will die because of both flame and Aizel. A loop of fate. Nothing can be done. She's a villain after all. He sighed, accepting the harsh reality of this game world. He took off his glasses, his heart heavy. I really want to save them, but I'm still in turmoil myself. How can I help anyone? Just then, a voice rang out. Go to your seats. Baek looked away, deciding to keep his distance. It's a shame, but I have to stay away from her. Suddenly, he slightly raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his pale yellow eyes. A tall figure swept past, Hong Bian Adelevit standing imposingly beside his desk, her brilliant white and pink hair flowing. Her fiery red eyes swept over him, chilling him to the bone. A cold shiver ran down Baek spine. He flinched, his expression bewildered. Huh? What was happening? Hong Bian placed her hand on the desk, a dry clack echoing and breaking the silence. She casually pulled up a chair and sat down next to Baek as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Baek broke out in a cold sweat, his palms drenched. What just happened? Why do I feel like everything has started to go wrong? Professor Lee Hanwol stood on the podium, his deep voice echoing. Before we begin class, we will hold your personnel succession ceremony. Baek listened in surprise. Class S and Class A will have a joint ceremony. Details will be provided. He suddenly realized, it's the personnel succession ceremony. He smirked slightly, touching his chin. Although it's a bit troublesome to go through the whole process, it's also a little interesting. Stella Academy, a gathering place for elites, had two major events, the Pet Covenant Ceremony and the Personnel Succession Ceremony. The Personnel Succession Ceremony was particularly impressive, reflecting the Academy's prestige and status. In the vast lecture hall, Lee Hanwol stood in the center, his gaze sweeping over hundreds of students. Is everyone present? The professor continued, his voice resonating. Here, countless staves have been prepared, from the lowest to the high intermediate level. Your task is simply to step forward and choose a staff that you like. Baek and the other students listened intently. Lee Hanwol cautioned carefully. Changing staves later is very complicated, so make your decision thoroughly. But he knew. The staff was the one that chose its wielder. In the world of Ether, staves would react to their true masters, creating a mysterious phenomenon of resonance. That meant, even if one yearned for a high-level staff, not everyone could wield it. Baek walked, his eyes scanning the staves. Stop! A resounding shout. Lee Hanwol signaled the crowd to halt. Baek stopped, looking at the shimmering staves. He wondered, which one should he choose after all? In the game, he would have chosen an F-grade staff. But now, in Class S, he wasn't so sure anymore. Given his current position, a wand would probably be more suitable. Staves are usually categorized into short wands and long staves. Wands are used by Knight-type magic warriors for quick spellcasting. Long staves are for Bishop-type magic warriors, requiring time to cast powerful incantations. Baek looked at another student, thinking to himself, I wonder what that guy will choose. Whispers arose. Even if he's in Class S, he probably can't resonate with any staff. Baek frowned slightly, hearing every word clearly. Scoffs echoed, but Baek merely smirked, ignoring the whispers behind his back. He told himself, let them think what they want. Suddenly, an arrogant voice rang out. Hey, you! Along with the command, stop! A figure blocked the way. A tall, light gray-haired male student stood with his arms crossed, blocking the path. Baek looked up, his drowsy eyes responding. What is it? The person opposite asked directly. Who are you? Baek replied, his tone calm and unwavering. He frowned, thinking to himself, who? Never heard of him. Then he continued, his voice full of disdain. I see. So what? The guy asked directly. Which staff are you going to choose? Baek replied indifferently. I don't know. Any of them. A sneer, revealing clear contempt. Yuslik mocked. Then choose one that suits your commoner status. He continued to warn, his tone condescending. Don't cause trouble and make things difficult for the professors. Baek Yuseol remained silent, a hint of annoyance in his eyes. Baek Yuseol unexpectedly stepped forward, replying coldly. Certainly. You shouldn't go around causing trouble either. The unexpected retort enraged Yuslik, his face flushing red, veins bulging. What the hell did you just say? Yuslik roared. But Baek Yuseol had already turned and walked away, leaving him in a fit of rage. Are you looking for a fight? Yuslik yelled. Baek Yuseol merely sighed softly, cursing inwardly. How annoying, why does he keep bothering me? An information panel appeared, revealing the identity of the nuisance. Yuzlek Chekovilan, son of the Marquis, henchman of Prince Jeremy, a third-rate scoundrel. Baek Yuseol glanced over the information panel, thinking to himself, not much information. He put away the device, his expression still indifferent. Probably an insignificant side character, Baek Yuseol concluded. While Yuslik was still fuming from being disregarded, Yuslik pointed directly at his staff, his tone arrogant. Listen up. I'm choosing this one. Got it? Baek Yuseol watched, his drowsy yellow eyes suddenly flashing with a spark. Recognizing what it was, the staff shimmered in midair, bearing the legendary name, Edmori Etamiri. He thought to himself, this was a high intermediate level staff, the highest grade available here. This type of staff was usually reserved for professional mages, those who had reached the pinnacle. Even professional mages found it difficult to control low intermediate level staves, let alone ordinary students who couldn't even touch them. Besides Edmori Etamiri, there was another high intermediate level staff, but it was only for display, and no one was allowed to choose it. At that moment, the long-coated teacher spoke. Everyone, stand next to the staff you feel a resonance with. Baek Yuseol extended his hand, a stream of azure magic swirling around his fingertip, as if searching for something invisible. The blonde-haired young man smiled smugly, placing his hand on the staff, and a brilliant light erupted. The white-haired princess Hungbyeon Adolovit also touched a staff, and a dazzling halo of light enveloped her. Baek Yuseol stood there, the dazzling light from the staves reflecting in his eyes. Two students whispered, Wow, Hei Wanriang chose Hedon Amikotten. That's a mid-level staff. Prince Jeremy also chose a mid-level staff. Yuslik stood next to Baek Yuseol, his expression annoyed. Another whisper. Princess Hungbyeon chose Suavitir Rabon, also mid-level. Yuslik gritted his teeth, his heart filled with frustration as he witnessed mid-level staves, originally reserved for licensed mages, being continuously chosen. Yuslik, his eyes full of challenge, declared he would prove himself. He stared at Baek Yuseol, as if to say, Watch this. He strode forward, heading straight for a shimmering staff in the center of the hall. Around him, surprised whispers arose. Oh my, isn't that Yuslik? A high intermediate level staff. Did he dare? A bold challenge? Or just the arrogance of a conceited fool? A smug smile spread across his lips. Yuslik reached out. Ha! Watch this! I'll show you who truly deserves Class S. With a powerful pull, he gripped the staff tightly. Sparks flew, signaling a fierce resonance. But then, a dazzling burst of light erupted, throwing Yuslik far back. He was repelled in the blinding light. Baek Yuseol sighed softly, his eyes drowsy but full of understanding. Just as I predicted, the arrogant one now lay motionless, the staff still hovering, refusing connection. He had failed miserably. Yuslik's body trembled, his injuries clearly visible. Groans of pain escaped his lips. The entire crowd panicked. Oh no, he's badly hurt. Quickly, call a professor. Baek Yuseol sighed again, pondering. Well then, perhaps I shouldn't try for a high intermediate level staff. It's best to give up now. While everyone was still in a state of confusion, a steady footsteps echoed. He strode forward, passing the astonished gazes, heading straight for the hovering staff. A hidden smile played on his lips, his pale yellow eyes flashing with an unpredictable glint. He stood there, beside the staff. The declaration echoed. Its master had been decided. A smug smile appeared on Ma Yusong's face, his eyes sharp, as if to devour everything. The entire hall buzzed as Ma Yusong, a rookie, aimed for a mid to high-grade staff. The dark-haired young man reached out, ignoring whispers that even resonating with Edmori Etamiri was difficult. His hand gripped the staff's hilt tightly, light erupting fiercely, as if the weapon was awakening. The entire space exploded in dazzling light. The staff had chosen its master, and Ma Yusong stood there, majestic and awe-inspiring. In the distance, Yuslik Chekovilan clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain as the staff's light vanished from him. Ma Yusong flashed a triumphant smile, his red eyes burning with pride. The Edmori Etamiri staff now rested firmly in his hand, emitting a brilliant light, affirming its new master. Murmurs spread through the crowd. No one could believe a first-year student could resonate with a mid to high-grade staff. The dark gray-haired male student pondered, wondering if this could happen, then told himself it wasn't surprising. Ma Yusong maintained his smug smile, knowing that with this staff, his talent would shine even brighter. His face tilted slightly, his fiery red eyes sweeping across the crowd, full of challenge. Baek Yuseol stood there, his drowsy eyes mixed with surprise, a big question mark hanging over his head. Ma Yuseong smirked, his eyes filled with confidence and satisfaction. Baek Yuseol thought to himself, "What the hell is this? Is he not well?" Then muttered, "Whatever, just ignore it." While Ma Yuseong had acquired his staff, another mid to high grade staff, Terraphon, was supposed to belong to Flame. But wait, the story could take a different turn right here. A lone silhouette of a young woman appeared, holding the power to shape the future. If Flame chose Terraphon, Ma Yusong would take notice of this new talent, opening up a storyline where he became interested in her. But if she chose a different staff, everything would change completely. Baek Yuseol thought to himself. Ideally, he should use Flame to draw Ma Yuseong to his side. He stood there, his eyes fixed thoughtfully ahead. "Ah, there she island," Baek Yuseol murmured, watching the silhouette of the young woman walking through the illusory space. The girl, Flame, with ash-gray hair and resolute eyes, continued to advance without hesitation. "Good. Terraphon is right there too." Baek Yuseol nodded, his eyes fixed on the hovering azure staff. He clenched his jaw, a vague anxiety creeping in. Everything had to go according to script. "What will you do, Flame?" Baek Yuseol wondered, watching the girl's every step as she approached her destiny. Each light step of Flame echoed in the space, moving towards the faded staff. "That's right, pick up Terraphon," Baek Yuseol urged silently, hoping the girl would do exactly as he knew. He believed that when she did, Ma Yusong would start to notice Flame, opening up the path he had laid out, and that would increase the chances for a happy ending. Baek Yuseol's monologue suddenly choked. The girl had walked past. Huh? He was stunned. Flame looked around blankly, while Baek Yuseol was aghast. Wait, could it be that she isn't interested in Terraphon at all? What is happening? Could she not know about Terraphon's existence? Or is she lacking information because she only read the novel? No matter what, this is a big problem. As the female lead, Flame should be able to resonate with any staff. What if she chooses something strange? Not only Ma Yusong's route, but all other potential routes could be lost. Things had come to this. He couldn't just stand by. With a resolute step, magical light flared around him. His eyes sharp, Baek Yuseol told himself. At all costs, he had to skillfully guide her to choose the Terraphon staff. Amidst the ethereal space, Flame's silhouette advanced, enveloped by a brilliant halo as if destiny awaited her. In the blink of an eye, Flame appeared. But even more surprisingly, a familiar figure had quietly stood behind her at some point. The young woman frowned slightly, her eyes showing a hint of displeasure. Clearly, this sudden appearance did not please her at all. "Oh my, when did he appear?" Flame gasped. Baek Yuseol grinned. "Haha, hello," he asked. "Hey, I'm wondering which staff you'll choose," the dark-haired girl coldly retorted. "What's it to you?" Baek Yuseol explained. "I just wanted to help because you seemed confused." But Flame only frowned. "Mind your own business. Choose your own staff. If that's all, I'm leaving." With that, Flame turned her back. "Huh?" Baek Yuseol was stunned, hastily reaching out. "Wait." He quickly followed, but the dark-haired girl just walked away without looking back. The purple-gray-haired young man pondered, his finger lightly touching his chin. Something's not right here. He felt uneasy. Flame should have been very sociable, friendly with everyone, regardless of status, he recalled. So why is she so cold? "I can't give up so easily. My life is at stake," he shouted. "Hey, wait!" He tried to smile. "I really want to help you choose a staff," the dark-haired girl retorted sharply. "Stop interfering. Mind your own business. It seems there's a staff that suits you very well." Before Baek Yuseol could finish, Flame's displeasure was evident, her eyes showing anger. The young woman growled, her eyes bloodshot with anger. "What do you know to say that?" A furious question rang out. He forced a smile, his heart in turmoil. Had he done something wrong, or was she simply uninterested in ordinary people like him? But clearly, he had heard quite a bit about her, the young man tried to suggest, pointing forward. "Don't you think you could use a staff like that?" The young woman beside him remained cold. The Terraphon staff, a legendary weapon, shone brilliantly. Blue light enveloped it, as if awaiting its true master. "That's right, that's it." He nodded excitedly, his eyes sparkling with hope. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. Baek Yuseol's pale yellow eyes narrowed, and his expression became serious. What was that sound? He turned his head in surprise, trying to find the source of the mysterious sound tearing through the space. His eyes widened, a sense of unease surging. Something had just happened, so fast he couldn't react in time. A dazzling flash of light streaked past, leaving Baek Yuseo with a look of discomfort. He mumbled, feeling as if he had just been electrocuted. "What is this?" He looked down in astonishment. In his hand, what had just appeared was not an illusion. The Terraphon staff, which should have belonged to Flame, now rested firmly in Baek Yuseo's hand. He froze, completely bewildered by what was happening. A chill ran down his spine. His eyes widened, fear and confusion clearly visible. Why? Why is it in my hand? He clutched the staff tightly, sweat pouring down. This was Flame's weapon. There was no mistake. "I'm screwed!" he exclaimed in panic. A feeling of helplessness enveloped him. He didn't know how to handle this situation. He softly called her name, turning to look at Flame's cold back. Would she notice this anomaly? She turned back, flashing a sweet, chilling smile. But her eyes were obscured, and a dark aura enveloped her heart. Baek Yuseo flinched and stepped back, cold sweat streaming down. He hastily waved his hand, trying to hide the terrifying truth. "No, it's nothing." Twilight fell upon the Magic Academy, signaling the end of another day. But the stories and mysteries remain. A brown-haired female student walked through the schoolyard, her eyes distant as if searching for something. Suddenly, a whispered voice echoed, making her stop mid-step, the air around her seeming to thicken. 2 male students were buzzing about shocking news. This year, 2 new students are compatible with mid to high-grade staffs. Really? In the Academy's entire history, only 5 people have managed it. And now 2 more. They continue to whisper, their faces puzzled. But it's strange that one person only used a teleportation spell in the test. How could such a basic spell do it? My parents said teleportation spells are useless. The brown-haired female student listened, her eyes thoughtful, telling herself, something isn't right. She sought out the study hall, where the brilliant sunset shone through Gothic windows, bringing a rare moment of peace. Each last ray of sunlight filtered through the window, painting streaks of light on the stone floor, like an invitation to tranquility. She stepped inside, sighing in relief. Finally, a bit of quiet, but her mind still reeled with the rumors. The whole school won't stop talking about it. News of 2 first-year students possessing mid to high-grade staff spread like wildfire, but she couldn't accept this truth. Absurd. Who is he to be able to choose Terraphon? She wondered, her eyes full of doubt and confusion. Even though she had read the original novel 3 times before transmigrating, she had never seen the name Baek Yuseo appear anywhere. And in the book, no one had ever been compatible with Terraphon. Yet he got it so easily? A chill suddenly ran down her spine. It's as if she saw Baek Yuseo's image in her mind, him flashing a sinister smile. He's deliberately showing me something. She shook her head, trying to dispel the haunting thoughts. Well, there's no point in thinking about it anymore. The brown-haired girl was lost in thought, a name suddenly flashing in her mind, like a stop signal amidst the chaotic flow. In the academy hallway, the light blonde-haired girl and Jackie approached Flame, their faces radiant. "Are you also going to class?" Flame smiled faintly, a forced smile hiding the complex thoughts within. Then she broke into a bright smile, trying to cast away all worries and blend into the cheerful atmosphere of her friends. "Come on, you guys. Do you think I'm a bookworm?" Flame said with a laugh. But the light blonde-haired girl immediately retorted, teasing her. The light blonde-haired girl tilted her head, wondering, "But Flame, why do you keep calling us you guys? We're the same age." Flame was slightly flustered, then explained that it was just an old habit. "Before coming here, I was used to being the eldest sister." Even though she realized she had been reincarnated into a novel, she still couldn't act like a child. Laughter rang out, but it held a hint of helplessness. The light blonde-haired girl asked again if Flame intended to study alone today. The young girl flinched, her eyes showing surprise. Jackie smiled, recalling a name, perhaps that of the friend she had just mentioned. "No, I'm not studying alone," Flame replied, trying to find a reason. "I have an extra review session I need to attend." She quickly said goodbye and turned to leave. "Let's go for coffee next time!" The light blonde-haired girl's clear voice echoed after her. With heavy steps, Flame walked down the wide hallway, sighing tiredly. Girls this age are really energetic. Living a student's life at this age is truly exhausting, she thought to herself, her face clearly showing weariness. Suddenly, she bumped into someone. The collision made Flame stumble, and a small cry of pain escaped her lips. Her eyes widened in surprise when she saw Baek Yuseo. "Flame," a low voice rang out. Baek Yuseo looked down at Flame, his drowsy eyes holding a scrutinizing gaze, and called out, "Hey, Wonriang?" She looked up, flustered by his gaze. He asked if she was all right. Flame quickly replied, assuring him she was fine, even though she still felt a slight pang of pain from the collision. Baek Yuseol's face showed a fleeting trace of thought, his pale yellow eyes slightly lowered, as if contemplating something profound. He asked again, his tone mixed with concern, if she wasn't looking well, if something was wrong. Flame was surprised, a flicker of confusion passing through her mind, wondering if he was concerned about her. She reluctantly replied that there was nothing special. Baek Yuseol asked if she was going to class. Flame replied, then quickly asked in return if he was heading to the Class S training ground. He reminded her not to neglect her training. Flame pouted, teasing that he was unnecessarily diligent, to which he only grunted in response. For a moment, silence fell as Baek Yuseol's and Flame's eyes met, an invisible scrutiny passing between them. The corner of his lips curved slightly, a gentle, enigmatic smile. Suddenly, his hand gently rested on Flame's head, stroking it. She froze, her eyes wide with surprise at this intimate gesture. "Well then, see you later," he said, his tone calm as if nothing had happened, then turned and walked away. His back gradually disappeared into the distance, leaving Flame standing there alone, still bewildered as she watched him go. She turned her head, her mind still lingering on the question, what just happened? An indescribable feeling arose within her. Flame's eyes widened, her face full of bewilderment. She couldn't explain Baek Yuseol's unusual behavior. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught her eye. Jackie, with a cold gaze, was standing in the distance, staring at Flame. Flame flinched, a puzzling question rising in her heart. "Isn't that Jackie? Why is she still here?" She softly called her name. Flame turned her head, her eyes surprised as she looked towards Jackie, who was disappearing. "Huh?" she exclaimed, but the figure had already hurried away. She was flustered, telling herself, never mind, it's probably nothing." With no more time to worry, Flame hurried off, her shoes tapping rhythmically on the wooden floor. "Oh, I have to hurry." She stopped before a hanging sign, which clearly read, "Independent Study Room." Flame stood before the door, her eyes full of thought. So this is the extra review session. In her mind, images of Aizel and Hong Bayan appeared. She knew, according to the original novel, these two would be present. I have to keep an eye on the conflict between the story's female protagonist and female antagonist. The heavy door creaked open, emitting an eerie sound. Flame stepped into the large room, her eyes scanning every corner. Inside, several male students were already seated, and there was Aizel Morph, her face cold and elegant. She thought to herself, "That's right. It seems all the main characters are already here." Flame narrowed her eyes in thought, trying to recall the plot. Let's see. On the podium, Kyle, a Class A student, stood with a flustered expression. The organizer is Kyle from Class A. Looking at his expression, he seems very awkward. Flame found a seat and put her books down. It's understandable, given that so many Class S students are attending a study session meant for poor-performing students. Her gaze darkened, and an ominous premonition arose in her heart. Suddenly, Ma Yusong also appeared, sitting next to a light brown-haired male student. But I didn't expect Ma Yusong to come. Flame flinched, looking towards Baek Yuseol. Ma Yuseong, the male protagonist of this world, is showing interest in Baek Yuseol. This is definitely not a coincidence. Flame fell into deep thought, a chilling hypothesis gradually forming in her mind. Baek Yuseol only correctly answered 3 demonic questions in the placement test. No more, no less. Could it be? Flame's hand clenched, a feeling of unease surging. Could it be that he already knew that just solving those 3 difficult questions was enough to secure a spot in Class S from the start? Baek Yuseol, with a worried expression, seemed to be hiding a shocking secret. If what she was thinking was true, then things would be much more complicated. The brown-haired girl held her breath, trying to piece together all the fragments. Baek Yuseol had known everything beforehand and acted according to a predetermined plan. Then this was no longer a coincidence. Baek Yuseol's eyes suddenly flashed with an unreadable expression, making Flame shiver. "That guy, he's really dangerous," she thought to herself, a feeling of unease creeping in. Baek Yuseol sighed softly, aha, escaping as if to dispel tension. But was it just a sigh of relief? Ma Yusong smiled brightly, his eyes sparkling as if wanting to devour Baek Yuseol. But inside, Baek Yuseol was screaming, "Please, someone get this guy away from me!" The dark blue-haired guy still smiled, asking Baek Yuseol, "Yuseol, what are you doing here? You don't need to listen to this lecture." His tone was full of teasing. "Or do you have another reason to be here?" Ma Yusong continued to tease. Baek Yuseol reluctantly replied, "Haha, not really. I was just advised to attend because of my low scores." Baek Yuseol's gaze swept across, full of wariness and discomfort. He was not at all comfortable with Ma Yuseong's special attention. Ma Yusong still maintained his bright smile, his eyes not leaving Baek-Yusol. Anyway, why is he showing so much interest in me? Baek-Yusol wondered to himself, his heart full of doubt. While Baek-Yusol and Ma Yu-sing were still exchanging words, Kyle's voice rang out from the podium. "All right, enough chit-chat." Kyle stood solemnly on the podium, declaring, "Today, we will review the questions from the placement test." The entire classroom fell silent. Hongbi and Inflamed listened attentively. Kyle continued, "As you all know, this test has 3 extremely difficult questions, dubbed the 3 demonic questions." Kyle said smugly, "I solved one of them." But then he thought to himself, flustered, "Damn it, why are there so many terrifyingly smart kids? I intended to use this opportunity to show off in front of the poor-scoring nobles to gain influence." Kyle thought to himself, this could be a good opportunity for him to shine. He heard that Baek-Yusol had achieved the worst score on the placement test. A smirk appeared on Kyle's face, his eyes full of self-satisfaction. "I will prove my worth by surpassing this useless person right here," he told himself. Then he turned to the board, boldly declaring, "Let me show you how to solve this problem first." Kyle turned his back to the class, writing on the board. This problem is essentially a trap. It's deliberately designed to make students give the wrong answer. Meanwhile, Baek-Yusol was still diligently writing, the sound of his pen scratching on paper. He was completely focused on his work. Ma Yu-seong, sitting next to Baek-Yusol, flashed a cunning smile, his red eyes darting over his friend. He softly whispered into Baek-Yusol's ear, asking, "What do you think? Do you think that's correct?" Baek-Yusol looked up, his face flustered. Ma Yu-seong still maintained his smirk, his eyes full of hidden meaning as he looked at Baek-Yusol, awaiting an answer. Baek-Yusol completely failed to understand what was happening. What the hell is he talking about? Why is he asking me? I don't even understand the context. What are the 3 demonic questions anyway? He was utterly bewildered. After a moment of internal struggle, Baek-Yusol sighed, deciding to be honest. He didn't want to pretend to understand. Baek-Yusol replied to Ma Yu-seong, "No, I'm not sure." At the same time, Kyle, holding a piece of chalk on the podium, suddenly froze, his eyes showing surprise. In the classroom, Flame and a light brown-haired male student whispered, "What? Isn't that Baek-Yusol?" The whole class began to murmur. Kyle stood on the podium, clutching the chalk so tightly that his knuckles turned white. A terrifying thought flashed through his head. Could my solution be wrong? The atmosphere was tense. Baek-Yusol looked around blankly, seeing all eyes fixed on him. Huh? Why is everyone looking at me like that? The murmuring grew louder. A crisp snap echoed, and the chalk in Kyle's hand crumbled. That small sound was like a declaration of his extreme anger. Kyle spun around, his eyes blazing as he stared directly at Baek-Yusol, questioning, "Are you saying my solution is incorrect?" Baek-Yusol flinched, startled. Kyle smirked, his eyes full of challenge. Calling Baek-Yusol's name, he continued to question, his tone sarcastic. "So, why don't you explain it yourself?" Baek-Yusol froze, unable to utter a word. He was stunned, a heavy thump echoing in his head. "What the hell?" he thought. "That's ridiculous." Baek-Yusol was flustered, his eyes bewildered, feeling cornered. Ma Yu-seong stood nearby, smirking, giving a fake thumbs up of encouragement. "Yusol, you can do it!" Baek-Yusol gritted his teeth. "You bastard, you did this on purpose." The purple-gray-haired young man sighed, accepting his fate. "Ha! I have no other choice." He walked down the steps, heading towards the podium. Baek-Yusol walked, thinking to himself, "I'll get this over with quickly." Around him, the other students were all watching. He continued walking, his gaze sweeping past Hongbyon Adelevet, who was sitting in contemplation. Baek-Yusol and Kyle stood facing each other in front of the blackboard, a tense atmosphere enveloping them. Baek-Yusol, wearing his glasses, focused his gaze and began to ponder the question. So, the 3 devilish questions. He realized their nature. They're more like riddles. He recalled the first riddle. A wizard cried out, "O Earth, let my tears flow!" And the magic created 2 stones. Why? Baek-Yusol smiled. The answer was simple. Because tears flow from 2 eyes. He shook his head, muttering, "How silly, but it's exactly this kind of question." He wondered who had come up with them. Regardless, Baek-Yusol continued to think, that Kyle guy. He recalled, he calculated the volume of tears and all sorts of other nonsense, purely with logic and reason. Baek-Yusol remained lost in thought, questioning his own solution method. Although the result was correct, he knew it was just luck, and if he encountered a similar problem again, he would fail. Under Kyle's puzzled gaze, Baek-Yusol pointed at the board, his tone firm. "I cannot show you the solution, but I can point out your mistake." Kyle was taken aback. The purple-gray-haired young man looked straight ahead, continuing to question. The question only revolves around Earth, but what if it were the sea or the wind? His gaze was sharp. Kyle was stunned by the unexpected question. "Do you think your formula would still apply?" he stammered. "Then I'll use a different formula." Baek cut him off, his words like a knife. "But then, you'd have to start all over again." Kyle was speechless, his face crestfallen. Baek gaze coldly looked down. "You got the right answer, purely by luck. That's not the purpose of these questions." Kyle fell silent. Kyle tried to retort, but the words caught in his throat. All he could utter was confusion and disappointment. Kyle bowed his head in admission. "You're right." Baek was slightly startled, wondering if he had gone too far. Nevertheless, he continued to explain the correct solution. The purple-gray-haired young man began to present the detailed solution, step by step. Kyle stood beside him, listening intently and taking careful notes, not missing a thing. In the classroom, not only Kyle, but many other students were also diligently taking notes. They listened attentively to every word Baek explained. Pins glided quickly across paper, recording every formula, every argument. Knowledge was being seriously imparted and absorbed. From a corner of the classroom, the brown-haired girl, Flame, looked up in surprise. What was happening? Everything seemed to be deviating from what she knew. She was bewildered, asking herself, "What is going on?" Around her, the other students were all diligently taking notes of Baek words. A strange sight. According to the original script, Hongbian and Aizel should have been arguing. But now, both were engrossed in listening to Baek, completely ignoring each other. Flame's eyes were filled with worry. Everything had deviated from its original course. Where would this world go now that the plot had changed? Outside the window, the sunset cast its light, painting the academy sky purple. Another day ended, but the changes that had just occurred were only the beginning. After the intense class, Ma Yusong waved goodbye to Baek with a radiant smile, promising to meet again tomorrow. He continued to wave enthusiastically, while Baek just stood there, his back turned, his expression unreadable. Baek reluctantly turned his head, giving a slight wave in return, a faint smile on his lips like a polite greeting. But in Baek mind, a terrifying thought struck him. This isn't good. I shouldn't get involved with someone like Ma Yusong. Forget about meeting tomorrow. It's better if I don't see him again. A heavy sigh escaped him. Baek pale yellow eyes clearly showing worry, as if he had just escaped a disaster. He looked down at his hand, muttering to himself, "It must be Terifon." Baek walked on, his inner monologue continuing. "I can't even use it. Yet it attracted Ma Yusong's attention. Why did it even come to me?" He turned his back and walked away, his gaze inadvertently sweeping past a familiar figure. In his mind, a name just bloomed. It has never been used by anyone else besides Fla. It was Hongbian, standing there with her long white hair and fiery red eyes, her face stern as if waiting for something. Baek recognized the girl, thinking, "Isn't that Hongbian? Who is she waiting for? Never mind, it's not my business." He clicked his tongue, walking quickly past her, trying to glide away like the wind. But a cold voice rang out, stopping him in his tracks. "Baek." He flinched and turned around, his eyes wide with surprise. She strode closer, her blood-red eyes locking onto him, not allowing him to escape. Her face was resolute, her voice decisive. "I have something to ask you." Baek was stunned, thinking, "What could the great Hongbian want to ask me?" He replied, his voice slightly hesitant. "What is it?" She didn't beat around the bush, directly questioning him, her eyes sharp. "Why didn't you explain the solution to that problem sooner?" Baek was aghast, his mind a jumble. He didn't explain, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. How could one explain a joke with logic? The purple-gray-haired young man thought to himself. The white-haired girl had clearly misunderstood. He simply had nothing to say. Hongbian's fiery red eyes narrowed slightly, then widened. She nodded, as if she had found the answer herself. "I understand," she said, her voice firm. The white-haired girl looked straight at him, her gaze piercing. "You didn't want to reveal the solution in front of everyone, did you?" she questioned, confident in her deduction. Baek flinched, his drowsy yellow eyes wide. "Huh? That's not it," he stammered, but the words caught in his throat. Hongbian's gaze was resolute. "Then, I will give you something in return." Her words rang out, full of mystery, making Baek even more bewildered. "What?" Baek asked again. The white-haired girl didn't flinch, continuing, "I will compensate you fairly if you show me what's going on in your head." Her words were like a declaration, direct and bold, making the atmosphere tense. Baek was stunned, his face drained of color. "What?" he screamed in his mind, feeling an invisible threat looming. The space shifted, warm yellow lights illuminating towering bookshelves. An ancient library, where knowledge condensed, now became the setting for a strange dialogue. They both sat opposite each other at a large wooden table amidst silent stacks of books. Hong Bian remained calm, while Baek Yusail seemed tense. On the table was an old piece of paper covered in incomprehensible handwriting. That was probably the solution Hong Bian was looking for. Baek Yusail still didn't understand. "Why do you want to pay to see the solution to a trivial placement test?" she replied concisely. "I have my reasons. Just tell me what you know." He reluctantly agreed. He pointed at the paper. "But you only got these 3 questions wrong. Aren't you ashamed to ask someone who got the whole test wrong for help?" His eyes were full of confusion, as if trying to probe her. The white-haired girl replied bluntly, "No, it's more shameful to be wrong and still not find the solution." Her voice was firm, without hesitation, showing strong will. "I am willing to do anything to find the correct solution," Hong Bian declared. Baek Yusail looked at her, thinking to himself, "Sounds like a model student." The white-haired girl turned her face away, her blood-red eyes hiding a question. "But why are you asking me?" Baek Yusail was bewildered, looking at the proud princess, wondering, "You're a princess. You must have many friends." She replied to him, beginning to explain. Hong Bian revealed a shocking truth. Among 1,141 first-year students, only 3 people, including you, correctly solved all 3 devilish questions. The purple-gray-haired young man was aghast, his eyes wide, unable to believe his ears. "What? What are you talking about?" the princess continued, her tone full of hidden meaning. "Those were originally trick questions that couldn't be solved, but you, Ma Yusong, and Flame solved them." Hong Bian frowned slightly, saying that it also gave her a headache. Baek Yusail trembled, hastily asking, "Wait a minute." He shot up, his eyes wide with surprise. "These are trick questions? They're not meant to be solved?" The white-haired girl calmly asked back, "That's right, didn't you know?" Baek Yusail slumped back into his chair, muttering, "This is insane." Then he suddenly understood why he was pushed into Class S. A thought flashed through his mind. "I also understand why Flame is wary of me," Hong Bian explained, her red eyes looking into the distance. "I don't know the details of this world. I had no idea there were trick questions. But Flame is different." Her voice lowered, as if telling a secret. "Because she read the original novel, even if it wasn't the game version," she continued, asserting that Flame understands the plot and most of the background, including knowing about trick questions like these. Baek Yusail gritted his teeth, realizing the problem. And now there's an additional character who wasn't in the original story. So Flame can't help but be wary of Baek Yusail's existence. Damn it. So that's why she was so suspicious of me. Baek Yusail thought to himself. Hong Bian remarked that he wasn't happy, and he quickly replied, "Don't worry." Baek Yusail's pale yellow eyes were full of thought, reflecting worry and confusion at the truths just revealed. Hong Bian looked straight at him, reminding him in a firm voice, "Don't forget, you agreed to help me with something related to these questions." He replied, "I won't forget." The purple-gray-haired young man made a cold request. "My request is very simple. Turn my staff into a magic sword." The white-haired girl was startled, her crimson eyes flashing with confusion. This isn't difficult for a royal blacksmith, but cold weapons are only used by low-level mercenaries. Why would a mage like you need one? He shrugged, his expression indifferent. "Ah, that's just what I like." A curt answer, yet it implied much. A thought flashed through his mind. No need to explain that he couldn't use magic. "So, can you fix it for me, or not?" The white-haired young woman looked directly at him, her deep red eyes filled with a heavy silence. Finally, she nodded. "All right, this is simple enough." A faint smile appeared on the purple-gray-haired young man's lips. "Good." She gently touched a piece of paper, beginning to explain. "All right, I'll explain the approach to solving this problem." The purple-gray-haired young man smiled, pointing at the paper. "It's all just a change in perspective." The white-haired girl looked up, her red eyes wide. "A change in perspective?" he affirmed. Exactly. Hong Bian's fatal flaw was her lack of creativity in using magic and her textbook-like, rigid fighting style. She would realize this in her second year, but by then, she would have already faced a crushing defeat at Flame's hands. The purple-gray-haired young man told himself that he couldn't make her realize it right now, but he could offer some sound advice. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind, forming a bold plan. "Let's begin." He looked directly at her, a cryptic smile on his face. "Do you know what a pun is?" The white-haired girl looked at him, her red eyes blinking, her expression full of confusion and bewilderment. She tilted her head, trying to search her memory. "A pun? I think I've heard of it." He began to explain, posing a tricky riddle. "Let me give you an example. What kind of tree can fit in the palm of your hand?" The white-haired girl thought in silence, then hesitantly offered an answer. "A small tree? Wrong." Baek Yusail chuckled. "The answer is a palm tree," she asked, in surprise. Why? Because it fits right in the palm of your hand. He grinned triumphantly, while the white-haired girl froze, a chill running down her spine. A surge of killing intent erupted. Hong Bian's crimson eyes glared at him, making Baek Yusail quickly try to appease her. Hey, don't look at me like that. He forced a smile, trying to divert her attention. All right, calm down. Let's take a closer look at this problem. He pointed to a stack of documents filled with strange formulas and spells. This problem contains things you don't know. You must solve it with creativity. The white-haired girl looked up at him, her red eyes reflecting doubt. But how can creativity be memorized? Her gaze was profound, as if she was trying to grasp something beyond her reach. No, Baek Yusail replied decisively, breaking the silence. He smiled faintly, his languid yellow eyes hiding a sharp glint. Hong Bian lowered her head, lost in thought. Knowing many spells and formulas is very important. He looked at her, his voice deepening. But the most important thing for a mage is the ability to see the world beyond the limits of one's own thoughts. Even the smallest change can make magic evolve. He looked directly at her, his gaze serious. But you only think about everything literally. Magic isn't just about memorizing and casting, he said, while the white-haired girl listened silently, her red eyes still pensive. Baek Yusail continued, your analytical thinking and judgment might be superior to mine. He looked straight at her, his expression serious. But you lack creativity, something paramount for a mage. His words were like a knife cutting into the white-haired girl's heart, making her lower her head, her crimson eyes hiding a deep sorrow. Beneath her academy uniform, her hands clenched the hem of her clothes, her knuckles white. An anger, or perhaps disappointment, was surging within her. An invisible pressure enveloped Hong Bian, making her seem to sink into thought. Perhaps Baek Yusail's words had touched a deep-seated weakness. Baek Yusail flinched slightly, taking a step back. Oops, she looks really serious, he muttered, a little flustered by her reaction. He scratched his head, trying to ease the atmosphere. I know I use a lot of confusing words, but you get my point, right? His tone was somewhat hesitant. Hong Bian lifted her head, her crimson eyes suddenly flashing with a spark. Of course, she replied curtly, a faint smile fleeting across her lips. This time, it was Baek Yusail's turn to be utterly surprised. That's unexpected, because even I don't know what I'm saying anymore, he exclaimed, his face incredulous. The tense atmosphere dissipated, replaced by relief. Glad you understood. Well then, let's begin, he said, preparing for something new. Unexpectedly, Baek Yusail posed a riddle. What two keys can't open any doors? Hong Bian was startled, her red eyes wide with confusion. The white-haired girl lowered her head, her finger gently touching her chin, trying to think. The seemingly simple riddle made her rack her brain. I don't know, she confessed honestly. Baek Yusail smiled triumphantly. The answer is a monkey and a donkey. A mischievous pun. He continued, why is 6 afraid? Hong Bian still shook her head. I don't know, because 7, 8, 9. He explained, his face full of amusement. Do you know why rock can't beat paper? He asked again. The white-haired girl remained silent, her red eyes still full of doubt. I don't know. Baek Yusail burst out laughing, making a scissor gesture with 2 fingers. It turns out rock just can't cut it. Get it? He was triumphant over his pun. He laughed triumphantly. But the white-haired girl trembled, her bloodshot red eyes on the verge of exploding. The atmosphere was taut. Hong Bian Adelevet's anger surged, her lips pressed tightly together, her whole body trembling slightly. Her crimson eyes suddenly blazed, cold and full of fury. She was so angry her whole body seemed to want to ignite. Baek Yusail looked at her, his smile crooked. Oh dear, she's about to explode, he thought to himself. A mix of worry and amusement. The white-haired girl gritted her teeth, trying to restrain herself. So, what grade does a seagull get? The unexpected question burst out. The purple-gray-haired young man smiled brightly, as if soaring over the blue sea. Come on, what grade does a seagull get? He urged. Hong Bian Adelevet was silent, her red eyes fixed on the void, trying to find the answer to the tricky riddle. Baek Yusail kept urging, tapping lightly on the table. Hurry up, please. He wanted her to understand quickly. Suddenly, a spark flashed in her eyes. Is it a C grade? Her voice whispered, full of surprise. Baek Yusail was stunned, his yellow eyes wide. Huh? He hadn't expected her to solve this pun. The white-haired girl subtly turned her face away, a little shy. Yes, that's right. A faint smile flickered. In that moment, Hong Bian Adelevet broke into a radiant smile, her red eyes sparkling like rubies. Baek Yusail was astonished, his heart skipping a beat. It's the first time I've seen her smile, both in-game and in real life, he thought to himself. He gently rested his chin, his eyes full of admiration. As expected of a princess, your creativity is truly extraordinary. The white-haired girl cleared her throat softly, regaining her composure. All right, let's move on to the next problem. The pun game was over. He was still basking in the euphoria of victory, a triumphant smile on his lips as he prepared to unleash his next move. All right, try this one. Time passed, the night sky sparkling like magical stars, signaling a transition. Under the violet sunset, the Academy's ancient towers stood tall, with a sparse flow of people passing through the streets. With heavy steps, Yahello departed, his solitary figure cast upon the cold stone. His face clearly showed fatigue, his languid yellow eyes and dark circles betraying the mental battle he had just fought. He was exhausted. A sigh escaped him. Finally, I've been punning with Hong Bayan for 3 whole hours, he lamented to himself, his voice full of helplessness. He hadn't expected her to blindly believe his words. It's all about creativity, not formulas or spells. Shame and guilt surged within him. A soft groan escaped him, his eyes full of melancholy. His conscience was gnawing at him. Hong Bayan, a talented mage with sharp intellect, yet she had a fatal flaw, an inability to think outside the box, always constrained by patterns. I can't believe I exploited her weakness like that. He walked on, his heart heavy. Even though she was the antagonist, he still felt a bit guilty, but he needed to quickly upgrade Terraphon into a magic sword to expand his capabilities. All right, what's done is done, he told himself, trying to push away the guilt. He decided not to dwell on it further. Now was the time to quickly buy the necessary books for class. Wandering step by step, he looked around everywhere. Is it around here? I don't remember very well. Yahello searched confusedly. His eyes suddenly widened, a flash of surprise crossing them. He had discovered something. Finally, he found the place he needed. An old house appeared before his eyes, and he let out a soft sigh of relief. I found it. An old house, shrouded in night, its dim lights revealing a solemn atmosphere. Inside, dusty bookshelves covered in cobwebs, as if time itself had stopped. Yahello stepped in, his eyes scanning the desolation. This place is really run down, he muttered to himself. But he knew the secret hidden within. A cloaked figure was dozing off at a table, appearing absent-minded. This bookstore owner had a strange habit, pretending to sleep to secretly observe everyone. And in this old bookstore, a treasure lay dormant. It was the notebook of Maya, a brilliant former student of Stella Academy 10 years ago. In the game, everything could be fast-forwarded with a single button. But real life was completely different. He needed textbooks, and each one offered different benefits for his grades. Initially, he only looked for books in large stores. But then he realized that the real treasures were hidden in small, lesser-known bookstores. With Mayella's notebook, the magic technology class would be a piece of cake, perfect scores within reach. He scanned the shelves. His eyes gleamed with determination. He had to find it, the thing that would change everything. And then, his gaze stopped. Here it is, he exclaimed, having found his target. His hand reached out, slowly touching the spine of the book. Suddenly, another hand reached out, lightly touching his. He flinched, turning his head in surprise. Huh? Before him was Morph, the light blue-haired girl, her purple eyes looking back at him in confusion. Morph asked in surprise if he knew her. Yahello replied that she was quite famous. Suddenly remembered that he was Yahello, whom she had met during a supplementary review session. He was stunned. Did not remember their fated encounter before enrollment? Remarked that his debate was interesting, but it was a pity he didn't explain it thoroughly. Yahello secretly thought that she hadn't answered everything correctly either. The girl politely said goodbye and turned to leave, leaving Yahello alone among the old books. He quickly reached out, swiftly pulling a book from the shelf just as disappeared from view. Holding the book firmly, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, she hadn't noticed it. But another question arose in his mind. Why was Morph here? The old book, priced at 78,000 dong, was a testament to the modesty of this bookstore. Sighed deeply, then reached out again, choosing another book from the shelf. Observing her actions, Yahello suddenly understood the situation. This bookstore only sold old books. Few people visited unless they were dirt poor like him. For who had lost everything due to her family's downfall, this was probably her only option. Moreover, her father was likely murdered by dark mages, a tragic calamity. He felt pity for her. A duchess's daughter now had to flip through old books, deliberating over each price because she couldn't afford new ones. In the original story, Isel's fate was tragic. But in this world, with Flame as the protagonist, she would die even earlier than in the novel. How cruel. Perhaps Isel is the most unfortunate character in this game. A caption from the previous image. The light blue-haired girl still stood there, her deep purple eyes filled with sadness, like a wilting flower in the ancient library. Suddenly, a thick stack of books was plopped onto the counter with a dry thud. A nimble hand swept over them, as if wanting to claim all this ancient knowledge. A brown-haired young man with a smug smile boldly declared, "I'll take all of these." The light blue-haired girl stood beside him, her purple eyes wide with surprise. The cloaked bookstore owner could only stammer in agreement. He turned his head, his golden eyes sparkling as if harboring some scheme. A confident smirk played on his lips, as if everything was within his grasp. Seeing this, the light blue-haired girl subtly frowned. Her deep purple eyes no longer showed weariness, but rather annoyance, even a hint of disdain. The brown-haired young man asked her in surprise. "What's wrong?" she replied, her tone full of hidden meaning. "Oh, nothing. You've chosen some." Some very interesting subjects to study. The brown-haired young man forced a smile. He secretly thought, I bet she was about to say something insulting. He felt a bit annoyed. Isel asked directly, "Which subjects?" The brown-haired young man pointed to the stack of books. "All of them. But why are you studying things like advanced sealing theory?" The light blue-haired girl explained, her tone calm. "Sealing magic is an ancient art, but it's almost obsolete now, with the development of alchemy and magic technology today." The brown-haired young man nodded. This? It's indeed a subject with little prospect." Isel looked at him, her eyes sharp. "So you know that too." The light blue-haired girl turned away, her deep purple eyes flashing with strange resolve. "That's why I chose it." A decisive statement, harboring an unyielding determination no one could fathom. The brown-haired young man was dumbfounded, his eyes wide with surprise. Huh? He couldn't believe his ears. Isel's answer seemed to be beyond all his expectation. He gave a smug smile, explaining, "Everyone thinks that. So, it's actually easier to get high grades." A coldly pragmatic argument. "Well, I'm leaving now," the brown-haired young man said, then turned and walked away, leaving Isel standing there with a bewildered expression. She seemed unable to fully process what had just happened. As Isel said, very few students chose to study sealing theory, but precisely because of that, the brown-haired young man believed he could achieve high grades more easily, with less effort than in other subjects. He left, satisfied, clutching the stack of books, a triumphant smile still on his lips. For him, this many books was enough for the semester. Behind him, the light blue-haired girl still stood there, her eyes thoughtfully following his retreating figure. The light blue-haired girl still stood there, her eyes thoughtfully following the retreating figure of the young man, a fleeting thought crossing her purple eyes. The next day, bright morning sunlight shone upon the academy's ancient architecture, signaling the start of a new school day. Isel walked down the hallway, carrying a book, preparing for her first class on void studies. She told herself that this subject was known for being easy to get high grades in, so she probably wouldn't need to worry too much. A thought as simple as it was naive. However, upon entering the classroom, the sight before her stunned her. The room was packed, not a single empty seat remaining. Two brown-haired female students chatted. "You're taking this class too? I thought it would be an easy grade. But turns out everyone thought so. All the top students are already here." Isel sat down, a wave of disappointment washing over her. "Oh, this is truly a disaster," she mumbled. Nevertheless, the light blue-haired girl maintained her composure. "All right then, I'll just have to try harder another subject." Time passed quickly, and the dismissal bell rang. Students poured out. A brown-haired male student groaned, "I'm so hungry." A friend asked, "What should we eat now?" Isel walked past, thinking she would check the cafeteria to see what was available. She sighed deeply. If all the classes she registered for were this crowded, winning a scholarship would be exponentially harder. Suddenly, Isel's stomach let out an embarrassing growl, breaking her train of thought. She took out her phone, deciding, I should eat first. Checking her remaining meal tickets, Isel frowned. Only 60 tickets left for the entire semester. Well, I'll just buy some bread for today. As she walked, Isel suddenly stopped, her purple eyes wide, peeking through a crack in the door. In the distance, two male students were talking. The brown-haired young man suddenly pointed in Isel's direction, exclaiming, "Bek Yusio." Isel's purple eyes remained fixed on the crack in the door, a big question forming in her mind. What is he doing there? Suddenly, she realized it was the Moon God Studies class, where Professor Raiden was standing at the podium. Looking around the class, she saw a scattering of weary faces, their grades likely only average. With such a small number of students, it was strange that the class hadn't been canceled yet. A thought suddenly flashed in her mind, like a guiding light. If she enrolled in this subject, she could easily raise her GPA without too much study effort. Her free time would be used to focus on other subjects, winning more scholarships. She clutched the book tightly, her determination evident. She fell into thought, her purple eyes gleaming with calculation. At the same time, the brown-haired young man with glasses was also wondering, Bek Yusio. Could he have known in advance that this was an easy subject? He suddenly flinched, a terrifying thought striking him. Could it be he had such a meticulous course registration strategy? Isel was also slightly surprised. Her purple eyes widened, confusion clearly visible. She shook her head vigorously, denying it to herself. No way. What nonsense am I thinking? It must just be a coincidence. Outside, golden sunlight stretched across the academy's ancient arches. In class, the brown-haired young man with glasses diligently took notes as the professor began his lecture. As you all know, the origin of magic originated from the white mage, the first to spread magic throughout the world, allowing humans and other races to use it. The white mage bestowed nature magic upon the elf race, her ethereal beauty seemingly merging with the light. The white mage also bestowed material magic upon the dwarves, great warriors with extraordinary strength, and elemental magic upon humanity. Afterward, the gods ascended, leaving behind a grand legacy. Professor Ryden continued his lecture, recounting the mysterious ascension of the gods, which left the world in a maelstrom of magic. In the classroom, a brown-haired male student wearing glasses secretly sighed. 3 more years of listening to these lectures? What cruel punishment! He was annoyed. Going to school at this age was insane. In games, you could just skip these parts with a single button press. The young man's gaze was distant, his mind drifting far away, showing no interest in the ongoing lecture. He told himself it was just his own speculation. But those thoughts kept lingering in his mind, constantly haunting him. Anyway, there was one thing that bothered him more than this boring lecture. He turned to look at Isel Morph, the light blue-haired girl sitting next to him. Does Isel always take this class? A question suddenly popped into the young man's head. Isel remained calm, but in the young man's mind, he couldn't recall any main character ever taking moon god studies. He shook his head, telling himself it didn't matter. But the confusion about Isel still lingered somewhere. Professor Raiden continued lecturing, but the young man's mind pondered another aspect. Humanity's curiosity didn't stop at elemental magic. Human mages traveled across the world, seizing the magic of other races, but their greed was bottomless, never satisfied. However, there was an insurmountable barrier. They couldn't learn any magic beyond that limit. The professor revealed the reason. The first mage disappeared after leaving behind the 12 moon gods, a mystery shrouded in history. Professor Raiden's gaze swept across the classroom. Does anyone here know about the 12 moon gods? The question echoed, awaiting an answer. Professor Raiden continued his lecture, asserting that each moon god possessed unique power to protect this land. For example, the summer moon god, also known as the 6th moon of crimson summer, wielded a blazing fire. That fire was rumored to be eternal, never extinguishing, like a brilliant curse from ancient time. Even now, if anyone is brave enough to venture into the Alamanca deep sea, they can still witness the remnants of those crimson flames. Professor Raiden smiled, suggesting students could explore it themselves if interested. But in the brown-haired young man's head, a skeptical question echoed. Are you kidding? The professor continued, explaining that the Alamanca deep sea was an absolute forbidden zone, where the Sea King Alamanca reigned and would destroy any trespasser. Then he moved on to the Levian coast, where a colossal whirlpool had been permanently frozen by the 12th moon of azure winter. In summary, the moon gods all possessed special abilities, and it was rumored that when all the guardian gods gathered, something extremely special would happen. A blonde-haired male student couldn't contain his curiosity and hastily asked, "What exactly will happen, Professor?" Professor Raiden merely shook his head, offering a mysterious reply. No one knows. Since the guardian gods fell into a 1,000-year slumber, they had never gathered. The brown-haired young man secretly nodded. He's right. In the game world, he had encountered a few moon gods, but only found 5 through limited events. Magical light enveloped the swordsman's silhouette. He had to grind relentlessly, piecing together information from countless other players to collect the 5, and absolutely no one had surpassed that number. If his hunch was correct, the 12 moon gods were the key to the true ending. For the past 10 years, no one had reached it, so the answer must lie in the unlocked content. He recalled that to collect those 5 moon gods, he had to experience countless near-death situations in the game. He told himself that if he wanted to reach the true ending, he had to keep searching. He couldn't give up. There was no other way, only forward. A fiery magical explosion tore through space. In his memory, Professor Hongiel stood in the courtyard, her sharp gaze fixed on the students. Unleashing powerful magic isn't everything. She raised her hand, and mana flared. No matter how impressive the magic, precision is still the key factor. If it doesn't hit the target, it's all meaningless. Her words echoed as a student cast a fire spell, aiming at a dummy. The flames erupted, but the target remained standing. Hongiel's crimson eyes flashed, full of sternness. Without another word, she swung her hand, and a blinding beam of light shot straight towards the dummy with terrifying power. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, engulfing the dummy in a sea of fire and smoke. Amidst the scene of destruction, she still stood there, her white hair fluttering in the wind. her expression strangely calm. Her gaze once again became profound, as if she was seeing through something invisible. The dummy was now just a charred shadow, gradually dissipating into the air. Each fragment of the dummy vanished, like a reminder of magic's destructive power. The students behind whispered amongst themselves, their murmurs filled with astonishment and fear. She sighed softly, her eyes showing a hint of disappointment. What a pity. Then she turned and walked away, leaving behind the gazes that followed her. A name echoed in his mind. Hongbian. After the failed magic demonstration, Hongbian stood silently amidst the remnants of the firelight, her long white hair like a stream, her crimson eyes filled with unspeakable sorrow. She sat alone on a long stone bench in the empty corridor, magical embers still lingering around her feet, as if disappointment was burning within her. Her face was clouded with melancholy, her red eyes dim with fatigue. I've disappointed Mother again, her inner voice whispered, heavy with sorrow. Her hand clenched, a feeling of helplessness welling up. Mother must be so disappointed. Suddenly, a warm hand gently touched her, an unexpected approach. Hongbian looked up, her eyes surprised. A gentle voice rang out, Your Highness. Before her was a radiant, red-haired young woman, her golden eyes sparkling with a friendly smile, standing there like a ray of sunshine, dispelling the darkness. The red-haired girl smiled brightly, asking with concern, Are you all right? The two young women sat side by side on the stone bench, one still lingering in sadness, the other exuding warmth and empathy. You are truly amazing, Your Highness, the red-haired girl said sincerely. Hongbian was surprised. What do you mean? You use the same type of magic as me, but your power is much stronger, the red-haired girl explained. Hongbian sighed. So what? I couldn't even hit the target. The red-haired girl didn't falter, flashing a bright smile. But your magic itself is already incredible. You are truly extraordinary. The red-haired girl leaned closer and whispered. Actually, I've heard about you since I was little. The narration chimed in. Come to think of it, this girl is also a fire elemental maid. I believe her name is Arshwan. The narration continued. Hongbian nodded. I've heard of her. An image of Arshwan appeared, standing amidst a blazing circle of magical fire, confident and powerful. The narration affirmed. She is said to be a genius fire elemental maid. Hongbian still maintained her self-deprecating attitude. Even so, I still find it quite weak compared to my magic. Arshwan replied. Well, you're lucky to have high precision. Arshwan continued to encourage her, believing that with a little more training, the white-haired mage would easily surpass her skills. Arshwan's eyes sparkled with conviction, as if wanting to instill more strength in her disheartened friend. That's all nonsense, Hongbian pouted slightly, but deep within her crimson eyes, there was still a hint of wavering. She stood up, her slender figure suddenly appearing taller, as if trying to shake off an invisible burden. Nevertheless, she couldn't deny it. This conversation had somewhat eased the disappointment in her heart. A small acknowledgement, but enough to feel the warmth Arshwan brought. A curt farewell. Then Hongbian turned and walked away, her footsteps echoing in the silent space. Her silhouette gradually faded, leaving Arshwan sitting there, alone with her thoughts. Arshwan silently watched Hongbian's retreating back until she completely disappeared from sight. A fleeting thought crossed the red-haired girl's face, whether it was regret or some premonition. Arshwan's face clearly showed contemplation. Her golden eyes gazed into the distance, as if trying to understand something hidden deep within the white-haired mage's soul. Dusk fell, painting the sky crimson above the ancient academy. The towering spires and solemn brown-tiled roofs stood as witnesses to countless ongoing stories. A dry clack echoed, breaking the silence. Perhaps it was the sound of a door closing or something being set down, signaling a return or a new beginning. Hongbian returned, looking tired and heavy-hearted. She let out a soft sigh. A tiny sound, yet containing a sky full of worries and disappointment after the less-than-smooth lesson. A warm, deep voice rang out, addressing her as Your Highness. Hongbian looked up, her crimson eyes still tinged with sadness, but now mixed with a hint of surprise. In the luxurious room, a woman with low-tied brown hair stood perfectly straight, her demeanor professional. She was Yeterin, Hongbian's close bodyguard. Yeterin bowed, her voice calm. Welcome back, Your Highness. The loyal bodyguard, Yeterin, was always ready to serve and protect her master. A warm cup of tea and ginseng candy were placed on the table, Yeterin said kindly. Hongbian nodded her thanks, reaching out to take them, a small gesture showing the trust between master and servant. After Hongbian had settled down, Yeterin began her report. She mentioned Her Highness's request to upgrade her magic staff, an important matter that needed to be addressed. Yeterin revealed that the staff was of extraordinary quality, with the potential to become a top-tier magic sword. Hongbian was surprised, her eyes wide, seemingly unable to believe what she had just heard. Bodyguard Yeterin continued her report. But something strange about the staff puzzled her. Hong Biang nibbled on the candy, her crimson eyes fixed on her, awaiting an explanation. Bodyguard Yeterin was pensive, as if weighing every word. She was about to reveal a shocking secret about the magic staff, making the atmosphere in the room tense. That staff constantly drains the user's mana, Yeterin said, her voice dropping. Hong Bian was stunned, her crimson eyes wide open, unable to believe her ears. What? Isn't that dark magic? Hong Bian exclaimed. Yeterin shook her head. Not exactly. It continuously resonates with natural energy. Absurd. Hong Bian hissed softly, clenching her hands. How could an item both drain its owner's mana and resonate with natural energy? She was completely bewildered. Then why is such a useless staff ranked as high intermediate? Hong Bian turned and asked. Yeterin replied. Precisely for that reason, it's only high intermediate. What do you mean? Hong Bian asked. Yeterin explained. Initially, it deserved to be a high-grade staff due to its ability to enhance the user's magical power. But it was downgraded to high intermediate because mana is drained every time it's held, Yeterin said. Hong Bian sprang up, astonished. High grade? The staff's blue light seemed to confirm it. How can a student control something like that? Hong Bian wondered. Yeterin also nodded in agreement. I'm wondering the same thing. Hong Bian clutched her head, looking tired. Even if it doesn't resonate, I wouldn't use that staff. It needs an enormous amount of mana, or none at all. She sighed, giving up. Whatever, that doesn't concern me. Hong Bian waved her hand. That commoner will deal with it himself. She feigned indifference, leaving everything to him. She took a sip of hot tea, her crimson eyes gazing into the distance. Despite her indifferent words, the story of the staff was far from over in Hong Bian's mind. The brilliant sunset streamed through the window. Hong Bian whispered softly. Anyway, he truly is strange in many ways. Someone's figure appeared in her mind. Time passed. The sky was a clear, deep blue, signaling the start of a new day. The dazzling sunlight dispelled all gloom, revealing a peaceful scene. A few days after the official start of the semester, Professor Raiden stood on the podium, passionately imparting knowledge to the students. A new chapter of the story was unfolding. In the Mana Trajectory class, Baek Yuseol pondered deeply. Offensive magic required more sophistication than any other type of magic. Professor Kalame, the master of Mana Trajectory, stood before the blackboard and declared, for that reason, all of you must attend this class. The light blue-haired female student sat upright, listening to the teacher's words. From today, they would focus on shooting skills and target acquisition for individual combat. The dry sound of chalk scraping the blackboard, complex formulas gradually appeared under the professor's hand, preparing for the upcoming challenge. First, solve this trajectory problem. Professor Kalime pointed to the board, where a thorny problem appeared. Calculate the trajectory of water magic to hit a moving target. The entire classroom fell into an eerie silence. The problem was so difficult that no student dared to speak. Only faint whispers could be heard. Why water magic? A gray-haired male student whispered. Only those specializing in water element can solve this problem. The whole class buzzed with discussion. Baek Yuseol yawned, looking bored. He thought the professor was deliberately making it difficult, and this lesson was truly too tedious. Suddenly, a shadow loomed. Professor Kalame stood towering behind him, startling Baek Yuseol. Why is this class even harder than Korean? Seriously, he muttered. Baek Yuseol, come up and solve this problem, Professor Kalame ordered. Yes, Professor, Baek Yuseol replied, but secretly cursed. Damn it, I'm caught. Just a moment later, Baek Yuseol stood before the blackboard, quickly completing the solution. I'm done, he said, his expression calm. Professor Kalame stood speechless, his face showing extreme astonishment. He couldn't believe his eyes. Very good. You solved it too easily, Professor Kalame exclaimed, stunned by how Baek Yuseol simplified the Righty-Hibok equation. Are you specialized in water magic? Professor Kalame asked, his gaze probing. No, Professor, Baek Yuseol replied curtly. The light blue-haired female student silently watched Baek Yuseol. Professor Kalame then assigned more homework. Still somewhat bewildered by his talent, students poured out of the classroom like a disturbed beehive. A light brown-haired male student stood at the door, his eyes darting around in search. He called back a hurrying figure. Excuse me. His tone was a bit cold, but full of purpose. The light blue-haired girl startled and turned around, her violet eyes showing a hint of surprise. Huh? She looked straight at him, her expression serious and determined. I have something to ask you. The light brown-haired male student tilted his head slightly, his golden eyes sparkling with curiosity mixed with a bit of confusion. The light blue-haired girl asked again, her tone a bit confused. What do you want to ask me? In her mind, Baek Yuseol's image appeared clearly. After observing Baek Yuseol, I realized something. Regardless of his grades, he is very intelligent, even smarter than most of the top students here. The thought echoed in her head. Memories of Baek Yuseol standing before the blackboard, calmly declaring, "I'm done." She couldn't believe her eyes. An indescribable feeling surged within her. No way. The way he solved that problem was almost at a university level, if not professorial. Her inner thoughts were filled with astonishment. The light blue-haired girl clenched her hands, her gaze firm. Stella Academy has many geniuses, but Baek Yuseol is a different case. At first I thought it couldn't be true, but now I believe it. He must have a special strategy for choosing his courses. She was determined, her eyes burning with curiosity. In that case, which class will he take next? I'll extract that information from him. The light brown-haired male student blinked, confused. Why do you care? Are you interested in me? The light blue-haired girl immediately retorted. What are you talking about? I feel insulted. I'm the one who should feel insulted. The light brown-haired young man wondered why he was arguing with her, then frowned and asked her purpose in return. The light blue-haired girl didn't beat around the bush, frankly stating that she had investigated his class schedule. It's all easy courses, just to boost grades. She continued to press him, directly asking where he learned this loophole strategy, because to her, this was an extremely serious matter. The light brown-haired young man gave a forced laugh, denying all accusations, saying it was just a coincidence and there was no strategy involved. He intended to turn and leave, astonishing the light blue-haired girl. What? She exclaimed, unable to believe her eyes. The light brown-haired young man strode away, leaving her behind. The girl quickly called after him, trying to hold him back. Her eyes showed a hint of confusion, mixed with disappointment, as he simply walked away. She stood motionless, seemingly trying to sort out the chaotic thoughts in her head. Suddenly, the light brown-haired young man stopped, turning his head to look at her with a puzzled expression. She hurried after him, panting. He turned back, annoyed, asking why she kept following him, then advised her to find someone else to ask about strategies. The light blue-haired girl retorted, her voice a little breathless. You already told me to investigate your class schedule. Why don't you follow it yourself? He explained that everyone got high scores in moon god studies, but if she followed his other courses, his grades might be affected. The light brown-haired young man secretly thought this girl really needs a scholarship, yet she's worried about someone else's grades. He clicked his tongue, thinking that even though she was a bit difficult, ultimately, she was still the female lead of this story. She suddenly put on a cute expression, begging him to recommend an easy A course. He looked at her and asked directly, "Do you think that will work on me?" She maintained her cute demeanor, confident that her cuteness could make him drop his guard, but he only felt a shiver, wondering if she was being sincere. She laughed, saying she was just kidding, then revealed she had prepared a contingency gift. He immediately asked if it was compensation. He sighed, secretly lamenting how pragmatic kids were nowadays, only knowing how to demand compensation. Suddenly, she changed the subject, asking him about the secret of the Phantom of the Seventh Tower. He flinched, astonished. He quickly replied that of course he knew. She seemed surprised, saying that only a few people knew about this. She continued, explaining that the tower was now just a desolate ruin. The area around the tower was sealed off by a barrier. No one could enter, but she continued to tell, as if she knew something special. He abruptly cut her off, asking her to stop. She looked up, her eyes puzzled. He clutched his head, his face panicked, secretly thinking this was insane. He realized this was extremely valuable information that could change the situation. With this information, the female lead Flame could easily increase her favorability with the male lead she chose. That meant, if Flame knew, then Isel, the novel's protagonist, must also know. And Isel should convey this information to the male lead, not a supporting character like him. He suddenly changed his tone, brushing it off, saying he didn't want to hear this boring ghost story. She scoffed, teasing him for being a coward, then decided to tell him for free anyway. He asked, confused, why she changed her mind so quickly. She just shrugged, replying curtly, "I felt like telling you." The light brown-haired young man looked at her, his golden eyes narrowing slightly, seemingly contemplating something. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, mentioning a name. The light blue-haired young woman tilted her head slightly, clutching the book. She replied that Isel's genuine desire to give a gift was already enough. No further compensation was needed. The light brown-haired male student turned around, saying that this advice wasn't related to grades, but would definitely be useful. He suggested she try the elective course meditation Into the Abyss. The light blue-haired young woman frowned. The meditation course sounded superfluous. She wondered, from moon god studies to meditation, was he leaning towards spirituality? He quickly denied it. He gave a puzzled smile, scratching his chin. The light brown-haired young man began to explain that his mentor was also a bishop like her, and he had increased his magical power manyfold through meditation. The violet-eyed young woman asked again, surprised, just by meditating? He affirmed it confidently. A magnificent scene appeared. A black-robed bishop stood amidst fiery magic circles, although this world didn't know it yet. For bishops, those who unleash widespread destructive magic, meditation was the key factor. The image of a bishop in a meditative pose, light bursting around their body, emphasized its importance. To cast precise spells, understanding formulas and equations was important. But true power came from a heart that knew how to harness mana. A glowing heart, symbolizing the source of magical energy. The light blue-haired girl said that normally she wouldn't share this information with anyone, but because he was cute, she made an exception. He was surprised, repeating her earlier words that he wasn't cute. She just smiled mysteriously, saying nothing more, her purple eyes sparkling as if they held an entire starry sky. The light brown-haired boy sighed, saying that even though he learned nothing related to scores, he still thanked her and would try that course. She replied indifferently, "Suit yourself." The light blue-haired girl gave a slight bow, a polite yet mischievous gesture. Then she quickly left, leaving the light brown-haired boy standing there, his golden eyes following her retreating figure. He mused to himself that he had shared information with her, but thinking about how this could change the future was indeed a bit frightening. A vague worry appeared in his eye. The light brown-haired boy remained lost in thought, the image of Isle appearing in his mind, enveloped by a brilliant red glow. He knew that if he abandoned her just out of fear, she would face a tragic end again, even in this lifetime. A faint smile flickered across his lips. He could only hope that the meditation method he had taught would truly help the girl. Suddenly, a thought flashed, making the boy's golden eyes widen in surprise. He had overlooked something very important. Wait a minute, he told himself. I'm a mage too. A big question popped into his mind. Why had he never thought of training himself? He recalled that in the game, Baek Yuseol had continuously improved his physique, training himself to awaken the Manhwa constitution and become extraordinarily powerful. In the game, I just needed to press a button to get experience, he muttered. But now, he could train himself. There had been no new quests or monsters recently, so he hadn't gained any experience. A triumphant smile appeared. He realized he owed Isle a thank you. She had inadvertently suggested a new path for him. Stepping into the spacious dorm room, he was still surprised. The room was empty, with only him inside. At Stella Academy, all students had to live in dorms. As night fell, the windows sparkled with lights, like watchful eyes. For gamers, dorms were just a room design feature. But for Baek Yuseol, a character whose homeland was destroyed by fire, this room was his true home. The dorm system was also tiered by class rank. Although room sizes were the same, the number of occupants depended on their rank. Each of his bare footsteps carried a sense of tranquility. Naturally, S-class students got private rooms on the top floor. Initially, he felt a bit lonely, but today he saw the benefit of it. A soft sigh escaped him. He was ready for a new beginning. He sat cross-legged on the floor, closing his eyes. Well then, let's begin. A silent determination echoed in his mind. These weren't just statistics. He was living in this world, and he needed to adapt, training his body accordingly. In the virtual world, Baek Yuseol was a genius who had awakened his full sword aura, thanks to his unique Manhwa constitution physique. He controlled that power instinctively. The mana within him continuously circulated and then erupted, propelling him to the pinnacle of swordsmanship, becoming the world's first swordmaster. Though few knew it, it was an undeniable truth. The light brown-haired boy meditated, surrounded by a golden light. He knew he had to walk the path that his other self had once traversed to reach that peak. He focused on regulating his breathing, feeling the flow of mana in his body. With each steady inhale and exhale, he gradually increased the mana circulation, aiming for maximum efficiency. Skills didn't just level up with experience points. They evolved through frequent use. Therefore, training was the only way to strengthen them. Time passed. The steady ticking of the clock's hands seemed to count each moment he sank deeper into meditation. Outside the window, the sky gradually changed color. Dawn broke, but the boy remained persistent, not distracted from his internal journey. The ticking echoed, and time continued to pass. He still had his eyes closed, his face calm, his breathing steady, immersed in the flow of mana. Suddenly, his golden eyes burst open. A dazzling light from within, as if shattering the night, marked the end of a phase. "This island!" he exclaimed, looking at his hands in astonishment. A brilliant golden mana enveloped them, an unprecedented surge of power flowing through him. That was the feeling Baek Yuseol had when he accepted and lived with the Manhwa constitution since childhood. Though only a small part, he had felt it. Ding! The familiar sound rang out. The Manhwa constitution skill had leveled up. Then, ding! Again, the blink skill also advanced. Amazing! A satisfied smile spread across his lips. The fruits of his perseverance had been duly rewarded. He clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. "I've taken another step forward. I will definitely find the true ending." The wind gently blew across the lush green field, carrying hope and the promise of a new journey. The adventure had only just begun. A soft step landed on the lush green grass, opening a new chapter. The wind gently swept past, bringing an oddly realistic sensation. Though a magical illusion, this grassland felt real, leaving the black-haired girl astonished. This was the Stella Dome, a subspace created by magic, hidden within the academy. A magnificent structure amidst the starry cosmos. It allowed for spatial manipulation, changing its structure at will. From sports matches, school events, to harsh practical training sessions, where dungeons, warp gates, and monsters awaited. Hundreds of students gathered, their murmurs echoing throughout the vast space. A new beginning, a promising assembly. The black-haired girl was pensive, her eyes scanning the crowd. A sense of unease crept into her mind. There are 141 students here in total, she murmured, beginning to count. A habit hard to break. Classes AI and AZ had 50 students, while S-Class had 41. But in the original storyline, S-Class only had 39 people, a suspiciously divergent detail. I thought the total would be 40, including myself. I didn't expect there to be one more student. She frowned, her confusion deepening. The image of Becusol suddenly appeared in her mind. Where did Becusol come from? This big question lingered, haunting her. The total number of first-year students was 1,140, but when she enrolled, it became 1,141. So, did Becusol already exist in the original storyline? I'll figure it out eventually. I can do this, she told herself, her eyes resolute, determined to uncover the mystery, because she was the only one in this world who held the entire original storyline. That was her advantage, and also her burden. It must be almost time for class. She walked on, carrying her thoughts and a new mission, heading forward. She was walking on the illusory grassland, lost in thought, when a voice spoke up, asking about course registration. Your Highness, have you completed your course registration? Prince Jeremy, the blonde-haired boy, smiled in reply. Of course, he and his retinue had registered for soft magic, according to her choice. He flashed a radiant smile, surrounded by a golden light like a halo, making him seem friendly and captivating. Really? Then let's do our best together. She stood from afar, observing Prince Jeremy. That dazzling exterior concealed a dark secret that only she knew well. He was Jeremy, the crown prince of the kingdom. An important character, but also a potential antagonist in the original storyline. In the original story, Jeremy was a cruel and tragic character, obsessed with Isel, and ultimately abandoned and unloved. Although he seemed friendly, she knew all of Jeremy's actions were carefully calculated. She told herself to be cautious, not to get too close to him. Jeremy turned his head, his gaze sweeping over her. Was it accidental or intentional? A smile still lingered on his lips. He waved at her, a simple gesture that exuded an irresistible charm, drawing all eyes. She sighed softly, returning the wave. He's ridiculously handsome. She understood why everyone around Jeremy was so captivated by him. Among the factions at this academy, Jeremy's faction stood out the most. He had great influence, and that made her even more cautious. She turned around, determined to always be vigilant. Living a new life in this world, she had to prepare for the future herself. Jeremy still stood there, his eyes seemingly searching for something in the crowd. Or was it just an aimless gaze? He murmured softly, his gaze stopping at a certain point. So, she's Flame. That name was the original story's female protagonist. A deep voice rang out, signaling for attention. The decisive footsteps of a long-robed teacher cut through the bustling air. Amidst the lush green grass, the long-coated teacher stood tall, announcing a short training session before official classes began. He coldly explained that the purpose was to assess each student's abilities to provide suitable lessons. If you don't like my methods, just endure it in silence. The warning rang out. The professor has the right to adjust your final exam scores, and if your scores fall below the threshold, you will be expelled. He continued to explain the training session. The training session was called Dungeon Practice, simulating anomalies, traps, and monsters from real dungeons to challenge the students. Images of glowing monsters and treasure chests appeared. The teacher explained, defeating level 1 monsters earned 4 points, and level 2 earned 8 points. He casually tossed a point stick into the air, declaring it worth 20 points, like a tempting invitation. The top 5 students would receive rewards, while those with no points or who were eliminated would have points deducted. A harsh set of rules awaited. He allowed teams to be formed if students feared elimination or being alone, but scores would be divided equally. Flame bowed her head, seemingly contemplating something. If you cause others to be eliminated, you will get all their points, he said, as a force field enveloped them. Good luck. The ground suddenly shook violently, the green grass seemingly torn apart by an invisible force. A rumbling sound echoed, and the students screamed in panic. What the hell is happening? The shaking intensified, the ground cracking and deforming beneath their feet. The ground is suddenly shaking. Giant tree trunks suddenly shot up from the ground, tearing through the space, making the students scream in terror. Flame stood stunned, her eyes wide as she watched the surrounding landscape transform. This island, the grassy field, transformed into a giant beanstalk forest, reaching sky high. Jack's beanstalk field? A new world unfolded. Giant trees stretched upwards, and vines intertwined like colossal pythons. Ethereal mist enveloped everything, creating a scene both majestic and mysterious. In the ancient forest, a group of academy students appeared in a daze. Whispers and murmurs broke the silence of the woods. Where were they? Amidst the bewildered crowd, a black-haired girl with resolute eyes walked forward. Around her, other faces were still hazy, not yet recovered from their shock. Flame raised her staff, her eyes filled with determination. "It's time for me to go," she murmured to herself, ready to face the challenges ahead. Her name echoed like a reminder. Flame stepped forward steadily, each stride imbued with confidence and unwavering resolve. A red-haired girl, Arshuan, appeared with a friendly smile. "Are you going alone for this training session?" she asked. Flame replied, "Oh, hi Jackie," Arshuan explained. "Dungeon training in a team has many benefits, but if you want a higher score, it's best to go alone." Flame listened, her expression thoughtful. "Yes, I apologize. I'll be participating alone this time," Flame replied. Arshuan wondered if she had just detected a hint of sarcasm in Flame's words. Arshuan turned and called back, "Next time, we definitely have to team up." Flame gave a slight nod, replying curtly, "Sure." Flame continued walking, leaving Arshuan behind. She focused on her task, not letting idle chatter distract her. Arshuan remained standing there, lost in thought. "Is she always imitating me?" she wondered, while other students discussed Flame going alone. Flame subtly turned her head, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. "It's probably just normal teenage behavior," she told herself, trying to dismiss unnecessary thoughts. An hour later, time passed in the mysterious forest. After an hour of fighting, Flame was exhausted. "Ugh, I'm so tired. I wonder when this training session will end," she sighed, water splashing around her feet. Suddenly, a strange sensation startled Flame. She frowned slightly, her eyes cautiously scanning her surroundings. Before she could compose herself, giant vines suddenly rose up, reaching out to surround Flame. The environment changed abruptly, signaling an impending danger. She swung her staff, and a brilliant magical shield erupted, blocking the attacking vines. The sound of impact echoed, like a challenge between nature and human will. Although she had repelled the attack, Flame still had to retreat. The vast jungle, with its colossal vines, continued to stretch, harboring countless dangers. "I guess I have to be wary of the environment, not just monsters," the girl muttered. "This academy truly lives up to its name. Even dungeon combat training is tough." 18 points. Not bad, but just one score stick would be enough to pass. She looked at the flowing water, knowing this was just the beginning of a fierce race. Without hesitation, Flame continued her journey. Each step was decisive. She needed to be faster, stronger, so as not to be left behind. Suddenly, a strange sensation made Flame stop. Her sharp eyes swept across the forest. An invisible aura was lurking. "I sensed something." The entire forest seemed to light up, a faint silhouette appearing from afar, harboring an unrevealed secret. A monster or something else? Dazzling light enveloped the figure, making everything hazy and mysterious. "No, that's a person," Flame realized. But how could a student conceal their presence so perfectly? It was suspicious. She gripped her staff, her eyes flashing with resolve. "It's fine. I'm also using natural harmony to conceal my aura." Stealthily hidden, Flame calculated. If she combined binding, destructive, defensive, and recovery abilities, a surprise attack could be effective. The other figure continued to walk carelessly, unaware of the sharp eyes watching them. Flame remained hidden, waiting for the perfect moment. But then, a flicker of confusion crossed her face. Something wasn't right. A small detail made Flame reconsider. "Is that Beck Usiol?" Flame's eyes suddenly widened, recognizing the familiar face of the purple-gray-haired young man. Beck Usiol continued to walk alone, his usual listless expression on his face. Was he also doing this training alone? Many people wanted to team up with him, but Beck Usiol refused them all, Flame thought to herself. I really can't understand what's going on in his head. The black-haired girl's sharp eyes pierced through the foliage, locking onto her target. A juicy prey had just entered her sights. He already had a score stick? Flame was surprised, but it was also a golden opportunity to snatch it. A smirk appeared. Perfect timing, she thought to herself, gripping her staff tightly. The plan was set. Now it was time to act. The black-haired girl decided to test the lone individual. Who he was, and how strong, would soon become clear. Without hesitation, Flame raised her staff. A dazzling burst of light erupted, tearing through space, heading straight for the target. The distance was only 15 meters. She believed he wouldn't have time to cast a defensive spell. A perfect preemptive strike. Mana surged around her, forming brilliant circles. The power was activated, ready for the fatal blow. Energy concentrated in her palm, her staff vibrated intensely. The black-haired girl poured all her strength into preparing the finishing blow. Light bullet. A dazzling energy bullet shot out, piercing the air, carrying an intense will to attack. The light bullet tore through the wind, but it only grazed Baek-Yuseol's shoulder, leaving a faint streak of light. He spun around incredibly fast, dodging in an unbelievable manner. His usual listless eyes now gleamed with vigilance. In a blink, he vanished. Only the afterimage of a golden light remained, as if he had never been there. What? What? Flame was stunned, her eyes wide. All her calculations were off. The purple-gray-haired young man had vanished without a trace, leaving a bewildered void in the silent forest. How is that possible? Her hand trembled, gripping her staff tightly. A feeling of helplessness and disbelief surged within her. He had dodged a Tier 2 spell at that distance. He was not someone to be underestimated. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a brilliant golden flash tore through space, and Baek-Yuseol glided like a phantom. He had just used his instant teleportation skill to escape the surprise attack. Does she want to kill me? He thought to himself, looking at the distant figure of his attacker. A light bullet from nowhere. It was fortunate that his mana leakage physique had improved. Otherwise, it would have been big trouble. The skill instant teleportation was clearly displayed. Level 1, maximum range 12 meters, can be stored 2 times, 3-second cooldown. A powerful tool for dangerous situation. Now he could use 2 teleports, enough to retaliate if he used the terrain to his advantage. But it was best to avoid combat if possible. Trouble was never a good option. Without hesitation, he continuously cast instant teleportation. Whoosh! And he was far away. Each light step touched the ground, extending the safe distance. This should be safe now, he told himself. His goal was only 5th place. There was no need to take excessive risks. Safety was paramount. The 5th objective was far from ordinary. Edelric root. A rare herb that significantly enhances physical strength and power when absorbed. The top 4 spots surely belonged to the main characters. He only needed 3 more score sticks. With steady steps, he continued his journey. Oh, look who at Island! Suddenly, his gaze stopped. A sense of unease arose as he saw a figure ahead. A decisive footstep echoed. The stranger approached, blocking his view. Baek-Yuseol stood there, score stick in hand, facing a new situation. A group of students appeared, led by a blonde-haired guy with a smirk. "Aren't you Baek-Yuseol from Class S?" he asked, his tone full of mockery. Baek-Yuseol's eyes narrowed, a thought flashing through his mind. Isn't that? He recognized the person opposite him. In the deep green forest, the group of students surrounded Baek-Yuseol. A tense atmosphere enveloped them, signaling an unavoidable confrontation. Baek-Yuseol maintained his thoughtful expression, trying to piece together fragments of his memory. Isn't that? He repeated to himself. He was Raiden, a recently notorious kid. Baek-Yuseol realized, his sharp eyes sweeping over the blonde guy's smug smile. He was a member of the Uselek faction, a minion of Prince Jeremy. In other words, a small fry in another small fry's faction. Baek-Yuseol assessed his eyes full of disdain. Baek-Yuseol frowned, his expression annoyed. Anyway, he had 3 score sticks, an astonishing number, far from ordinary. Raiden smirked. A small fry of a small fry actually managed to get quite a few. I heard he's trash, only got into Class S by luck. Got into Class S because of 3 stupid questions? Academy standards have really dropped lately, he sneered. This act is getting old. Got anything new? Baek-Yuseol maintained his cold expression, not responding. Hey, Baek-Yuseol, Raiden called out loudly. Raiden and his cronies approached, the guy arrogantly brandishing his score stick. Since we've met here, hand over your score stick. No, Baek-Yuseol replied curtly. Raiden was surprised, then sneered. Oh, are you challenging us? He laughed contemptuously, his eyes full of mockery. You really intend to face all of us alone? Raiden asked, surrounded by his lackeys. He was completely outnumbered. Baek-Yuseol pondered, gripping his score stick tightly. Is he going to use that flashy stick? I heard he can't even use magic. What should I do? Level 1 teleportation skill wasn't enough to deal with Raiden, who came from a prestigious family. It would be different if he had those shiny things. But if there was one variable to consider, it was that he was holding a score stick, and this place was a dungeon. He stared at Raiden and his group. He slowly raised the score stick, a glint flashing in his eyes. Here, Baek-Yuseol said, offering the score stick to Raiden. Raiden smirked triumphantly, reaching out to take it. That's more like it. Raiden smirked, a triumphant smile on his lips. as if everything was already within his grasp. But in an instant, a golden light flared, and Baek glided past, dodging Raiden's lightning-fast attack. Raiden was stunned. The grayish purple-haired young man had vanished, leaving only empty space. What just happened? Without hesitation, Raiden swung his pointer staff again, a golden light flashing as he continued to pursue his target. Magic power erupted. Raiden concentrated his strength, unleashing a fierce magical attack, a blue light engulfing Baek. Rage burned in Raiden's eyes. He gritted his teeth, growling, "Damn it, this filthy commoner." He frantically swung his hand, magic power surging, forming a fierce blue vortex that swept across everything. Raiden roared in fury, "You bastard, just you wait." But when his anger subsided, Baek had vanished without a trace. Raiden and his group could only stand there, dumbfounded. The blonde-haired one flinched, then a flash of realization sparked in his eyes. Impossible! Not far away, Baek had safely escaped. He let out a sigh of relief, as if a great burden had been lifted. Holding the pointer staff firmly in his hand, Baek gave a knowing smile. "This, I'll keep." Behind him, Raiden and his cronies were still shouting in pursuit. "You bastard, give it back now!" But Baek only responded with a shake of his head. The grayish purple-haired young man thoughtfully looked at the staff. He knew this item was truly very useful. It turned out that the pointer staff was a glitch item, discovered by gamers. Its durability was incredibly high, as sturdy as a magic weapon. While other mages should use magic, for Baek, who specialized in physical strength, this was a perfect weapon. He gripped the staff tightly, his gaze resolute. Raiden gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with hatred. His pointer staff had been stolen, and the thief had made a clean getaway. "What are you all still standing there for?" Raiden yelled, urging his companions to chase. He shot off like an arrow, determined not to let his prey escape. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Giant vines rose up, and magic power swirled. It turned out the dungeon had activated. Damn it! The dungeon activated at this very moment. Raiden fumed, but quickly ordered, "Everyone focus. Prepare your magic. Don't let him escape." Amidst the chaos, a figure darted swiftly. "This is my chance," Baek thought to himself, disappearing in a flash of light. "Look, Baek is escaping!" Another student shouted. He leaped over the crack, his body as light as the wind. "Stop him! Don't let him get away!" Two other students simultaneously unleashed magic, brilliant emerald energy streams hurtling forward. Baek weaved through the air, dodging the magical attacks like a dancer. He moved with astonishing speed. "These guys are stronger than I thought." Baek glided, then used his lightning-fast blink move, vanishing in a dazzling golden light. "Damn it, teleporting again? Where is he?" Raiden and his companions were bewildered. Too fast, can't keep up. But in Baek mind, he knew clearly. With years of PvP experience, this terrain is nothing. "Damn it, just one more hit!" Raiden panted. The dungeon shook once more, another student alerted. "Raiden, the dungeon is active again!" "Calm down," Raiden reassured. "He's still nearby. Wait for the terrain to stabilize, then attack as soon as you see him." Another student anxiously warned, "Be careful of magic backlash if the spell fails." Suddenly, Baek appeared, his usually languid eyes now full of vigilance. Had he heard something? A sudden magical attack hurtled towards him, but Baek managed to block it with his pointer staff, creating a deafening clash. Without hesitation, Baek counterattacked. The pointer staff lashed out, striking his opponent and causing their magic to dissipate into thin air. The pointer staff in Baek hand flared with brilliant blue electricity, and a shockwave spread throughout the space. The attacker realized in horror that their magic was being reflected. A thunderous explosion, the reflected magic erupted, engulfing the students. They screamed in agony, numb from the electric shock. Amidst the chaos, a figure gently landed on the lush green grass. Baek stood calmly on a rock, turning back to look at the groaning crowd. "It's done," he whispered, like a declaration. Raiden angrily looked around. Where is Baek? He realized he had been tricked and had lost something else. And behold, Baek appeared, holding 3 pointer staffs in his hand, showing them off like spoils of war. He chuckled gleefully. "If I had a girlfriend, I'd give this as a gift." Raiden and his companion's eyes widened. "When did you take them?" "Give them back," Raiden roared. But Baek only smirked. "I don't want to have to take any more. It was fun, but I'm leaving now." He turned and walked away, leaving Raiden's angry growls behind him. The surrounding space began to shake unusually. "You bastard," Raiden's voice echoed. Baek said nothing, just glanced back, sensing the dungeon's change. He continued walking, a triumphant smile on his lips. Lucky indeed, he mused. Normally, I would have been beaten to a pulp, but this is a dungeon, so things are different. He was proud of his combat experience in places like this. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him. The surrounding scenery seemed to twist, an indescribable, ominous sign. Another student, perhaps one of Raiden's companions, turned back in surprise. His face was illuminated by a brilliant red light. Before Baek Yuseol's eyes, a colossal fire vortex erupted, engulfing the entire forest, turning everything into a sea of flames. The fire vortex erupted, devouring everything. One of the attackers, likely one of Raiden's companions, exclaimed in horror, "What?" The raging flames spread, tearing through space with destructive power, transforming the forest into a blazing inferno. How insane! Magical power exploded, creating a dazzling pillar of light that incinerated everything in its path, leaving behind a brilliant red aura. In that chaotic moment, a figure glided past, landing in a safe area, escaping the blast's impact. Baek Yuseol let out a sigh of relief, looking back at the terrifying scene behind him. Phew, I almost bit the dust. He continued walking, his eyes still holding a trace of astonishment. I almost got into big trouble. Anyway, this magic. In his mind, the image of a mysterious young woman with a staff appeared, along with echoing magical sounds. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Baek Yuseol turn around in surprise. A figure was approaching. "Hey, commoner!" Hongbyeon Adolovit, the white-haired young woman with fiery red eyes, stood there, holding a staff. "Why didn't you take more pointer staffs from them?" Baek Yuseol looked up, secretly astonished. "It's Hongbyeon!" He was still reeling, wondering. Why is she here? Baek Yuseol tried to explain. "I think you're misunderstanding. I couldn't take them because I genuinely couldn't. Besides, why do you care if I took their staffs or not?" Hongbyeon just silently looked at him, her gaze unwavering. A lightning bolt struck Baek Yuseol's mind, startling him. "Wait, don't tell me," he angrily questioned. "Are you planning to steal them from me after I took them from them? Have you no shame? I even tutored you privately." Hongbyeon proudly held her head high, her eyes sharp. "I am royalty!" Baek Yuseol froze, secretly cursing. "What the hell is this?" Baek Yuseol, with an annoyed expression, accepted the princess's challenge. "If you know, then attack quickly." He knew this fight was unavoidable. Hongbyeon proudly declared that stealing from commoners was not befitting her royal honor, so she would legitimately defeat him to claim them. Baek Yuseol scoffed, retorting, "Honor? Do you enjoy bullying the weak?" The white-haired princess was surprised, repeating, "The weak?" Hongbyeon revealed that she had observed his entire rampage with those other students, and even criticized him for not even using magic properly. In a moment of recollection, Hongbyeon mused to herself that she needed to quickly earn many points to avoid her mother's scolding. Suddenly, the princess's keen ears caught strange sounds echoing from deep within the forest. "I hear voices." And then, the scene that appeared before Hongbyeon's eyes was Baek Yuseol fleeing for his life, being hotly pursued by another group of students. "Look, Baek Yuseol is running away! Stop him! Don't let him escape!" The princess narrowed her eyes, realizing the situation. That island. A spark flashed in her fiery red eyes. Baek Yuseol and his teammates' figures darted swiftly through the treetops, trying to shake off their pursuers. Hongbyeon finally identified the fleeing individuals. Baek Yuseol and Raiden's group. The princess pondered, the pointer staff in her hand twitching slightly. "Should I attack?" But then she shook her head. "No, I can't deal with all 6 of them." A cunning thought flashed in Hongbyeon's mind. She tightened her grip on the pointer staff, deciding to wait. "It's better to let them fight each other. Then I'll make my move when they're exhausted." Hongbyeon's fiery red eyes gleamed with calculation, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. As she observed Baek Yuseol and Raiden fighting, Hongbyeon suddenly noticed something unusual. Wait, that commoner! Baek Yuseol's golden eyes were highly focused, reflecting the brilliant magical light. Hongbyeon was astonished to see Baek Yuseol fighting amidst a circle of enemies, not using any magic other than teleportation. Hongbyeon pondered, even if they weren't as strong as her, those besieging Baek Yuseol were still the elites from various mage families. If he was strong enough to handle them? She gritted her teeth, her expression clearly showing discomfort as an ominous premonition arose in her heart. With blazing red eyes, Hongbyeon decisively unleashed her magic. She vowed to herself, if Baek Yuseol was capable enough, she would use all her strength to crush him. The flames erupted fiercely. Countless fiery magic circles swirled, engulfing the forest in a dazzling sea of red-orange flames, ready to incinerate everything. Amidst the storm of fire, Baek Yuseol glided swiftly, dodging each wave of attack as if he were dancing with death. With a spectacular leap, the young man escaped the fiery encirclement, moving at astonishing speed, like a phantom. He continuously teleported, evading the fiercely burning streams of fire, his figure appearing and disappearing, constantly moving. Baek Yuseol's golden eyes widened, a flicker of surprise passing through them. But then he refocused intensely on the perilous battlefield. A terrifying explosion tore through space, engulfing everything in a brilliant sea of fire, shaking the very ground with its immense power. He landed, panting, beads of sweat dotting his skin. Although he had escaped danger, the continuous attacks had completely drained his strength. Hongbian smiled faintly, her red eyes like burning flames, watching Baekhyuseol's every move with a calculating gaze. She furrowed her brow, seemingly having noticed something unusual in her opponent's fighting style, a sense of confusion arising. Baekhyuseol looked back at the sea of fire, thinking to himself, as expected of Hongbian, that last attack was extremely dangerous. Good thing I've trained my instincts beforehand. He continued to ponder, but the 2 teleport limit makes dodging incredibly difficult. There must be another way to get out of here, Hongbian asked, her eyes full of scrutiny. Aren't you going to pull out your staff anymore? Or have you run out of tricks? Baekhyuseol replied in surprise. What are you talking about? My staff is with you. Did you forget I gave it to you for an upgrade? You must be using the Academy's basic staff. Ah, that's right. The brown-haired young man was startled, suddenly remembering his magic staff had been carefully stored away since the first day of school. It lay dormant, never used. Amidst the raging sea of fire, Hongbian subtly curled her lips, her eyes sharp and cold. She whispered, her words like daggers. Do you still want to play games? The white-haired young woman's blazing red eyes suddenly became even more fiery, as if something was igniting within her. An ominous premonition was slowly manifesting. The sea of fire behind the brown-haired young man grew even more intense, reflecting Hongbian's despair. She cursed under her breath. I've risked this much, and that idiotic commoner keeps messing with me again and again. Hongbian's eyes were full of contempt. Your tricks might work on other fools, but you'd better get serious with me. Under the immense pressure, Baekhyuseol could only sigh inwardly. Wait, I'm always serious. It's just that I can't use magic. The young man's golden eyes widened, his pupils contracting. An extreme panic was surging, engulfing his reason. The white-haired young woman stood amidst the raging sea of fire, her mana burning fiercely. Space trembled, as if about to shatter under her terrifying power. The smile on Hongbian's lips was now cruel, chilling to the bone. Today, you will truly die. Without another word, she unleashed blazing fireballs, hurtling like comets towards the young man. The sea of fire devoured everything. The white-haired young woman stepped forward, each stride seemingly crushing the air. Today, I will definitely crush this commoner. Successive explosions erupted, engulfing the brown-haired young man in the heart of the firestorm. He was like a small boat in a raging ocean. Amidst the surrounding sea of fire, Baekhyuseol's golden eyes flashed with surprise. But deep down, there was an unshakable resolve. A fireball grazed past, almost incinerating him. The young man gritted his teeth, his body twisting to narrowly dodge. Another wave of fire rushed in, its brilliant light shining directly onto his astonished face. The situation was more perilous than ever. He teleported once more, escaping the scythe of death in an instant. Cold sweat poured down, but Baekhyuseol continued to dodge resiliently. Baekhyuseol's astonished eyes widened as the merciless flames once again swallowed his vision. A terrifying explosion tore through space, devouring everything. He was thrown into the air, amidst the blazing sea of fire. Damn it! Even teleportation is useless. The attack range is too wide. Baekhyuseol gritted his teeth, realizing the despair. What should I do? He panicked, then suddenly flinched when he heard a strange sound. A vibrating noise. The sound grew louder, like an earthquake. He was still struggling amidst the fierce, fiery encirclement, with no escape. Suddenly, he realized something. Over there! He shouted, his eyes full of astonishment. Without hesitation, Baekhyuseol unleashed teleportation, dashing straight forward, escaping the heart of the firestorm. Immediately after, a blinding explosion erupted right where he had just been, with terrifying, destructive power. He landed, gasping for breath, turning his head to look back at the fiercely burning flames behind him. I was lucky to escape this time, but the situation doesn't look good at all. He sighed inwardly, his expression pensive. Hongbian stood tall amidst the sea of fire, her expression cruel. Even if I could approach her, the flames around her would explode as soon as I got close. I'm already too familiar with fire mages in PvP battles, he asserted, his eyes sharp and cold. Hongbian stood amidst the endless sea of fire, like a goddess of destruction. Her skill level is much higher than I imagined. If this were a flat area, I would have been crushed in less than a minute. He walked on, determined not to give up. Hongbian curled her lips in contempt, her eyes blazing. No, she said coldly, preparing for the finishing blow. There wouldn't even be a fight to begin with, she declared, her power completely overwhelming her opponent. Amidst the blazing sea of magical fire, Baekhyuseol was thrown back, his body engulfed in a destructive storm of energy. But in that moment of life and death, his hand clenched something tightly, a glimmer of hope flashing amidst the despair. The brown-haired young man's eyes blazed with tenacious fire, vowing never to succumb to this cruel fate. He darted like lightning, piercing through each wave of fire, his terrifying speed defying all limits. A violent explosion tore through space, but Baek Yuseol still narrowly escaped. He dodged continuously, his movements as graceful as a dancer amidst the magical maelstrom. Baek Yuseol's golden eyes suddenly gleamed with a strange blue light, as if his sixth sense was awakening. Amidst the hazy smoke, sharp blue magic arrows tore through the air, heading straight for him. "I can see them!" Baek Yuseol exclaimed, his eyes having caught up to the trajectory of each attack. He glided through the rain of magic, each step precisely calculated to evade the deadly arrows. With the item in hand, Baek Yuseol parried each magical attack, creating dazzling clashes between fire and ice. "Unbelievable! He's actually parrying magic!" Hongbian Adolavet exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe her eyes. The white-haired mage looked down, her face full of doubt. "How can that be?" Baek Yuseol gritted his teeth, concentrating intensely, feeling each flow of energy. "My senses are becoming sharper and sharper." Unlike a game controlled by a keyboard and mouse, directly confronting a real mage enhances my perception. He clearly felt the flow of mana, as if he could touch it, his sixth sense exploding more powerfully than ever. Amidst the blazing sea of fire, Hongbian Adolavet was stunned, unable to understand how her opponent had done it. She told herself that with this forest terrain, a fire elemental mage like her should have had an absolute advantage. Her anger flared. She gritted her teeth, determined not to lose easily. There was only one way left. Unleash her strongest spell, crushing the obstacle. With blazing eyes, she poured all her mana into her staff, and a dazzling burst of light erupted. Amidst the swirling sparks, Baek Yuseol dodged continuously, each step like dancing on the scythe of death. He couldn't keep defending forever. With the staff in hand, he had to find a way to break through Hongbian's magic shield. Another fire attack rushed in. He glided past like a phantom, narrowly escaping. His feet slid on the scorching ground. Yet he maintained his balance, his eyes resolute. "Now!" he roared, pouring all his strength into a charge straight forward, his speed tearing through the wind. A blink, a whoosh. He had passed her, incredibly fast. Hongbian Adolavet was utterly astonished, her blazing red eyes wide open, unable to react in time. The sudden blow made her clutch her stomach in pain, a soft groan escaping her lips. Unwilling to give up, Hongbian Adolavet concentrated her power, unleashing a new spell. A blazing red magic circle erupted beneath her feet, engulfing the space. Baek Yuseol immediately recognized it. This was Ether Crash, a close combat spell used by fire bishops, creating a repulsive explosion within a 2-meter radius. But he merely smirked, a flicker of confidence in his eyes. "This attack I've faced countless times," he roared, leaping high into the air, escaping the explosion in the nick of time. Hongbian Adolavet stood frozen, her blazing red eyes filled with astonishment and disappointment. Baek Yuseol's feet sprint across the fiery ground, a blur. He escaped the explosion, darting away like an arrow tearing through the wind. Two streams of magic clashed fiercely. Blinding light erupted, pushing everything back. A resounding clang echoed, signaling a fierce confrontation. Hongbian Adolavet stood frozen, her crimson eyes wide. Unbelievable. "No way!" she exclaimed, in horror, the magic around her seemingly shattering. Baek Yuseol's counterattack was like a storm, crushing her magic. Hongbian was pushed back, her brilliant blue light scattering. With a heavy thud, Hongbian Adolavet fell to her knees, clutching her pointer staff. "Ah!" She groaned in pain, her strength completely depleted. Baek Yuseol lowered his staff and stopped. "Stop!" he signaled, ending the match. Hongbian Adolavet knelt, accepting defeat. The battle ended, and both sat down. "I won," Baek Yuseol calmly declared, his eyes full of confidence. Hongbian Adolavet lowered her face, her cheeks flushed. She was embarrassed, not expecting to lose so quickly. She looked up, her eyes suspicious. "Who are you, really?" Baek Yuseol replied, his expression calm. "I'm just a normal student," he mused, his gaze sharp. But more importantly, another thought suddenly flashed in the young man's mind. Baek Yuseol directed his gaze towards the ancient tree trunk. "Why don't you stop hiding and come out?" he spoke, as if already aware of someone lurking. From behind the tree, a black-haired girl named Flame peeked out. Her eyes were full of surprise. Flame stepped out of her hiding spot, her light footsteps approaching the two. "I wasn't hiding," Flame denied, then wondered, "How did you know I was here?" She looked at Baek Yuseol with a scrutinizing gaze. Baek Yuseol chuckled softly, explaining, "Ah, it was just a hunch," he added. "More precisely, it was my sixth sense from my mana, leaking physique that told me." Flame mused, her eyes suspicious. Just a hunch? She still didn't fully believe him. The brown-haired young man was confused, wondering how he could break through a magic shield with just an ordinary pointer staff. The young woman Flame looked at him suspiciously, asking if this time was also just a hunch. Baek Yuseol hesitated, telling himself he couldn't reveal the truth about the bugged items not present in the original novel. He chuckled softly, trying to explain that it was just a study tool, and asked if she thought it was strong enough to break a magic shield. Baek Yuseol sternly asked back, "Why have ordinary knights disappeared from this world?" He answered himself, "It's true that I don't have an answer for that." Flame's eyes were sharp and cold. She had been suspicious of him from the start, a hunch that was not wrong. She questioned him directly. "Baek Yuseol, who exactly are you?" The atmosphere was tense. Baek Yuseol remained silent. Behind him, the white-haired young woman Hongbian Adolavid suddenly appeared, her eyes full of curiosity. In Baek Yuseol's mind, thoughts raced. Has it really come to this? I haven't even been here for a month. He wondered if he should reveal his true identity, but then dismissed the thought. No, it's too risky. Flame already has no good feelings towards me. Baek Yuseol tried to reassure her. You might find me suspicious, but I'm not a bad person to you. Flame was surprised. What? She continued to wonder. What do you mean? Baek Yuseol chuckled softly, affirming. As I said, I truly want to help you. Flame was completely bewildered, her eyes wide. You want to help me? Who are you to? Baek Yuseol turned his back, hastily saying, It's time to go. I want to say more, but there's no time. See you later. Hongbian Adolovitz stood there, a meaningful smirk on her face, her crimson eyes glinting with cunning. Suddenly, an unexpected attack struck Baek Yuseol from behind, making him cry out in pain. Baek Yuseol staggered, his pointer staffs falling scattered. He looked in shock at Hongbian and her companion, not understanding what had just happened. Hongbian questioned, her tone full of annoyance. Hey, just say it if there's something. I thought you'd catch them. Why couldn't you catch these things? Baek Yuseol clutched his head in pain, explaining, I couldn't do anything else. The sixth sense of my mana-leaking physique has its limits. It hurts so much. He continued his monologue, explaining that the duration of his sixth sense depended on mental energy, and now he was suffering from a severe headache. Hongbian coldly said, I lost. Just take them. Baek Yuseol secretly wondered if she did that out of pride. But if he took everything, his rank would be too high, and he didn't need the other rewards. He bent down and picked up a pointer staff. Hongbian and her friends stood watching, their expressions unreadable. Baek Yuseol smirked, holding up the pointer staff. All right, I'll take this one. You can keep the rest. He turned his back and decisively walked away, leaving Hongbian and her friend behind. Baek Yuseol walked away, telling himself, I'm a generous man to a defeated opponent. I must look really cool right now. The short, brown-haired friend watched Baek Yuseol, wondering, Is he an idiot? Hongbian replied, her tone full of hidden meaning. I think it's because he's a commoner. Hongbian gazed into the distance, her crimson eyes glinting with thought. Baek Yuseol's true identity. What could it be? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a large screen displayed a world map and a simulated battle. 3 men and a girl were watching intently. The screen shifted, showing close-ups of S-class students fighting in the virtual dungeon. Flashes of mana lit up, creating a dramatic scene. A dark-haired man in a long coat approached the screen, a smug smile on his face. Haha, this year's S-class students are truly outstanding. Elder Talix, a member of the Mage Council, and Zarina Aeon, director of the Blue Magic Tower Council, were also present. They all seemed pleased with the performance. Indeed, the most powerful organizations had gathered here to witness the first dungeon practice of the academic year, a momentous event. The teacher in the coat mused, his gaze fixed forward. They have to do this if they want to find talent, he told himself. Surely other professors are also watching this practice session. Eerie blue light from the simulation screen illuminated his face, creating a mysterious scene. A crackle echoed, signaling that something was about to begin. In the deep blue illusory space, 2 young men met. A fated confrontation, or just the beginning of a peak performance? As expected, Hei Wonriang and Ma Yusong met. The 2 young prodigies now stood amidst the ancient forest, ready to display their power. Without hesitation, Ma Yusong swung his sword. A surge of emerald magic erupted, tearing through the air like a challenge sent to his opponent. Hei Wonriang swiftly dodged, but the energy stream pursued relentlessly. The entire forest trembled, signaling that a fierce battle was about to unfold. That terrifying power finally hit the ground, creating a small explosion, but enough to affirm Ma Yusong's might. Ma Yusong continued to move, repeatedly activating the level 3 jump spell. He appeared and disappeared, like a ghost gliding through the air, making him difficult for his opponent to grasp. Wow! Elder Telix exclaimed. He's constantly activating the level 3 jump spell. It's unbelievable that a 17-year-old youth can do that. The teacher in the coat mused. Normally, a mage would have to be over 20 to reach level 3. Yet Ma Yusong, at just 17, could freely cast high-level magic. What a monster! I can hardly believe this, the dark blue-coated man whispered, his eyes fixed on the screen. Even the red-cloaked person beside him showed signs of doubt. Look! An astonished cry rang out. Both of them can even use 3 different attributes. Flames, ice, and lightning erupted simultaneously, creating a magnificent spectacle. He explained, an ordinary mage can only control 1 attribute, and it takes a lot of arduous training to master 2. But these 2 youths, to master 3 attributes, it's not just arduous training, but innate talent. He Wanriang and Ma Yusong, clearly, are the chosen ones, born with astonishing magical talent. Suddenly, a piercing shriek rang out, startling the teacher in the coat. That's, he stammered, his eyes wide. A colossal monster, in the form of a blue fire phoenix, suddenly appeared from the void. It's the hidden boss. A shout rang out, signaling a life-or-death challenge awaiting the 2 young mages. The blue fire phoenix monster roared, magical energy erupting around it. A piercing shriek tore through the space, signaling extreme danger. With terrifying speed, the monster charged, leaving dazzling blue streaks of light. It was like an arrow of death, piercing through all obstacles. He Wanriang and Ma Yusong stood stunned, their eyes wide. The sudden appearance of the hidden boss left both of them astonished. A strong gust of wind swept through, carrying the breath of magic. The atmosphere grew tense, signaling that something was about to happen. Suddenly, the colossal monster collapsed to the ground, its body cracking. It had been defeated. He Wanriang and Ma Yusong were still in shock. A light, blue-haired girl appeared, innocently asking, "Oh, are you 2 fighting?" She looked as if she had just been strolling around. She stood atop the recently defeated monster, her staff glowing with blue light. An unbelievable sight, as if she were the master of this battlefield. The girl smiled, bowing her head in apology. "I'm sorry for disturbing you." Her innocence was in stark contrast to the power she had just displayed. In the observation room, the teacher in the coat whispered, "Isomorph." He stared at the screen, his face full of contemplation. He explained, "A hidden boss is a secret event, only appearing when certain conditions are met." Isomorph was standing on the boss's corpse. Not only is it hard to find, but defeating it isn't easy either. The teacher continued, "She hunted it down herself." He was astonished. Elder Telix, along with a red-cloaked person, observed. He sighed, She is the daughter of the traitor, Grand Duke Morph. What a pity. If not for her father, her talent might have blossomed even further." Elder Telix frowned slightly, then suddenly, On the screen, another scene appeared. Hong El, princess of the Adelevet Kingdom, was casting fiery magic. The teacher in the coat was surprised. "But who is her opponent? I've never seen him before." He stared intently, his face astonished. That mysterious person was Baek Yuziol. He was casting a teleportation spell, his eyes sharp and full of determination. An unpredictable confrontation. Teleportation magic, a legendary skill that has consumed countless scholars over hundreds of years. Everyone failed, was crippled, or gave up. This is a tragic magic, an unconquerable legend. Yet, right here, a student wielded it as if it were a part of his own body, astonishing the long-coated teacher. Amidst the blazing simulation screen, a light brown-haired young man moved like lightning, powerfully casting teleportation. Everyone wondered, who exactly was he? The long-coated teacher revealed his identity in a low voice. That student's name is Baek Yusiel. The red-cloaked figure standing nearby silently observed, his eyes full of doubt. He continued to explain to the purple-cloaked students. He is a very special student, specializing in teleportation magic. A shocking truth. Teleportation is his specialty? Whispers arose. This was a talent completely different from the renowned Ma Yusong, He Wanriang, and Easel. Elder Talix wondered, why does he keep moving around without using other spells? If he used magic, the match would have ended already. How absurd. Suddenly, a light blue-haired figure appeared, interrupting the elder. "No, he is fighting very seriously." "The purple-cloaked students," exclaimed in surprise. The young man with a confident smile was none other than Eltman Eltwin, a mysterious character who had just appeared. Eltman Eltwin affirmed, "He has been serious from the very beginning of the match." Didn't everyone realize? His words made all eyes turn to him. He smiled meaningfully, his eyes sparkling with amusement. "How interesting," he whispered, as if he had seen through everything. On the screen, Baek Yusiel continued to fight with dazzling swordlight. Eltman Eltwin remarked, "His fighting style is reminiscent of the ancient knightly spirit." Knights? The long-coated teacher and the purple-cloaked students whispered, Is he talking about the nightly spirit that disappeared, along with cold weapons? The long-coated teacher was surprised by Baekhyuseol's youth, then pondered. I see. The nightly spirit, isn't it? His eyes were full of contemplation. The nightly spirit, that is the will of a knight who steadfastly wields a sword in this world, overflowing with magic. A legacy of heroes. It is the essence of ancient heroes, who used a single sword to fight evil and protect the world. A reminder of a glorious path. In a world of magic, fighting with a sword seemed meaningless. However, Elder Telix noticed a student using a magic staff like a sword. The dark blue-coated man added, affirming that this was Eltman Eltwin's assessment, a renowned name. Eltman Eltwin, the principal of Stella Academy, the most prestigious magic school in the world, was a living legend. He was not only a 9th-rank mage, but also one of the 10 greatest sages on the continent. Faced with the affirmation of a sage, the purple-cloaked students could only whisper, believing it to be undoubtedly true. Amidst the vast academy grounds, the first dungeon training session had concluded. This was the exclusive training area for S-Class. In the training area, Baekhyuseol unleashed a powerful attack, green magical energy exploding through the dummy. He moved like lightning, powerfully swinging his magic staff, continuously attacking other dummies. Baekhyuseol panted, drenched in sweat, his face clearly showing exhaustion, but his eyes were still full of determination. Damn it, I'm almost out of mana, he muttered, but his will did not waver. His gloved hand gripped the magic staff tightly. Baekhyuseol told himself, I can't stop. There's still a long way to go. Out of 141 participating students, 39 had failed. Isomorph took first place, while he came in second. Ma Yuseong ranked 6th. With heavy steps on the grass, Baekhyuseol wondered, was this truly a victory? He looked up at the sky, and memories of that moment flooded back. If Isomorph hadn't intervened, perhaps he could have. A giant monster appeared in his mind. Baekhyuseol gritted his teeth, his eyes flaring with determination mixed with a hint of dissatisfaction. He wouldn't stop here. From their first meeting, an unpleasant feeling had crept into Baekhyuseol's mind. That purple-haired male student, Ma Yusong, was always a thorn in his side. Ma Yusong, who was always superficial and never tried, easily achieved accomplishments that even seasoned experts had to admire. Even during the training session, Baekhyuseol had meticulously arranged the formation, calculating every move of his opponent. Yet all of his attacks were effortlessly nullified by Ma Yusong. A shout of "Stop!" rang out, cutting short his futile efforts. Did he really have no chance of winning? Was innate talent an insurmountable wall? Ma Yusong's eyes were full of arrogance. Baekhyuseol bowed his head, disappointment enveloping him. But no, he had no time to wallow in self-pity. He had to try harder, to overcome his own limits. A resounding explosion tore through the air. Hongbian Adelevet appeared, magic staff in hand blazing with fire, ready for a fierce battle. At the same time, Hei Wonriang unleashed a powerful sword aura attack that tore through the wind. He seemed extremely agitated. Hongbian recognized her opponent. Is that Hei Wonriang? He's always calm. Why is he so agitated today? She thought to herself. She had no right to say anything, as she herself was burning with fighting spirit. The ground beneath her feet turned into a sea of fire. A burst of fire magic exploded from Hongbian's magic staff, fiercely attacking her opponent. She poured all her strength, her eyes determined, continuing to unleash fiery magical attacks. An earth-shattering explosion, destructive power spreading everywhere, demonstrated the terrifying intensity of the battle. Baekhyuseol stood from afar, his eyes wide with surprise, looking towards the ongoing battle. Hongbian Adelevet glided like the wind, leaving blazing trails of fire behind her, continuing the relentless engagement. Rage flared within the white-haired princess. Third place, even with a magic staff, was still a bitter humiliation. Her mother was satisfied, but if she couldn't regain her honor, punishment would be unavoidable. That arrogant commoner is truly detestable. A low growl echoed, and her fire magic erupted, engulfing the space in dazzling light. Panting, Hongbian Adelevet still stood firm amidst the remnants of magic, her magic staff in hand like an extension of her body. Baekhyuseol, standing not far away, silently observed. The purple-haired, golden-eyed young man narrowed his eyes, wondering if something was bothering that proud princess. Hongbian's sharp gaze swept past, and she sensed a change. Her magic, which only knew destruction, had now become astonishingly precise. Baekhyuseol analyzed. The princess's fire magic was inherently extremely difficult to control, impossible to fine-tune. Yet, in this short time, it had improved so much. What the hell is going on? The princess bowed her head, her long white hair hiding her expression. Damn it. A soft curse escaped, containing annoyance and discomfort. In a flashback, Hongbian sat opposite Baekhyuseol. She reluctantly admitted that his special lecture, though hard to swallow, was actually useful. Thanks to his unconventional methods, her ability to control magic power had significantly increased, as if a new door had just opened. Baekyu Sale, a commoner with terrible grades and a detestable personality, was nonetheless the only one who knew how to compensate for her weaknesses. A bitter truth. Nevertheless, the feeling of annoyance did not diminish. Hongbin turned her back, trying to shake off the complex thoughts. "Your Highness," a voice rang out, making the princess startled and turn around. Yeterin, the brown-haired attendant, appeared with a tray. "The modification of the Terraphon magic staff, as per your request, has been completed. Should I hand it over to Baekyu Sale right away?" Yeterin asked. Hongbin nodded. "Yes, that would be for the best." "Understood. Then, if you'll excuse me." Yeterin was about to turn away when Hongbin unexpectedly held her hand. "Is something wrong, Your Highness?" Yeterin asked in surprise. Hongbin looked at her crimson eyes flashing with a hint of inexplicable determination. The white-haired princess walked quickly, her heart full of confusion. "Why did I come all the way here? Couldn't I have just given it to him at the training ground? Like this, it's like I'm stalking a commoner." Her crimson eyes showed a hint of annoyance, and she cursed softly. "Damn it, this isn't good. I should go back." Suddenly, a figure appeared. "Oh, Your Highness." The voice startled the princess, and she quickly adjusted her posture. It was a woman with braided purple hair, wearing a red cloak, who gave a gentle smile. "Hammerl?" Hongbin softly called her name. "Long time no see, Hammerl." "No, Professor," Hongbin corrected herself. The purple-haired professor smiled, recalling the days of teaching magic in the palace, and praised her for having matured. "But what brings Your Highness here?" the professor asked. The princess quickly replied, I had some business, but now I must go." "Yes, this place is quite chaotic right now, perhaps." "Your Highness should return." The professor's words surprised Hongbin, her eyes showing a hint of confusion. "What?" "Everything is in an uproar, because magic officials have come to meet a student named Baekyu Sale." That name struck her like lightning, making Hongbin exclaim in horror. "Baekyu Sale? What do they want with that commoner?" the princess questioned. Professor Hammerl explained that even though he didn't use magic, Hongbin herself had experienced his power in the match. Hongbin's crimson eyes flared with anger. "So the professor witnessed that match? Why did I have to show such a pathetic appearance before the person I respect most?" Professor Hammerl silently watched the princess, who was lost in thought, without saying a word. "You don't need to feel guilty," the professor gently comforted. "Your Highness's opponent also gave his all, but he didn't even use magic." Hongbin was still troubled. Professor Hammerl smiled mysteriously. "That is because of his belief." "What belief?" The professor revealed that the principal had speculated that Baekyu Sale might be trying to revive the knightly spirit lost since ancient time. Baekyu Sale, reviving the knightly spirit. Hongbin's eyes widened, her face showing disbelief. How ridiculous! In that moment, all the princess's thoughts seemed to stop, plunging her into extreme shock. In her memory, Hongbin was astonished as Baekyu Sale used a magic staff like a sword, confronting her in a battle exploding with light. The princess wondered if this magic sword had anything to do with his strange actions. A gulp echoed, Hongbin still reeling from the information she had just heard. Professor Hammerl explained that not using magic at a magic school would incur severe penalties, but Baekyu Sale had chosen that path. The princess mused. Professor Hammerl affirmed his relentless efforts, even after mastering teleportation magic, proving his conviction was real. Hongbin walked alone on the paved path, her mind lost in thought about the revelations. She wondered, in this era, when anyone who dreamed of chivalry was mocked, could Baekyu Sale truly be pursuing it seriously? Hongbin recalled the time she had angrily told him not to trifle with such things. Suddenly, a brown-haired young man appeared, nibbling on an edelric root, asking her what she was doing there. Hongbin flinched, her face flushing with surprise, not expecting to meet him here. The princess hastily denied it, loudly stating that she wasn't there because of him, which puzzled the brown-haired young man. They both looked at each other in silence, the atmosphere growing tense, a big question mark appearing in Hongbin's mind. The brown-haired young man broke the silence, handing her an item. Hongbin took it, recognized it as Terraphon, and thanked him. The brown-haired young man's eyes gleamed with surprise, as if he had just discovered something interesting. He marveled at the invisible sword, a masterpiece of the Adelivet kingdom, and was glad to have helped the princess acquire it. The brown-haired young man smiled brightly, asking to keep the box to sell, and Hongbin coldly replied, "Suit yourself." The white-haired princess frowned, looking contemptuously at the gleeful brown-haired man. Truly a commoner, only cares about money. Her fiery red eyes flashed with a complex glint, both annoyed and seemingly hiding something profound. The brown-haired man unexpectedly called out a name, Baekyu Sale. The princess subtly furrowed her brow, replying with a doubtful, The princess was flustered, her eyes wide with surprise as she asked him, "Are you really not going to use any other kind of magic?" He blinked blankly, his face puzzled by her sudden question. Huh? The princess blushed, letting out a small grunt of annoyance, seemingly regretting her slip of the tongue. Never mind, I'm leaving. She turned her back and hurried away, leaving the brown-haired man standing dumbfounded behind her. He watched her retreating back, still vague about her previous question. The princess's hurried footsteps swept past, as if she wanted to escape the recent embarrassment. Other kinds of magic? The brown-haired man mumbled, recalling what Professor Lee Hanwol had once said. He remembered Professor Lee Hanwol's words about understanding and respecting beliefs, but he didn't understand a thing. Whatever. He looked at the magic sword in his hand, telling himself, now that I have it, it should be fine for the next episode. He decided to examine the new weapon more closely. Dusk fell, painting the entire academy grounds red, a serene beauty before the upcoming events. In the middle of the vast schoolyard, the brown-haired man stood, raising the sword to examine it, his face full of contemplation. Let's see. The sword in his hand suddenly glowed brightly. Just channeling mana into it is enough? He silently wondered, a spark of insight flashing. The magic sword flared, mana surging around Baek-Yuseol, creating a powerful aura. He gripped the hilt tightly, his eyes wide with surprise. A close-up of Baek-Yuseol's face, his golden eyes shining with extreme astonishment. Amazing, he exclaimed, unable to believe what he was seeing. Baek-Yuseol's back was turned, the sword soaring straight up into the sky, emitting a dazzling light against the fiery backdrop. This thing is even better than I imagined, he exclaimed. Baek-Yuseol tilted his head, his gaze pensive as he looked at the sword. He thought, if this thing fell into the hands of the female lead flame, its form would surely be much more diverse. In his memories, the female lead flame appeared like a saintess, standing amidst an ancient forest, her cross-shaped sword glowing. She was a unique character, capable of using magic from multiple races. Flame appeared with a staff, surrounded by surging magical power. This staff continuously absorbed mana, but she replenished it with natural energy, transforming it into a powerful weapon. Back in reality, Baek-Yuseol smiled wryly. He continuously absorbed mana but couldn't accumulate it due to his leaky physique. In other words, the mana concentration in my breath is Terrafon's power. He told himself, perhaps he should check his status window. Baek-Yuseol's status window appeared, displaying stats for strength, senses, agility, stamina, mental energy, and the mana leakage physique level 2 attribute. Details of the mana leakage physique level 2 attribute were further presented, along with the ability to activate sixth sense when perceiving a threat. Baek-Yuseol looked at the status window with satisfaction. Eating Edelric roots slightly increased my strength. Luckily, I secured 5th place in the training session, he thought to himself. He turned, swinging his sword decisively. Now that I have a weapon, I'll gain more direct combat experience. I should also practice using a sword. He resolved, things would be much busier from now on. The scene shifted to a grand hall of the academy, with towering stone columns and high-arched windows, bathed in soft yellow light. Magic defense teacher Varayan stood in the middle of the hall, instructing a group of students. Starting today, we will dedicate our time to properly practicing and performing magic, Varayan commanded. Everyone, spread out and retrieve your staffs. The students quickly complied, magical power beginning to surge as they prepared to cast spells. Varayan observed the students casting magic shields, blue magical power flaring. He was satisfied. This batch has many decent students. It's good that I ranked them. Teacher Varayan subtly furrowed his brow, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd, as if contemplating something. Among the ranks of students, a familiar figure appeared. Is that the S-class student everyone's been talking about? Whispers arose, directed at the brown-haired young man standing. Baek-Yuseol, a commoner who was nonetheless placed in S-class, once caused a stir by harmonizing with a mid to high-grade staff and ranking 5th in the dungeon practical. Varian forced a smile, his eyes clearly showing contempt. I truly dislike him. Baek-Yuseol, why are you just standing there? He questioned, his tone full of hidden meaning. Baek-Yuseol awkwardly replied, explaining that he was researching a different kind of defense, one that didn't require learning basic magic. A defiant justification. Varayan feigned surprise, praising his unique defense technique as interesting. But inwardly he sneered. How can a commoner compare to Princess Hongbyeon? Baek-Yuseol stood there, his gaze firm. He knew exactly what Varian was thinking. After all, Baek-Yuseol only uses teleportation magic. Teacher Varian smiled slyly, suggesting Baek-Yuseol demonstrate his excellent defense technique for the other students to see. An invitation full of traps. He looked directly at Baek-Yuseol, his eyes flashing with calculation. Your opponent will be. Varian drew out his words, creating a tense atmosphere. Then he pointed towards a long, brown-haired male student with a smug expression. Morso Dordain from Class B will be the perfect choice. A name that made many wary. Morso Dordain, the long, brown-haired male student, smirked confidently, his eyes flashing with contempt and challenge. Varian explained his selfish motive, wanting to make a good impression on Morso, who had connections to the Scarlet Empire. Baek-Yuseol, though reluctant, accepted the challenge. The two opponents, Baek-Yusail and Morso Dordain, stepped onto the circular arena, facing each other under the watchful eyes of all the students. On one side was Morso's disdainful smirk. On the other, Baek-Yusail's firm, determined gaze. The confrontation had begun. Cheers erupted, students rooting for Morso. "Crush him! Don't be afraid to humiliate him." Morso gave a faint smile. "Of course, just wait and see." Baek-Yusail realized this trick was from Yuzlik and Raiden's gang. What a bunch of petty kids, he thought to himself, his expression not very pleased. Anyway, this was a mandatory subject, and for someone who couldn't use magic like him, there was nothing else to do. He accepted the challenge. Baek-Yusail stood on the arena, looking at Teacher Varian, who was smiling sinisterly. He had been notorious since the first-year incident. Surely he had an agenda. A knowing smile briefly crossed Baek-Yusail's face. He was ready to face anything. "It's time to test the results of my training," he whispered, gripping the dagger tightly, his eyes resolute. Teacher Varian announced the rules of the duel. The duel will proceed with alternating attack and defense turns, and no other magic is allowed. Morso Dordain had the right to strike first. He swung his hand, chanting "Raise" with a smug expression, preparing to cast a spell. The students buzzed with chatter. Morso is definitely going to win. His defense is good, and he can also use powerful earth elemental attack magic. Just defending against it will be hard enough. Raiden, the leader of a gang, smirked confidently, awaiting Baek-Yusail's humiliating performance. Teacher Varian shouted, his voice full of authority, "Prepare! Begin the duel!" The atmosphere in the arena became extremely tense. Immediately, Morso launched his first attack. A colossal rock materialized, hurtling straight towards Baek-Yusail, accompanied by a roaring rumble. The students were astonished. Is that a level 2 spell? The unwritten rule is to only use level 1 spells in basic training. Is Baek-Yusail going to be okay? Baek-Yusail gripped his dagger tightly, his eyes fixed on the incoming attack, unwavering. Morso sneered, launching his next attack. "You smug brat, let's see how you defend." Dordain Stone Pierce. A colossal stone spike shot forward at terrifying speed. A green magic circle enveloped Baek-Yusail, protecting him from Morso's attack. He had successfully defended. A dazzling green flash tore through the air, signaling a swift counterattack. The brown-haired young man swung his sword, its blade glowing like a blue lightning bolt, shattering Morso's earth elemental magic. Each fragment of green magic vanished into thin air, leaving Baek-Yusail standing proudly in the arena, unharmed. Teacher Varian, the gray-haired man, stared in astonishment at the scene before him. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. Even Raiden, who was always smug, fell silent, his golden eyes intently following Baek-Yusail. Morso Dordain's eyes widened, his face contorted with shock and anger. "What? No way. My magic. It's gone," he roared. Meanwhile, Baek-Yusail stood tall, his sword still faintly glowing, full of confidence. The students buzzed with discussion. Did he cut through magic with his sword? Can magic really disappear just like that? No. Magic cannot simply disappear by being cut, Varian explained. But Baek-Yusail neutralized Morso's spell. Every incantation has a mana thread. If it's cut precisely, the magic will dissipate. The entire audience held their breath, wondering, did Baek-Yusail really cut that mana thread? A terrifying possibility. Beyond all imagination, Baek-Yusail smiled meaningfully. Better than I thought. For now, I can only cut through Tier 3 magic. But the days of training weren't wasted. Then, this can be done, he whispered, his sharp eyes fixed on Morso, ready for the next round. Morso gnashed his teeth, his rage flaring. "Damn it! How dare a commoner neutralize my magic?" Professor Varian frowned worriedly. "This isn't good. If Morso loses, I'll be in big trouble too." Varian stepped forward, his eyes complex as he looked at Baek-Yusail. "I admit your defense is quite good, but that's just blocking one blow at a time. There's a limit. What if?" He left the sentence hanging, implying a new challenge. Morso Dordain was surprised when his opponent not only blocked, but also counterattacked with multiple blows at once. But then, a confident smirk reappeared on his lips. Professor Varian sighed, wondering why he had uttered such a provocation, perhaps angering the young man. Baek-Yusail's eyes suddenly flashed with resolve. As if an earthquake was about to erupt, Morso Dordain launched himself into the air. Countless glowing green magic stones hurtling straight towards Baek-Yusail. The wizard Morso laughed maniacally, magical energy surging around his staff, ready to finish off his opponent. The surrounding students began to panic, worried for Baek-Yusail and wondering why the professor wasn't intervening. With a cruel smile, Morso roared. "Everything ends here." He unleashed his final attack, Bolire Stone Pierce, the green stones piercing through space like arrows, aimed directly at the target. Faced with a barrage of fatal blows, Baek-Yusail maintained a terrifyingly calm expression. He looked up at the incoming magic stones, calculating every move. 11 stones at once, he thought to himself. I can't dodge them all, nor can I cut them all. There's only one way. Block them all. His glowing sword spun wildly, forming an impenetrable shield, deflecting every fatal attack. Morso Dordain's eyes widened in horror. His teeth clenched, unable to believe what he was seeing. The wizard Morso recoiled, stunned as his strongest spell was easily neutralized. Bek-Usail still stood there, defiant as a god. Professor Varayan's face paled, his heart burning. If Morso lost, he'd be in deep trouble too. But Bek-Usail, who had just neutralized the fatal blow, was nonchalant. Oh, I just imitated a move from a game. Who knew it would work? He called it the card fan technique. However, this technique came at a cost. His stamina would plummet uncontrollably, as it consumed several times the normal amount of mental energy to maintain Terrafon's form. Furthermore, its defensive capability was weaker compared to blocking a single target. In a life-or-death battle, this move would be difficult to utilize effectively. Fortunately, this was just a duel. The brown-haired young man breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes locked on his opponent. Around them, the students whispered in astonishment, while Morso gnashed his teeth. Damn it! The wizard was unwilling to accept defeat. How dare a commoner insult me? Morso roared, his entire body erupting with fierce green magic. He prepared to unleash his next attack. The students were astonished. Is he going to use magic again? Morso's turn to attack is over. Professor Varian smirked, thinking to himself, keep attacking. Bek-Usail, get ready! Morso charged wildly, magic surging. This time, I will definitely defeat you. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Professor! Varian flinched, turning his head. Prince Jeremy stood there, his eyes sharp. What is it, Jeremy? Varian stammered. Jeremy subtly smirked, his smile hinting at authority. Why aren't you giving Bek-Usail a chance to attack? The prince's question startled Varian, leaving him speechless. The students whispered worriedly. This doesn't look like a first-year student's duel at all. If this continues, they could be seriously injured. Hasn't the match ended yet? He doesn't deserve to be a professor. Whispers of indignation spread throughout the stands. Professor Varian was stunned to realize that, engrossed in watching the match, he had overlooked the indignant reactions from the students. A sense of unease washed over him. Professor? A student's voice rang out. But Varian only felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes were filled with horror. On the arena floor, Bek-Usail stood defiantly, his glowing sword pointed directly at the neck of the fallen Morso Dordain. The battle was over. Bek-Usail wins. The declaration rang out, and Morso could only gnash his teeth in bitter defeat, his face pale. The students buzzed. Oh, Bek-Usail finally won. He's much more impressive than I thought. Jeremy, the prince, wore a smug smile. A sneer echoed. Jeremy curled his lips, his eyes flashing with calculation. He had achieved what he wanted. Suddenly, the scene shifted. From the dazzling light of the arena, a magnificent chandelier appeared, along with sounds of painful groans. Please forgive me. Desperate pleas, mixed with sounds of brutal impacts, echoed throughout the room. Morso Dordain lay slumped on the floor, blood splattered. A cold foot stood beside him, as if having just delivered the final blow. Jeremy looked down at Morso, letting out a faint, annoyed ugh, but his eyes were emotionless. He turned to the gray-haired girl and called out, Varajane. Yes, Your Highness. She bowed, her voice full of deference. Jeremy pulled out a handkerchief, looking at Morso. It seems my friend is seriously injured. He continued, Please take care of him. I would be heartbroken if anything happened. She replied, Understood, Your Highness. I'm counting on you. Jeremy turned and walked away, each step echoing coldly on the marble floor. Varajane silently watched his retreating back. She mused. He called Morso a friend, not a loyal subordinate. A chilling truth became clear. In the Scarlvan Empire, where magical power determined royal status, Jeremy Scarlvan had surpassed all his siblings, claiming the title of Crown Prince at just 17 years old. What if Morso was no longer Jeremy's loyal subordinate? The prince's smug face appeared, signaling a turbulent future. Varajane mused, understanding the cruelty. Not only Morso, but the entire Dordain family will be permanently removed from the political sphere. A fatal blow. And now, having caught the prince's eye, the commoner Bek-Usail would also have no peaceful days at the academy. His fate, from now on, was intertwined with turmoil. Outside, the academy still stood majestic and imposing under the blue sky. Groups of students strolled about, unaware of the conspiracies brewing behind the gates. In the classroom, the atmosphere was lively with whispers and discussions. Students sat around the lab tables, but their minds drifted to the latest rumors. I heard Beck Usail from Class S is pursuing knighthood right here in this magic academy? A student wondered. He even defeated more so of the Dordain family. The whole class buzzed. The Dordain family was no small fry. Everywhere she went, she heard Beck Usail's name. The brown-haired girl with shoulder-length hair subtly frowned. Though she didn't want to stand out, his mystery couldn't help but bother her. Who exactly is he? Just then, alchemy professor Myzen Tyran entered, her sharp gaze sweeping across the class. "Attention, everyone!" the professor sternly announced, drawing all eyes. The professor began her lecture, emphasizing that alchemy required absolute precision in measurement, timing, and temperature control. A complex and challenging discipline. Today, we will practice brewing the Tyran Fatigue Recovery Potion that I developed. Focus. The professor's words echoed, signaling a tense lesson. The brown-haired girl with shoulder-length hair carefully poured the pale pink liquid into the pot. This is really annoying. Just one small mistake, and everything will be ruined. She sighed in exasperation. Alchemy was too complex and troublesome. She always wanted to stay away from it. Suddenly, the professor's sharp voice snapped. "Altarisha, what are you doing? That's very dangerous." Professor Myzen Tyran was furious, questioning the blonde student. "Are you truly an alchemist?" Altarisha trembled, quickly bowing her head in apology. But the brown-haired girl with shoulder-length hair knew well that, in the future, Professor Myzen would transform into a dark sorceress. To prepare for that, she had to continue this class, gathering more ingredients. Hee. A sinister smile spread across the lips of the purple-haired young man with glasses holding a pink potion bottle. "That's right, this is it," he mumbled. Then suddenly a name appeared. Beck Usail? In the brown-haired girl's mind, the image of the purple-haired young man appeared, smirking sinisterly beside the potion bottle. She once thought he was approaching Isel, but now she only found him terrifying. Never mind, she needed to focus on gathering ingredients. The lab table sparkled under the light, 2 vials of shimmering crimson potion, the result of a meticulous brewing process, ready for further experiments. Breathing a sigh of relief, the brown-haired girl wiped her forehead, feeling satisfied. Thanks to Flame's innate talent, she had completed the task faster than expected. Her gaze suddenly became confused, thoughtful. Anyway, what about Isel? She couldn't help but wonder about her friend's situation. In the laboratory, Isel Morph, with her long, light blue hair, was highly focused, carefully brewing a pink potion, every movement incredibly meticulous. Isel bowed her head, carefully pouring the solution into the test tube, muttering. "So I put this in here," the brown-haired girl observed, secretly thinking Isel seemed to be doing quite well. Wait, quite well? The brown-haired girl flinched, her eyes wide, a sense of unease rising within her. In the original storyline, Isel accidentally found Maella's magic technique notebook, from which she created a more advanced Tyran Fatigue Recovery Potion. Thanks to that notebook, Isel was able to create a superior version of the Tyran Fatigue Recovery Potion in this class. That's what happened in the original work. But why did Isel only concoct an ordinary potion? The brown-haired girl was confused, feeling that something was amiss. Suddenly, Professor Myzen's stern voice rang out, startling the brown-haired girl. "Beck Usail, who gave you permission to change the ingredients on your own?" Professor Myzen Tyran confronted Beck Usail. He calmly replied, "But this method yields better results, doesn't it?" The professor coldly cut him off. "I'm not talking about results right now. This potion is completely different from the Tyran Fatigue Recovery Potion I instructed." The professor fumed. The brown-haired girl standing behind was utterly astonished. "What?" Beck Usail's eyes gleamed with confidence. The brown-haired girl was stunned to realize, could it be that the advanced potion Isel was supposed to make was actually concocted by Beck Usail? The feeling of unease grew stronger and stronger. The brown-haired girl stared intently at the scene before her, a premonition of ill omen rising in her heart. Something is wrong. Could it be that the advanced potion Isel was supposed to make was actually concocted by Beck Usail? The brown-haired girl was stunned, her eyes following the brown-haired boy. Everything was deviating from its original course. Sighing, Professor Myzen shook her head in exasperation. "Unbelievable. Your attitude is utterly rude." Her voice rang out with annoyance, like a warning. "That's why I dislike commoners." Professor Myzen's harsh words startled the brown-haired girl. A shiver of unease ran down her spine. Could this be the beginning of a tragedy? The brown-haired girl was stunned to realize the professor's dialogue had been changed from the original storyline. The original line was, "This is why your family was destroyed." A horrifying change. That venomous curse in the original work became a terrifying obsession, tormenting Isel, who had lost her family, until the very end of the story. An indelible scar. Could Beck Usail have known this beforehand and deliberately endured it to protect Isel? The brown-haired girl looked at him, a big question rising in her mind, full of doubt and surprise. Professor Myzen held great power in the academy. If she hated someone, their grades in other subjects would also be severely affected. What's wrong with this guy? The brown-haired girl cursed silently.
I don't like your rude tone.
Professor Misen growled, her face flushed with anger. The atmosphere in the laboratory became extremely tense. Call your parents here immediately! The professor's shout startled Becusale. A spark flashed in his eyes, as if he had just remembered something extremely important. Ugh, I completely forgot. Becusale suddenly realized this troublesome plot point. He had no parents. Cold sweat broke out, and his face went blank. Professor Misen's face turned beet red, unable to utter a word at his attitude. Becusale thought to himself, "Oh no, she openly hates me now." A truly awkward situation. Oh right. Becusale quickly cast aside his worries, his eyes shining brightly. Tomorrow, I'll try concocting kimchi potion and cola potion. A crazy, exciting idea. A few weeks later, Professor Misen's voice rang out again, shattering the silence. Becusale. The familiar scene replayed. The brown-haired girl standing there, her eyes full of worry. Don't use ingredients I haven't mentioned, Professor Misen scolded. Becusale replied. But when I changed your formula, the results were much better. What? Why, you. Professor Misen was speechless with rage, unable to believe her ears. The clash between conservatism and creativity continued to erupt. Becusale's gaze, sharp and cold, pierced through his glasses, as if seeing through some secret, along with the subtly appearing and disappearing word, raise. An information panel appeared, revealing that Professor Misen Tyran was 21% corrupted by dark magic, a covenant maker with darkness, and the final boss of Episode 8. Professor Misen stood there, her face full of self-satisfaction, whispering, "Good. Everything is going according to my plan." Her body trembled slightly, signaling something ominous. The narration revealed, Misen Tyran, the final boss of Episode 8, a villain unable to overcome negative emotions, had transformed into a dark mage. When the corruption level exceeds 50%, detection by magic is impossible. Becusale appeared, and the narration continued. Currently, Professor Misen's corruption level is 21%. She cannot be proven or accused until this level exceeds 50%, at which point a dark mage extermination squad can be dispatched. The narration explained, in normal cases of corruption, it can be reversed before complete transformation, but Misen willingly made a covenant with darkness, so her fate cannot be reversed. An image of a dark magic stone sprouting appeared, and the narration emphasized, the seed of the dark mage has taken deep root in her body, making reversal impossible. Becusale mused, even though I haven't started Episode 4 yet, she's already a powerful boss, so I need to prepare beforehand. He worried that if he didn't stop her, she would turn other students into dark mages, putting the academy in danger. Professor Misen turned to look at Becusale with an angry expression, saying, I see your attitude hasn't changed. She threatened, don't expect good grades in this alchemy class. Becusale stood among the other students, his face calm, seemingly unfazed by the professor's threat, his gaze remaining steadfast. Becusale told himself, this is better. If I attract her attention, there won't be any other victims. He also thought about exercising instead of doing homework, then concluded, or have I thought too simply? The scene shifted to a classroom. Becusale and Isomorph sat next to each other. He covered his face, surprised. I can't believe the practical exam is a group assignment. A blonde-haired male student sat in front of them. The blonde-haired male student and a black-haired male student turned to look at Becusale and Isol, their eyes full of curiosity or judgment, creating a tense moment. Isomorph sat there, her face cold and expressionless, her purple eyes staring straight ahead like a living statue amidst the noisy space. Becusale smiled brightly, raising his hand to greet his two groupmates. Whoa, look at the atmosphere. It's like we're at a funeral, isn't it? He introduced himself. Hello, I'm Becusale. The other two group members, blonde-haired Kasahun and brown-haired Maliwan, introduced themselves in turn, along with the aloof Isomorph. However, the atmosphere quickly dampened. Kasahun and Maliwan lamented their group's tragic fate, having to face Professor Misen, who was notorious for giving bad grades to students she disliked. Becusale didn't accept giving up easily. He asked directly, so, are you just going to give up that easily? Isomorph, with a resolute expression, unexpectedly revealed important information. At least 3 alchemists from the Alchemist Guild will come to supervise the exam. Her words were like a ray of light tearing through the darkness of despair. Kasahun and Maliwan were astonished to realize that Professor Misen would no longer be able to arbitrarily ruin their grades. Bright smiles returned to the two boys' faces, dispelling all their initial worries. Kasahun and Maliwan were filled with determination. Then I'll have to try my best. Usiol secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad that his plan had succeeded. Isomorph subtly turned her face away, a warm glint passing through her purple eyes, as if she, too, was slowly beginning to trust this mysterious boy. The group began to discuss. Usiol asserted that a D-grade vitality elixir wouldn't be too difficult if they knew how to combine their knowledge, but finding new ingredients was the key. So who will go get the fire-maned lizard tail, the main ingredient for the potion? Usiol asked. Malawan didn't hesitate to raise his hand. I'll go get it. Usiol seriously instructed. You know that monster carcasses are the most important thing in alchemy, right? You need to choose carefully and bring back the freshest ones, Malawan confidently replied. Isomorph quietly observed Malawan, thinking to herself, he's really confident. Perhaps I can trust him. Malawan flashed a proud smile. Fire-maned lizard, huh? I'll bring it back fresh from the mountains. Meanwhile, in a deserted hallway, a black-haired male student wearing a long coat approached and asked, Did the professor call for me? Professor Tyron turned around holding an envelope and gave a sinister smile. Could you deliver this letter to the first-year alchemy students in Class C? Ma Yuching, the purple-haired male student, gave a sinister smile, his purple eyes glinting behind his glasses. He thought to himself, oh, everyone, except Group 12. A dark plan was brewing. Professor Tyron, with a subtly sinister smirk, heard the reply, Yes, Professor. The sound of shoes tapping on the floor signaled a conspiracy about to begin. The practical alchemy exam would take place in front of professional alchemists from the Grand Alchemy Hall. Even a small mistake would be enough to end anyone's future. Professor Tyron stood there, her sharp gaze directed into the distance. Usiol, she whispered, I will make you taste the consequences of confronting a professor. In the Class B training area, a black-haired girl stood in the middle of the grass field holding a staff. Her light footsteps echoed in the vast space. That girl was Flame. She turned her head, her black hair gently swaying in the wind, her eyes focused on a figure approaching. A brown-haired male student approached, handing Flame an envelope. I was told to give this to you. This is the alchemy class announcement. The brown-haired boy continued, his eyes full of warning. And also, you must not tell other students about this, he instructed. I was told you would understand. Flame watched the brown-haired boys retreating back, understanding silently. This means not to share it with Group 12, where Usiol Island. She clutched the letter tightly in her hand, her eyes full of doubt. Do they think I'll stay silent? The letter's content was a change to the practical exam topic. Flame frowned, her gaze resolute. Wait a minute. She realized there was something wrong with this announcement. In Flame's mind, Usiol's image appeared. If Usiol knew the original story, he would have prevented this from happening, right? She continued to deduce. Instead of fire lizard tails for D-Vitality potion, he would prepare Atteric spider shells needed for Tyron Point potion. With steely resolve, Flame crumpled the letter in her hand. The sound of tearing paper echoed, expressing her anger and defiance. Flame stood there, her gaze fixed forward, with Usiol's image in her mind. This is a chance to finally test him. Ugh, my head. The young wizard Usiol had just teleported through the space gate, the dizzying sensation still lingering. Despite the convenience, the price for each trip was a throbbing headache. Usiol's sharp gaze swept across. A voice rang out, breaking the silence. Welcome, Wizard Usiol. Before the magnificent Darable Gate, a radiant blonde-haired woman welcomed him. Welcome to Darable. The surrounding scene was bustling, but his gaze remained calm. I'm not an official wizard yet, just a student, he replied. The woman smiled. As a Stella Academy student, you receive the same treatment as an official wizard. Her words caused a stir among those around them. Hey look, that's a Stella Academy student. Usiol's gaze briefly acknowledged the crowd's attention. Envious whispers arose. That's right, I've never seen their uniform before. I'm so jealous. He's handsome too. His charm was undeniable. The blonde-haired woman bowed. If you need any help, don't hesitate to ask. Usiol nodded slightly. Thank you. Then turned and walked away, leaving admiring glances behind him. He walked, the Academy's privileges flashing through his mind. With my Stella Pass and pocket watch, I'm treated like an official wizard anywhere. Free teleportation gates, a huge bargain. Thanks to that, every weekend, I use the teleportation gates to neighboring cities. He had confirmed that most of his game knowledge was still valid. A breeze swept by, and the scenery shifted. Now, Usiol was in a wilderness, his eyes searching intently. It must be around here somewhere. He moved through the foliage, each step steady. Today's target, the fire lizard, a dangerous level 2 monster. Its health and strength far surpassed ordinary beasts, with formidable magic defense and speed. Only level 2 magic or higher could control it. He recalled the easy hunts for level 1 monsters. Level 2 monsters should be fine too. A subtle confidence gleamed in his eyes. A rustling sound came from the bushes. Beccusiol immediately turned, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. There at Island, he drew a glowing dagger, magical light enveloping the blade, ready for battle. The dagger transformed into a long sword, light surrounding its blade. He stood tall, in a perfect combat stance, ready to face the challenge. In the dense darkness, a pair of glowing red eyes flashed. The fierce gaze signaled an impending merciless battle. The young man shot forward like an arrow tearing through the foliage, his terrifying speed sweeping away all obstacles. The target was close. His eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light. His sixth sense erupted, and not even the slightest movement escaped his control. The sword of light swung, striking directly at the growling rock monster. Fire and energy erupted in the moment of clash. A painful shriek tore through the air. Fresh blood splattered, the monster taking the full force of the fatal blow. He maintained a cold expression, as if everything was within his expectations. The monster let out its final whimpers, its life slowly fading. Its massive body collapsed to the ground, creating a heavy thud. The first enemy had been defeated. "All right, one down," he calmly declared, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. The hunt was not over yet. The young man turned his head, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. He knew that enemies never appeared alone, and just as expected, from within the dense foliage, other rock monsters were stealthily approaching, ready to ambush. "Well then," he smirked, drawing his sword from its sheath. A confident smile spread across his lips, signaling a new battle was about to begin. Time to gather materials. He dashed off like the wind, his figure darting past the waiting monsters. The light blue-haired girl's purple eyes blinked, staring at something. It seemed she was very surprised. The monster scales sparkled. "Still fresh." "They're really fresh." "Of course." A brief dialogue ensued. "So you have an eye for it," the light blue-haired girl said. Then Beccusail replied, "Ah, at least you know." She smiled with satisfaction. "Good. Now it's just a matter of turning it into something perfect." Her eyes were filled with determination. "Let's do our best," the three young men said in unison, nodding firmly, ready for the upcoming task. Professor Myzen Tyron appeared, her voice echoing through the hall. "Is everyone present?" A solemn atmosphere enveloped the room. She continued, announcing the important alchemy exam that would determine their future. A great opportunity awaited those who excelled. A mysterious smile appeared on the professor's lips. "Shall we begin?" The task was announced. Brew Tyron Point Potion Type B. The group of students was stunned, exclaiming, "What?" Professor Tyron calmly asked. "I trust you all brought the necessary ingredients." Isel Morph, the light blue-haired girl, quickly spoke up. "Excuse me, Professor. I thought the task was to brew D-Vitality Potion." Professor Tyron smiled meaningfully. "That's right, but I already announced that it would be changed to Tyron Point Potion." She swept her gaze across the bewildered students. "Isn't that right, everyone?" The entire hall was plunged into confusion and anxiety. Beccusail thought to himself, playing a prank? It's fine if it's just me, but if others fail, that's not good at all." He turned to look at Flame, wondering, was this in the book? A big question mark about the plot was present. Flame turned away, her eyes unreadable. Beccusail was bewildered, not knowing what was happening. Flame's eyes were sharp, she questioned herself. What is this? Doesn't Beccusail know the original storyline well? She continued to ponder, but why can't he prevent this from happening? A mystery slowly unfolded. Professor Tyron questioned Isel Morph. "Isel, did you bring the wrong ingredients? Would an alchemist lose their purpose and mix up ingredients?" Isel stammered. Professor Tyron's smirk became even more pronounced. "What a pity. It seems Group 12 will fail." "Wait!" A voice rang out, interrupting her. Beccusail stood up, his gaze firm. "We just need to brew the Tyron Point Potion, right?" Professor Tyron exclaimed in surprise. "What?" The brown-haired young man looked straight ahead, declaring confidently, "We will do it." A spark of hope ignited amidst the despair. Professor Tyron smirked, announcing the condition, "Use materials different from my method." Thousands of eyes turned to the brown-haired young man. Beccusail responded with a confident smile. "It will be a more effective potion than yours, as it always, Island." The declaration was like a challenge. He smirked, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd of red-robed students who were whispering. A silent battle had begun. And here was the secret of the Tyron Point Potion. Ataric spider carapace, a rare ingredient containing countless nutrients. From the Ataric spider carapace, a powerful vitality potion was created, known as the Tyron Point Potion. Professor Tyron sneered, her eyes flashing with cunning.
"So he intends to use fire lizard tails to make a vitality potion?"
She continued to scheme, her smile growing more malicious. "This is good. I'll use this opportunity to ruin his alchemy future in front of everyone." Professor Tyron, with a challenging expression, announced, Very well, the time limit is 1 hour. Complete the Tyrant Point potion within that time. A gasp of astonishment echoed. Are you crazy? Confusion spread as the image of the giant fire lizard appeared. The blonde-haired male student looked worriedly at Beck Uziol. That's right, Uziol. I just think this is impossible. The whole group was plunged into despair. Beck Uziol offered a reassuring smile, his gaze firm. Since it's come to this, we have no other choice. He looked directly at his teammates, his words resolute. Just trust me and follow me. A small spark of hope was ignited. The group gradually regained their spirits, their determination blazing.
Better to try than to be eliminated from the start. Yes, I'll try. I want to try too.
Beck Uziol smirked, his eyes blazing. Let's show them our true capabilities. A declaration full of spirit. He offered a mysterious smile, beginning to explain. All right, let me explain the process. The whole group held their breath, waiting. Alchemy. That was one of my main hobbies when playing the game. Memories of days immersed in the virtual world suddenly flooded back. Beck Uziol, with a confident smile, revealed a secret. He had recorded every formula, no matter how minor, from his past life's memories. Among them was also the formula for Tyrant Point Potion Type B, an invention that Professor Misen took many years to create. He explained that the Atteric spider carapace was rich in nutrients because it was needed for egg incubation, and he had found a similar substitute ingredient. It was the blood vessels in the tail of the fire lizard, a surprising and potential discovery. He continued to present, stating that the Alakar tribe in the southern desert used these blood vessels to enhance their chieftain's health and prolong their lifespan. The black-haired young man volunteered. I know a little about the Alakar's processing method, so let me handle this part, okay? Beck Uziol nodded in agreement. Next, Beck Uziol asked about how to dry the tail mistletoe using the desert's unique mana release method. The blonde-haired young man quickly replied. He knew how to dry it on a small scale, having learned it while traveling with his father, taking less than 5 minutes. The light blue-haired girl Isomorph also proactively took on the remaining part of the processing, and Beck Uziol entrusted it to her. The entire group of students, including the blonde-haired young man and the black-haired young man, worked diligently, the atmosphere tense but full of determination. Isomorph carefully held the test tube containing the shimmering golden solution, her purple eyes highly focused on each step. Beck Uziol observed his teammates, silently appreciating their efforts. It was time to combine everything according to the instructions. Professor Misen and the red-robed students watched from a distance, her eyes filled with suspicion and surprise. A vibrant purple potion, glowing mysteriously, was complete. This was their achievement. Beck Uziol confidently held up the potion, declaring to Misen, Professor, this is the Tyrant Point Potion Type B. Professor Misen couldn't believe her eyes, and the red-robed students whispered among themselves. She gritted her teeth, demanding to inspect the potion herself. A red-robed student was performing alchemy, mystical purple lights swirling around their hands, while Professor Misen was stunned and surprised. Whispers arose among the red-robed students. What's going on? It's still not perfect, and they used too many ingredients. But Beck Uziol and his teammates smiled confidently, radiant as the dawn, declaring, but it's much more effective than Professor Misen's potion. The leading red-robed student held up the potion bottle, while Professor Misen stood behind, overhearing the comments. That's impressive. These young students have unique knowledge. Professor Misen's eyes suddenly turned cold, her teeth clenched, and her anger flared intensely. She didn't hesitate, reaching out to snatch the potion bottle with a decisive movement. Let me see it. Professor Misen gritted her teeth, wresting the potion bottle from the leading red-robed student's hand, her eyes full of indignation. I'll examine it myself. In an instant, Professor Misen's expression shifted, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at the potion bottle in her hand. Without a doubt, she realized. They used my technique to transform monster nutrients into a human vitality-enhancing potion. Professor Misen was distraught, unable to believe her eyes. No matter how I look at it, this is a perfect Tyran elixir. Impossible. How could they create something superior to mine right on the spot? She clutched the potion bottle tightly, her eyes filled with stubbornness, telling herself, it's fine. I'm the one who will grade them. Professor Misen placed the potion bottle on the table, her eyes still full of calculation. I can disqualify them right here for lacking ingredients. The leading red-robed student stepped forward, confidently declared, the examination is complete. It seems Group 12. I think Group 12 deserves more than an A+. He gave a meaningful smile, looking directly at Professor Misen and asked pointedly, isn't that right, Professor Misen? Professor Misen angrily gritted her teeth, cursing under her breath, while Beck Uziol smirked, his eyes full of triumph. Finally, with a reluctant expression, Professor Misen had no choice but to declare, Group 12, you passed. Beck Uziol's group erupted in triumphant joy, radiant smiles on their faces. We did it, their cheers echoed. dispelling all worries. The members couldn't help but marvel at the results. Isomorph looked at Becusale with eyes full of astonishment. Behind them, Professor Meisentyran's figure passed by, harboring displeasure. Professor Meisentyran, her face darkened, her eyes sparking with furious resentment. A surge of dark energy enveloped her as she muttered a curse. "Just you wait, Becusale." It seemed this failure had ignited something worse. The erosion rate of Professor Meisentyran's double evidence was skyrocketing, signaling a disaster. On the training ground, blue and orange magical energies continuously erupted. Arshwan stretched lazily, complaining that going to school at this age was truly tiring. A long-haired, brown-haired female student comforted Arshwan, gently saying that everything would be fine. The girls surrounding Arshwan were sniffling, trying to encourage her. "You did great," one said. "At least much better than the princess." Arshwan looked up, her eyes red-rimmed. She was a genius fire elemental mage, but something still seemed to trouble her. Arshwan was lost in thought, wondering if anyone noticed the princess's insane rate of progress. She had trained for years, but the princess was far superior. A short gray-haired female student was shocked to realize the princess might soon surpass even her own control. Hong Bian should have only progressed in her second year, yet. While another girl comforted Arshwan, the long-haired, brown-haired female student suddenly had an idea. Could this also be Becusale's doing? Another person quickly urged, "Let's go." A memory flashed. Tyran Potion Grade B, originally Isomorph's invention in the future, was stolen and perfected by Professor Meisentyran. The long-haired, brown-haired female student pondered, how did Becusale know this formula? Something not even in the original storyline. He surely doesn't know about this plot point. Her eyes suddenly lit up. He knows about the future, but doesn't know about the original storyline. A bold hypothesis formed in her mind. She looked up at Becusale's figure in the dazzling light. Could he be a regressor, not a transmigrator? That thought was like a lightning bolt tearing through the night. If Becusale came from the future, all the pieces would fall into place. He could know future events, but couldn't remember every small detail that happened to Azel. Actually, in the original story, Ma Yusung was the one who had the chance to turn back time. Only one object in this world holds the power of time. The 11th silver moon. Perhaps, with its power. A brown-haired female student turned her head, her dark brown eyes looking straight into the empty space. What's wrong? The purple-haired young man, Ma Yusung, appeared. He looked at the girl, calling her name. Hey Wanriang? Ma Yuseong excitedly asked about Becusale, but the brown-haired girl only replied, "I'm not sure what you're asking, but he just seems like a slightly strange student to me." He didn't give up, continuing to probe. "Anything else? Did you sense anything?" The girl just shook her head. "Not really." A heavy sigh escaped the girl. She lowered her face, hiding her disappointed expression. "I see." Ma Yuseong looked at her, his gaze seemingly piercing her heart. "Flame, are you worried about Becusale?" She hesitated for a moment, then softly replied, her voice a whisper. "Well, I suppose so." Ma Yusong mused. He thought to himself, it seems Becusale also knows about the original story, just like me. Suddenly, Flame looked up, her eyes resolute. "I can't stand it anymore." Ma Yusong was confused. "What do you mean?" She explained. "Being this worried and restless isn't my style." With a determined expression, Flame declared, "I'm going to tell Becusale how I feel." Ma Yuseong was surprised. "You want to tell him how you feel?" The two stood facing each other before the ancient building, bathed in brilliant golden sunlight. A moment of silence before everything changed. Flame smiled, waving goodbye. "Thanks for listening to me today. See you later." She turned around and dashed away like the wind, leaving Ma Yusung standing stunned. Ma Yuseong watched her figure, his hands slowly lowering. His eyes were filled with contemplation, unsure of what awaited him. Ma Yuseong stood alone, calling Flame's name. His gaze sank deep into the void, as if searching for an indefinite figure. The next day, life went on. The morning sun shone down on the ancient rooftops, signaling a new beginning. In a corner of a crowded cafe, Ma Yusong sat alone, separated from the lively chatter of the crowd. He was lost in thought, oblivious to the whispers around him. A heavy sigh escaped him. What should I do now? He wondered, his eyes filled with anxiety about the burdens weighing him down. Professor Meisentyran's dark magic erosion rate had reached 37%. This meant a terrifying incident would occur within the next 3 months. Ma Yusong pondered who would be the one whose erosion rate would be accelerated by dark magic. He listed 3 candidates: the cheerful red-haired girl Jackie, Arshwan from Arshwan's faction, and finally himself, the new leader of the Full Moon Tower. He suddenly stood up, words echoing in his mind. Hei Wonriang being affected by dark magic would be the worst-case scenario. Stepping out of the cafe, Ma Yusong knew clearly. This was a rare event in the game, but if it happened, it would be the end. He had to be very careful. With resolute steps, he told himself. Among the 3 candidates, the most likely one, Island. A chilling speculation flashed through his mind. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Flame? The brown-haired girl stood there, arms crossed, her sharp eyes looking directly at him. Flame questioned, "Who are you?" Ma Yusong replied in surprise, "What the hell are you talking about?" She didn't let up. "Last time you never explained your true identity." He sighed. That again? This girl kept putting him in a difficult position, making him unsure how to handle. Ma Yusong's eyes subtly glanced at Flame, a thought flashing in his mind. He was considering something significant. Perhaps I should trust Flame and find out more information, he told himself. That might increase my chances of reaching the true ending. There's nothing to lose, should I tell her? He hesitated, words caught in his throat. I am. A secret was about to be revealed, but did he have enough courage? The system continuously warned. Blood-red letters appearing, threatening. Do not reveal to the transmigrator. Do not share information. His secret was being sealed. An invisible wall blocking his words. He clutched his head, his face showing extreme discomfort. This is insane. All right then, let's go all out. A thought flashed, and he proposed. We both have secrets, so let's share half, okay? The brown-haired girl looked at him, her dark brown eyes flashing with calculation. Finally, she nodded, accepting the proposal. All right, that works. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had escaped. But the brown-haired girl didn't give him a chance. I'll ask first. Her voice was decisive, her eyes sharp as knives. You know the future, don't you? She's not holding back at all, Ma Yusong thought to himself, full of surprise. He replied with a sharp question. Asking that way means you know too. What is your purpose for coming to the academy? The brown-haired girl didn't hesitate, her eyes resolute. I'm looking for a way for this world not to perish. This world is in danger. Her words were like a tragic prophecy. He sighed in relief. At least her purpose wasn't to harm people. Though I'm not sure if she's telling the truth. He decided it was his turn. All right, my turn, he asked, his eyes probing. Why are you acting that way? Inside, he was confused, not understanding what she was implying. The brown-haired girl shrugged, her expression calm. I'm not too sure myself, so I'll just give a vague answer. Simply put, because I want to. A flicker of determination passed through the brown-haired girl's eyes. She believed this was the best way for her to act. He gave a forced laugh, thinking to himself, is this answer vague enough? An awkward smile appeared on the young man's lips. Suddenly, the brown-haired girl trembled, her voice choked. Don't lie. He was surprised, not understanding what was happening. How? How can someone be so kind? The brown-haired girl yelled, her eyes full of indignation. You definitely have a purpose, something you want to achieve, he calmly replied. I don't have anything like that. She was surprised. What? He continued, his tone a little awkward. Actually, if you ask me what I want, I don't know anymore. The brown-haired girl questioned, You don't know? He looked at her, his eyes resolute. That's right, I just want to live. The brown-haired girl was stunned, her purple eyes wide. You just want to live? Baek Yusale bowed his head in apology, his tone a little awkward. He wondered if his apology was sincere enough. His eyes still a little confused. Flame suddenly turned her back, covering her face, as if sobbing uncontrollably. Baek Yusale was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, only managing to utter an unfinished question. A cold voice rang out, calling Baek Yusale by name. He flinched and turned his head, his golden eyes wide. Sensing something ominous, Ma Yusong appeared, his heavy footsteps thundering with each strike. Enveloped by a terrifying purple-dark aura, Baek Yusale recoiled, horrified by the immense pressure. Ma Yusong's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He looked directly at Baek Yusale, questioning him with indignation. Answer me. Why did Flame leave in tears? Ma Yusong's chilling threat made Baek Yusale shiver. He thought to himself, facing the rival of the world's strongest was truly terrifying, and suddenly remembered Hei Wonriang's feelings for Flame. Baek Yusale tried to explain, asserting that nothing had happened to Flame, but Ma Yusong maintained a suspicious expression, not believing his justification. Baek Yusale tried to reassure him, forcing a smile and waving his hand. He insisted that things weren't as Ma Yusong thought, then wondered if he had been convincing enough. Ma Yusong remained silent, his gaze still fixed downwards in thought. Suspicion and discomfort lingered on his face, making the atmosphere tense. Suddenly, Ma Yusong bowed his head and apologized for his rudeness. Baek Yusale was completely flustered, hastily waving his hand, not expecting his opponent to act this way. Ma Yusong decisively turned around, said goodbye, and walked away. His figure gradually disappeared into the distance, leaving Baek Yusail still bewildered. Baek Yusail waved goodbye, but his heart was full of questions. He wondered why Hei Wonryang, who was usually calm, could act so worried. Night fell over the academy, the silver moonlight illuminating the ancient buildings. But in Baek Yusail's heart, a vague worry still lingered, refusing to fade. A hand gently touched the old book on the table. That small sound was like a sign, foreshadowing the appearance of a new character. Isomorph sat at her desk, her light blue hair flowing long, her purple eyes tired. She sighed, lamenting that she couldn't focus on anything today. Isomorph, with tired purple eyes, remained lost in thought. She couldn't concentrate, her mind drifting somewhere far away. Suddenly, Baek Yusail spoke, breaking the silence. "I have something to ask you." The light blue-haired girl turned back, wondering, "What is it?" Baek Yusail's gaze was sharp. He asked directly, "Did you come up with that formula on the spot?" A question filled with both suspicion and astonishment. Isa looked at him, her purple eyes showing a hint of confusion, but she still replied, "For now, yes." The ambiguous answer made the person opposite her even more puzzled. He nodded slightly, a whispered "I see" escaping his lips. Perhaps countless thoughts were swirling in his mind. In Isel's mind, the universe suddenly opened up. She once considered herself a genius, believing that with perseverance she would overcome her enemies. She had clung to that belief for so long. But the cruel reality struck, and she gritted her teeth in pain. "This time, I'm useless." Her hands clenched tightly, fingernails digging deep into her flesh. It couldn't be like this. She couldn't avenge her father if she remained weak. The Adelevit family, filthy, hateful. They were the ones who turned her father into a traitor, pushing him to his death. She swore to take revenge at any cost. A loud slap echoed. She slapped her own cheek. The stinging pain woke her from the depths of despair, pulling her back to reality. Her purple eyes lit up. She told herself, "I can't stay like this forever." Determination blazed in her heart. Under the stormy night sky, she looked towards the academy. "I will try even harder," her vow echoed, powerful as a lightning bolt tearing through the night. The bright moonlight shone upon the ancient castle, as if witnessing the maiden's ironclad vow. Another long night began. Chattering voices rang out. Flame lay on her bed, thinking to herself, "I chose a 4-person room because I like the lively atmosphere. But perhaps I should have chosen a private room for S-class students instead." A hint of worry crossed her face, her mind turning to a name. Baek Yusail. What was bothering her so much? In a hazy memory, the brown-haired girl wondered about Baek Yusail. He once said he didn't know his goal. Clear proof that he was someone who had returned from the past. Flame's mind delved into the memories of the original novel, where the 11th moon had told Ma Yusong about the ability to turn back time. But the price was cruel. Losing precious memories, and once the mission was complete, the existence of the one who returned would vanish. No one would remember the one who saved the world, and even loved ones would forget his presence. Do you still choose to turn back time? The question echoed, Ma Yusong in his tattered red cloak, his eyes resolute as he accepted his fate. But then, a figure appeared. Isomorph, with her light blue hair fluttering in the wind, stopped Ma Yusong. "Wait!" she cried out, her face pained, her eyes pleading towards Ma Yusong. "I would rather accept this world's destruction, as long as my memories of you remain intact, than live in a world where you no longer exist. Come with me." Her earnest plea convinced him. Thus, Ma Yusong gave up turning back time, and the world plunged into destruction. Startled awake from her dream, Flame realized she was in bed. The morning light streamed through the window, but her mind remained heavy. If this world was truly different from the novel, and Baek Yusail was the one who had turned back time with the power of the 11th moon, then Baek Yusail would disappear as soon as his mission was complete. His existence would be erased from this world, but he, who had lost most of his memories, with only a sense of his mission remaining, only wished to live. Clenching her hands, Flame sank into thought. If Baek Yusail disappeared, what should she do? Suddenly, the room door burst open. A brown-haired female student rushed in, her face panicked. "Flame, Hei Wonryang is looking for you." The brown-haired female student announced that Hei Wonryang was waiting. Flame, still buried under her blanket, coldly told the girl to lie. She turned her back, not wanting to face him. The brown-haired girl hesitated, but Flame remained firm. "I don't care," she whispered. "I want to sleep." The brown-haired female student's face clearly showed worry and confusion at Flame's attitude. A mysterious aura enveloped the area, and then a fearful gulp echoed. Under the dim light, the academy's ancient architecture appeared, eerily silent. The light purple-haired young man, Hei Wonryang, stood tall in the courtyard, his gaze patient, yet also full of annoyance. From behind, the brown-haired female student rushed over, her brown cloak fluttering. "Sorry, Haewonryang," she panted. The brown-haired girl stood opposite Haewonryang, looking up at him with a bewildered expression. The brown-haired girl's face clearly showed panic. "Who are you?" she blurted out, her voice trembling. Haewonryang frowned, questioning. "Where's Flame?" The brown-haired girl stammered, making excuses that she wasn't feeling well and was fast asleep. He turned his back, thinking to himself, could being rejected by that incompetent student really make her so distraught? Then he coldly said he would leave. With light footsteps, Haewonryang walked away, leaving the brown-haired female student standing silently, watching his retreating back. The wind swept past, carrying away strands of brown hair. She stood there, her heart aching. He doesn't even remember my name, even though I like him so much. In her memory, Flame was always radiant, with innate talent that everyone admired, and she was always the center of attention, attracting everyone's gaze. The one who held Haewonryang's heart. A mysterious smile bloomed on his lips, concealing many unspoken things. In the middle of the vast school grounds, a solitary figure stood, a brown cloak obscuring all emotions. She was pensive, as if bearing an unspeakable sorrow, fists clenched, veins bulging. How hateful. An unnamed frustration surged, burning through someone's heart. The first tower stood tall and majestic against the deep blue sky. Here, ancient secrets awaited to be unveiled. Vice Principal Arkahayden coldly questioned Professor Misen about her failure against a student. She bowed her head, her voice full of remorse. "I apologize." He, Arkahayden, Vice Principal of Stella Academy, looked at her with a meaningful gaze. "I have very high expectations for you." Misen Tiran smiled confidently, answering Arkahayden's question about the research into alchemy magic techniques. "Of course. I won't disappoint you." Arkahayden placed a hand on her shoulder, his eyes sharp. "Good. I will trust you." Misen Tiran immediately assured him. "Please leave it to me." The click-clack of footsteps echoed as Arkahayden turned and left, leaving Misen Tiran alone in the large room. With a contemptuous sneer, Arkahayden thought to himself, "Stupid woman." His eyes were full of disdain. She's too blinded by her desire for fame to realize she's being used. Arkahayden's malicious thoughts were clear. He sneered. How ironic that a magic warrior, who should be fighting dark mages, is now researching for them. Arkahayden stood there, his gaze distant. "I eagerly await the day alchemy magic techniques become a reality." A conspiracy was slowly taking shape. Pages of documents fluttered, piled high. The work seemed endless. Altarisha trembled, struggling with the towering stack of papers. "Ugh, I can't see anything," she sighed, utterly exhausted. Amidst the towering stack of documents, a hand suddenly reached out, gently lifting them. Altarisha was startled, her eyes behind her round glasses wide with confusion. Baek appeared, a faint smile on his face, taking the heavy stack of papers. He kindly asked if she was all right with this mountain of work. The stack of documents was neatly placed down, returning space to Altarisha. A small but timely gesture, freeing her from the burden. Altarisha breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to the brown-haired young man. She said, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, Professor Misen would have scolded me fiercely." Baek simply replied, "It's nothing." After helping, Baek began to observe his surroundings. His gaze swept across the room, and a strange feeling arose within him. The room was cluttered with papers, bottles, and complex formulas. He thought to himself, "This place is truly chaotic." Baek sharp golden eyes stopped, focusing on one point. His attention was drawn to something special. It was a complex alchemy formula, drawn on the blackboard. Baek wondered, "What is that?" Altarisha turned around, smiling as she explained, "Ah, that's the formula Professor Misen is researching with other scientists." She tried to recall the name. "I think they call it the alchemy magic fusion technique." Baek was surprised, an exclamation mark appearing in his mind. He stared at the formula on the board, the question echoing in his head. Is this the alchemy magic fusion technique? A terrifying vision emerged. Misen Tiran being exploited, the formula transformed into a devastating weapon, plunging the world into a sea of fire and darkness. The technological gap created immense destruction. But then, Altarisha's image appeared, like a ray of hope, changing the situation. Baek looked at Altarisha, a thought flashing in his mind. What if she discovers this technique before the dark mages do? Altarisha turned back, smiling as she asked, "Me, Altarisha? Would you like some coffee?" She remained carefree, unaware of his thoughts. "No, I was just wondering. Don't you find Professor Misen's treatment of you bothersome?" Baek words were like a sharp knife, shattering Altarisha's carefree demeanor. "Huh?" The blonde girl was stunned, her eyes behind her glasses, reflecting confusion. His sudden question startled her, and an indescribable emotion welled up within her. He maintained his mysterious smile, his sharp gaze seemingly piercing her soul. What if there was a way for you to truly get back at her? His words were like magic, planting a seed of doubt in Altarisha's heart. I'm just an assistant. Altarisha panicked, hastily refusing. What good would that do? If I get fired, I'll be out on the streets. She worried, constantly thinking about the consequences. Baek was in no hurry. He offered another proposal. Then, what if you became an alchemist more talented than Professor Maizen herself? His words stunned Altarisha, a flicker of hope suddenly appearing. He stepped closer, his gaze resolute. That way, no one will ever dare to look down on you again. The promise of respect and status was like a curse, deeply embedded in her mind. In that moment, Altarisha's eyes suddenly lit up. Her gaze, piercing through her glasses, reflected a long-buried aspiration. Now, rekindled by Baek, she smiled brightly, her hands clasped in gratitude. Yes, that's wonderful. Altarisha's voice was filled with joy, as if a new door had just opened before her. Baek thought to himself, Altarisha had reached her limit. She couldn't possibly be happy being confined to a dusty storage room, doing Maizen's tedious paperwork. In his mind, an image of Altarisha passionately researching and creating appeared. She had always dreamed of becoming a great alchemist, freely inventing new things, and she possessed enough talent to make that dream a reality. Altarisha will. He looked into the distance, his eyes glinting with calculation. One day realize her dream, creating countless new inventions with extraordinary intellect and creativity. In his imagination, Altarisha donned the cloak of a great alchemist, radiant and powerful. She turned back, apologizing for not having made coffee yet. But Baek simply replied, "It's fine." He knew she had to put her dreams aside, accepting the harsh reality. But he would soon help her turn that dream into reality, a firm promise concealing many calculations. After the first exam ended, Baek began to frequently visit Altarisha at the academy. He wanted to ensure his plan proceeded smoothly. Oh, you think so too? Altarisha was excited, her eyes sparkling. She shared her idea of adding a color-changing button to the magic pen, a small but promising invention. Baek suggested adding an eraser function to the magic pen, making Altarisha as excited as if she had discovered the truth. She exclaimed that this idea was wonderful, just like a mechanical pencil. He observed silently, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Altarisha was inventing more and more new items, exactly as he had planned. Everything was unfolding perfectly, but a dry clack echoed from the door, pulling him back to reality. There was still a core technique they hadn't been able to break through. A worry crept into Baek mind. He walked, his mind heavy. Baek knew he needed to guide Altarisha to solve this problem before Professor of Alchemy Maizen Tyron could intervene. But that path was not easy. Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. "Hey, old man, why are you so distracted?" Baek was surprised and turned his head to look. A girl with shoulder-length brown hair appeared, her eyes sharp. She warned him, "If you keep walking around so carelessly, you'll bump into something." Baek retorted angrily, "Excuse me, old man?" But the girl didn't flinch, crossing her arms and replying confidently, "Everyone can see you're an old man." He sighed in exasperation. This girl's mouth was truly terrifying. Although he had never revealed his age, she spoke to him more than before. Nevertheless, he was glad to have met her. Baek looked seriously at the brown-haired girl. "It's about your friend, Jackie." The girl's eyes showed a hint of surprise, while Jackie appeared in her mind with a worried expression. The brown-haired girl quickly misunderstood, exclaiming in panic, "She's still young, you know, that's a crime." Baek retorted angrily, "I haven't even said anything yet." The brown-haired girl looked at him, her eyes stern. "You should keep an eye on her." Her words were both a reminder and a warning. Baek pondered, explaining Jackie's dangerous situation. She might not be okay at all. If corrupted by dark magic, she could be very unstable. Although the brown-haired girl didn't fully understand, she firmly stated, "We're going hunting together this weekend. I'll keep an eye on her then." Baek nodded, entrusting the task to her. He muttered about the hunting season, his eyes sharp. It's clear where they're going. A light flashed in his head, and the plan gradually became clear. And that was Martiva's cemetery, where the 4th episode of the story would take place. A gloomy location, harboring many secrets waiting to be discovered. The scene opened to a grand hunt, where Ma Yusong, Easel, Flame, and other key characters would be drawn into a large-scale battle. Although I wouldn't directly participate, the goal was to seize the relics hidden within the family ritual. Cloaked specters and skeletons were present, signaling a merciless war. Baek with a calm demeanor, handed a piece of paper to the dark-haired man. It was a permit to leave the academy, a mysterious move that initiated his plan. The long-coated teacher looked at Baek in surprise. "Are you going for training?" he replied with a cryptic remark about things the academy couldn't teach, confusing the other person. Baek Yuseol's eyes flashed with determination. He knew clearly the path he had to take, and nothing could stop him. Surprisingly, the permit was not Baek Yuseol's, but Ma Yusong's. A small note revealed further mystery. Baek Yuseol muttered softly, deciding to investigate further. The teacher revealed that many students had recently left school to hunt, all heading towards Marteva's cemetery to earn points. The teacher looked puzzled when mentioning Ma Yusong and Hei Wonryang, who already had many points but were still diligent. The news from the teacher startled Baek Yuseol. Ma Yuseong had gone home, and Hei Wonryang went with Flame. Without Ma Yuseong, how will they survive the necromancer's ambush? He panicked. Baek Yuseol pondered. Ma Yuseong rarely went home without a special reason. One thing was certain. Those who went to the cemetery wouldn't be able to defeat a level 5 necromancer on their own. He was in a difficult position. There wasn't enough evidence to call for aid, and his storytelling skill prevented him from revealing what he knew. Baek Yuseol's hand clenched, veins protruding. "But I can't let them die like this." An ironclad determination became clear. With a resolute gaze, Baek Yuseol made his final decision. "There's no other choice. I have to handle this myself." A few days later, the scene shifted to Marteva's cemetery. The gloomy sky, ancient tombs, and gnarled, dry trees created an eerie atmosphere. A loud, deafening sound rang out. A gigantic monster, lizard-like in form, with black skin and glowing red scales, collapsed to the ground. A young man stood there, holding a glowing shield. The red-brown-haired young man smirked. "No wonder those fretted fish are so easy to kill. This place is only risk level 2. He was Doc Chaelguang, a second-year student. The red-brown-haired young man, Doc Chaelguang, had just defeated the monster, but an annoyed voice rang out. "Idiot! You can't just destroy everything you see." It was Casif Derek, a second-year student, with an angry expression. "Why do you never listen to me? I'm the leader." Doc Chaelguang just chuckled dismissively. "Huh? Oh, sorry." Casif Derek became even more annoyed. "This is not something to laugh about." A girl with shoulder-length gray hair, Bandian, appeared with Isomorph, saying indifferently, "Just ignore him. He won't listen to you anyway." Isomorph hesitated and agreed. Casif Derek heard this and turned back to grumble. "Hey, we heard that!" Bandian retorted defiantly. "So what?" Bandian smirked, declaring, "I'll say whatever I want." Isomorph stood beside her, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Isomorph thought to herself, she only came along because there was an open spot in the club that allowed them to leave school. She reassured herself that, luckily, they didn't seem like bad people. Bandian turned to call Isomorph, her tone calm. "Let's go, Isol." Isomorph was about to reply when a sudden earth-shattering explosion rang out, startling the white-haired girl, Hongbian Adolovit. Another loud explosion. Doc Chaelguang, Casif Derek, Bandian, and Isomorph were all surprised by the chaotic sound, wondering what was happening. Casif Derek realized, "It sounds like someone is fighting fiercely nearby. We can't have hunting grounds overlapping. Shall we go there and let them know we're here? Are you okay with that?" Isomorph reluctantly nodded. The 4 students walked together, heading towards the sound, their eyes full of vigilance. Isomorph suddenly stopped, her eyes wide with surprise as she saw the scene before her. From a distance, she saw 2 figures standing amidst the ruins, shrouded in smoke and dust. Isomorph exclaimed in astonishment, "It's Hongbian and Flame!" The white-haired and brown-haired girls stood there, ready to face danger. Amidst the desolate ruins, Isomorph and Hongbian Adolevit stood facing shadowy figures, a gloomy atmosphere enveloping them. Hongbian and Flame appeared, their eyes filled with surprise and worry, wondering why they were there. Isomorph firmly declared, "I was the one who took down the giant fretted fish first." The fretted monster's corpse lay there, and a dispute arose. "That's absurd. It's in our hunting grounds, so it's ours." Isol assessed the situation. A rare level 3 monster had caused a fight for points. Intervening would only make things worse. Isomorph's eyes narrowed, harboring a deep thought, as if something more important was urging her on. Hongbian Adolevit coldly uttered, "I don't want to face the sister of the one who killed my father." Isomorph decided to retreat, thinking it best to leave. But a sudden voice rang out, "Now! Now, freshmen!" The seniors appeared. Doc Chaelguang tried to mediate, but Flame angrily retorted, "Shut up and move aside, please." Casif Derek angrily yelled, "You can't talk to a second-year senior like that." Flame defiantly replied, "If you want respect, then give an order." A cracking sound echoed. Flame and Hongbian Adolevit were stunned, their wary eyes fixed on the mysterious tremor. The ground shook violently, a terrifying presence rising, making everyone wonder in horror what it was. Suddenly, a gigantic skeletal hand burst from the ground, signaling a terrifying danger that had just been unleashed. Morph and Dak Chelguang stood frozen, their eyes wide with horror at the sudden and terrifying sight. Hongbian at Alevet also couldn't hide her extreme astonishment, her crimson eyes wide at the appearance of the skeletal hand. Flame and Bandian were stunned, Flame letting out a desperate cry. "No! It can't be! It can't be!" Before the horrified scream faded, countless withered skeletons rose from the ground, their fiery purple eyes signaling a merciless battle. There are skeletons here too? Amidst the desolate landscape, an ancient stone tablet stood tall, inscribed with strange characters. At its base, a chilling warning appeared. Warning: do not enter alone. The familiar ding sound echoed, signaling a skill and stat level up. But the brown-haired young man still sighed in exasperation, wishing, "Sigh, I wish I could use magic too." He stood there, his sword still stained with blood, his face full of frustration. Why can I only use instant teleportation? A question filled with helplessness in a dangerous place. Nevertheless, he remained alert. His sharp golden eyes glanced around, muttering, "Anyway, it's about time they appeared." Suddenly, his gaze stopped. A soft "ah" escaped his lips, as if he had just found what he was waiting for. In the desolate graveyard, a large tombstone appeared. He stared at it, his voice firm. There at Island, he told himself that he didn't have overwhelming skills or terrifying power to wipe out an army of skeletons like Ma Yuxiong. There's only one way to survive in this place. The ground shook violently. His eyes flashed with steely determination. I have to fight like a player. Chapter 4. The Necromancer's ambush officially began. The brown-haired young man stood firm, ready to face the challenge. A loud explosion tore through the air, and the ground cracked. From below, something massive was emerging. That must be the skeleton general, commander of hundreds of soldiers. A colossal skeleton with golden horns and glowing red eyes roared, its oppressive aura enveloping everything. The enemy was one of the 3 sub-bosses of this chapter. At his current level, a direct confrontation would only lead to death. He knew that well, but his eyes didn't waver. I'm not planning to fight in the usual way. A mysterious smile flickered across his face. He lunged like an arrow, using a sword to push back the emerging skeleton general. Back off! Get back to where you came from, the clang of metal echoed. He smirked cunningly. Watching an enemy transform or summon is an unwritten rule of the game, but I won't let that happen. He continued to press on, giving it no chance. The skeleton general, now just a skull, shrieked. I have obtained a spine staff. The gruesome clatter of bones echoed. But the one holding it was Baek Yuseol, he smirked, declaring that the skeleton general's power now belonged to him. Baek Yuseol lightly waved his hand. All right, it's time for me to go. Had a new chapter begun? Or was it an escape? Suddenly, the scene shifted. Shadowy figures in black cloaks appeared, engulfing the students in deadly purple smoke. Flame gasped, blaming herself for letting her guard down. This is definitely the summoner event, but something feels wrong. According to her memories, Ma Yusong was supposed to handle this. But why is Isol here? Where is Ma Yusong? She gripped her staff tightly, worried. Are we really supposed to face a level 5 summoner with just this team? Morso Dordain calmly announced that he had contacted the academy. We just need to hold off these skeletons until they arrive. The group of students stood in a circle, facing the horde of skeletons. The professors will be here soon. Even if we can't defeat the summoner, we can still escape, Hongbian Adolevet warned. This isn't the time for self-comfort. The number of skeletons will only increase. She pointed at the surrounding skeletons. This is a graveyard. We need to return to base camp immediately. A skeleton snarled and lunged at Flame. Back! Back off! The girl panicked, trying to defend herself. A roar echoed, and the ferocious skeleton extended its claws. Ah! Flame shrieked in terror as it lunged. A burst of blue energy erupted, knocking back the skeleton. Ah! Flame was still reeling from shock. Morph appeared just in time. Are you all right? She asked, and Flame replied with a sigh of relief. Morso Dordain assessed the situation. Not bad for a rookie. This summoner seems well prepared. Perhaps he created a power vessel. A power vessel. A terrifying technique, where a summoner continuously pours mana into it and stores it. That cloaked figure, is he doing that? Even summoners have mana limits. If they summon skeletons in the usual way, they can only call forth about a dozen level 3 or level 4 skeletons. But the terrifying number of skeletons appearing over such a wide area, that can only mean those skeletons just keep appearing. Morso Dordain smirked, but his eyes were full of caution. It seems this has been planned for a very long time. 3 skeleton mages, with glowing red eyes and skeletal staves, appeared within the purple magic circle. Perhaps their goal is to kill us and turn us into skeleton mages? As the guild leader, I must do something impressive. Morso Dordain confidently declared, his eyes blazing. "I will wipe out those monsters with a powerful spell." But just as the spell was about to erupt, a skeletal hand suddenly reached out and firmly grabbed Morso Dordain's arm. Excruciating pain struck, and Morso Dordain cried out. The magic in his hand began to become chaotic, losing control. "Get away from him!" Dak Chiaoguang rushed forward like a fiery whirlwind, delivering a powerful punch that knocked back the skeleton holding Morso Dordain. The spell was abruptly interrupted, and the backlash energy caused Morso Dordain to convulse, blue-purple electric sparks flashing around him. Damn it! Was he in the middle of casting a spell? Horror was evident on Morso Dordain's face as the magic backlash grew stronger. "That's magic backlash! Get down!" A blinding blue energy burst forth, signaling the inevitable explosion. Isomorph and Flame watched in horror at the blinding light. Danger was imminent. Everyone felt the destructive power about to strike. "No!" Hungbyan Adolovitz screamed, her crimson eyes filled with worry. If it explodes, we'll be in danger, but it was too late. An earth-shattering explosion, and dust filled the air. Flame collapsed, exhausted and gasping for breath. From beneath the ground, new skeletons rose again, ready to fight. I can't fight anymore," Flame whispered, utterly exhausted. Jeremy and Verajane were no better, their mana depleted, with no time to recover. The skeletons kept rising, relentlessly. The situation was desperate, their numbers overwhelming. The future bleak. A skeleton snarled and lunged, its sharp claws poised to tear apart the exhausted Flame. Flame gritted her teeth, her face etched with exhaustion and despair, wondering if this was her end. As the scythe of death drew near, suddenly, the monster froze, as if imprisoned by an invisible force. She was astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief at what had just happened, not understanding what was going on. Not just one, but all the skeletons stood motionless, like deathly statues on the battlefield. Amidst the eerily silent space, a steady footstep echoed, breaking the stillness. A figure appeared, calmly walking past the petrified monsters, advancing towards them. It was Baek-Yu-Sail, the one who had halted the entire undead army. With an unusually calm gaze, Flame couldn't help but be astonished, wondering why he was in this dangerous place, and how. Suddenly, a horrified gasp. It was the Skeleton General, commander of the monsters. Being controlled by him, the Skeleton General was originally extremely powerful, always protected by elite soldiers, and could not be easily defeated. Yet, Baek-Yu-Sail stood there calmly, holding its staff, as if he had defeated the monster alone. Flame was still half skeptical, but the undeniable truth was right before her eyes. The whole group breathed a sigh of relief, endlessly thanking their savior for rescuing them from danger. Isomorph approached, curiously asking how he managed to get the Skeleton General's head. Baek-Yu-Sail casually explained that he picked up the Skeleton General's head from a bone stew, leaving Isomorph bewildered. He coughed once, quickly changing the subject to planning, because the necromancer might control the skeletons without the general, and then things would become dangerous again. Morso Dordain asked if Baek-Yu-Sail had a plan. He replied that the necromancer had occupied the entire area near the base, making it impossible to sneak past. The brown-haired, golden-eyed young man asserted there was only one option left. They had to defeat the necromancer. The whole group fell silent, their eyes wide with surprise mixed with worry at this audacious proposal. Flame flinched, asking again in a panic, unable to believe his ears that he was serious. Baek-Yu-Sail reminded them of their lessons at school. The necromancer, though powerful in magic, was physically weak. He emphasized that evasion was impossible when the occupied area was too vast. He revealed the current guard force consisted of 1 skeleton general, 6 elite skeletons, and 50 skeleton soldiers, and the numbers would increase if they hesitated. Morso Dordain wondered how to convince everyone, but Baek-Yu-Sail simply replied with confidence, "We can do it." Hungbyan Adolovitz spoke up in support, praising Baek-Yu-Sail's combat experience and asserting that sneaking was impossible. She believed the necromancer wouldn't expect a direct attack. Flame and Dak Chiaoguang still hesitated slightly, their eyes filled with contemplation. Finally, Dak Chiaoguang reluctantly agreed, saying they couldn't split up anyway. Baek-Yu-Sail smiled, ready to take action. The group was determined to act before the necromancer could realize their intentions. Meanwhile, in a desolate graveyard with barren trees and a ruined church, a gloomy atmosphere prevailed. A figure in a black cloak appeared, his footsteps heavy. He muttered to himself that today was a lucky day to encounter the Stella Academy brats. The necromancer Sabahayak, who came from the Dark Magic Tower, flashed a sinister smile, planning to turn these academy students into skeleton mages to demonstrate his power. The necromancer Sabahayak stood amidst the desolate graveyard, smug about the magical power he had accumulated over 7 years and the 700 skeletons buried there. He flashed a sinister smile, triumphantly declaring, "From now on, no one will dare to look down on me." Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him, startling him. his eyes widening in surprise. Cold sweat ran down his back as he realized in a panic. What's happening? My senses have suddenly been cut off. Could it be that a skeleton general has been defeated? A dazzling blue light suddenly flashed, tearing through the gloomy night. The cloaked figure hastily chanted a spell, and a burst of blue magic erupted, forming a defensive shield. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage and surprise, unable to believe what was happening. The colossal bone shield cracked and crumbled with a horrifying crunch. The necromancer clutched his chest, groaning in pain. My level 4 bone shield is shattering. You bastards! I won't let you escape! He roared, his face filled with hatred. A brilliant golden light erupted, illuminating the astonished face of a brown-haired young man wearing glasses. A terrifying orange-yellow explosion ripped through the air, engulfing the cloaked figure in a sea of flames. Amidst the blazing pillar of fire, 2 female figures stood firm, witnessing the terrifying destructive power. Fragments of bone rained down, dissolving into nothingness, evidence of the devastating attack. The necromancer staggered amidst the desolate scene, his hand still clutching his staff, but his eyes clearly showed horror. He clutched his chest, staggering backward, his face pained and surprised. I was too careless. I didn't expect them to dare attack directly. Through the thick smoke and dust, the young students of Stella Academy appeared, their eyes resolute. Though still young, the Academy's reputation was not for naught. The necromancer Sabehyok was cornered. He muttered to himself, I don't want to use this method, but confronting all of them is too risky. I must summon the elite skeletons. He bit his finger hard, fresh blood oozing out. A purple glow erupted, dark energy surging. Sabehyok spread his arms, shouting loudly, Come forth, my soldiers! He summoned an army of skeletons from the void. From within the purple mist, dry, rattling skeletons with glowing red eyes and tattered cloaks appeared. They growled, ready for battle. A multitude of elite skeletons rose, surrounding the necromancer. Each one carried a deathly aura, ready to crush anyone who dared to stand in their way. As a consequence of the rapid summoning, Sabehyok coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His face was pale, but his eyes remained resolute. He gasped for breath, staggering, but standing firm. Summoning all these elite skeletons has caused me internal injuries. But this is enough, the necromancer whispered, trying to calm himself. Stop those bastards, he commanded. The skeleton army roared, charging into battle, the dry clatter of bones echoing. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The necromancer staggered, but still wore a smug smile. Good, they're holding them back. He thought he was safe. Just as he was about to relax, a golden light flashed. Baek Yusol suddenly appeared behind him, holding a glowing staff, his eyes sharp and cold. The necromancer spun around in shock, his face filled with extreme terror. He hadn't expected anyone to be able to approach him undetected. You, who are you? Sabehyok stammered. Baek Yusol, the brown-haired, golden-eyed young man, merely smiled mysteriously, saying nothing. The sight was unbelievable. Baek Yusol stood there, one hand holding his staff, the other clutching the skeleton general's head. The necromancer was completely taken by surprise. Who are you? Where did you come from? The necromancer shrieked, his face panicked. He couldn't believe his eyes. He tried to deduce. I've been monitoring all Stella students through the skeleton's vision, so how? Wait, that's... Baek Yusol smirked. That's your skeleton general. He held up the skull, a mocking and challenging gesture. After speaking, Baek Yusol coldly tossed the skeleton general's skull to the ground, as if it were a useless item. Baek Yusol's surprise attack struck the necromancer directly, severely shaking him. The summoner clutched his chest, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood, his body swaying as if about to fall. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. Damn it, I underestimated them. Amidst the smoky battlefield, Baek Yusol stood firm, the sword in his hand reflecting the light. Is this the power of Stella? He frowned, his face confused. Huh? This wasn't part of my plan, Baek Yusol mumbled, explaining that Doc Chaelguang and Ban Dion should have finished dealing with the generals and come to assist. But because of the additional elite soldiers, they're not done yet. The brown-haired young man sighed, wondering if he had to fight alone, being the weakest one here. Should I run? Suddenly, Baek Yusol coughed once, his sharp eyes fixed on the necromancer. The necromancer gasped for breath, staggering and leaning on his staff. Wait, he's not doing well either, Baek Yusol realized. I see. He overexerted himself summoning the elite skeletons, causing internal injuries. A smirk appeared on his lips. I think I can do it! On another battlefield, Hongbian Adelevet was fighting fiercely amidst a swarm of elite skeletons. Magic blazing, she gasped, realizing the situation was not good. I need to quickly deal with these guys and join Baek Yusol. Suddenly, Ban Dion ran over in a panic, shouting, Princess! Something's happened! Hongbian Adelet turned around, her eyes wide with surprise upon hearing the news. The necromancer and Baek Yuseol are fighting one-on-one. She was stunned, extremely worried. Baek Yuseol is a Tier 1 mage, and his opponent is a Tier 4 necromancer. There's no way this can be an even fight. Hongbian Adelet stood there, her face etched with anxiety, words screaming in her mind. If you die, I'll kill you. Amidst the sharp bone spikes from the necromancer, Baek Yuseol was trapped. A desperate cry echoed. Baek Yuseol! In an instant, a dazzling light flared. Baek Yuseol activated his blink skill, vanishing from the dangerous encirclement. He reappeared in a different position, his sharp eyes flashing with calculation, seemingly having found his opponent's weakness. Before he could collect himself, he used blink once more, charging straight into the middle of the bone formation. His target set, a surprise slash. Baek Yuseol's sword pierced through the defense, striking directly at Sabae-hyuk, forcing the necromancer to lean back to dodge. Struck, Sabae-hyuk coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his face contorted with rage. No way, he growled. Baek Yuseol flashed a confident smirk, two mysterious vials appearing in his hand. I've prepared these. He threw the cola potions at the bone constructs. They immediately melted amidst Sabae-hyuk's horrified screams. Impossible. The necromancer's sturdy bone barrier disintegrated into dust, white smoke billowing. My bone barrier! He cried in horror. Blood gushed from Sabae-hyuk's mouth as he roared maniacally, his bloodshot eyes filled with hatred. You damn rat! In a fit of rage, Sabae-hyuk concentrated his power to unleash a fatal blow. Bone pierce! A barrage of sharp bone spikes shot forth like arrows, but Baek Yuseol was all too familiar with these moves. He glided effortlessly, evading every deadly bone spike. Without hesitation, Baek Yuseol seized the opportunity. Now! He charged straight at his opponent, delivering the finishing blow. The necromancer Sabae-hyuk, with wild eyes and a twisted smile, seemed to have lost all reason. The unexpected counterattack stunned Baek Yuseol. His eyes widened, and a curse escaped his lips in vain. The sharp bone staff plunged into the ground right beside him. Cracks spread out, signaling the terrifying power of the attack. But it was too late. A fatal slash pierced his chest, fresh blood splattering. He groaned in pain, his body swaying. Baek Yuseol's eyes were filled with anger and bitterness. I've been played. He gritted his teeth, realizing he had fallen into a trap. The necromancer, Sabae-hyuk, stood tall, his magic staff glowing. As for Baek Yuseol, he could only kneel now, his wound throbbing. Sabae-hyuk sneered, his blood-stained face looking even more gruesome. Haha, you bastard! Seeing you so pathetic, it's truly a magnificent sight. Baek Yuseol gasped, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. Even if he's weak, level 5 is still level 5, he muttered to himself, trying to regain his composure. His palms were drenched in sweat, but his gaze remained resolute. The sword in his hand was like a vow never to fall. The necromancer still wore a contemptuous smile. In other words, even at level 5, this is all he can do. Baek Yuseol looked up, his eyes showing both worry and an ironclad determination. The battle was not over. He looked at the staggering necromancer. He's very tired. If I attack one more time, I'll definitely finish him off. But the throbbing wound made it hard for him to concentrate. It hurts too much. I can't use blinker motion cancel. So, what should I do? Suddenly, a light flashed in Baek Yuseol's mind. He suddenly realized a solution, his eyes lighting up with hope. Ah, I can do that. While Baek Yuseol was still kneeling, the necromancer Sabae-hyuk slowly approached, his magic staff ready to strike. The necromancer lunged forward, his face crazed. Die, a roar echoed, and the bone staff struck straight down. The sudden blow stunned Baek Yuseol, his golden eyes reflecting horror. The boy fell heavily, dust kicking up. The necromancer stood tall, staff ready, eyes crazed. The necromancer let out a gruesome laugh, blood smeared around his lips. Watching you run for your life is truly amusing. Despite the excruciating pain, Baek Yuseol gritted his teeth, struggling to get up. Just a little more. The necromancer's heavy footsteps closed in. Baek Yuseol dragged himself across the ground, desperately searching for an escape. It's useless, the necromancer growled, a contemptuous sneer on his face, as if wanting to crush his prey's will. I'll kill you, right here. The cold declaration echoed, but in Baek Yuseol's eyes, a spark of unwavering resolve ignited. A bitter smile appeared on the boy's lips. I won, a whisper full of hidden meaning. I'll kill you right here, the necromancer roared, but Baek Yuseol offered an enigmatic smile. The smile on the boy's lips was no longer bitter, but instead resolute, a plan having taken shape. The distance between me and the necromancer is 13 meters. Becusale calculated silently, his sharp gaze sweeping across the battlefield. In other words, this is a distance where I don't need to use the blink skill to close. He gripped his sword tightly, his determination clear. A flash of light. The blink skill activated. Huh? The necromancer flinched, his bloodshot eyes wide with astonishment, unable to believe what had just happened. In an instant, Becusale lunged forward, his sword flashing as he delivered a fatal blow to the enemy. The fatal blow landed. Becusale roared in bone-piercing pain, but a golden light from his body flared fiercely, like a final defiance. The necromancer collapsed, his form dissolving into nothingness, leaving only black fragments. The enemy had been defeated. The elite skeleton spirits suddenly ceased their movements, standing still like dead statues. Dak Chielguang and Hongbian Adelevet were stunned, their eyes wide with astonishment. Then, each withered skeleton crumbled into dust, disappearing without a trace. The skeletons are disappearing? A voice whispered in utter surprise. Dak Chielguang couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, Becusale actually defeated the necromancer? Hongbian Adelevet, standing beside him, was also dumbfounded. Bandian sank to the ground, her eyes wide. I can't believe it, she whispered, still trembling from shock. The surrounding students were also astonished. Amidst the dust and golden light, Becusale still stood firm, though exhausted. From afar, cheers erupted. We're safe. We're alive. Victory had come. But the price was utter exhaustion. The boy sighed heavily. I'm dead tired. I want to go home. After the battle, they were transferred to Stella's Magic Night Squad and returned to school. Everything gradually settled down until a cold voice echoed, Becusale. A dark, blue-haired man with a stern expression appeared. He questioned, You said you were going to train in a majestic, mountainous area with fresh air. And does a graveyard have fresh air? He said sternly, his gaze sharp. Becusale bowed his head, only able to reply, I apologize. The man continued, his voice unyielding. You will receive penalty points according to school regulations. No exceptions. However, he continued, his gaze softening slightly. Your act of saving your friends, despite violating school rules, is astonishing. You will receive a reward and corresponding points for that. Just wait and see. He turned and walked away. Becusale softly replied, Thank you. The boy sighed in relief. Well then, I'm leaving. He mumbled. They said it would take a few days for my thigh to recover, so I need to rest. He sighed in relief, his gaze sweeping to the side, as if a burden had been lifted. But just then, a gentle voice rang out. Isomorph, the blue-haired girl, looked up at him with an inquiring gaze. She softly said, Thank you. Becusale, still tired, let his vest hang loose, replying casually, It's fine. Just treat me to a meal next time. Isomorph bowed her head, her violet eyes showing a hint of contemplation, as if something was stirring within her. As he was about to leave, she suddenly spoke. Can I do what you did? Becusale paused, surprised. Her eyes were filled with hope, a sincere question echoing, If I try hard, can I do what you did? He remained silent, his golden eyes narrowing slightly, complex thoughts flashing through his mind. In his head, a voice echoed, This isn't good. The original Isomorph never asked this question. It must be because I changed her. He realized that his intervention had made her only face the challenge without having the chance to overcome it herself. Becusale looked at her, his gaze firm. But I don't think you need to ask me that. The girl was surprised when he continued. You've already created a miracle that others thought impossible, all by yourself. How do you know? She exclaimed. Because I've always been watching you, he replied, his tone calm. Isomorph's face suddenly flushed, her violet eyes wide with astonishment. What? In his head, a startled cry echoed. Damn it. What did I just say? Did I just turn into a stalker? He quickly turned around and walked away, as if fleeing, mumbling. Anyway, I'm leaving. I almost got caught. Isomorph stood silently, her violet eyes melancholic, heavy with thought. After a moment of hesitation, she recalled Becusale's words. No one cares about a traitor's daughter. But this person. The whisper echoed in the girl's mind. She clasped her hands, her eyes still a little confused. He said, He had been watching me. A simple statement, yet it planted a faint spark of hope in her heart. In a distant memory, a silver-haired maiden clasped her hands in prayer under the brilliant sunlight, as if witnessing a rare miracle. Outside the academy, ancient buildings stood tall. Groups of students strolled on the paved courtyard, the atmosphere seeming livelier than usual. A crowd of adults, including nobles and professors, gathered, whispering and discussing, creating a solemn yet curious atmosphere. Ma Yusong whispered to Hongbian Adelevet, his face annoyed. I can't believe the Department of Magic, the Mage Tower, and the nobles are all here just for an award ceremony. It's too ostentatious. He looked straight ahead, still maintaining his dissatisfied expression. Anyway, Hongbien at 11 stood beside him, her crimson eyes sparkling with excitement, her bright smile clearly showing extreme exhilaration. She suddenly glanced at Ma Yusong with a sharp look, then turned away. He asked confusedly, "What are you looking at?" She replied curtly, "Nothing." On the podium of honor, the stern, dark blue-haired man gestured for the crowd to be silent, his voice echoing, "Order." He continued to announce, "Today, I will present commendations to 12 brave students who fought against the dark demon race." A white-haired man, wearing an academy hat, stepped onto the podium. The principal stood on the podium, the dark blue-haired man beside him. 12 students, including Ma Yusong and Hongbien, stood in a solemn line. And this award, the principal and the dark blue-haired man looked down at the line of students with solemn expressions. Ma Yuseong and Dak Chilguang stood in line, their eyes wide with surprise upon hearing the announcement. "Will be presented by the principal." Both exclaimed, "Oh wow!" A gentle smile, yet one that concealed the power of humanity's peak. He was the 9th rank mage, Eltman Eltwin, a living legend. That 300-year-old mage always wore a benevolent smile. But don't let his appearance deceive you. He was the strongest mage warrior in the world, bearing the title of Destruction, the Destroyer. Everyone has worked hard. Continue your brave efforts in the future. Eltman Eltwin gently patted the brown-haired boy's shoulder, his words like a blessing full of hidden meaning. Footsteps echoed, one beat at a time, as if tapping into the silent space, signaling an impending change. Eltman Eltwin's face once again broke into a smile, his golden eyes flashing with profound depth, making it difficult for the person facing him to guess his intentions. The young mage looked directly at Ma Yusong, the invisible pressure weighing heavily, causing the brown-haired boy to shiver slightly. Terrifying pressure emanated. Just meeting its gaze was enough to make one suffocate. Is this the power of a 9th rank mage? There are only 10 such people in the entire world. Despite breaking out in a cold sweat, the brown-haired young man's gaze remained resolute. He couldn't turn away, couldn't show weakness before this immense pressure. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Eltman Eltwin's face before his enigmatic smile returned. "You're as diligent as ever, just as I expected." Eltman Eltwin laughed heartily, his words carrying an indescribable satisfaction. The brown-haired young man looked bewildered, not understanding the profound meaning behind the 9th rank mage's words. Huh? What did he mean? The award ceremony concluded. But in the brown-haired young man's heart, questions remained unanswered. On the table, a crimson-sealed envelope lay beside a shimmering black notebook, as if containing secrets and worthy rewards. Wow, 5 million credits as a reward, that's a lot. The brown-haired young man crossed his arms, a satisfied smile on his face. Now I don't have to worry about money for a while. And not just money, he also received the Rose Vase, an item rumored to be the heart of a necromancer. A mysterious reward. Ma Yuseong was calculating Altalicia's ability to create subspaces, a complex technique that would make carrying items easier. He was pleased when the reward was transferred to him. The system continued to bestow rewards, like a judgment from the unseen realm. Attack Necromancer was completed, granting him a large amount of experience. More special rewards from the Constellation Project for how he broke the storyline. An item, a skill, or experience. He seemed perplexed by the difficult choice. After some thought, Ma Yusong made a decisive choice. I think this is the most important thing right now. Add experience to the blink skill. A fleeting image of the fierce battle. When he was pierced through, I realized how weak I was in that battle. The words were like a vow etched into his heart. Formidable enemies flashed through his mind. It's useless to try and be like everyone else. I need to use my knowledge to go as far as possible. He had to be different, had to surpass them. The system responded. The blink skill had reached its limit, preparing to level up. Opening a new realm. The blink skill information appeared. 12 meters range, 2 uses, 3-second cooldown. A significant improvement. A stream of golden energy enveloped Ma Yuseong. New power surging. Brilliant as the Sunday, he clenched his fist, a smug smile evident. The number of blink uses has finally increased to 3. Now I can use it more freely. He was ready. After consolidating his power, Ma Yusong mused, his gaze distant. So now, his gaze turned towards the academy, where a new target awaited. Next is Yahello. In a meditation class, students were closing their eyes, calming their minds. This was the Abyssal Journey meditation class, where souls sought peace. The light blue-haired girl, Yahello, was also meditating, but she seemed to have fallen asleep. The teacher had to call her name. Yahello startled awake, her blue eyes wide with shock. A butterfly-shaped magical aura hovered above her head, astonishing everyone around her. What was happening? 2 brilliant blue crystals floated in mid-air, emitting an ethereal glow. They were the result of the magic just created, a sight that made the entire room light up. Izel looked up in shock, clutching her chest. Wait, when did I create these? I didn't use any techniques or calculations, did I? She wondered silently, her jade blue eyes filled with astonishment. She turned to look at the other students who were still meditating. Could it be that no one else noticed, even if it's first-rate magic? They should feel the mana flow before it's completed, right? Izel's face showed clear worry and doubt. If this is truly the effect of meditation, did that person foresee everything? A big question weighed heavily on her mind. The scene shifted. Amidst the Academy's ancient buildings, student figures flitted by, carrying the usual bustling rhythm of daily life. A hot, fragrant loaf of bread, carefully wrapped in paper, shimmered like a precious gift. Izel sat on a stone bench, her eyes sparkling with joy as she enjoyed the bread. Thanks to the reward, I get to eat red bean cream bread worth 1,500 credits. I'm so happy. She cheered silently. Enjoying her bread, Izel suddenly looked up with a start. A voice rang out. Hey, Izel. Before her was Jeremy, the blonde-haired young man with his familiar smug smile, standing tall beneath the clear blue sky. He flashed a meaningful smile. Have you joined any clubs yet? His tone sounded friendly, but concealed something unpredictable. Izel remained seated, facing Jeremy. She replied, No, not yet. He continued, Is that so? Then would you like to join my club? Izel clutched the bread tightly in her hand, her eyes full of caution. She asked directly, What are the conditions? Jeremy maintained his mysterious smile, his eyes slightly narrowed. Conditions? I just like you, so I want you to join. His words sounded sincere, but only made her more suspicious. Izel looked at him, thinking to herself, Lies. He's approaching me to use me as a trophy. She had seen through Jeremy's intentions. Jeremy stepped closer, his tone slightly disappointed. Damn it, so you don't believe me. But Izel, I truly have no conditions. He still tried to persuade her. Prince Jeremy leaned in close, his words full of authority. You just need to join my club and stay by my side. Then, I can do many things for you. You know who I am. Izel looked directly at him, her gaze profound. She thought to herself, Yes, more than anyone. She knew exactly who he was, and what he wanted. In Izel's mind, the symbols of two hostile empires appeared. She knew that if she gained Prince Jeremy's power, her miserable life would end. She recalled her hand clutching a dry piece of bread. I won't have to seek happiness from mere crumbs of bread anymore. I won't have to endure the humiliation of being the daughter of a traitor. Izel was flustered, her gaze wavering. She knew she shouldn't, but this life was too harsh. Jeremy flashed a sinister smile, his eyes sharp as if he already held her fate in his hands. Izel's hand subtly reached out, a decision seemingly already made. But suddenly, a brown-haired girl appeared like a whirlwind, swinging her sword directly at Jeremy and Izel. Izel flinched, her blue eyes wide with surprise. Huh? Jeremy also spun around, his face showing confusion at the intruder. The brown-haired girl stood there, her face full of indignation, her hand raised as if to unleash all her anger. The brown-haired girl's eyes blazed with fire, as if wanting to incinerate everything before her. She roared, You trash! I thought we were going to try and get along, but you're secretly seducing men. Izel was utterly bewildered. The brown-haired girl grabbed Izel's hand tightly, pulling her to her feet. Come with me! We need to talk! Izel was stunned. What? The brown-haired girl dragged Izel away roughly, leaving Jeremy standing and watching. Izel could only stammer, Wait. Jeremy maintained his expression from the previous panel, his meaningful smirk still present, his eyes flashing with an unpredictable glint, as if he was harboring a scheme. Leaving the prince's enigmatic gaze behind, the academy scene remained peaceful, its ancient stone walls standing tall under the Sunday gaze behind. The brown-haired girl sighed in relief, wiping sweat from her forehead. Phew, that was close. Izel was still bewildered. What? The light blue-haired girl looked at the brown-haired girl with confusion, her eyes still not understanding what was happening, but listening intently. The brown-haired girl continued to explain. Anyway, you should thank me. He would have bothered you to death if you refused without a reason. Anyway, sorry for hitting you. I'm leaving now. The brown-haired girl quickly turned her back, leaving Izel bewildered. What was that about? The brown-haired girl strode away, her figure gradually disappearing down the stone corridor, carrying her own thoughts. In her mind, Flame wondered if she had done the right thing. If Izel joined the club as in the original story, she would be completely ruined by Jeremy. If possible, I don't want to break the flow of the original story. But looking at Beck Usiel, I don't think this is bad at all. She subtly turned her head to look back, her eyes showing a hint of melancholy, then continued walking, as if trying to shake off complex thoughts. Returning to the prince, he was sitting in a splendid room, bathed in brilliant golden light, his expression pensive and inscrutable. He took a small sip of hot tea, his golden eyes half closed, seemingly contemplating something profound. Flame, wasn't it? He murmured, setting down the teacup. How charming. Her words to drag Izel away were clearly a lie. A smirk reappeared on the prince's lips, his eyes flashing with interest. How intriguing, even more so than Izel. He rested his chin on his hand, his gaze full of possessiveness. I want her. A powerful declaration, signaling a new danger. The towering stone walls reached high, casting shadows under the clear blue sky. The Magic Academy, where dreams and destinies intertwined, was about to witness a new challenge. In the solemn grand hall, the dark blue-haired instructor spoke, his voice echoing like thunder. Today, we will have a simulated monster battle. The illusion screen displayed terrifying figures. Izel, Flame, and the other students listened intently. This battle isn't against level 1 to 2 monsters like before, but level 3 monsters, much more dangerous. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The professor continued, his gaze sharp. This is strategy. You will form teams, analyze the monsters, and defeat them using standard tactics. A challenge requiring both intellect and strength. Baekhyuseo, the young man with glasses, mused. If you choose a mid-level monster to suppress, you will have time to practice facing it. An opportunity was given, but the pressure also increased. Find suitable terrain in the Stella Dome. Hunt mid-level monsters. Class A and S students will do this together, with performance evaluated over 4 days. Form teams of up to 6 people and submit your rosters. The declaration was decisive. Flame sighed softly, her face dejected. I hate these group projects. A small lament amidst the buzzing atmosphere. A voice rang out, breaking Izel's contemplation. Princess, will you work with us? She looked up, her purple pupils hiding many thoughts. From a distance, Hongbian, Adelevet, and 2 other girls laughed and chatted. No, I'll be even better. Then another voice interjected. What? This time it's my turn. The unspoken competition began. Hongbian Adelevet smirked confidently. Her red eyes blazed like fire, revealing unconcealed pride and ambition. Izel stood alone in a cold light, contrasting with Hongbian Adelevet's group, who shone brightly in another light. Her isolation was starkly evident. Izel gritted her teeth, her gaze distant. My circumstances have always been like this, even before the Adelevet family destroyed mine. Past pain resurfaced. Memories flooded back, of days long past. Our starting points were the same. The Grand Duchy of Morph, with its ice attribute. A glittering ice castle appeared, and the Adelevet royal family with its fire attribute. When the 2 families still kept each other in check, controlling the magic world, a blazing fire castle ignited in memory. 2 girls, 2 destinies. 2 children born with innate talent were Hongbian and Izel. Ice and fire, opposing yet sharing a common beginning. Izel's hand clenched her close, her eyes filled with determination yet also doubt. Back then I thought I was chosen. But can my current self truly get revenge on the Adelevet family? A solitary figure stood in the empty hallway. Izel Morph, her light blue hair hanging down, quietly hugged a book. Another young man, Baekhyuseo, stood opposite her, his tall figure almost filling the frame. Izel's purple eyes looked up, full of reserve. Hey, are you alone? Her question was soft, as if afraid to break the silence. Baekhyuseo replied with a confident smile, his golden eyes sparkling behind his glasses. What's up? His expression exuded nonchalance, mixed with a hint of mischief. His smirk lingered, hinting at an unpredictable intention. Was it confidence to the point of arrogance, or just a joke? He gave a thumbs up, bluntly suggesting, let's team up. Simple words, yet carrying an irresistible weight. From a distance, 3 figures watched. Hongbian Adelevet, with her characteristic white and pink hair, smirked meaningfully. Hongbian's red eyes gleamed with curiosity, mixed with a hint of disdain. Baekhyuseo? What was he doing? Izel Morph was stunned, her purple eyes wide. Did you just say, team up? Her voice was full of disbelief, as if she had just heard an absurd story. Baekhyuseo explained about the bonus points for smaller teams, but Izel immediately objected. Are you crazy? How can just the 2 of us defeat a mid-level monster with level 3 risk? Her worry was clear on her face. Izel Morph's eyes were filled with bewilderment, her fear of the impossible task starkly evident. Was this a trap? Baekhyuseo maintained his smug smile, pressing her. So, yes or no? He gave her no retreat, forcing her to make a decision. Izel Morph stood there, her eyes wavering, her mind torn. On one side was unease, on the other, the pressure from the offer. She let out a long sigh, accepting her fate. Whew. A sigh containing both helplessness and reluctance. Izel reluctantly agreed. Fine. It's not like there's anyone else to team up with anyway. Baekhyuseo cheered happily. Great. I'll go submit the roster then. He quickly turned away. 2 figures, one tall, one short, walked side by side. A new beginning, A reluctant alliance had just been formed. Each step echoed on the tiled floor. Two people, two destinies, now bound by a hasty decision. Isel's purple eyes widened, a fleeting look of astonishment clear on her delicate face. Hongbyon Adalevit's elegant back stood opposite, her cold words echoing. You. Isel instinctively stepped back, her eyes wary. What's wrong? If you're wary of me then. Hongbyon Adalevit cut her off. What nonsense are you spouting? A sneer appeared on Hongbyon Adalevit's lips, her words sharp as a knife. Know your place, because now you're nothing but a pig wearing a pearl necklace. The shock hit. Isel froze, her purple eyes filled with bewilderment and hurt. Hongbyon Adalevit turned her back, her white and pink hair sweeping past, leaving Isel in heavy silence. Isel clenched her fists, her heart in turmoil. It wasn't that she was wary of her abilities, but because of Baek-Yuseol? A question burrowed deep into Isel's mind, her suspicion growing. Hongbyon Adalevit's footsteps echoed, and extreme annoyance welled up within her. How annoying does she think I'll lose to a failure and a commoner? Hongbyon Adalevit glanced back, her eyes sharp. Even if she teams up with her own faction, still, she looked towards Ma Yuseong, a new strategy forming. Having the strongest knight will be the greatest advantage. Ma Yuseong, the young man with resolute eyes, was her next target. Hongbyon Adalevit approached. Ma Yuseong. The young man turned, surprised. Oh, hello, princess. What's wrong? She asked directly. Have you formed a team yet? Ma Yuseong replied. Not yet. I want to act alone. Ma Yuseong smiled confidently, asking back. So, how about with me? Why should I do that? Ma Yuseong's eyes suddenly widened, utterly astonished upon hearing the news. Baek-Yuseol and Isel have teamed up. Hongbyon Adalevit, with sharp eyes, dismissed the idea of mid-level targets, as if it were an insult. I don't think they'll aim for mid-level monsters, she stated firmly. Rather, a special monster, medium to large size. Her words were like a declaration, setting the direction for the upcoming confrontation. Hongbyon Adalevit's fiery red eyes locked onto Ma Yuseong. So, I'll ask again. Do you want to cooperate with me? The offer was like a challenge. Ma Yuseong smirked, his smile hinting at calculation. He understood her meaning. I see. A plan was slowly forming in his mind. He laughed loudly, his eyes flashing with excitement. How fun. I've wanted to face Baek-Yuseol at least once in my life. The desire for competition blazed. Hongbyon Adalevit smiled contentedly, accepting this unexpected alliance. Very well, let's proceed then. A dangerous alliance had been formed. Her fiery red eyes gleamed with determination, like a flame burning in the dark night. An iron will, unshakable. Isel Morph and Ma Yuseong were surprised to hear Baek-Yuseol mentioned, then Isel. This news was like a shock, changing the situation. Hongbyon Adalevit turned her back, declaring confidently, This time, I will utterly defeat them. Her voice echoed, filled with arrogance. 4 days of preparation passed, and a tense atmosphere enveloped everything. The Academy's majestic scenery appeared, hinting at the battles to come. The simulated monster battle officially commenced. A lone student faced a giant purple phantom, and the fierce challenge had begun. In the vast arena, the students gathered, facing the giant purple monster. The battle had officially begun, without mercy. The stern black-haired teacher announced, From now on, the Class S and Class A ability assessment will begin. His words were like a signal. The students plunged into battle, confronting various monsters, from electric shadows to blazing trees. Fiery attacks continuously erupted. Oh, Group 16 has Mugreka, a student exclaimed. That kind of mid-level monster is easy to handle. Whispers echoed throughout the arena. Flame sighed, telling herself she had practiced enough. She knew that dealing with a special monster for bonus points was beyond her, but she still had to try. Facing a mid-level monster, with level 2 risk, fighting alone will help me achieve the highest score. A resolute thought echoed amidst the mystical magical scenery. Even though she was a light attribute mage, with almost no compatibility with that type of monster, Flame had no other choice. Flame's dark brown eyes gleamed with resolve, like a small flame burning in the dark night. Nevertheless, Flame couldn't help but worry for Isel, hoping everything would go smoothly for the light blue-haired girl. In the original story, Isel was isolated by Hongbyon, receiving the lowest score. I intended to recruit her, but as Flame was pondering, Baek-Yuseol and Isel unexpectedly appeared. Baek-Yuseol scratched his head, explaining he went to the restroom, which made Isel frown in annoyance. Flame secretly thought that with Baek-Yuseol by her side, Isel's future would surely brighten. Flame flinched slightly, a spark flashing in her eye. Amidst the swirling dust, Group 16 had completed their mission. The stern, dark blue-haired man spoke. Well done, Group 16. Now it was Group 17's turn. Flame, Isel, and Baek-Yuseol stood in the stands, waiting for their turn. Flame replied, her eyes burning with determination. Flame decisively stepped forward, Izel and Baek Yuseo following, the three entering the arena together. Baek Yuseo looked at Flame with a meaningful gaze, as if wanting to say something. Suddenly, Flame's feet faltered, as if she was about to trip. "Huh?" Flame exclaimed in surprise, as her body lost balance. Lurching forward, a strong force unexpectedly pulled Flame back, saving her from a painful fall. It was Baek Yuseo who had timely caught her, preventing Flame from falling flat on her face. He widened his eyes, an ah escaping him as he realized he had just caught Flame from falling. Flame looked up, her brown eyes blinking in confusion. So that was the reason. A loose shoelace had almost made her fall. Standing up straight, Flame smiled softly, her voice gentle. "Thank you." Baek Yuseo bent down, his hands quickly tying the lace. "It's nothing, just tying a shoelace." Flame suddenly realized. Memories flooded back. She remembered Jackie once tying her laces. But this time, with Baek Yuseo, she realized. It would be terrible if I went into battle with shoelaces like this. Her shoelaces securely tied, Flame walked steadily, ready for the challenge. Gripping her staff firmly, Flame stood tall, her gaze fixed steadfastly forward. From afar, whispers arose. "Is she alone?" "Looks like it." Two other male students couldn't help but be surprised. Is she going to defeat that thing by herself? Her opponent was a giant wild boar, ferocious with glowing red eyes. The monster had no special attributes, making it harder to attack. Without hesitation, the wild boar charged, commencing Group 17's test. The chatter rose again. Look at it charging. How can she face it alone? Amidst a circle of magical light, Flame began to cast a spell. Whispers of flowers in the wind. Flame's eyes flashed with determination. Enveloped by the brilliant light of magic, verdant magical vines stretched out, tightly constricting the giant body of the wild boar. A brilliant red glow enveloping the space. Flame poured all her strength, magic surging to envelop the monster. The wild boar roared in fury, thrashing wildly within the encirclement. The staff in her hand glowed brightly, a brilliant blue light signaling an imminent matter transformation spell. Each vine now transformed into sharp, cold crystals, piercing deep into the monster's body, creating fatal wound. The monster growled in despair, its massive body impaled by the petrified vines. Flame stood firm, facing it. Despite her fatigue, her eyes still burned with resolve. It's not over yet. The determined vow echoed in her mind. She raised her staff high, a brilliant golden magic circle appearing, signaling the finishing blow was ready. But no, the petrified vines began to crack, the monster still possessing the strength to break its shackles. The shackles shattered, a blue light erupted, and the monster broke free. Freed from its restraints, the giant wild boar charged furiously, its red eyes burning with rage. Flame still bravely faced it. The ferocious monster lunged. Flame blocked it with her staff, her small figure confronting its wild power. From her staff, a brilliant golden light erupted, piercing through the night. The golden ray tore through space, striking the monster's head directly, creating a terrifying explosion. The battle ended. Flame stood amidst the deep crater created by the magic. Enveloped in smoke and dust, sweat beaded on her forehead. Flame panted. Her face was tired, but her eyes still shone with resilience. But it wasn't over. Another golden light erupted from the staff. The monster was still not completely subdued. From above, eyes watched Flame fighting bravely. A voice rang out, demanding silence to observe the final battle. Finally, the monster fell. Flame breathed a sigh of relief, but the excited chatter didn't stop. She's not messing around. 5 of us couldn't even take down a mid-level monster. Who exactly is she? With heavy steps, Flame left the arena, her eyes still showing a hint of fatigue after the arduous battle. Suddenly, a strange feeling came over her. Flame frowned slightly, wondering if she had misseen something that just happened. A decisive voice rang out, breaking the silence. Next, a new performance was about to begin. Group 31's ability assessment officially began. Hongbyeon Adelevet and Ma Yusong, 2 mysterious names, stepped into the arena. Hongbyeon Adelevet and Ma Yuseong's proud gazes swept over the crowd, ready to face the upcoming challenge. Amidst the cheers, Flame stood there, quietly looking towards Hongbyeon Adelevet. "Princess, good luck," the shouts echoed. Flame suddenly fell into thought. Why is Hongbyeon cooperating with Ma Yusong instead of someone from her own faction? In the original story, the two of them never interacted. A surge of green energy erupted, engulfing the entire space, signaling the appearance of a new danger. Dark green scales, glowing red spines, and ferocious eyes gradually became clear. A giant monster was taking shape. Kai! A terrifying roar tore through the air. A giant water monster appeared, astonishing everyone. A waterfish monster? Oh my god, that's a special mid-level monster. Flame watched with a worried expression. It's unbelievable to find such a rare monster to fight, as expected of the princess. But she knew this was no ordinary mid-level monster. The narration explained clearly. Hong Biyun and Ma Yusong possessed fire, earth, and lightning attributes. A powerful combination, but would it be enough to face the upcoming enemy? The giant water monster belonged to the water element, completely countering fire attributes, and was also a flying monster. This was an opponent entirely incompatible with both Hong Bian and Ma Yusong. Not only are they fighting a special mid-level monster that everyone else failed against, but they're also giving up their attribute advantage. Flame realized they want to achieve a perfect score, but that only happens if they succeed. The giant water monster's wings flapped powerfully, creating swirling gusts of wind, signaling an imminent no-holds-barred battle. It turned, revealing its massive body with dark purple wings, ready to confront the two small students in the distance. With a sky-shattering roar, the water monster charged like a verdant storm, its red eyes burning with fire, determined to crush everything in its path. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Princess Hongbian coldly commanded, "Begin." Ma Yusong replied confidently, "Understood, Princess." The two of them began to move, their steps light yet decisive, advancing into the heart of the challenge. Flame and her classmates were astonished, wondering, what are they doing? I thought they would attack immediately. Ma Yusong retreated, standing beside Princess Hongbian. Flame wondered, is the knight standing behind the bishop? Ma Yusong gave a mysterious smirk, his eyes burning as if to say he had a plan of his own. Princess Hongbian began to chant, her staff glowing, purple energy swirling around her, preparing for a powerful support spell, buoyed by magical energy. Ma Yusong leaped into the air, his body enveloped in an ethereal purple light. A male student commented, "This jump is pretty good for a first-year student, but that alone won't reach the water monster." Ma Yusong still hovered in midair, far from his target. Flame worried, he can't use a second jump in the air. What is he thinking? Suddenly, Ma Yusong drew a glowing green sword, his eyes still holding an inexplicable confidence. From thin air, giant green rocks appeared, hovering in midair, forming a strange path. He landed on one rock, then another beneath it erupted in fierce flames, creating a pillar of fire that propelled him high upwards. Ma Yusong was propelled straight towards the water monster, catching it by surprise. His crazy plan had begun. Two students watched from the sidelines. The brown-haired boy exclaimed wow in astonishment, while the black-haired girl was speechless. At the same time, Princess Hongbian Adelevet was still concentrating on casting her spell, magical flames burning brightly around her. Ma Yusong, with his determined red eyes, seemed to have anticipated everything. "No way," he muttered. He plunged into battle, unleashing a giant fist from above, a massive green energy mass striking directly down onto the water monster. The terrifying punch tore through the air. With destructive power, it plunged straight into the monster below. The giant water monster roared in pain as the unexpected attack struck it, its massive body shaking violently. Ma Yusong maintained his composure, drawing his sword, preparing for the next strike. Blue light enveloped the blade, ready to cleave through anything. He didn't stop, continuing to summon a massive rock wall, encircling the water monster in a sturdy prison. The water monster was trapped, growling angrily, trying to break the stone shackles imprisoning it. "Keek!" Its cries echoed. Its glowing red eyes were full of killing intent, sharp fangs exposed. "Kill!" it growled, its fury burning. The monster's mouth gaped wide, revealing hideous fangs, ready to swallow anything in its path. With a terrifying roar, the water monster thrashed violently, tearing through the rock walls, escaping its shackles. Ma Yusong observed calmly, a slight smirk on his face. It escaped easily, didn't it?" he said. "But it's too late now." At the same time, a brilliant red energy erupted from Princess Hongbian Adelevet. The princess's spell is complete. She stood there, her staff glowing brightly, magic surging like a firestorm. Now, the real game was about to begin. A brilliant red firestorm erupted from Princess Hongbian Adelevet, engulfing the waterfish monster in dazzling light. Two male students stood watching, one exclaiming in surprise, "Oh my God." Although the waterfish monster was known for its fire resistance, it still growled in pain, its body chained by magic. Ma Yusong and Isomorph stood there, each with a staff, ready for the finishing blow. Ma Yusong smirked, declaring, "It's over." Two streams of blue and red light merged, striking the monster and creating a fierce, magical explosion. The waterfish monster roared in agony, struggling to break free from the magical chains. A brown-haired male student with a bandage on his cheek exclaimed in surprise, "The waterfish monster lost before it even had a chance to counterattack. This year's freshmen are truly insane. They'll definitely become like that guy from the third-year S class." Ma Yusong and Isomorph walked calmly, the light brown-haired boy muttering, "So, this is what a genius is like." Princess Hongbian Adelevet looked directly at the readers. her eyes full of challenge. How about it, Baek, she continued to provoke. At this rate, no matter what you choose, you can't win against me. She smiled confidently, her eyes blazing as if to burn away all doubt. Ma Yusong and Isomorph stood side by side. The brown-haired boy declared, I won this time. However, Ma Yusong didn't stop. He requested, please summon 5 more. The surrounding students were stunned. What did I just hear? It's already hard for 5 people to fight one mid-level monster, but those 2 are facing 5? The students buzzed with chatter, their gazes fixed on Ma Yusong and Isomorph. We've heard the rumors, but that Baek, a light brown-haired male student exclaimed, his face utterly astonished. Is he really insane? Beneath Ma Yusong's feet, magical circles glowed brightly, signaling an imminent, large-scale summoning ritual. The blue smoke dissipated, and 5 colossal monster silhouettes gradually became clear, summoning complete. The monster scholar Vaichin, who was overseeing the match, frowned in confusion. The first monster appeared, a colossal Chimeradune, with grayish-green skin and a menacing red tongue sticking out. Next was a sand-maned black cow, with a muscular body, sharp horns, and fiery eyes. A majestic chitin and a vibrant Nami slime, both possessing strange and mysterious appearances. Finally, a colossal sensitive bat, its purple eyes glowing brightly, its vast wings spanning the space. Princess Hongbion turned to Ma Yusong, giving him a knowing smile. Ma Yusong, you understand, don't you? He smirked in response, his eyes full of interest. I wonder what Yuzael is thinking. Ma Yusong and Isomorph stood facing the 5 monsters, their aura soaring, and I'm very excited too. A man with dark gray hair, his expression cold, spoke up. Let me ask something. Who chose this monster combination? It was me. The 5 monsters surrounded the 2 students. The man with dark gray hair continued, his tone challenging. Knights can earn points even in harsh situations, but mages cannot. Is this strategy too cruel for a mage? Ma Yusong chuckled softly, his eyes flashing with terrifying confidence. Not at all. Ma Yusong confidently declared that this strategy was specially designed for a bishop, his eyes sharp and calculating. The man with dark gray hair frowned, his eyes scrutinizing, and quietly asked again, Is that so? A question imbued with doubt and anticipation. All right, then let's begin. As soon as the command was given, 2 colossal monsters growled and charged. Isomorph stood firm, staff in hand, ready to face the challenge. Rewinding time, Ma Yusong leaned close to Isomorph's ear, whispering confidently, You can do it, right? Just trust me. The light blue-haired girl replied with annoyance. I'm tired of hearing that. But then, he smiled softly, his eyes firm. I trust you. A simple affirmation, yet heavy with conviction. Isomorph sighed softly, a name appearing in her mind. Baek. She wondered if this was part of his plan. Under the dim moonlight, the 2 walked side by side. Isomorph continued to ponder. I really don't understand what he's thinking anymore. The light blue-haired girl walked, her expression pensive, her purple eyes holding many concerns. She called softly, and Ma Yusong turned his head, his eyes questioning. Isomorph seemed to be struggling with herself. Finally she spoke, questioning him. Why me? A knight with your abilities could partner with anyone else. Ma Yusong scratched his head, his expression thoughtful. He knew her question wasn't baseless. Isomorph continued, listing outstanding talents. As you said, there are many talented students. No mage can compare to Hongbion in firepower, nor anyone to flame and control. Ma Yusong is the strongest among the first years, which speaks for itself. Shin, Hwarian, and Adeline are also very strong in one-on-one battles and have good compatibility with me. She continued. Then Ma Yusong interrupted. Then why? He smiled mysteriously, his eyes flashing with confidence. But still, I think partnering with you is best. Ma Yusong smirked, his eyes full of hidden meaning. That's all. Simple words, yet containing a deep calculation. After the partnership proposal, Isomorph looked towards Ma Yusong, her gaze firm. So, shall we continue? This time, let's face Caden. A new challenge awaited. Her face showed a hint of confusion, but her purple eyes still gleamed with determination. A great challenge lay ahead. Was she ready? Clutching the staff in her hand, the girl stood there, her figure hidden in the shadows. Was it a latent power waiting to be unleashed, or an overwhelming anxiety? She closed her eyes, pondering the mysterious words. Even if I don't fully understand his intentions, there must be a reason he chose me. A strong belief was kindling in her mind. Light flared around her feet, a burning resolve. Then, let's show him. She was ready to prove her worth. Mid-air, the light blue-haired girl shone brilliantly. Magical energy surged around her, the staff in her hand emitting a cerulean light. Two male students below witnessed the astonishing sight. Wait! Is that ethereal resonance? No way. Only mages level 6 and above can fully enter the unconscious world. Isel remained suspended, surrounded by icy crystals. Just a lapse in concentration, and the mana flow will backfire, causing them to lose their ability to cast spells. And a first-year student can do that? Ma Yusong stood there, smirking, his eyes full of hidden meaning. She deserves the title Winter Lady, a compliment full of subtle implications. His lips curled confidently. All right, let's begin. The plan was set. Now it was time for action. Ma Yuseong charged forward, his sword glowing in his hand. The plan was clear. 2 people against 5 mid-level monsters. An uneven battle. He moved like lightning, his feet gliding swiftly across the ground. Terrifying speed, ready for a surprise attack. In a flash, Ma Yusong closed in on the Hymerodon monster. His sword flashed, striking directly at the colossal enemy. Without pause, he continued to charge at the Sandman Black Cow. Sharp sword slashes tore through the air, giving the monster no time to react. Ma Yusong's eyes were as sharp as knives, his face full of resolve. He fought without hesitation, like a true war god. A fatal slash tore through Hymerodon's body, its long tongue hanging limp, stained with fresh blood. A pathetic groan echoed, signaling an inevitable end. Ma Yusong, with his masterful swordsmanship, delivered the finishing blow. The colossal monster staggered, blood splattering across the arena. He did not falter, his gaze still sharp. The brown-haired boy casually looked at the dying Hymerodon. Hymerodon is temporarily dealt with, he whispered, his tone chillingly calm. His gaze shifted, fixing directly on the next enemy. Now it's your turn, Sandman, Black Cow. A firm, confident declaration of war. Hymerodon collapsed completely, its massive body falling, blood splattering everywhere. A mid-level monster had been eliminated from the fight. The Sandman Black Cow's fiery red eyes blazed with anger. It sensed the threat, and fury boiled in its veins. In the enveloping darkness, Hymerodon lay motionless, its eyes closed. Its life force was completely depleted. The Sandman Black Cow roared furiously, stomping its feet, ready to charge into a new battle. Its savage power was being unleashed. Ma Yusong subtly smirked, his eyes flashing with satisfaction. Excellent, just as I predicted. Everything was going according to his calculations. The method to deal with 5 mid-level monsters simultaneously. Island. The narration echoed, revealing a daring strategy. A blue energy mass suddenly appeared, emitting an ethereal glow. It vibrated, as if containing some mystery. In the strange blue light, Kaiden and the sensitive bat were furiously attacking each other. A chaotic, dramatic scene. 2 male students in the stands watched in astonishment. "Oh my God, what the hell is that?" one exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. They were actually tearing each other apart. Are the monsters attacking each other? The skeptical question rang out, but the truth was evident before their eyes. Ma Yusong smiled with satisfaction. His plan had succeeded perfectly, turning the battlefield into a bloody play where he was the director. Ma Yusong smirked confidently, his plan unfolding exactly as intended, creating a situation for the monsters to tear each other apart. A perfect borrowed knife to kill strategy. He recalled how veteran warriors of Aetherworld had struggled to eliminate countless monsters with limited numbers, and after numerous trials, they discovered a method to exploit the monster's own aggressive instincts. As a first step, Ma Yusong attacked the Hymerodon monster, a decisive opening strike. Immediately, Hymerodon cried out in pain, its forehead glowing fiery red, a blazing danger signal, and as expected, this triggered the attack instinct of the lurking Sandman Black Cow. It growled, ready to charge. The Black Cow furiously flung sand from its body everywhere, creating a blinding dust storm. When those sand particles touched Nami's slime, the pale blue monster flinched, reacting instantly. To prevent its skin from drying out, Nami's slime began secreting a large amount of water, forming a vast puddle. Ma Yusong stood amidst the water, his shining sword in hand, smiling with satisfaction. The experimental barrier had prevented the water from overflowing. Everything was still under control. "Next," he whispered. His sharp gaze fixed forward. The Kaiden perched on his shoulder, stirring slightly. The Kaiden, sensing the humidity in the air, began to let out a resounding shriek, a sharp sound piercing through space. Kaiden's piercing scream echoed everywhere, disturbing the quiet space, like a challenge sent to others. Finally, the sensitive bat, with its extremely keen hearing, was completely agitated by the sound. Its fiery purple eyes flashed. The sensitive bat charged straight at Kaiden. A sudden and powerful attack. Kaiden was hit. Its body flung back, water splashing everywhere, creating a chaotic and tragic scene. The sensitive bat growled ferociously, its glowing red eyes blazing with hatred, preparing to unleash a fatal blow. Water splashed, signaling a merciless battle. The giant bat's form transformed into a stream of emerald energy, charging straight at Kaiden. Eerie light enveloped it, promising a destructive attack. Not just one, but two monsters appeared simultaneously, their purple and green eyes glowing brightly in the darkness, creating a terrifying sight. They were surrounding their prey. Kaiden shrieked in despair, its body pressed down by the sensitive bat, sinking deep into the splashing water. Waves of green energy surged, engulfing everything. From a distance, the dark blue-haired man and the brown-haired female professor observed. All the monsters are agitating each other, he mused. That kid understands their characteristics so well, it's quite surprising. The blonde female professor interjected, her eyes full of astonishment. But what's even more astonishing is Izel's concentration. Amidst the chaotic vortex, Izel stood firm, the magic power around her unbelievably stable. Her gaze resolute. She was like a lighthouse in a storm. She had absolute trust in her knight. Ma Yusong stood in front, his sword drawn, ready to face danger, protecting her at all costs. Ma Yuseong's eyes flashed with iron determination, each golden ray burning brightly. He knew he had to fight, to protect the girl behind him. The giant monster struck from above, a dark shadow enveloping them. But Izel remained calm, her staff glowing, magic power surging around her. In an instant, Ma Yuseong cast the blink skill, appearing directly before the attack. His sword swung up, blocking the danger. Ma Yuseong's sharp blade clashed with the monster's claws, creating a fierce shockwave. He repelled the attack, protecting Izel. Amidst the splashing water, Ma Yusong stood firm as a rock. Izel hovered above, enveloped in magic power, forming an invincible duo. His gaze remained resolute, though a little weary. His fighting spirit still burned brightly. Ma Yusong would not allow himself to fall. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the monster was sent flying. Izel still stood there, magic power surging, witnessing her knight's strength. Izel concentrated intensely, magic power surging within her body, preparing for the decisive blow. Ma Yuseong still bravely shielded her, his sword swinging to parry fierce attacks, protecting her from all dangers. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the dark blue-haired man smiled mysteriously, turning to the princess. "Hey, princess, what is it?" He narrowed his eyes, his expression full of hidden meaning. "About Baekyuseo." The princess's eyes flickered slightly, listening to his words. "Don't you think he's the most ideal knight?" Back on the battlefield, Ma Yusong remained a steel wall, shielding Izel like a knight protecting his princess. Darkness enveloped them, but Izel still shone brightly, magic power continuously flowing from her. She hovered in mid-air, ancient magic circles revolving around her, summoning power from the universe. A burst of emerald light exploded, brilliant as fireworks, tearing through the night, signaling an earth-shattering spell about to descend. Magic power surged, forming ripples of energy above Izel's head, her eyes still tightly closed in absolute concentration. Then slowly, her emerald eyes opened, brilliant magical light flashing, full of power and determination. "Ice crystal bloom," she declared, her staff raised high, the magic circle beneath her feet glowing, the power of ice and snow converging. Sharp ice crystals began to form, sparkling like crystal, carrying the cold breath of death. A barrage of colossal ice crystals surged forth like a storm, tearing through space, attacking the enemy with destructive power. Witnessing the astonishing sight, the brown-haired girl and other students could only exclaim, "Amazing!" The colossal ice crystal flower still shone brilliantly, magic power surging as if to swallow everything. "It's beautiful." A whisper echoed through the tense space. The icy energy compressed to its extreme. Cracks began to spread across the flower's surface, signaling a destructive attack about to erupt. With a resolute gaze, the blue-haired girl coldly commanded, her words like ice, "Shatter." Immediately, the ice crystal flower exploded, unleashing a terrifying surge of power that ripped through space, engulfing the surrounding monsters. The monsters were pierced by the ice crystals, their bodies shattering into pieces with pained roars, unable to resist this absolute power. The attack was relentless. The ice crystals continued to tear apart the remaining enemies, turning them into countless fragments, a horrifyingly brutal sight. As the icy mist dissipated, 5 mid-level monsters were completely annihilated, lying scattered on the ground. Is it over? Did those two defeat 5 mid-level monsters? But no. One monster unexpectedly stirred, the ice on its body beginning to crack, signaling something ominous. "Huh? No, look there!" From the ground, sharp ice pillars emerged, forming a sturdy defensive barrier, as if protecting something. The monster's glowing red eyes suddenly flared, dark magic power erupting fiercely, a new life rising from death. The seemingly dead monsters suddenly revived, growling in fury, ready for a new wave of attack. "The monsters have awakened!" More so Dordain and Weichin, the two men observing the battle from afar, couldn't help but be disappointed. In the end, they still couldn't finish things. What a pity. Princess Hongbyon Adolevit's slender hand gently rose, magic power beginning to converge. But they've already earned high scores with that performance. The white-haired princess unleashed her magic power. Brilliant golden lightning swirling around her, forming a colossal energy vortex. Princess Hongbyon Adolevit's glowing red eyes flashed with determination. Magic power surging relentlessly. This magic power and flow in the dark cave. A brilliant golden lightning bolt tore through the space, striking directly at the roaring giant bat-winged creature. A dazzling light enveloping Ma Yusong. Power erupted. Brilliant golden flashes spread everywhere, engulfing everything in a dazzling moment. The aftershocks of the magic lingered. Brilliant golden lightning bolts tearing across the frame, as if affirming the power that had just been unleashed. The giant monster was struck, its body writhing in agony. Brilliant golden electricity consuming it piece by piece, tearing it to shreds. Amidst the dazzling light, the light blue-haired girl appeared, a scepter in her hand, a gentle smile on her lips, as if everything was under control. Her eyes sparkled with confidence, a new power rising. This is my magic. She stood there, amidst lightning bolts and icy snowflakes, majestic and powerful. I can do this. She gently closed her eyes, feeling the power flowing. Just as he said, late at night, under the starry sky, Ma Yusong and the light blue-haired girl stood side by side. She suddenly exclaimed, "What? 5 at once?" She turned to him, her face utterly astonished. "Are you crazy?" He calmly replied. "No." Ma Yusong smiled confidently, his gaze firm. "You can do it, and I trust you." She looked at him, her eyes wavering, his words like a promise. "Then, trust me, the one who trusts you." Her hands clenched, a new determination ignited. Until now, I had nothing. She recalled moments of solitude, vague figures surrounding her. I had no faith in the path I was on, nor did anyone tell me that path was right. But now, everything was different. A spark of hope ignited in her mind. But, amidst the brilliant light of faith, Ma Yusong and the light blue-haired girl soared together, ready to face any challenge. The brown-haired young man stood there, his back to the reader, facing a brilliant halo of light, sparkling like 1,000 stars. A new beginning, a new path was opening before him. No more. His resolute footsteps trod on the dark ground, moving forward, leaving behind the burdens of the past. Now, each step carried an iron will. A mystical blue light flashed beneath his feet, as if guiding his upcoming journey. Follow that light. Ma Yusong strode along the path of light, each footprint a testament to his unwavering will, heading towards a bright future. Then, he would no longer be lost. Amidst the sea of golden light, the young man's soul found peace, a promise of a new destiny. And so, Team 22's ability assessment concluded. Amidst the magnificent space, Aizel stood there, magical snowflakes gently falling, signaling an end and a beginning. She smiled gently, her blue eyes sparkling with joy, like a pristine flower blooming in an icy garden. A pure, ethereal beauty. He leaped into the air, his sword swinging with electric light. I almost got caught in that. She should have said something before casting the spell. He thought to himself, a little dissatisfied, but also full of admiration. The scoreboard was clear. Team 32 of Baek-Yuseol and Aizel Morph led with 199 points. Team 31 of Ma Yuseong and Hongbyon Adolevit ranked second with 137 points. Ma Yusong and Princess Hongbyon stood side by side, looking at the scoreboard. She sighed, her voice full of disappointment. "We've completely lost." He turned to her, his expression calm. "If we lost even after defeating 2 special mid-level monsters with opposing attributes, then we just have to accept it." She bowed her head, her red eyes gleaming with remorse. But if, a pang of regret crept into the princess's mind. "If my knight were Baek-Yuseol," she thought to herself, her gaze briefly passing over the figure of the brown-haired, glasses-wearing young man in the distance. Her hand gripped Ma Yuseong's arm tightly, a feeling rising within her. Perhaps then I could have displayed excellent magic like Aizel. She knelt, her heart full of resentment. But why is that damn commoner so devoted to Aizel? If there was the most perfect knight in the world, on the throne, she fantasized about a knight kneeling before her. Shouldn't he become my knight? The one who will be the most perfect queen in this world? Rage burned in the princess's heart, consuming her as she thought of that commoner. Her red eyes like fire, the white-haired princess looked up, her face cold and full of murderous intent. It would be a lie to say I've accepted that. I cannot accept it. I cannot understand it. With steely determination, the princess strode forward, Ma Yusong's figure passing behind her. I need to investigate Baek-Yuseol more thoroughly. Her face showed a hint of surprise, as if a piece had just fallen into place, but there were still too many unknowns. A cold figure appeared, The black-haired girl with glasses stood there, her sharp gaze meeting the princess's. Siren Orkan. The name echoed, carrying solemnity and an unpredictable aura. The two faced each other, their gazes clashing like lightning. She came after hearing I lost to a group of commoners and a traitor? How troublesome. With decisive footsteps, the princess turned and walked away, leaving Siren Orkan standing there in the dim light. Siren Orkan merely watched silently, her expression unchanged, like a living statue. A cold judgment echoed from Siren Orkan. You still have a long way to go. In the vast library, a brown-haired female student was diligently taking notes, a soft golden light enveloping the space. The pencil glided across the paper, each stroke forming words, recording deep thoughts. The brown-haired female student looked up, her eyes astonished. I didn't expect she would learn crystal flower so early. The crystal flower magic appeared magnificently, a pristine ice flower blooming Izel's power in the distant future. The brown-haired female student continued to write, the pencil scratching softly. According to the original novel's progression, Izel should be even weaker at this point. The brown-haired female student continued to ponder that Izel could cast crystal flower so early. It must be thanks to Baek Yusail. A brilliant golden light enveloped the brown-haired young man. In the original novel, Ma Yusong and Izel would end the world together. But what if there was a hidden story she never knew? An unnamed side character, Baek Yusail, loved Izel. He held her tightly, while another figure of himself watched from afar. When the world ended, if he chose to turn back time, replacing Ma Yusong's position, the brown-haired female student bowed her head, lost in thought at that prospect. The brown-haired girl gripped the pen tightly, her eyes gleaming with contemplation. A bold idea was forming in her mind, to turn back time. To create a world where the one he loved could live. Even if, in the end, he was completely forgotten by her. Would Baek Yusail truly have no regrets? A love so intense that he was willing to turn back time, sacrificing his very existence. What would that feel like? The brown-haired young man, Baek Yusail, looked up, his eyes filled with contemplation. System notifications rang out rapidly. Episode 5. Monster Simulation Battle completed. You received a large amount of EXP and additional rewards from Story Continuation Project. What reward should I choose this time? Baek Yusail mused, his eyes scanning the virtual notification board, weighing his option. My skills have gotten quite strong, he thought, his gaze firm. Now it's time to prepare for the upcoming next episode. I'll choose an item, he decided. Ifanel's grass key. The brown-haired young man frowned slightly, seemingly confused. The system appeared to be processing his request. System search complete. Reward has been distributed. A glowing key appeared in his hand. Great! This was not an ancient relic, but a super rare item, only for high-level players. A key leading to where the gods resided. But to use it, he had to go outside. The conditions for going outside have become stricter after the necromancer incident. He pondered what to do. Outside the ancient stone walls of the academy, a new day began, bringing brilliant sunshine and unsolved mysteries. On an old piece of paper, scribbled words told of a poor past, of instant noodle meals, and a mother's sacrifice. Back in the present, Baek Yusail stretched leisurely, his face showing clear satisfaction upon completing the assignment. Done, he muttered to himself, a slight smile on his lips. The brown-haired young man wondered, now then, which club should I look for? He stood before a large bulletin board, covered with advertisements for all sorts of clubs, each carrying a different invitation. Baek Yusail mused, hand on his chin, his eyes scanning each line. Which club would be suitable for me? He skimmed through the options: Rune Creation Club, Soul Chess, Book Club, but then frowned. Not many clubs allow outside activities. I need to think carefully. Baek Yusail's eyes turned sharp, harboring a deep determination. But, suddenly, Izel appeared beside him, her voice slightly surprised. Are you also looking for a club? Haven't joined one yet? Baek Yusail flinched slightly, replying, it's not that strange. After the practice match, everyone's perception of Izel had changed significantly, an invisible burden weighing on her shoulders. She was the one who understood that change best. But no matter what, I still have to choose a club very carefully. Baek Yusail and Izel walked together, but in the brown-haired young man's heart was a bewildered question. Why is she doing this to me? A hearty voice rang out. Ma Yusong appeared, slinging his arm around Baek Yusail's shoulder intimately. Yusail! Baek Yusail flinched, a question popping into his head. Ma Yusong? Why is he here? Ma Yusong chuckled faintly. Ha ha, so cold to don't touch me. Ma Yusong continued, his eyes full of admiration. I really liked the practice match, and I heard you even led the necromancer hunt. That's truly impressive. Baek Yusail merely replied curtly. Something like that. The black-haired Ma Yusong looked at Baek Yusail with a meaningful gaze. a smirk as if hiding something. Ma Yusong's cold gaze locked onto Baek Yuseol, and he whispered like a prophecy, "As expected, you." Ma Yuseong's words echoed, his eyes turning fiery red, contrasting with Baek Yuseol's surprise. "You seem to think differently from others." Baek Yuseol could only remain silent, a cold drop of sweat trickling down, unable to respond to Ma Yuseong's suggestive taunt. Ma Yuseong explained that as a commoner, he always sought to improve himself, even on weekends. Baek Yuseol nodded. "I understand. Unlike me, you make good use of your time." The black-haired Ma Yusong turned and asked directly, "So what do you do on weekends?" Then asked himself, "Me?" Baek Yuseol replied curtly and coldly, "Study." Izel, standing next to him, just watched in silence. Ma Yusong burst out laughing, showing disbelief. "I asked a polite question, and you gave a polite answer?" "Thanks," Baek Yuseol seriously affirmed. "No, really." Baek Yusong continued, his tone resolute. "I study, and I also train." Ma Yusong asked in surprise. "What?" Ma Yusong was surprised, exclaiming, "You aren't the type of person who usually does that." He gave a forced laugh, and Baek Yuseol replied, That's right. But I've been doing it recently." Baek Yuseol was pensive, while Ma Yusong still had an arm around his shoulder. He thought to himself, Ma Yusong should have started training much later. What's the reason? Izel looked at Baek Yuseol, her eyes understanding. "Practical dungeon training, right?" Ma Yusong flinched, quickly confirming, "That's right." He recounted a dangerous moment. "If the young lady hadn't intervened then, things could have been quite bad." Izel frowned slightly. "Don't call me that." Baek Yuseol continued to ponder. In the original storyline, Ma Yusong and Flame cooperated to easily defeat Haewonryang. He looked down, recalling Flame. "But because I intervened this time, Flame was tied up." Baek Yuseol continued to think. The image of Haewonryang fighting alone appearing, and he had to face Haewonryang alone. Is this why Haewonryang's condition is also strange? Baek Yuseol put his hand to his chin, his gaze firm. "Anyway, this is a good thing. If this happens, both Haewonryang and Ma Yusong will train more." Continuing his thoughts, Baek Yuseol looked towards the two figures, believing that their growth would lead to a brighter outcome, completely different from his own path. In the academy hallway, Izel asked, her eyes worried upon seeing that Baek Yuseol hadn't joined any club yet. The brown-haired boy simply replied curtly, his expression indifferent. Ma Yusong smirked, inviting Baek Yuseol to his team. The brown-haired boy responded with a counter-question, probing about the conditions an ideal club should have. Baek Yuseol listed a series of bizarre requirements. A quiet club, no meetings, insurance included, cheese tonkatsu included, and freedom of activity. Izel and Ma Yusong were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend. Ma Yusong was astonished by the outrageous demands, while Baek Yuseol merely shrugged. He casually admitted it was just a joke, because, after all, no such club could possibly exist. Izel softly asked, her blue eyes showing a hint of sadness, as if she was trying to understand the deep thoughts hidden within the boy's heart. Surprisingly, Ma Yusong flashed a confident smile, asking if he should establish a club exactly like what Baek Yuseol had just described. Both Baek Yuseol and Izel were stunned, unable to believe their ears. Their eyes widened in astonishment at Ma Yusong's bold proposal. Baek Yuseol asked skeptically if Ma Yusong could truly establish such a special club. The brown-haired boy affirmed confidently, his eyes full of self-assurance. The brown-haired boy thought to himself that with Ma Yusong's influence, it was entirely possible. But another question arose in his mind. Baek Yuseol questioned, wanting to know what benefit would make Ma Yusong do that. The black-haired boy simply replied curtly, his expression still full of hidden meaning. Ma Yusong gave a mysterious smile, his eyes sharp, declaring that Baek Yuseol was special, and that was why he was willing to do anything. Baek Yuseol flinched, his eyes suspicious. He wondered if Ma Yusong knew something about his identity or past. Suddenly, a light flashed in Baek Yuseol's mind. He suddenly remembered a core flaw of Ma Yusong. It turned out, this Ma Yusong was extremely lonely. Baek Yuseol sighed, agreeing to let him establish the club, but not forgetting to mutter a sarcastic remark. Ma Yusong, meanwhile, beamed with joy. Baek Yuseol nodded in agreement, but with one condition. Izel also had to join. The blue-haired young woman was stunned, not expecting to be dragged into it herself. Baek Yuseol thought to himself that Izel would be an inseparable companion, helping Ma Yusong emotionally. Ma Yusong happily welcomed Izel, but the blue-haired young woman frowned, not wanting to be called lady. Baek Yuseol just smiled faintly, still harboring his own calculations. He asked about the club's name, and Ma Yusong, with a mysterious expression, said he already had an idea. And here it was, the club registration form for Delicious Restaurant Exploration, with Baek Yuseol as the leader, along with Ma Yusong and Izel. The goal? Simply to eat. Azel worriedly asked if this was okay. Ma Yusong explained that they needed an advising professor and at least 4 members to receive the special seal. Ma Yusong confidently declared he would take care of the members and the seal. But finding an advising professor was truly difficult. Baek Yuseol asked in surprise, "Couldn't we just ask for special permission to go out?" Ma Yuseong sneered, his eyes darkening, and bluntly declared, "They're all trash." Baek Yuseol was simply dumbfounded. Seeing this, Baek Yuseol immediately suggested, "Then I'll get the seal." Ma Yuseong nodded, agreeing to entrust him with the task. Baek Yuseol knew well that not just anyone could stamp this special activity. The one with that authority, it must be one of those bastards. The scene shifted to the first main tower, a majestic architectural structure, and that was the vice principal's office, a place of power. The vice principal, with his elegant mustache, was sitting there, and suddenly looked up. A familiar figure walked in, striding confident. "Welcome, young master," the vice principal spoke. Ma Yusong replied with a smirk, "Long time no see, grandfather." The creator's words echoed, a farewell to the first season, promising a day of reunion. The old act closed, awaiting the explosion of a new chapter. Baek Yuseol's figure subtly smirked, his eyes holding many mysteries. He sent a promise that when the new act began, he would return. Ma Yusong casually took the vice principal's chair, declaring it more comfortable than expected. The vice principal could only force a smile, his eyes revealing helplessness. Inside, the vice principal screamed, wondering why this crazy person appeared at this moment. Was it a nightmare? He tried to remain calm, directly asking the purpose of the visit, his hand brushing over the paper on the desk, a sense of unease rising. Ma Yusong presented a form, casually asking him to stamp it. The vice principal remained silent, his expression puzzled, a bad premonition rising. He took the form, intending to check if it met the conditions for establishing a club, according to regulation. But a hand, quick as lightning, slammed down on the form, preventing his action, like a silent warning. Ma Yusong looked up, his eyes sharp as if wanting to pierce the vice principal's heart, sending a chill down his spine. "No need to review. Just stamp it." Ma Yusong's tone was cold, allowing no refusal. His eyes glowed red, a meaningful smirk on his face like an unspoken threat. "You'll do it, won't you?" The pressure was immense. The vice principal swallowed, hard, cold sweat breaking out. He knew he couldn't refuse this request, not even slightly. The figure of a powerful man appeared behind Ma Yusong, reminding the vice principal of his status. He couldn't resist. Finally, the vice principal had no choice but to agree, handing the stamped form back to Ma Yusong, but still having something to say. Ma Yusong merely adjusted his tie, his arrogant eyes replying, "I know, an affirmation of absolute power." Ma Yusong turned, walked out of the vice principal's office door, leaving a cold thank you. The vice principal watched his retreating back, his eyes holding complexity and discomfort. He bowed his head, his face shrouded in shadow, dark thoughts beginning to rise in his mind. He's truly a replica of his father, arrogantly detestable. The vice principal gritted his teeth, a bastard child daring to be so arrogant. "But not for long," he whispered. "One day, I will chop off his arrogant head." The sound of the dismissal bell echoed throughout the academy, breaking the tense atmosphere in the office. A young man walked out of the classroom, sighing in relief. "Phew, it's finally over." 2 other female students chatted. "That professor is always nitpicking, especially with commoners." Jackie sat alone, her expression sad. Jackie clutched the paper in her hand, her fingers white with anger and disappointment. She blamed herself. "I could have done better, but I fumbled due to anxiety. I can do better than Flame." Suddenly, Flame appeared, smiling and saying, "Jackie, you did very well in your presentation today." She continued to comfort her. "Don't worry about what the professor said. You did very well. Anyway." Flame turned and walked away, leaving Jackie with a puzzled expression and a sigh. Jackie sighed, frowning. "Oh my." A sudden voice rang out, "Ignore her." She turned around. Ma Yusong stood there, flashing a charming smile. "Oh my, what's wrong? You're close with the professors, aren't you?" "I want to form a club. Could you ask a few professors for help?" In the empty classroom, Ma Yusong continued to question Jackie about finding a professor. She sighed, believing the professors didn't like her. He smiled, agreeing, because her attitude wasn't much better. Ma Yusong didn't hesitate to expose her, arguing with professors, falling asleep in class. "It's a miracle you haven't received an academic warning yet." Jackie pouted, giving a slight cough, thinking he was exaggerating. Jackie bowed her head, her eyes half closed, wondering if anyone could be that annoying. A faint sadness seemed to envelop the girl. Jackie's brown eyes suddenly widened, a spark of realization flashing. "Ah," she exclaimed, as if she had just realized something important. Ma Yusong looked at her, a hint of surprise on his face. He asked again, "Wait, aren't you close with Assistant Professor Altalicia?" His gaze was probing. Leaving Jackie, Ma Yusong walked down the wooden-floored hallway, he thought to himself. So, an assistant can also be an advising professor. I was too focused on the story when playing the game, so I didn't pay attention. A puzzled expression appeared on Ma Yuseong's face. He furrowed his brows, seemingly trying to piece together the information he had just received. The sound of footsteps, tagak, echoed. A silhouette of a black-haired woman, wearing a long cloak, glided through the empty hallway. An air of mystery enveloped her figure. A close-up of the black-haired woman's face, sharp eyes behind her glasses, a corner of her mouth curved into a meaningful smile. An unexpected appearance made Ma Yusong exclaim in surprise. Ma Yusong stood frozen in the middle of the hallway, his face utterly bewildered. "What the hell?" he muttered, seemingly unable to believe what he had just seen. An ancient stone tablet appeared, carved with incomprehensible characters. A caption revealed, Altalicia's personal research lab. This was exactly where he needed to go. Ma Yusong smiled confidently and entered the room. "Hello," he said, his tone polite, yet subtly calculating. Ma Yuseong's golden eyes widened, a flicker of surprise passing through them. Something in the lab had caught him off guard. Assistant Professor Altalicia stood amidst a messy pile of papers, her face flustered, hand lightly touching her glasses. "Assistant Professor Altalicia?" Ma Yuseong asked. She flinched. "Ah." Altalicia hastily adjusted her glasses, stammering a greeting to Ma Yusong. He looked at her, asking with concern, "Assistant Professor, is something wrong?" A tense atmosphere enveloped them. Ma Yusong looked straight ahead, his eyes sharp as if interrogating something. A heavy question about to burst forth. On the table, scattered thesis papers, containing ancient and mysterious knowledge, now held another story. He asked directly, "Assistant Professor, where is the thesis you've been preparing for so long?" She flinched, her eyes flustered, trying to hide something. A clenched fist, harboring indignation and determination, amidst the hazy smoke of injustice that enveloped them. Altalicia forced a smile, explaining that she had given the thesis to the professor because the research conference was approaching. She even felt grateful that an excellent professor was using her work. His eyes darkened, and he called her name, his voice deep like rolling thunder, cutting through her weak justification. He said directly, "You've just been blatantly robbed. Will your name even be on it?" His words were like a sharp knife tearing through the harsh truth. She still tried to smile, comforting herself that, "It's okay. This is also a lesson." Resignation was clear on her face. He thought to himself, in this situation, it was not the time to ask her to be the advising professor for his club. His initial plan had fallen apart. His eyes flashed with a determined light, a new idea suddenly emerging, one that could change the situation. He knew that Professor Misen would soon solve this formula. He wanted Altalicia to complete it herself, before her work was stolen again. He continued, "Assistant Professor, there's something else you've prepared, the thing you and I solved last time." She was surprised. "Ah, the random series convergence technique?" A glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. She admitted she had researched it because his idea was too interesting, but hadn't succeeded yet. Although it was a 300-year-old problem, she felt that if she could just solve one key point, she would find the solution. He looked straight ahead, his eyes full of confidence, declaring firmly, "That part, I will solve." The promise was like a challenge to fate. Altalicia was deeply shocked, unable to believe her ears when she heard Ma Yuzong's declaration. He calmly replied, admitting he had only solved it by chance. The young man didn't say much, just quietly picked up a piece of chalk and began writing complex characters on the blackboard, each stroke seemingly imbued with invisible power. Altalicia stood there, her eyes fixed, completely captivated by the formulas gradually appearing on the board. Her eyes widened, utterly astonished as what seemed impossible was gradually revealed. He turned back, a mysterious smile on his lips, declaring firmly, "But with you, things will be different." Time seemed to stand still, with only the sound of chalk on the board and the assistant professor's hurried breathing. Altalicia mumbled, analyzing each part of the formula, like a knowledge monster devouring all information. He looked at her, a satisfied smile. She's completely immersed in it. What incredible focus. He thought to himself, she is the true genius, the one who will change humanity's future. Unlike him who is merely a copycat, his role was over. Now, he could only place his trust in her talent and quietly wait. The screeching of wheels, a train leaving the station, carrying new mysteries and hopes. The young man stepped off, stretched tiredly, and sighed. Finally, we've arrived. Thanks to Altalicia, he established the culinary club and obtained permission to leave the academy. However, his body was still not well. Despite being met with suspicion when applying for the permit, he ultimately achieved his goal. A relieved smile appeared on his lips. He walked through the lush green garden, telling himself that as long as he didn't cause any accidents, everything would be fine. The brown-haired male student looked up, his golden eyes wide with surprise. "Oh, he uttered softly, as if he had just discovered something extraordinary. Before his eyes, the third world tree stood majestically, its lush green canopy touching the blue sky. The Dutch orchard, a breathtakingly grand sight. Beneath the ancient tree's canopy, an ethereal elf town appeared, its houses nestled amidst emerald green, lights twinkling like 1,000 stars. Stepping through the ancient stone gate, Ma Yuseong couldn't help but marvel. The scenery here was so beautiful that even game graphics couldn't compare. A long gray-haired female elf smiled gently, placing her hand on her chest. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mage of Stella." A warm welcome echoed. Another brown-haired female elf also offered a graceful smile. "May your sincere heart reach Mother Earth." The blessing was like a gentle breeze. Ma Yusing smiled back, perhaps thanks to the 9th-rank Mage Eltman Eltwin, who saved the second world tree years ago. The elves here were very friendly with Stella Academy. He observed the surrounding elves. Indeed, just like in the game, this place gathered countless beauties. But among them, there was one who was more special than all. The Elf King, Flower Sioran, appeared with divine beauty, driving countless male hearts wild. He was the most fan-arted character in the other world. Elves are a special race, born without gender. Only when they find true love do they choose a gender that suits their beloved. Flower Sioran was the same. Though born female, they had no fixed gender. Later, out of love for Flame, they chose to become a male. Ma Yuseong sighed softly. No matter which route he took, Flower Sioran always chose the male gender, disappointing many male players. "I like Flower Sioran too." His eyes suddenly lit up, a determined smile clearly visible. Found it. The target was right before his eyes. This was the hidden dungeon, the Garden of Deity Ifenel, a dense forest filled with mystical light. Ma Yusong told himself that his skills had significantly improved. It was time to prepare for the upcoming story arc. Ma Yusong reached out, deciding to take an item. He chose Ifenel's Grass Key, an item containing secret power. A triumphant smile bloomed on his lips, Ma Yuseong secretly pleased that he could use this item earlier than expected. The opportunity had arrived. The Grass Key was inserted into the ancient lock. A creaking sound echoed, opening a secret door leading to the forbidden place. A dazzling warning appeared. When the gate opens, others possessing this key may detect it. The words were full of hidden meaning, Ma Yuseong recalled. This warning had appeared in the game before, but no one had ever seen it lead to any special events. He didn't hesitate, decisively turning the key. A distinct click echoed, breaking the silence. A dazzling light erupted, engulfing Ma Yusong's figure. The gate to the Garden of Deity Ifenel had swung wide open. A notification appeared, confirming the significant event. The gate to Garden of Deity Ifenel has opened. A new world awaited. Before his eyes was a fairy kingdom, suspended amidst the clouds, majestic and magnificent. This was the origin of the Soul Tree, the homeland of the elf race. Ancient castles, nestled amidst waterfalls and greenery. A breathtakingly grand scene, as if stepping out of a legend. In a splendid room, a figure with long white hair was sound asleep on a luxurious bed, enveloped by shimmering light. A soft sound, a pale hand reached out, lightly touching the floor. It seemed something had awakened them from their dream. Bare feet gently touched down, each step like smoke, moving towards the light streaming into the room. She stood before the large window, arms outstretched, embracing the dawn, as if sensing the changes in the outside world. The Elf King, Flower Sioran, gazed at the peaceful scenery outside, telling himself, "The world today is truly serene." The Elf King Flower Sioran still stood before the window, his gaze distant, following the free birds, secretly wishing to escape his cage just once. A hint of sadness crossed his face, his purple eyes gleaming with envy as he watched the birds, longing to fly freely like. Suddenly, a mysterious surge of energy shook the space, startling Flower Sioran, his eyes wide with astonishment. He hastily stood up, clutching his head, bewilderedly asking himself, who dares to intrude into the secret garden where Ifenel sleeps soundly? No one is allowed there. Unable to hesitate any longer, Flower Sioran decided he had to act, despite the worries surrounding him. His hands still lingered with the warmth of sleep, but his mind was fully alert to the sudden turn of events. Flower Sioran donned his splendid attire, walking quickly towards the large door, preparing to face what was about to happen. But then, he paused, his hand gripping the hem of his robe. "No, I must restrain myself. I've waited for decades. I cannot act impulsively now." Fear was evident in her purple eyes. If the curse reactivates, I don't know who will go mad. Flower Sioran took a deep breath, making her final decision. "Let's wait until the upcoming World Tree's birthday. I'll check then." At the same time, elsewhere, a brown-haired young man suddenly let out a loud sneeze, breaking the silence of the forest. He frowned, kicking a tree trunk hard. "Damn it! These cursed pollens!" The young man continued to struggle, dodging roots, reaching out like tentacles, muttering incessantly, "Damn it! These annoying roots!" Under the scorching sun, The brown-haired young man knelt on one knee, seemingly exhausted by the relentless attack of the roots. He looked up at the giant flower in front of him, sighing wearily. Just fighting them would take a lifetime. He smirked, raising a glowing red potion. That's why I personally concocted a few fire potions using alchemy. A glint flashed in his golden eyes. Without hesitation, the young man forcefully threw the potion. A violent explosion erupted, engulfing the lunging roots. The fiery light illuminating a corner of the forest. Flames raged, incinerating everything in their path. The roots were swallowed by the fire, turning to ash in the blink of an eye. Amidst the smoke and fire, a blue glowing short sword appeared in his hand. Its sharp blade emitted a cold light, ready to finish off his enemies. Then, I can't miss this opportunity. He shot forward like an arrow, his figure transforming into a brilliant golden streak, piercing straight into the heart of the firestorm. The young man's blazing golden eyes shone with ruthlessness and determination. He knew his objective clearly, and nothing could stop him. "There it is!" he exclaimed, his gaze locked on the dazzlingly luminous giant flower hidden amidst the sea of fire. Piercing through the blazing flames, the young man swung his sword. The blue short sword tore through the air, delivering a fatal blow to its target. The giant flower trembled, disintegrating into countless tiny dust particles. Its final groan echoed before fading into nothingness. 2 experience notifications appeared, confirming his victory. These small fries are enough. He sighed in relief, his eyes full of disdain. The young man's face grew serious. He had completed the prelude. Now it was time to move towards his true objective. I should go pursue my true objective. He looked up where a swirling stream of emerald energy led the way to another world. A system notification appeared. You have entered the dungeon's boss room. He stepped into an ethereal world where a crescent moon hung suspended in a star-filled night sky and emerald flowers bloomed. Wow. The young man was astonished by the beautiful sight. Sparkling light, like fairy dust, enveloped the space, creating a magical scene. So, this island. His eyes widened, shining with surprise. A familiar yet mysterious feeling washed over him, making him curious. Amidst the shimmering emerald sea of flowers, a majestic statue appeared, depicting the figure of a goddess. It was Iphanel, the mysterious deity the young man had just discovered. Deities, the most mysterious entities in the world, are pure souls who cultivate for hundreds of years to achieve enlightenment. Even in the world of ether, their numbers are incredibly rare. But what stood before him was not a complete deity. Her heart had been stolen before enlightenment, leaving her permanently sealed in that state. Who? The brown-haired young man let out a soft breath, his gaze fixed thoughtfully on the statue. A harsh truth about the deity made him ponder. With heavy steps, he advanced deeper into the ethereal space. Each step seemed to stir the invisible energy enveloping the area. Suddenly, an invisible pressure descended, weighing heavily on his entire body. The young man gritted his teeth, struggling against the terrifying force that sought to crush him. "This island mana pressure," he exclaimed, his body trembling. Even in death, the power of a deity was enough to make mortals kneel. But I can't give up here. A roar escaped him as he mustered all his strength, every muscle tensing, determined to break the invisible shackles. The oppressive force intensified, making his steps heavier than ever. Every movement was an arduous battle. Huff, huff. Despite the pressure, he still pushed forward, heading towards the divine statue. His breath came in ragged gasps, but his will remained unshaken. His legs tirelessly ran, overcoming layer after layer of dense mana pressure. Each step was a testament to his resilience, a declaration of not surrendering. Finally, he reached the statue, kneeling down and panting heavily. The battle with the mana pressure had completely drained the young man's strength. A system notification appeared, indicating that his mana manifestation delay physique trait had gained experience. His efforts were not in vain. Now I can breathe. He sat down, feeling relieved. Immediately after, another notification appeared. His stats had increased. He realized this was a natural training ground, a mana goddess coveted by mages of the old world. Training here would yield exponential results and enhance mana compatibility. Now I can breathe. The brown-haired young man was stunned, realizing he had endured so much hardship just to find a premium gym. He told himself this was where he would train things he had never done in real life, right here in this mana sanctuary. But before he could begin, a brilliant purple rift tore through space, signaling an unexpected event. A mysterious energy spread, making the atmosphere tense. From the rift, a hidden item appeared, branch filled with resentment. The brown-haired young man picked it up in surprise, his eyes full of curiosity, feeling the gloomy power emanating from it. He carefully read the description. A high-grade branch, accumulating resentment over time, capable of inflicting a resentment effect on opponents, increasing damage based on level. A weapon with great potential, but also hidden dangers. The brown-haired young man smiled confidently. With this item, he believed he could deal with Mazen Tyran, the final boss of the story arc. A glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. With the item then, he decided. Let's start training. Now nothing could stop him on his path to becoming stronger. A few weeks later, time flew by in a flash. The young man panted, drenched in sweat. His status board appeared, showing that his physical stats and abilities had skyrocketed astonishingly. He rechecked his stats, now at 2.5 stars. However, he still had a long way to go, as other main characters all had 4 stars or more. The goal was still distant. Amidst the emerald mana flowers, the brown-haired young man began practicing swordsmanship. He had no teacher, so he had to train basic thrusts and slashes himself to accurately attack the enemy's weak points. His gaze was resolute, filled with determination. I must try harder. Every breath, every heartbeat was directed towards a single goal: to become stronger. He swung his sword, putting all his strength into each slash, determined to train to the point of cutting through bone and spitting blood. His fighting spirit burned fiercely. In an instant, mana exploded around him, a brilliant blue light enveloping him. A new surge of power arose. He seemed to have touched a hidden limit, but the price was a violent cough, blood gushing from his mouth. He clutched his chest, panting, exhausted, his body feeling as if it would shatter. Nevertheless, his efforts were rewarded. A notification appeared. He had acquired a portion of a special mana breathing method. The door to new power was opening, and then the skill Breath of the Deity was activated. In his mind, the image of a white-robed goddess appeared, mysterious and powerful, like a promise of the future. As soon as the Breath of the Deity skill activated, his eyes showed extreme fatigue and tension. A strange power was surging within his body. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, questioning and urging. The young man flinched, startled to realize he was being possessed by someone. The mysterious voice relentlessly inflicted cruel punishment, making him clutch his head in pain. Amidst the splendid space, he frantically searched for the source of the sound. The voice spoke again, directly asking if he could hear it. The young man was stunned, muttering a sound, unable to believe what was happening. His gaze turned towards the white-robed goddess statue. Goddess Iphanel? A question full of astonishment escaped his lips. Amidst the ethereal space, he stood silently before the statue, unable to believe his ears. Had Goddess Iphanel truly spoken to him? "A talking corpse!" he exclaimed in horror. But the voice immediately retorted, full of anger. "I'm not dead, you wretched human!" He questioned how the statue could speak. The goddess replied that she had always spoken, but he was too deaf to hear. He then asked why he could only hear her now. "Because you have become like me," the goddess explained. The young man bowed his head, pondering the cryptic words, feeling the change within himself. "You have breathed in my way," she continued. The young man suddenly remembered he had just received a notification about a new skill. He checked the new skill. His power surged, but only for a short time. What was more terrifying was the price. Essence erosion. Losing my human body? He understood. This was death in disguise. This skill exchanged life for power, a price too steep. Nevertheless, he tried to stay positive. This was still a powerful skill, a trump card to use when facing danger. The goddess statue remained silent, harboring ancient secrets, seemingly awaiting something. The goddess spoke again, revealing he was the second to breathe the breath of a deity. His existence was faint, almost invisible. He asked in surprise who she was referring to. The goddess revealed a great swordsman, who used his sword to destroy both magic and deities, making the brown-haired young man exclaim in astonishment. "What?" The brown-haired young man pondered about the legendary swordsman who never appeared in the game, and immediately asked if he could meet that person. But the goddess coldly replied that the 12 disciples of the first mage were all dead. The brown-haired young man realized those were long-deceased characters. Suddenly, the goddess made an offer. "Should I teach you?" A glimmer of hope shone in the brown-haired young man's eyes. She revealed she was once close to that swordsman, having recorded all his breathing techniques and moves. The brown-haired young man couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. However, the goddess set a condition. She was imprisoned, unable to move or converse with anyone else. In reality, she was dead. She pleaded with the brown-haired young man to retrieve her heart, to free her from this eternal imprisonment. "Save me." Although he had anticipated it, the brown-haired young man still had to refuse, apologizing for being unable to fulfill the goddess's request. With his current abilities, he could not possibly obtain the heart of another deity. His words were like a knife cutting into the goddess's fragile hope. The goddess fell silent, lost in thought, darkness seemingly enveloping her. Breaking the silence, the goddess said that a divine heart wasn't necessary. The pure heart of a divine beast would also suffice. The brown-haired young man was surprised. She accepted, preferring to lose her power rather than be imprisoned forever. A great sacrifice for freedom. The brown-haired young man finally agreed, realizing that finding a divine beast's heart was not impossible. He was determined to accomplish. He confidently explained that he was practicing for the upcoming beast contract ritual, where he would meet countless divine beasts. This was much easier than a god's heart. The goddess joyfully thanked him, promising to wait. Then she suddenly remembered something else she wanted to give the brown-haired boy. He was curious. Goddess Iphanel instructed the brown-haired boy to look towards the pillar behind her, where a small wreath was quietly glowing. He took the wreath. The goddess explained it was Iphanel's flower necklace, a symbol of their friendship. But abilities? None at all. The brown-haired boy was suddenly disappointed. A useless item he'd never seen in a game. He even thought he could use it as firewood. But then, a thought flashed through his mind. She was a goddess. There was no way she would give something worthless. He smiled meaningfully, realizing the hidden value of the divine gift. A sign from the goddess. It would surely be useful someday. Daylight streamed through the tall window, signaling a new beginning. A diligent hand wrote on the giant blackboard, ancient characters and complex formulas gradually appearing. Assistant Professor Altalicia looked up, her blue-gray eyes showing a hint of surprise, as if she had just completed a major work. She sat amidst a pile of papers, gazing at the magnificent work on the board. I did it. A sigh of relief escaped her. But then, a worried expression appeared. No, this is not the time to rejoice, she told herself, as if there was a more urgent matter. The quill pen glided quickly across the paper, hurried lines of text appearing, recording the surging thoughts. The sharp pen nib seemed to be carving an important message deep into the page. She smiled radiantly, enveloped in light. A new generation will begin tomorrow. A prophecy or a promise? On the page, mysterious lines of text appeared, along with the thought, Yusial will be very happy to know this. The ancient characters sparkled, holding a great secret, awaiting the day to be revealed. The magnificent dwarf city, capital of the Black Iron Empire, appeared, where skyscrapers glittered with lights and gold mining tracks crisscrossed the night sky. Amidst the bustling crowd, prominent figures of blonde elves blended into the city's lively atmosphere, creating a vibrant scene. Finally, Beck, Yusiol, and Altalicia arrived. We're here, he said, his eyes sparkling with joy, while the assistant professor nodded in agreement. Today was the momentous day of the Alchemy Conference, held at the Golden Crane Academy of Light in the Dwarf Kingdom, an unprecedented event. More notably, the great alchemist Talcum Corden was also present. Beck Yusael smirked. This was the golden opportunity for Altalicia to announce her research finding, but Altalicia still had some reservations. She looked at Beck Yusael. But Yusael, is this really okay? Her eyes clearly showed her worry. She was worried because this was the professor's life's work. I don't know if she's a good person or just foolish, she thought, even if her research is stolen. Altalicia raised her head, her gaze firm. Don't worry, she told herself, a glimmer of hope flashing in her gray-blue eyes. Beck Yusael smiled meaningfully. You didn't steal Professor Meisen's research, he said, his tone firm, reassuring her. He continued, his eyes sharp. You're simply more talented than her. Altalicia looked up, her mind filled with thoughts about his words. All right, thank you, Altalicia replied. Shall we go inside then? Beck Yusael pointed to a side entrance, avoiding the red carpet. Exactly. Good idea. Inside, a man with slicked-back black hair solemnly announced, Welcome, doctors, professors, and researchers of the Alchemist Society. The man with side-parted brown hair and a smirk held up a card, declaring loudly, Now, we shall begin the 87th Golden Cross Section Conference. A woman's graceful footsteps echoed. In the first session, a voice resonated. We will introduce new types of poisons, and the first person to step onto the stage was Professor Mazen Tyran of Stella Academy. With a self-satisfied smile, ready for her presentation, she began her presentation pointing to the large screen. I am Mazen Tyran from Stella Academy, announcing the red alpha poison. First, look here. Professor Mazen Tyran wore a self-satisfied smile, her eyes sharp as if she had everything under control. She was at the peak of her arrogance. In the crowd, two powerful men, one with slicked-back black hair and one with side-parted brown hair, clearly showed surprise, perhaps discussing something that had just happened. On the podium, Mazen Tyran concluded her presentation with a strong declaration. The entire hall erupted in applause, but was it the truth? Beck Yusael sat in the audience, his eyes sharp. He heard the praises for the red alpha poison and the idea of improving it, but his expression was far from pleased. A close-up of Beck Yusael showed him clicking his tongue softly, his face annoyed. She's really rambling on about Altalicia's thesis, as if it were her own. Beck Yusael's thoughts were clear. Even though I have many ways to take her down, the main course is only just beginning. At the same time, Altalicia quietly stepped onto the stage. The stage light shone brightly, and a voice resonated, announcing, Next, the presentation by Assistant Professor Altalicia from Stella Academy. She appeared, full of anxiety. Altalicia stood on the podium, her voice trembling. Hello, I am Altalicia, an alchemist from Stella Academy. She tried to calm herself. Meanwhile, Beck Yusael was lost in thought. He recalled Altalicia's achievements, a pharmaceutical company, self-regenerating cells, and defensive skills using poison coating. Baek Yuseo looked up, his gaze firm. He smiled meaningfully, as if he had a grand plan, ready for his own performance. On stage, Altalicia turned her back to the audience, her voice resonating as she announced the topic. The topic I will announce today is complete theoretical understanding of random sequence convergence technique. In the crowd, two pointy-eared young women, one with gray hair and one with brown hair, watched Altalicia in surprise, unsure of what lay ahead. The two powerful men also clearly showed surprise, their eyes full of doubt upon hearing Altalicia's announcement. A questioning voice rang out, asking Altalicia if she knew where she was. She stammered in reply. "Of course, this is too grand a position for someone like me." The voice continued to press. "Then how can we accept what you just said?" Altalicia stood there, her expression growing more bewildered and confused. A close-up showed Altalicia's hands gripping her clothes tightly, her expression extremely tense. She was facing immense pressure from the questioning. Altalicia clutched her clothes, trying to calm herself. She reminded herself to accept everything the way an alchemist would, despite the heavy pressure. Below the stage, murmurs of questioning arose. The random sequence convergence technique makes no sense at all. How can magic and alchemy be harmonized? An old gray-haired alchemist, Talcum Corden, pondered. This problem had existed for 300 years, a seemingly impossible challenge. Suddenly, Talcum Corden stood up, loudly commanding, "Silence, everyone." He asserted that giving up just because many had failed was not the demeanor of an alchemist. The old alchemist's eyes lit up with interest. He looked forward to hearing what this young woman had discovered about a technique considered almost impossible. Talcum Corden turned towards Altalicia, his eyes encouraging. "Please, present the truth you have found." The assistant professor bowed slightly, her heart still heavy. A close-up of Altalicia's face showed her eyes wide and cheeks flushed. She was still stunned by the unexpected support, but also held a faint glimmer of hope. "Thank you." So, the presentation. Altalicia had just begun to speak when a cold voice rang out, tearing through the air. "I object." Baek Yuseo stood up, his eyes sharp as knives. Professor Mazentiran stepped forward, her eyes full of self-satisfaction. "Before Assistant Professor Altalicia presents her thesis, I wish to raise my suspicions." Talcum Corden frowned. "What suspicions?" Mazentiran gave a meaningful smirk. Her expression exuded a terrifying confidence, as if victory was already in her grasp. The entire hall held its breath, awaiting the announcement. Mazentiran turned to Altalicia, uttering a heavy accusation. "Regarding plagiarism." Altalicia was stunned, her eyes wide with horror. "Oh my God, plagiarism?" she mumbled, her whole body trembling. This accusation was like a heavy blow to her honor. Talcum Corden scoffed, his eyes flashing with amusement. He warned Mazentiran, "If you cannot prove it, you know what will happen to you, don't you?" Mazentiran maintained her self-satisfied smile. "Of course," she replied, her tone full of arrogance, as if she was ready for any consequences. Mazentiran's high heels clicked dryly on the stone floor as she strode towards the podium. Altalicia stood there helplessly, watching her opponent approach. Mazentiran stood next to Altalicia, beginning her speech. As everyone knows, there are 5 dilemmas in the random sequence convergence technique. Only by solving all 5 can the harmony between alchemy and magic techniques be successful. The brown-haired young man Ma Yusong coldly declared, "In academia, only 2 dilemmas have been solved, and they are still incomplete." Mazentiran gave a self-satisfied smile. "But I have solved 4 of those dilemmas," she continued. "And Assistant Professor Altalicia is my alchemy teaching assistant, as well as my assistant professor." Altalicia stood there, her expression bewildered. The entire hall buzzed with chatter. If that's true, then this thesis. The whispers spread like wildfire. Mazentiran asserted firmly, her eyes sharp. "Without a doubt, this is my thesis." A smirk concealed contempt, even if Altalicia were to solve the 5th dilemma. Altalicia trembled, her entire body frozen. She wondered, did she really solve those 4 dilemmas by herself? Mazentiran stood there, her mocking gaze seemingly wanting to devour Altalicia, who was bowing her head. In Mazentiran's mind, a venomous voice echoed. "Altalicia, you useless thing. Your talent will forever belong to me." Each step of Mazentiran seemed to crush Altalicia's last hope, leaving her standing, motionless. She turned, her eyes full of challenge. "So, what do you think, Assistant Professor Altalicia?" Altalicia was stunned, her mind blank. "I knew she would do this, but my mind is blank. I don't know what to do." A flash of insight suddenly appeared in her mind. "If you find it difficult, come to me for help." A promise, a glimmer of hope. Altalicia's hands clenched tightly, as if holding on to an important decision. She raised her head, her gaze firm. "I I want to invite someone up here to support me. The entire hall buzzed and Talcum Corden asked curiously, "Who is it?" Everyone's eyes turned towards Altalicia. Altalicia, with a firm gaze, spoke, the co-author of this thesis. Her finger trembled, pointing in one direction, as if she was staking her entire fate on this moment. "It's the student sitting over there, Baek Yuseol." The declaration echoed, shaking the entire hall. Baek Yuseol was stunned, pointing at himself, exclaiming, "Huh? I'm the co-author?" He couldn't believe his ears. The entire auditorium buzzed, whispers spreading like an undercurrent. Maizen Tiran stood next to Altalicia, her face full of disdain. Professor Maizen smirked. "What? A young student? But that doesn't change much." Her voice was full of contempt. Talcum Corden, the great alchemist, rested his hand on his chin, his eyes gleaming with interest.
Oh, I'm very much looking forward to this.
Baek Yuseol, after a moment of shock, regained his confidence. He took steady steps, advancing onto the stage, his gaze firm, his every step echoed in the silent space, heading straight towards Altalicia and Professor Maizen. Baek Yuseol's face clearly showed determination, his sharp golden eyes looking straight ahead, without a hint of wavering. He stood opposite Maizen Tiran, a silent confrontation erupting between the two, their eyes unwilling to yield. Suddenly, a surge of pinkish-purple energy erupted from Baek Yuseol's hand. He activated a mysterious item, preparing for the confrontation. A notification window appeared. Item: Branch's grudge skill has been activated. Grudge target: Maizen Tiran. Professor Maizen angrily. "Tsk! How rude." Baek Yuseol smirked. "Good. It worked." Baek Yuseol decisively stepped forward, his black shoes stomping firmly on the floor, as if announcing his presence. He turned his back to the audience, facing the two female professors, preparing for the upcoming battle of wits. Baek Yuseol turned his head, his sharp eyes looking directly at Maizen Tiran. "First, I want to examine Professor Maizen's perspective." He declared war. The great alchemist Talcum Corden spoke, his deep voice echoing throughout the hall. "Seeing is believing." Baek Yuseol smirked, a confident, almost arrogant smile on his face. "Then, why don't we solve the random chain convergence technique right now?" The entire hall buzzed with commotion, his challenge striking Altalicia's astonishment like a bolt of lightning. "Yuseol, she stammered, worried. He turned, his sharp gaze piercing through her fear. "Assistant Professor, do you not trust me?" She flinched, quickly replying, "No, that's not it. I do." Baek Yuseol smiled, his smile seemingly giving her strength. "I've been watching you all this time. I believe you can do it. Don't worry. Trust me, the one who trusts you." His words planted a seed of resilience in her mind. Altalicia was stunned, wondering if she could really do it. Her hands clenched her clothes, her fingers trembling, but a spark of determination began to flicker in her eyes. She lowered her head, taking a deep breath. "That's right. Yuseol is right." A firm resolve gradually formed in her mind. Altalicia swept back her blonde hair, as if brushing away all doubts. "Trust in everything you've done until now." Maizen Tiran was surprised by Altalicia's change. Her eyes now held no confusion, but an unusually firm will. Altalicia raised her head, her resolute gaze fixed on her opponent. "Then, shall we begin?" She smiled, a confident and challenging smile. "Professor Maizen, the invitation was like an official declaration of war. The random chain convergence technique, a 500-year-old mystery. Legend has it, an alchemist once claimed to have found the formula, but then mysteriously disappeared, leaving the solution never to be revealed. Since then, countless alchemists have tried, but all have failed. To this day, no one dares to touch it, considering it an unsolvable problem, an impossible curse." Amidst the crowd, Kane, captain of the 15th Destruction Assassination Squad, exhaled smoke, boldly claiming to solve the random chain convergence technique. How interesting. But Vice Captain Hazen Macaron yawned, her face bored. "Interesting? I'm bored to death." Amidst the crowd, Hazen Macaron whispered to Kane, doubting the professor's identity. "Captain, is that professor really a dark demon human?" Kane merely exhaled smoke, idly asking about the smell of tobacco. On the podium, Maizen Tiran and Altalicia were still engrossed in the difficult problem. From afar, Hazen Macaron bluntly declared, "This mission seems to be a bust." Hazen looked at the captain, awaiting a reaction. Kane remained silent, smoke curling around her cold face. Hazen sighed in exasperation. "Oh my God, Captain. Why do you trust that old man's words so unconditionally?" Suddenly, Hazen Macaron's eyes widened. A surprised, "Huh?" escaping her lips. Both girls were surprised, an invisible aura spreading, making the surrounding space feel heavy. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly changed. Altalicia had completed her part of the solution, and the announcement rang out, "The first problem has been solved." Talcum Corden, The great alchemist narrowed his eyes in thought, uttering a meaningful "that island." Two blackboards displayed two solutions, similar yet with subtle differences in their approach. Kane commented coldly, "The assistant professor's solution is clearer and simpler than Professor Meisen's. Furthermore, the final result also has a slight difference. The first problem was settled, and now it was time to face the next challenge. Next is the second problem." A professor with slicked-back black hair exclaimed in surprise. "How unexpected. I've seen many people solve the second problem, but this is the first time I've seen this method." The second problem, which usually required at least 200 lines to solve, was now completed by Altalicia in just 12 short lines. A miracle. Ma Yusong stood amidst the crowd, his sharp gaze following. He softly murmured, "Everyone's reaction is quite good." A faint smile flickered on Ma Yusong's lips, but he left the sentence hanging, implying something profound. The real game had only just begun. Both opponents faced the third problem, a challenge that had never been solved. Would a miracle happen again? Amidst the mystical light of magic, two opposing figures, one contemplative, one confident. The battle of wits was reaching its climax. Who would be the victor in the final challenge? The great alchemist Talcum Corton could not hide his extreme astonishment. "Oh my, has it really been solved?" His words were filled with doubt and shock. A statement was made regarding Assistant Professor Altalicia. Although Professor Meisen had solved the seemingly impossible third problem, what Assistant Professor Altalicia had done was even more impressive. Meisen Tyran stood frozen, her eyes filled with rage and disbelief. How could she have solved it? Anger flared in her eyes. Ma Yuxiang smiled meaningfully, also unable to hide his astonishment. How did she come up with such an approach? It's unbelievable, even while witnessing it firsthand. While previous alchemists viewed the 5 problems as separate, Altalicia saw them differently. She considered them closely linked and solved them all at once. That was the difference between Altalicia and Meisen. Although both continued to solve the problems, their approaches determined the outcome. Meisen Tyran suddenly flinched, startled. Wait, how did this part end? She seemed lost in her own thoughts. The blackboard was already filled with complex formulas. Damn it, is there no more space on the board? Meisen Tyran grew even more flustered. Time waited for no one. She spun around, shouting in despair. "Bring me a new blackboard!" The extreme tension made Meisen lose her composure. "Hurry up!" As Meisen was urging, a calm voice rang out. "I'm done." Altalicia had finished. Altalicia's eyes were serene, unusually calm. All chaos seemed to vanish, leaving only her absolute concentration. Those eyes reflected absolute confidence, a sharp gaze that pierced through all problems, as if she held all the secrets of the universe. Altalicia stood there, her back to everyone, completely absorbed in her achievement, while Meisen Tyran looked at her with an indescribable expression. Amidst the pervasive silence, her voice rang out clearly, full of power. What you are seeing right now is the complete theoretical understanding of the random chain convergence technique. A shocking declaration, affirming her superior talent. A close-up of the man with slicked-back black hair showed extreme astonishment. "Good heavens," he uttered in shock. The entire hall erupted in commotion, exclamations ringing out incessantly. "This is insane. Witnessing this historic moment. Amazing." Altalicia stood there, a radiant smile on her face, her eyes sparkling with pride. She softly whispered, as if affirming her victory. "I did it." Ma Yuxiang smiled, his eyes full of hidden meaning. He softly spoke. A thank you, directed at an absent name. "Thank you, Yuseol. It's all thanks to you." Altalicia's smile slowly faded, her eyes becoming confused and uncomfortable. A name kept repeating in her mind, like a curse. Suddenly, Altalicia floated in mid-air, covered by a strange purple energy. Professor Meisen Tyran called her name in astonishment. Altalicia's shoes hovered, separated from the ground, a supernatural sight that made everyone hold their breath. Altalicia remained trapped in the vortex of dark energy. Meisen Tyran stood below, her eyes complex as she looked up. Professor Meisen Tyran, her face full of rage, questioned, "How long do you intend to annoy me?" "After modifying the thesis I stole." Meisen Tyran growled, her sharp gaze fixed on Altalicia. "Pretending it's yours. Are you happy?" Ma Yusong stood behind, observing with a cold expression. Ma Yusong pondered, a calculating glint in his eyes. "So this is how she's demonized? Faster than I expected, but that's good too." Altalicia still hovered, swallowed by the dark energy. If she turns into a demon human in front of everyone like this. Meisen Tyran was stunned, her eyes wide, pupils glowing purple. She tried to utter Altalicia's name in panic. Altalicia clutched her chest, her face contorted in extreme pain, as if struggling against an invisible force. She screamed, her voice full of indignation, her eyes wild. "Stop, and admit it!" Altalicia questioned frantically. tears streaming down her face. My thesis is better than yours. Wasn't what you presented earlier enough? How many of my theses do you have to steal to be satisfied? Two men stood next to each other, one with parted brown hair and thought, the other with slicked back black hair listening. So the thesis on red medicine earlier was hers? No wonder. The whisper was full of hidden meaning, as if unveiling a shocking secret. Assistant Professor Altalicia was confused, her eyes panicked, her entire body trembling. She uttered broken calls, as if trying to cling to a fragile hope. Rage erupted! Altalicia screamed, tears streaming down her face, filled with extreme resentment. You're even more foolish than I am. The brown-haired young man, Ma Yusong, stood there, calmly looking down at Altalicia's trembling back. A terrifying silence enveloped the area, with only the sound of choked sobs echoing. Two young students, a male student with dark blue hair and a female student with brown hair, watched the chaotic scene in astonishment. Their eyes were wide, unable to believe what was happening. Professor Mizentirin, the woman with neatly tied black hair, stood stunned. Her expression shifted from anger to panic, as if she had just realized something horrifying. The golden alchemist Talcum Corden smirked, a sneering laugh beginning to escape his teeth. He seemed to be enjoying this tragic spectacle. Talcum Corden's sinister laughter echoed throughout the hall. How fun! This conference is truly entertaining. He laughed maniacally, his amusement evident in every feature. Professor Mizentirin flinched, her eyes horrified. She clutched her chest, as if struck by an electric shock, realizing the cruel truth. Mizentirin's hands trembled. She stared at them, as if they had just committed a grave sin. What? What have I done? This is truly dangerous, she murmured, her voice full of fear. Mizentirin's face contorted with anger. She gnashed her teeth, her eyes spitting fire, like a cornered beast. Mizentirin spun around, facing Altalicia. Altalicia, how dare you? Mizentirin's sharp gaze fixed on Altalicia, as if wanting to pierce her soul. Anger and disappointment mingled, creating an invisible pressure. Amidst the extreme tension, Ma Yusong calmly spoke. Professor Mizen, his voice was like a cool breeze, somewhat alleviating the suffocating atmosphere. Mizentirin turned to look at him, her eyes still stunned. Stop and look around you. Ma Yusong's advice was like a splash of cold water to her face. Mizentirin turned her back, facing the screaming dark crowd. A brilliant golden light shone from behind her, but it did not dispel the chaos, only highlighting her solitude amidst the encirclement. Amidst the chaos, the great alchemist Talcum Corden still wore an amused expression, a smirk hidden behind his beard. The pointy-eared man standing beside him also watched, his eyes full of calculation. Mizentirin retreated step by step, her legs trembling. She screamed in despair, her broken refusal echoing, "No! I said no!" Mizentirin's face was contorted with rage, her eyes bloodshot behind her glasses. She furiously accused, her words like sharp knives. "This bitch stole my thesis!" The great alchemist Talcum Corden coldly ordered, his eyes harboring cruelty. "Drag her out." A resolute voice replied. "Yes." Two men in vests rushed forward, roughly grabbing Mizentirin. She struggled in vain, her heartbreaking cries of injustice tearing through the air. "No, I'm innocent!" Mizentirin was dragged away, her desperate screams echoing. The man with slick-back black hair and two young students stood there, their eyes wide with shock as they witnessed the cruel scene. Altalicia collapsed to the floor, looking distraught, her eyes dry. A sigh, or perhaps a choked sob, escaped her throat. Altalicia's face was pale, her gray-blue eyes lifeless. A warm hand reached out, as if to pull her from the depths of despair. Ma Yusong smiled gently, extending his hand towards Altalicia. His words were like a warm ray of sunshine, soothing her pain. "Altalicia, you did very well today." Altalicia looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. She seemed unable to believe what was happening, a rare moment of peace amidst the storm. A gentle smile bloomed on Altalicia's lips, her eyes half closed. Whether it was tears of happiness or pain released, only she knew. Outside, the magnificent building shimmered under the nightlights, sparkling like a dream. A joyful cheer echoed, dispelling the gloomy night. Two young students, the brown-haired girl and the dark blue-haired boy, walked away looking disappointed. So, in the end, there was nothing special. The words filled with anticlimax. The dark blue-haired boy mused, his eyes thoughtful. Right. If she was truly that agitated, there must have been signs. But the sensor that reacts to dark demon erosion showed no reaction at all. Ma Yusong, with a calm smile, broke the silence. "Ah, it seems the New Moon Tower's memory. Reading ability isn't perfect after all." He was surrounded by a group of cloaked figures, but still casually asked, "Hey, is that co-author kid a high school student?" A brown-haired girl and a long black-haired boy stood next to each other. The girl remarked, He's kind of cute, isn't he? Then turned to ask, have you investigated him yet? The brown-haired girl replied sternly, yes, I just received news from Mettler. Information about Ma Yusong appeared. His hometown was destroyed by Dark Demon. Humans, he's a commoner, has low grades but is in class 3, doesn't use magic, and even requested his name be removed from the press. The long black-haired boy mused, his eyes distant. I understand. I will remember. A close-up of the boy's gray-blue eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, as if he had just realized something unusual. Ma Yusong stood amidst the cloaked crowd, his sharp gaze sweeping across. Seemingly observing someone, he looked straight ahead, his expression calm but harboring calculation. A faint, meaningful smile briefly crossed Ma Yusong's lips. The brown-haired girl startled, asking the long black-haired boy, did we just make eye contact? The boy immediately denied. What? No way, the brown-haired girl asserted. There's no way your anti-detection magic and my shadow shield barrier could be penetrated so easily. You must be mistaken. The long black-haired boy maintained his pensive expression, not saying a word. Ma Yusong smiled mysteriously, as if he had achieved his goal. The long black-haired boy could only remain silent, unable to utter a word after the recent event. Layden spoke up, signaling to the brown-haired girl beside him that their work was done. She agreed, expressing her disgust with this dull place. A luxurious, gold-gilded carriage was waiting, ready to take them away from this place. Elsewhere, a slender hand gently tapped on lips, signaling for silence, or perhaps a reminder for caution. Professor Meisentyren clearly showed anxiety and anger. She blamed Beck Usiel for the humiliation she had just endured, muttering incessantly in frustration. She told herself to calm down, but a steady voice echoed from behind, reminding her, calm down, Meisen. Layden was sitting and reading a book. Meisentyren turned around, surprised to see Layden. He coldly declared, you've caused an incident. Layden put down his book, his gaze firm. He seemed to be preparing to say something more significant than a mere incident. Meisentyren quickly retorted, arguing that it wasn't an incident, but almost. She startled, not daring to finish her sentence. A long, purple-haired man appeared, his face sinister. He sneered, saying that Meisentyren was lucky the suppression magic had been cast. Otherwise, all plans would have fallen apart. Meisentyren bowed her head, stammering apologies in fear and remorse. The long, purple-haired man did not accept the apology. He raised his hand, a blue light flashed, and he announced that the leader was very disappointed. He looked at Meisentyren with icy eyes, declaring that she had lost her right to be a professor at Stella Academy. Meisentyren panicked, trying to justify that she had many connections and could cover up the incident. She didn't want to be expelled from here. The long, purple-haired man coldly ordered, shut up and stand still. He added that the best she could do was bow her head in silence. He looked directly at Meisentyren, his eyes full of menace, asking one last question. Understood. Pressure filled the air. Professor Meisentyren could only bow her head in silence, eerie blue lights enveloping her. The cold warning echoed. Until you receive the leader's orders, do not move and remain silent. She gritted her teeth, her hands clenched until they were white. All this humiliation, it was all because of Baek Yusail. Her eyes blazed with fury, hatred surging so intensely that the glasses on her nose bridge cracked. The helplessness and indignation felt as if they would tear her chest apart. Amidst the bustling crowd, Ma Yusong maintained his mysterious smile. He told himself that his moment was coming. He just needed to wait a little longer. His golden eyes suddenly flashed with an icy glint as the name Baek Yusail escaped his thoughts. A deep calculation was brewing. The train whistle tore through the forest's silence, carrying a new journey, a different beginning. In the luxurious train car, Ma Yuseong was pensive. The blonde girl bowed her head, awaiting orders. The train continued to roll, carrying unsolved mystery. He sighed softly, a fleeting regret crossing his eyes. What a pity, he murmured to himself, as if a certain plan hadn't gone as intended. He had once thought that if Meisentyren were demonized during the conference, he could prevent the calamity of the 8th volume. But perhaps fate had decreed that she must be suppressed until her rage erupted. He closed his eyes, reassuring himself. No need to rush. The conference had concluded safely, and the branch filled with resentment had also been activated. Everything was still under control, but one thing still bothered him. A lingering worry he couldn't shake off. Amidst the mysterious shadows flitting past, his gaze suddenly stopped, full of vigilance. 2 tall, imposing figures appeared, their eyes as sharp as ice. They stood there, exuding an aura that could not be underestimated. His eyes narrowed. There was no mistaking it. That was definitely Cain, a name full of danger. The New Moon Tower, a place where elite mages and monster hunters gathered. And Cain, captain of the 15th Destruction Assassination Squad, an elite member of the tower, was lurking in the shadows. Ma Yusong mused, realizing his 6th sense had saved him from danger. He guessed those people appeared to monitor Professor Meisen. Nevertheless, Ma Yusong still wanted to find a way to connect positively with them. A knock on the door echoed, interrupting his train of thought. The blonde girl startled, hastily asking for a little more time. Her voice was full of confusion, not knowing who was standing outside. Her eyes widened, her face showing extreme surprise. Who, after all, had arrived at this moment? A dapper figure appeared, the fedora-wearing man bowing gently. The blonde girl seemed to recognize him, exclaiming in surprise. The pointy-eared man smiled politely, introducing himself as Melian, president of the Star Clouds Trading Company. A powerful name had just been revealed. In the game, the world gradually expanded, and as the protagonist flame matured, many new objectives appeared. Melian, the eldest son of Star Clouds Company, was one of them. Thanks to his irresistible love release ability, Melian became a sought-after target, even though he already had a daughter in the game. But his popularity wasn't due to wealth or good looks, but because his daughter, Jeriel, was the notorious villain. Jeriel, a high-ranking spirit, constantly caused trouble for the protagonist. Players always sought ways to torment this villainess as much as possible. The goal was to marry the person Jeriel loved most, her father, Melian, and make them go bankrupt. It sounded crazy, but this storyline was extremely popular among gamers. Ma Yuseong narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that he had predicted this, but he hadn't expected Melian to appear in person. All three had taken their seats. Ma Yusong told himself he needed to make a good impression on Melian, as this would greatly affect future developments. Melian politely confirmed the identities of Altalicia and the hidden alchemist. Then he smiled and asked for the name of the remaining person. Ma Yuseong thought to himself that Melian already knew his name, but was still trying to be polite. He introduced himself. First-year S-class student of Stella Academy, Beck Yuseo. Melian responded with a polite smile. Altalicia's eyes widened, staring in astonishment at the paper in front of her. Seemingly unable to believe what she was reading, an incredible offer appeared. Unlimited materials and support, along with an unprecedented huge sum of money. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed. With these conditions, the blonde girl could realize all her cherished inventions. He would surely like it too. The brown-haired boy looked bewildered, not understanding why she had suddenly become so excited, only managing to utter a huh? Altalicia suddenly realized she had overreacted, quickly turning her face away. Her expression flustered and a little embarrassed. Melian maintained his polite smile, while Altalicia hesitated, asking for more time to consider the offer. Melian asked if the conditions weren't good enough, while Altalicia hastily explained that they were too excellent, even excessive. But the blonde girl looked at Ma Yusong, stating that she needed time to discuss it with the co-author of this technique. Ma Yusong was surprised, not expecting to be called a co-author, his face clearly showing confusion. Melian exclaimed, "Oh," thinking to himself, "A co-author? I thought it was just a formality, but it's real." Melian secretly assessed. He's young, but has solved a 300-year-old problem. Truly a genius. But he's still just a high school student. Ma Yusong reassured Altalicia. But she remained worried. Melian crossed his legs, presented the contract, and thought to himself, even if he's an alchemy genius, in business, he's still just a child. Ma Yuseong took the contract, squinting as he read each word. Melian was smug, believing that no one could refuse these attractive conditions. But a decisive voice rang out, shattering Melian's complacency. "I refuse." The smile on Melian's face froze. He couldn't believe his ears, his golden eyes wide with astonishment. Ma Yuseong faced him coldly. When Melian still didn't understand, he hastily asked for the reason for the refusal, even offering to adjust the terms. Ma Yuseong's sharp gaze swept over him. An exclusive contract with the world's largest trading company, Star Clouds, sounded lucrative indeed. Melian, stroking his chin, wore a smug smile. His business tactics were indeed excellent, but he had one bad habit. He never let go of anything that belonged to him. He knew well that if the technique was exclusive, product efficiency would be limited, and countless other mages would not be able to access it. Furthermore, the development of the technique would only focus on business, making it difficult for humanity to catch up in terms of skills, pushing many players into a dead end. Ma Yusong stated decisively, "I don't care about the conditions. I just don't want an exclusive contract." Melian was stunned, muttering a question in return. The brown-haired young man explained that this technique, combining magic and alchemy, would greatly impact both real life and the crafting of equipment for mages. He wanted this new technique and product to be widely used by even more mages. Melian smiled, remarking that Ma Yusong had great ambitions, but to make dreams a reality, money was indispensable. Ma Yusong replied nonchalantly that they had just spoken with many investors, and Melian, the company president, was just one of them. Melian narrowed his eyes, asking in return if he wanted to sign contracts with all of them. He warned that most of the conditions offered would have to be removed. Ma Yusong chuckled lightly, admitting he liked those conditions. Then he paused, an idea flashing in his mind. His eyes gleamed. He declared, "This item will be a luxury product." Ma Yusung looked directly at Melian, a confident smile on his lips. "That's my proposal." He explained that they would maximize production, but the more difficult to craft luxury items would be exclusively signed with Star Clouds as a premium brand. "If you like the products we provide, sign an exclusive contract." Melian, with a sharp gaze, declared decisively, asserting his dominance in the negotiation. The elf smirked, his face full of smugness. "Well, you truly are a calm person." The compliment contained high praise mixed with a touch of surprise. Ma Yuseong and Altalicia stood there, the brown-haired boy's eyes still holding a confident look, as if everything was within his calculations. Melian handed Ma Yusong a news sheet and contact information. "Keep this. Use it when you need to," he said, his face full of hidden meaning. "Well then, if you'll excuse me." Melian put on his fedora, bowed slightly, then turned and walked away, leaving behind an atmosphere full of contemplation. He and Altalicia watched the elf's retreating figure disappear. A big deal had just been closed. But was that all? Ma Yuseong sighed in relief. "Phew, I thought I was going to die from worry." Altalicia turned to him, her eyes suspicious. "Is that how someone worried acts?" "I was very worried," Altalicia retorted, her eyes wide, trying to prove her sincerity. Then she chuckled. "You're truly amazing, Yuseol." Her sincere compliment made the atmosphere much lighter. "What?" Ma Yusong asked in surprise. "Nothing." Altalicia quickly waved her hand, hiding a mysterious smile. "Anyway, one thing is settled," he told himself, then thought about a good meal with the club members when he returned. The scene shifted to a classroom. A purple-haired female professor announced, "Professor Maizen is unwell. I will be teaching in her place." Ma Yusong sat below, listening. Are they hiding the truth that she's disappeared? Ma Yusong mused, his sharp gaze piercing through the lie. He recalled that, according to the original plot, Maizen would fully awaken and cause horrific damage to the academy. Will that event happen sooner? He wondered. It would be better if it was at a controllable level. An uncertain future awaited. Ma Yusong walked through the schoolyard, silently pondering Maizen's and Altalicia's absence, worried if the fated events would arrive sooner. A sudden call rang out, interrupting his thoughts, as another student was excitedly chatting. The student excitedly recounted how Assistant Professor Altalicia had solved the random series convergence technique, a resounding achievement. He listened, then heard about a mysterious co-author, which made the other student joke that perhaps the person was too ugly and had to hide their face. Ma Yusong secretly chuckled, because he was that mysterious co-author, and hiding his identity allowed him to attend school peacefully. He only offered suggestions, borrowing knowledge from the bulbul glasses, so all attention being focused on Altalicia was obvious. Suddenly, another voice rang out, full of surprise, as someone recognized him in the crowd. Ma Yuseong and Baek Yuseol stood next to each other, attracting all eyes and whispers from the surrounding students. They praised him as intelligent and handsome, but disparaged Baek Yuseol, calling her the child of trash, even while admitting she was beautiful. He frowned slightly. It seemed quiet days would never exist in this academy. Just then, Layden appeared, breaking the tense atmosphere, gently greeting his two friends. Layden smiled, asking if they had to wait long, and Ma Yusong replied that they hadn't. Baek Yuseol tilted her head, her sparkling purple eyes asking about lunch, as Ma Yuseong had promised to choose the meal. He smiled mysteriously, declaring that they would know when they arrived. Finally, the three friends sat together at the table, enjoying lunch, leaving all the gossip behind. Hot, glistening golden pizzas were just served, like precious jewels on the dining table. Azel's eyes widened in surprise, her hands clasped tightly in front of her chest, as if she had never seen such a magnificent sight. The brown-haired young man looked at the blue-haired girl, his gaze sweeping over her innocent, bewildered expression before the lavish meal. Izel mused, her finger gently touching her chin. A whisper echoed, "If Izel orders pizza, she'll drink pickle juice first." Suddenly, Ma Yusong offered a small cup containing a greenish liquid. "Drink this," he said, leaving her bewildered. Izel stared at the cup of liquid, her eyes full of confusion and skepticism. Not knowing what it was, "How do I eat this?" Izel asked, her face innocently pathetic. Ma Yusong remained silent, puzzled by her reaction. He chuckled softly, thinking, "Is this her first time at a pizza place? Hey that." With a dramatic arg, Izel closed her eyes and gulped down the cup of pickle juice, as if drinking poison. But then, her eyes suddenly lit up, full of surprise and delight. It's delicious," she exclaimed. Layden, the black-haired young man, appeared with a similar cup. He looked at Izel, and she blushed. He took a sip, his eyes gently closing, his face showing satisfaction as if savoring a premium drink. It's good," Layden remarked, then turned to Ma Yusong. "How about we shoot a commercial right now?" Ma Yusong smiled, offering a hot slice of pizza. "Eat this too," he said, inviting her. Azelle held a knife and fork in both hands, her eyes sparkling with joy, ready to dive into the lavish pizza feast. Ma Yusang looked at Azelle holding the knife and fork, shaking his head slightly. "Oh, why so clumsy? Using a knife to cut pizza?" he said, his face a little teasing. The brown-haired young man brought the pizza slice to his mouth, taking a delicious bite. "This is how you eat it for it to be good," he said while chewing, his eyes full of smugness. Azelle looked at him in surprise, then thought, But that seems even clumsier," she mumbled. Ma Yusong just smiled. Layden, with a thoughtful expression, also looked at the pizza slice in Ma Yuseong's hand. "Oh, that looks fun," he said, then turned to Azelle. "Let me try." Azelle looked at the pizza slice in Layden's hand, her eyes wide, a little confused. She seemed to be considering something. Finally, Azelle decided. She brought the pizza slice to her mouth, took a big bite, her eyes closing tightly to savor the flavor. Both Ma Yusong and Layden watched Azelle intently, awaiting her reaction. An expectant silence filled the space. Azelle was immersed in the wonderful flavor. Bell peppers dancing around cheese, olives watching contentedly, bacon and onions holding hands. "Dancing a passionate salsa," she exclaimed. Ma Yusong looked at Azelle, smiling as he asked, "How is it? Delicious?" He knew what the answer would be, but still wanted to hear it. Azelle was still holding the pizza slice in her mouth, her cheeks puffed out. She looked at Ma Yuseong, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. "Yes, it's absolutely delicious," Azelle replied. Her cheeks flushed. A radiant smile spread across her lips, full of happiness. Ma Yuseong and Layden looked at each other, then both looked at Azelle, with satisfied expressions. The meal seemed to have been a complete success. After the meal, Ma Yusong said, "Let's come here often." Layden replied, "You'll invite me too, right?" Ma Yusong just smiled. "We'll see." Layden then exclaimed, "Hey, too." The scene shifted to a brilliant sunset, with golden-orange light covering the fields. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a distant omen. Suddenly, glowing red cracks appeared on the ground, as if a mysterious energy was tearing through space. An ominous sign was approaching. A short-haired, brown-haired female student hurriedly called Flame's name, her face clearly flustered, as if she had just heard some shocking news. Flame calmly responded, confirming she had heard clearly, while the other female student still looked surprised and curious. After a brief exchange, the short-haired, brown-haired female student turned and walked away quickly, leaving Flame standing alone, her gaze following with deep thought. Flame was lost in thought, the news of Altalicia solving the random series convergence technique lingering in her mind. But Flame knew the horrifying truth behind it. It was all orchestrated by Baek Yuseol, a secret hidden beneath the guise of genius. She wondered how he could have solved that formula, when the price of turning back time was losing most of his memories. In the crowded hallway, Flame looked towards Baek Yuseol, her heart full of questions. Did he still retain his memories, or was he simply too intelligent? Suddenly, a blonde male student appeared, interrupting Flame's thoughts and startling her. He smiled brightly, asking Flame if she wanted to team up for the upcoming Persona Gate practice, his tone full of confidence. Flame immediately showed annoyance, questioning the blonde young man. "What's wrong with you? Just because you tell me to do it, I have to do it?" She coldly turned her face away, flatly refusing and telling him to find another girl to bother. Without hesitation, Flame decisively turned and walked away, leaving the blonde young man standing bewildered in the hallway. The blonde young man watched Flame's retreating back, a slight smirk on his face, silently remarking that she was indeed very special. An official announcement about the Persona Gate practice for first-year students was publicly posted, attracting the attention of many. Looking at the announcement, Flame thought to herself about the Persona Gate practice, a thrill rising within her. It's finally starting. The narration explained the Persona Gate, another dimension born from human power, and the unforeseen consequences if it wasn't conquered in time. Unlike regular dungeons, the Persona Gate doesn't disappear when the boss is defeated or the core is destroyed. It requires analysis and breaking complex patterns. From analyzing spatial distortion rates to soul isolation techniques, the Persona Gate contains thousands of patterns, demanding both memory and combat ability. Flame clenched her fists, thinking about the warning in the novel that this practice had reality mixed in. She couldn't keep relying on Baek Yuseol. She was determined to stop it herself this time, to prevent major damage. The brilliant golden light behind her seemed to affirm her will. The scene shifted to the Star Clouds Cafe rooftop at the 9th Star Tower. 4 female students, including Flame and Princess Hongbian Adolevet, were cheerfully enjoying tea. One of them asked about the new dessert. The creamy pumpkin cheese tart looked truly appealing, along with a steaming cup of tea. Princess Hongbian Adolevet took a sip of tea, her expression indifferent. She casually declared, "It's terrible." She continued to recount how an assistant professor at Stella had solved the random series convergence technique, causing quite a stir. Her fiery red eyes gleamed with thought. The long-haired blonde girl revealed information from her father. the director of the Information Bureau. The co-author was actually a Stella student. The other girls were surprised. The short-haired, brown-haired female student affirmed, "Lichelle's father is the director of the Information Bureau, so it must be true." Princess Hongbian Adolovit took another sip of tea, wondering who could solve such a difficult problem as a student. Even the director didn't know much. The photo revealed Becusale and Altalicia. The narration disclosed that Becusale was the co-author of the magic alchemy technique. Princess Hongbian Adolovit wondered why Becusale kept it a secret. Was it to give all the credit to Assistant Professor Altalicia? She gripped her teacup tightly, her eyes full of thought. Or perhaps Becusale truly had feelings for Assistant Professor Altalicia? Suddenly, Princess Hongbian Adolovit stood up abruptly, surprising the short-haired, brown-haired female student next to her. "I'm leaving," she declared decisively. The short-haired, brown-haired female student confusedly asked about the afternoon tea, but the princess had already turned and walked away, her white and pink hair flowing. Hurried footsteps echoed as the three female students stared in astonishment at the departing figure. They still couldn't believe what had just happened. Princess Hongbian Adolovit walked quickly, her white and pink hair flowing, her red eyes slightly downcast. "What's wrong with the princess?" a bewildered whisper echoed. The princess hurriedly left, each step as if wanting to escape this place. A tall figure in a crimson cloak silently appeared, like an omen. A cold and authoritative voice called out, "Be on." The princess flinched, her red eyes wide, reflecting a familiar figure. Blocking her path was Hong Siwa Adolovit, her half-sister, with a smile full of hidden meaning. "Princess Hong Siwa." Hongbian Adolovit spoke, her tone betraying her tension. "Oh dear. I told you to call me sister." Hong Siwa Adolovit smiled, her eyes sharp as if piercing one's soul, her words sweet but full of thorns. Cruel fate had pushed the two sisters, one legitimate, one born of a concubine, into an irreconcilable rivalry. "I hate her to death." The venomous vow echoed in Hongbian Adolovit's mind. "What are you doing here?" Hongbian Adolovit questioned, her eyes full of caution. Hong Siwa Adolovit merely sneered. "Haha, don't look at me like that too. I'm here because there's a small matter to resolve." Hong Siwa Adolovit smirked. "I heard there's a rather interesting first-year commoner recently." Her eyes flashed with calculation. Hongbian Adolovit suddenly understood, her face clearly showing worry. Commoners studying swordsmanship and the night spirit have vanished from this world. Hong Siwa's words were like a piercing arrow. "Looking at your reaction, you must also be interested in that knight, aren't you?" Hong Siwa Adolovit probed, her smile growing more triumphant, as if she had cornered her opponent. "Well, a knight willing to sacrifice everything for his bishop." Hong Siwa Adolovit's voice deepened, full of contemplation, as if painting a dream scenario. "Isn't that every princess's dream?" She raised an eyebrow, her fiery red eyes seemingly mocking, her words full of provocation. Hong Siwa Adolovit's hand clenched, her eyes full of ambition. "Then introduce me to him." "No, do it yourself." Hongbian Adolovit decisively turned her back, without a hint of wavering. "You really are cold to Hong Siwa." Adolovit chuckled faintly, not at all surprised. "You weren't like this before," Hong Siwa Adolovit whispered, her eyes deep, as if hinting at a distant past or an unpredictable chain. Hongbian Adolovit's fiery red eyes blazed with resentment, a heavy accusation echoing, "It's all because our eldest sister died." Pain and indignation surged in her red eyes, gnawing at the princess's soul. "I'm leaving." Hongbian Adolovit coldly turned her back, leaving Hong Siwa Adolovit standing silently in the schoolyard. Hongbian Adolovit's footsteps faded, leaving Hong Siwa Adolovit with a pensive gaze, watching her sister's retreating figure. "Perhaps I spoke too harshly," Hong Siwa Adolovit thought to herself. "Bringing up our eldest sister now? I'm afraid it's still too soon." As she was pondering, Sayaran Orkan, the black-haired girl wearing glasses, approached. "Your Highness." What is it, Sayara?" Siren Orkan handed over a document, her voice clear. "This is the information about student Becusale that you requested. It's a copy of his essay about his past." Hong Siwa Adolovit took it with surprise. "Oh, I thought nothing could be found about his past." "Ah, it's true that some classes require writing about one's past." She turned the page, the first line catching her eye. "For Mom, I miss you." Hong Siwa Adolovit smiled faintly. "Let me see to..." "Truly childish," Hong Siwa Adolovit chuckled. "He's already looking for his mom at the very beginning. How cute." A minute later, her hand trembled, clutching the page tightly. Her smile vanished, leaving only stunned silence. Sayaran Orkan stared in astonishment at Her Highness's changing expression, not understanding what was happening. Tears streamed down Hong Siwa Adolovit's cheeks. She choked out. "So Becusale's mother said she didn't want black bean noodles." "Your Highness, are you crying?" Sayaran Orkan asked, flustered. Hong Siwa Adolovit quickly wiped away her tears. It's nothing. I've never thought about poverty before," the princess whispered, her eyes filled with empathy. Yet he lived like that, and steadfastly protected his knightly creed. Baek Yuseol's words had touched her heart. Princess Hongbin Adolevit's fiery red eyes were filled with contemplation as she pondered Baek Yuseol's homeland, which had been overrun by dark demons. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Poor Bian, but I'm even more curious about him. About that child named Baek Yuseol. And then, the fated day of practical combat arrived. The brilliant morning sun shining upon the academy's majestic architecture. The schoolyard was filled with first-year students, murmurs and discussions echoing throughout the space, signaling an important event about to unfold. A blond man in a white cloak stood before the dazzling Persona teleportation gate, announcing, "From now on, first-year students will begin the Persona Gate practice. Please enter." Ma Yuseong looked at the teleportation gate, his heart filled with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Wow, it's exactly like the Persona Gate in the textbook. I feel a bit nervous. It's finally starting. The reward after completing the academic conference event. I've activated the teleportation gate analysis function with thrush glasses. He thought to himself, looking at Baek Yuseol's status board. I've been going back and forth to Ifenel's garden constantly, so my stats have increased quite a bit. It should be enough. Ma Yuseong's gaze was resolute. He was ready for what was to come. The blond man continued to instruct. All right, students entering gate C7, please proceed this way. Yes, Ma Yuseong replied, glancing at his companions behind him. He thought to himself, are these the people who will go with me? The rules for Persona Gate practical combat are in groups of 4 to 18 people, and the key to success is cooperation. Ma Yuseong pondered. First-year students at Stella are, on average, at level 2. Conquering a risk level 3 Persona Gate in their first real battle won't be easy. Garden Gate C7, where the incident would occur, had a capacity of 16 people. Unfortunately, Ma Yuseong and Hwaryan were not present here, but with Flame, Hongbian, and Izel, the strength of this group would be more than enough to conquer the gate. Ma Yuseong walked on, already having his own calculations. I don't think I need to participate in the strategy against the final boss. He strode towards the dazzling teleportation gate, his sole objective in mind being the hidden reward, the petals of the magic tree. Ma Yuseong stood amidst the sparkling space, his sharp eyes filled with contemplation, a faint clack echoing like an omen. The teleportation gate brought him to a splendid golden banquet hall. The greeting, "Welcome to the Aheron Ball," reverberating through the space. Among the students, Hongbin, Adolevit, and other female students appeared, their eyes scanning everywhere, full of vigilance. The white-haired, pink-tailed princess was surprised. A welcoming voice rang out, as if opening a new act. A maid appeared, smiling brightly, her hand gesturing an invitation. "We will prepare a dress and shoes for you, miss." Hongbin Adolevit frowned, skeptical. A dress and shoes? What is this? Has there ever been a ball inside a personal gate? There was no time for these questions. She needed to analyze the teleportation gate and check the instruction messages. A magical notification board appeared. She stared at the board, her expression serious. Huh? Wait. They're using such complex formulas just for a first-year practical? The maid reappeared, reminding her. "Miss, dinner is about to begin. You should hurry." Hongbin Adolevit was startled. What? She looked at the maid, her voice full of doubt. Is there a problem? Why are you saying that? Is this also something that has been programmed? Hongbin Adolevit still didn't believe it. If it's truly an NPC in a personal gate, I understand. But I heard that characters created by mages within a gate cannot act on their own. No way. The maid still smiled mysteriously. No, it's impossible, she reassured her. There's no way a real personal gate would appear at Stella Academy. It must just be advanced technology. The maid asked again. Miss, is something wrong? Hongbin Adolevit dismissed her suspicion. Nothing to worry about. Go get the dress. The maid replied. Yes, understood. Hongbin Adolevit watched the maid's figure disappear, her eyes still filled with thoughts about the unusual circumstances. She told herself, perhaps it was just a feeling, but this practical, I have a feeling it won't end quickly. Footsteps echoed. Hongbin Adolevit appeared in a splendid evening gown, but her determined gaze remained unchanged. A new game had begun. Amidst the magnificent banquet hall, Hongbin Adolevit, in her dazzling red dress, her gaze settled on Ma Yuseong. He still maintained an oddly calm demeanor. A close-up of the brown-haired young man, his golden eyes as serene as an autumn lake, concealing something unpredictable amidst the luxurious atmosphere. Ma Yuseong spoke, his tone polite, commenting on the princess's splendid attire. The outfit is very well made. Hongbin Adolevit remained silent, her fiery red eyes seeming to bore into the void, full of contemplation and incomprehension. A maid approached, handing her a document, revealing it to be Baek Yuseol's assignment containing his past story. The princess was slightly surprised. Hongbin Adolevit's eyes widened. her surprise suddenly transforming into an indescribable emotion as she skimmed through the fateful words. She wondered if the information about Baek Yuseol had changed her perspective. Beside her, Ma Yuseong yawned widely, not bothering to hide his boredom. The princess continued to be lost in thought about Baek Yuseol overcoming a harsh past to now walk the noble path of a knight. Hong Bien Adulavit questioned Ma Yusong about his actions. He replied with a challenging question. Have you never seen a normal person yawn? The princess's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she denied in a harsh tone. That's not it. Footsteps hurried. All the students had gathered. Hong Bien Adulavit announced, everyone has gathered. A mysterious red-haired woman appeared, holding a fan, announcing the new mission, attending Duchess Ahern's masquerade ball. She pointed to 4 dark corridors, her voice echoing. Those 4 corridors lead down to the mansion's basement. The basement is full of labyrinths and traps, she continued. If you get lost, the knights will begin their pursuit. You can only rely on your instincts and intuition. The red-haired woman turned to Ma Yusong, her sharp eyes asking, Can they do it? He replied decisively. Yes, she smirked, praising Ma Yuseong's confidence. That confident attitude speaks volumes about you. I like you. He politely bowed. Thank you. 2 male students stared at each other in astonishment, uttering disbelieving words. What? What is that? He talks just like a real person? Do normal NPCs have lines like that? An unpalatable truth was slowly being revealed. Ma Yusong and Princess Hongbian stood side by side, their eyes fixed forward, as if witnessing a play about to unfold. A wish for good luck echoed. But was it a good omen? 3 male students stopped, their faces full of contemplation. One spoke, then hesitated to ask, Should we go? Confusion enveloped the sparkling space. The 3 young men walked down the dazzling golden corridor, each step heavy with unresolved questions. Was that sparkling light an illusion? Suddenly, a black-haired male student turned his head, his eyes full of surprise. Wait, everyone! He blurted out, cutting through the contemplative silence. Flame appeared among the students, her sharp eyes looking at the male students. She questioned, Don't you all find this practical? A bit strange? A question that opened the door to doubt. Flame continued to analyze, her tone full of skepticism. It's hard to explain, and the NPCs act too realistically. Furthermore, I can't explain this gate at all. Is it reasonable for a first-year practical to have such a high difficulty? The students listened, their expressions gradually changing. A light brown-haired male student spoke up. Honestly, I find it strange too. I just managed to explain it. Another nodded. Yes, and that NPC earlier also seemed very real. Flame smiled with determination, a glint in her eyes. All right, let's convince them right now that they're having doubts. I think, she began. Just then, the red-haired woman holding a fan appeared, interrupting Flame. She asked directly, Wait, Flame, you're not going to say something silly like this place might be real, are you? The red-haired woman continued to explain, her tone resolute. In my opinion, this is a situation set up by the professors. It's obvious, isn't it? In a real situation, you can't always perfectly explain a persona gate. This means that even this confusing situation has been planned by the professors. She stood among the students, continuing her argument. Furthermore, we are at Stella, the best school for training magic warriors and magic knights. Do you really think they wouldn't notice if there was a real gate inside the school grounds? The male and female students listened, their expressions gradually relaxing as if convinced. I see. Oh, is that so? They uttered. But within Flame, a voice echoed. Not good. Flame looked straight ahead, her gaze firm. If it's true to the original, then this persona gate is real. But even if I say it, they won't believe me. That's why I just wanted them to at least feel that something was wrong. Flame stood next to the red-haired woman, her face full of confusion. And what do I do now, she wondered, as the red-haired woman smiled mysteriously. The entire group of students and the 2 women stood in the sparkling corridor. Ma Yusong turned his back, like a solitary figure amidst unresolved questions. The brown-haired young man stood there, his gaze firm but filled with contemplation. In the end, everything went down this path, an unavoidable choice. The chapter title appeared, revealing a new story branch, Jackie's Path to Corruption. She originally didn't exist in the original work, and now Flame had to face a chaotic situation, trying to prevent a cruel fate. A cruel fate had been sealed. Among these 3 students, one would surely fall into the vortex of darkness. The red X marks were like a cold prophecy, foretelling unavoidable disaster. He only wanted none of them to suffer corruption. But could a predetermined fate be changed? The young man's eyes sank deep into his worries. Even helping Flame now wouldn't change the outcome. Stepping back was perhaps the wisest choice. The brown-haired young man thought to himself, while Flame was trying to persuade Jackie. "No matter what you say, I'm still going," Jackie declared firmly, pushing Flame's hand away. "Wait, Jackie!" Flame frantically tried to hold her back, but she was determined to move forward. "This situation is also part of the professor's plan. Just stay calm and act decisively." Flame turned her head, her eyes sharp. "If you want to stay here like idiots, go ahead." Jackie ignored the advice, walking straight towards the sparkling door like a mysterious invitation. The dazzling light swallowed her figure. Two male students stood nearby, their eyes wide with astonishment as they watched. This unexpected event left them confused and worried. "I'll go in too," Ma Yusong told himself, a determined glint in his eyes. "I'm always prepared for situations like this." He looked around, seeing no one acting in an organized manner. He alone had to make the decision, bearing a heavy responsibility. "Anyway, it's come to this." The young man raised his head, his eyes burning. "There's no other choice but to keep moving forward. No matter what you say, I'm going first," Jackie declared decisively. Flame once again grabbed her hand. "Wait, Jackie!" But her words seemed to vanish into thin air. This situation was set up by the professors. "Don't be surprised. Just stay here like idiots if you want," Flame snarled, turning her back on the hesitant one. Ma Yusung slightly frowned, surprised by Flame's attitude. What was happening? He turned his head, seeing the entire group of students standing behind him. "Why are you all standing behind me? Just because?" A lingering question, full of hidden meaning. Ma Yuseong was briefly surprised, then smirked again as he realized the students were still following him. "Ah, so they intend to follow me? These kids really only learn trivial tricks." He walked on, his footsteps echoing on the cold stone floor. A decision already made. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Anyway, here, darkness enveloped them. Ruined pillars appeared dimly. The space seemed distorted. It's all meaningless. His words seemed to vanish into nothingness. An ancient lantern, its faint purple light flickering, cast a little illumination into the dark corridor, adding to its mystery. Ma Yusong continued to delve deeper, his solitary figure in the vast corridor, his footsteps echoing like a mournful tune. He turned his head, his sharp eyes sweeping across the space. What the hell is this eerie corridor? Anyway, suddenly, Hongbien Adelevet appeared, along with two other young women, their expressions serious. "So everyone has arrived." The white-haired princess was stunned, her fiery red eyes showing a hint of confusion. "Huh?" Ma Yusong stood in the distance, witnessing the scene. Besides the three of them, the other students had disappeared. "Where are the others?" He pondered, his gaze sweeping across the empty space. "Just as I predicted, they arranged for us not to be able to go together." A diagram appeared, clearly explaining 16 students were divided into 4 groups, 4 people per group, following 4 different paths. Ma Yusong speculated, images of Izel and Flame flashing in his mind. Izel and Flame are definitely in the same group. Hongbien Adolevit, along with the brown-haired girl, decided to move forward. "Let's go." "Yes, princess." The white-haired princess looked straight ahead, her fiery red eyes containing determination, ready to face the challenge. Ma Yuseong walked beside Hongbien Adolevit, thinking to himself, it's probably better for Hongbien and Izel to be separated. Suddenly, he stopped short, his eyes wide, as if he had just realized something horrifying. "Wait a minute." Ma Yuseong suddenly pointed forward, his words cutting through the silence like a knife. "There's something over there." His gaze was sharp, piercing through the night. A dazzling golden light suddenly flared, illuminating the faceless mannequins, standing there, each in a different pose, as if performing an eerie dance. One mannequin raised its hand high, its face expressionless, light reflecting off its smooth surface, creating a bizarre, chilling beauty. Ma Yuseong stared at the strange objects, his eyes narrowing. "Mannequins?" A question filled with deep skepticism. Hongbien was astonished, her crimson eyes wide open, her face clearly showing shock at the unexpected sight. Deep within the room, a colossal double door appeared, exquisitely carved, hidden in the shadows, like a mysterious invitation. "Will the magic unlock work?" Hongbien asked anxiously. Another female student whispered, "Who knows? It's useless if we can't even analyze the gate." The whole group was filled with unease. Hongbien turned to Ma Yusong, questioning, "Hey, commoner, have you analyzed this gate yet?" He replied curtly, "No." The princess lowered her head, her brows furrowed, thinking, "Is it too much to expect this much from a commoner? There must be something." Ma Yusong looked up, his gaze firm. "But I think I know how to get out of here." His words were like a glimmer of hope. "What? Are you serious?" Hongbien exclaimed, her eyes full of doubt. Ma Yusong said little, just pointed directly at the mannequins. He began to explain, gesturing with his hand. Although they are in different poses, they are all performing the same dance. Hongbien looked at him, her eyes expectant. "You must know what dance it is, right?" Ma Yusong said in a low voice. The requiem of the deceased Serena. A solitary figure appeared. Serena with her dark blue hair and white dress, dancing amidst the indigo universe. She had danced this dance before tragedy consumed her soul. Ma Yusong turned to the princess, his gaze scrutinizing. You must remember that dance, right? Hong Bian's eyes widened, her face filled with extreme horror, stammering, Are you saying? A terrifying secret was about to be revealed. Looking closely, the statues were arranged according to the dance steps. The missing one was... The brown-haired young man asked decisively, Are you ready? His eyes were full of confidence. Two female students quickly replied, full of energy, Yes, me too. Ma Yusong nodded slightly, glancing at the white-haired princess. She had also prepared herself. The heavy door slowly creaked open, its sound echoing in the silent space. The large gate fully opened, revealing a dark, mysterious corridor. Decisive footsteps entered. The white-haired princess's eyes widened, utterly astonished by the sight before her. Inside, two knight statues stood tall, while on the floor, glowing figures seemed to be dancing. A female student spoke up. Are these mannequins clues again? Or should we check them out? The white-haired princess continued to observe intently, trying to find clues from the statue. She thought to herself, perhaps these weren't clues. But besides that, she saw nothing suspicious. Suddenly, Ma Yusong knelt down, staring intently at the floor. The princess asked confusedly, What are you looking at, commoner? He replied, The mannequins are just a decoy. The real focus is this rug. She was surprised. Huh? The dance on the rug is the real issue, he explained. If you look closely, the figures are posed in a specific way. The brown-haired female student suddenly realized, Oh, that's right, I know this dance. It's Serena's silent tango. In the magnificent room, 3 female students stood there, one walking away with her back turned, the other 2 watching with curious eyes, as if anticipating something about to happen. Ma Yusong and Princess Hong Bian appeared, Ma Yusong's eyes full of confidence, while the princess thoughtfully watched his retreating back. Suddenly, Ma Yusong knelt down, touching the rug. The patterns on the floor suddenly lit up brilliantly, like an ancient code just deciphered, making him realize something with astonishment. And then, the colossal door ahead burst open. Dazzling light poured out, tearing through the darkness, signaling that a new path had been cleared. Excellent! Let's go! Ma Yusong shouted, leading the group of students rushing towards the open door without hesitation. Princess Hong Bian watched his retreating back, her crimson eyes reflecting deep contemplation. He is definitely different, she murmured to herself, clearly sensing the extraordinary nature of this young man. She continued to ponder Ma Yusong, about how he had changed his way of thinking. He was raiding this mysterious gate with surprising speed, a pace they couldn't even analyze in time. Strategy, thinking, observation, calculation, deduction. All these abilities, should a first-year student possess them? Princess Hong Bian wondered in astonishment. It was as if he had fought through hundreds of persona gates. Princess Hong Bian's speculation became clear, explaining Ma Yusong's extraordinary talent. Stepping into a new, gloomy space, Ma Yusong mentioned Baekhyusale, whose homeland was destroyed by the black demon folk. Once again, mannequins appeared, evoking a chilling sensation. A scene of desolation appeared, a border village covered in sharp ice crystals, a place Princess Hong Bian had never heard of, yet it was the front line of the war. That's a place always on the front line of the black demon folk's attacks, she deduced. Although a commoner lacks basic knowledge, when it comes to strategy or combat, I understand why he is more proficient than anyone. Ma Yusong instructed a female student to check the weight, while Princess Hong Bian continued to ponder. He must have fought against demons, risking his life. Perhaps that's why he was different. She listed Ma Yusong's strange behaviors, guessing on exams, neglecting homework, a bad attitude in class. Huh? Wait a minute. She suddenly realized something contradictory. Ma Yusong turned his head, his gaze sharp. Princess Hong Bian asked herself in confusion, Actually, why is he trying so hard now? A big question remained unanswered. A question lingered in the princess's mind, about Ma Yusong's strange behaviors. Could there be a reason behind it all? No way, she told herself, trying to dismiss the frightening thought. The brown-haired young man looked up, his golden eyes showing a fleeting surprise, as if he had just heard something unexpected from her monologue. A voice rang out, interrupting the princess's thoughts. Hey, why are you spacing out? Tell me, commoner. Layden, the black-haired young man, was questioning her. Ma Yusong only responded with a puzzled look, seemingly not grasping the situation, or trying to hide something. Princess Hong Bian, with a serious expression, faced him. This persona gate we are challenging, is it real? She posed a weighty question. The princess's pale face clearly showed worry, her crimson eyes looking straight ahead, awaiting an answer. The brown-haired young man remained silent, his gaze firm, without a word in response. His stillness only heightened the tension. In Ma Yusong's mind, a thought flashed. Hong Bian has become sharper. He silently assessed her chain. Originally, she wouldn't have realized the truth until the very end, and would have constantly obstructed Aizel. He silently compared it to the past, when the princess was still an antagonist. This must be proof that Hong Bian is gradually moving away from her antagonistic path. A faint, knowing smile appeared on Ma Yusong's lips. Princess Hong Bian frowned, her crimson eyes full of confusion and a hint of annoyance. She didn't understand his mysterious smile. "What? Why are you smiling?" she questioned. Around them, a few other students were also whispering, wondering about the princess's absence. Ma Yusong stepped forward, his black shoes decisive. "As you said, this place is real." His voice was calm, confirming her worries. "We can get hurt. We can die. And if we don't clear it, the other-world synchronization phenomenon will occur outside," he explained, his gaze resolute. "That's why I intend to complete it as quickly as possible." Princess Hongbian was stunned, her crimson eyes wide. "I knew it," she whispered. A terrifying truth confirmed. Ma Yuseong stood with his back turned, a brilliant golden light flaring like a halo, reminding them of a truth. Baek Yuseol only acted when there was a just cause. Princess Hongbian lowered her head, her crimson eyes half closed, her face filled with anguish. She whispered, not wanting to just sit idly and receive help. She looked up, her eyes burning with determination. "I will escape from here myself, no matter the cost," her vow echoed. Meanwhile, in another corridor, a desolate scene appeared. Guard corpses lay scattered, broken swords, shattered armor, blood staining the ground red. Two young girls, one with black hair and one with light blue hair, walked cautiously through the ruined corridor, their footsteps echoing in the silent space. The black-haired girl turned in surprise, calling out loudly, "Oh? Flame?" A long brown-haired female student waved from afar, hastily calling, "Over here! Over here!" The black-haired girl holding a magic staff asked the group, "Is everyone okay? Where's the last person?" The long brown-haired female student hesitated, then said, "Jackie suddenly disappeared." The black-haired girl was astonished. "What? Jackie?" The long brown-haired female student explained that Jackie was the one who helped them get here. But after passing the last door, she vanished without a trace. The black-haired girl asked again, "Have you been searching for a long time?" He pondered. The other group had passed through faster than Aizel and him, without any trouble. The black-haired girl looked forward, her gaze firm. "But this isn't our first time either." Another voice rang out. "What?" Ma Yusong sat leaning against the wall, arms crossed, deep in thought amidst the ruined corridor, his gaze distant. The black-haired girl approached, asking Ma Yusong, "Sir, when did you get here?" Ma Yusong replied curtly, "A while ago." The black-haired girl then asked, "So, did you see Jackie?" The black-haired girl was disappointed, lowering her head. "No, I didn't see her." Ma Yusong's reply left her stunned. "Really?" her voice whispered, holding a faint hope. Ma Yuseong silently stepped forward, the small girl's back turned towards him, like a reminder of helplessness. Ma Yuseong's gaze was pensive. He had hoped to arrive in time to prevent Jackie from disappearing, but now, things were out of his hands. "All right. Given this situation, the only way is to help everyone clear this stage," he muttered to himself. At the same time, a horrifying scene appeared. The real Persona Gate had merged with the training gates at Stella Dome. A man with dark blue hair, wearing a long coat, rushed through the commotion. His face clearly showed extreme astonishment. He froze, eyes wide. What could have happened to shock even someone as experienced as him? Before him and the others was a blazing red gate, swirling deep into the void. "How can this be? Stella's security system is supposed to be the best in the world," he exclaimed. The man with dark blue hair questioned the man with blonde hair and a white cloak. Someone completely reversed Stella's spatial wave detection system, causing the Persona Gate signal to go undetected. "The security department is reinforcing the system." "Damn it, that's not the problem," he snapped. The blonde man replied, "You're right." He turned, his sharp gaze sweeping across, as if searching for an answer, a clue amidst the chaos. Amidst the crowd, a majestic voice rang out. "The important thing now is who went through that Persona Gate." Captain Arain Blackswan, leader of the Stella Knights, appeared. Arain Blackswan asked about the situation and the possibility of reinforcements. The blonde man in the white cloak replied, "It's impossible, because those inside are challenging the gate." The captain continued, "What level is that Persona Gate?" The blonde man in the white cloak hesitated. "Estimated around risk 4 to risk 5. Arain Blackswan was displeased. "Estimated? Give me an exact number." Initially, it was risk 4, but as soon as the students entered, it suddenly increased by 1 level. The blonde man explained. Arain Blackswan thought to himself, It's rare for a persona gate to emit a false signal. Who are the students who went inside? Arain Black Swan asked. The blonde man in the white cloak immediately presented a list. Here is the list. Captain Arain Black Swan took the list, his sharp eyes scanning each name, his expression growing increasingly serious. Captain Arain Black Swan took the list, his sharp eyes scanning each name, his expression growing increasingly serious. The list included Baek Yuseol, Hong Byeon, Flame, Izel, and Likey, he mused. A Risk 5 gate, even seasoned mages would need thorough preparation. First-year students, only at level 2 or 3, how can they manage in a place like this? Arain coldly ordered 16 spare body containers to be prepared. Captain Arain! Lee Hanwell exclaimed in horror, his face filled with worry. That's just a directive to ensure efficient operations. Arain calmly replied, turning his back on his subordinate's unease. He turned back, his sharp gaze fixed on Lee Hanwell. You don't actually believe these first-year rookies will overcome that Risk 5 gate, do you? It's easier to believe an ant can kill a tiger. Lee Hanwell walked heavily, his heart burdened. I know the chances are impossible, he murmured to himself, his eyes filled with sorrow, but I just hope those kids can all come out safely. The faint prayer dissolved into the air, before the blazing red gate swirling deep into the void. Inside the gate, 2 young women, Baek Yuseol and Izel, looked around in shock. Everyone, the light blue-haired girl softly called. From behind, the white-haired princess Hong Byeon and the reddish-brown-haired girl Flame rushed over. So everyone's here, Hong Byeon exclaimed joyfully. Ma Yusong stood there with his arms crossed, a relieved expression on his face. Glad everyone's safe. You guys disappeared so suddenly I was really panicked. The brown-haired male student's gaze became resolute. Now that everyone is gathered, all that's left is the battle with the final boss. He looked up at the ancient clock tower, where death energy enveloped it, signaling a fierce challenge. A blazing red light flashed, and Ma Yuseong's group, the black-haired girl in the blue dress, and their friends looked forward, where a mysterious energy surge was swirling. Bells echoed, and blazing red words appeared in midair. You have arrived at the dancing clock tower. Going down these stairs will lead to the grand ballroom. The party is about to begin. Please hurry. The group of students looked down the dim spiral staircase. It seems we have to go down these stairs, Ma Yuseong said, leading the way deeper inside. The dark brown-haired girl shivered slightly, her brown eyes wide with anxiety at the dim space. But then, a terrifying image appeared in her mind. The Blade Spider Leader, a level 4 monster with 8 sharp executioner-like legs, hidden at the top of the tower. That thing is really dangerous, she whispered. Fear creeping into every word. She knew well that she couldn't keep relying on Baek Yuseol. He had lost his memory. How could he provide information about that terrifying monster? I've researched it beforehand, she told herself. Her gaze fixed on Baek Yuseol and Izel. If those two handle the final boss, I'll hold off the spider, hoping no one gets seriously hurt. Her resolve set, she took a deep breath. All right, everyone, wait a moment. Hold on, she called out, something suddenly flashing in her mind. Her gaze suddenly shot upwards, a sense of unease welling up. Ma Yuseong also looked up, his sharp golden eyes noticing something unusual. There's something above us, he ordered, his voice decisive. You guys go ahead. I'll check everything here and then follow. Baek Yuseol and Izel turned back, their eyes filled with worry at Ma Yuseong's decision. She thought to herself, Baek Yuseol probably didn't even know about the existence of the Blade Spider Leader. To sense its presence right here. It's unbelievable, Ma Yusong muttered, his face aghast. No way. She was surprised, not expecting his senses to be so keen. After all, he can even deflect magical attacks. Rushing footsteps echoed. A large group of students hurrying down the spiral staircase. What's that sound? Ma Yusong questioned, his eyes meeting the surprised faces of Hong Byeon, Adelevet, and Flame. A piercing scream tore through the air. Princess Hong Byeon, Adelevet, horrified, pointed straight upwards, signaling imminent danger. Ma Yusong and the dark brown-haired girl also looked in that direction with worried eyes, a sense of foreboding enveloping them. From the pitch-black void, a gigantic monster with sharp blades emerged, spreading terror. A blade spider? A male student exclaimed. No! It's the level 4 Blade Spider Leader! Ma Yuseong retorted sharply, a glint of vigilance in his eyes. Amidst the chaos, the dark brown-haired girl was aghast to realize someone was missing. Damn it! Where's Baek Yuseol? Fear and worry surged in her voice as she tried to find her friend amidst the horrifying scene. Princess Hong Byeon Adelevet, with her blazing red eyes, also couldn't hide her astonishment and worry. Commoner, she exclaimed, her voice filled with unease, as if she had just witnessed something unbelievable. Baek Yuseol, the light blue-haired girl, stood stunned, her purple eyes wide, reflecting extreme shock. No way. Her whisper vanished into the tense air as the harsh truth dawned upon her. In that life-or-death moment, a figure shot past. The brown-haired young man, Ma Yusong, bravely stomped directly onto the hideous body of the Blade Spider leader, like a lightning bolt tearing through the night, ready to confront the danger. He launched himself into the air, swinging his arm to create a brilliant surge of energy, striking directly at the monster. Ma Yuseong didn't hesitate, determined to eliminate this threat and protect those behind him. Ma Yuseong turned his head, his resolute gaze fixed on Baek Yuseol.
Baek Yuseol, leave this guy to me, hurry down!
He ordered decisively, his voice echoing like a firm promise amidst the storm. Baek Yuseol still stood there, her purple eyes filled with worry. Can he really handle it alone? She wondered, an endless unease rising in her heart as she looked at Ma Yuseong's resolute back. She bit her lip, the urge to go back and help gnawing at her. Maybe I should go help too. But a voice echoed in her mind. I know what you're thinking. It was Hongbian Adelevet. Princess Hongbian Adelevet stood beside her, her gaze resolute. But now, we need to get to the ballroom as quickly as possible. She emphasized the urgency, prioritizing the common mission. That is how we help the commoner, Princess Hongbian Adelevet affirmed, her voice full of authority and determination. For her, completing the mission was the greatest support. The dark brown-haired girl silently watched Hongbian Adelevet's back. Her eyes held surprise and a hint of confusion, as if trying to understand the princess better. Is Hongbian always like this? She wondered, thoughts of the princess's change appearing in her mind. A faint, light blue shimmer in the distance, like a premonition of what was to come. A dazzling light erupted, signaling an important event unfolding, or a new door opening. Everything was building to a climax. No one could foresee what would come next. Dazzling light enveloped them, revealing a magnificent ball. Amidst the shimmering space, Hongbian Adelevet, Baek Yuseol, and a dark brown-haired girl stood among the crowd. Looking forward, the reddish brown-haired girl's eyes widened in astonishment, her hand covering her mouth, letting out a wow at the grand scene of the hall. Brilliant crystal chandeliers, sparkling like 1,000 stars, adorned the grand hall, making it even more luxurious and ethereal. Noble couples gracefully danced, immersing themselves in the melodious music, creating a vibrant tableau of high society. The entire grand hall appeared, a vast space with a magnificent red-carpeted staircase, where distinguished guests marveled at the luxury of the party. Suddenly, the lights went out, and the entire grand hall plunged into darkness. A sound echoed, signaling the appearance of an important figure. In the silent darkness, only steady, decisive footsteps echoed on the red carpet, one beat at a time, full of power and mystery. Hongbian Adelevet, her blazing red eyes vigilant, whispered, "There's someone at the top of the stairs." Baek Yuseol stood beside her, her face full of worry. The dark brown-haired girl, her face tense, speculated, that could be Duchess Aheron, the final boss. She warned everyone to be extremely vigilant. A light shone down on the top of the stairs, making the dark brown-haired girl jump, exclaiming, "Huh?" in surprise as she realized something unusual. From the top of the stairs, a figure appeared, highlighted by a brilliant golden light. That person greeted everyone. Jackie Aheron, the mysterious Duchess, revealed herself with a radiant smile, holding a fan. She introduced her name, full of confidence and power. The crowd below immediately erupted, praising the Duchess's beauty. "Duchess, you are as beautiful as ever." They even asked for a smile from her, ready to offer their hearts. The dark brown-haired girl stood silently, her eyes bewildered, wondering, what's happening? Everything seemed to be going against expectations. In the mind of the dark red-haired girl wearing glasses, a novel appeared. She was aghast to realize this situation never happened in the original romance novel. In fact, Jackie didn't even exist, Princess Hongbian coldly stated. An ordinary person cannot become an NPC in a Persona Gate. And Jackie is not just an NPC, she is also the final boss. Baek Yuseol was aghast. She knew only one type of entity could become an NPC in a Persona Gate. So, all of this had only one explanation. Jackie is a corrupted human. A blazing purple evil aura enveloped her, transforming her appearance. Flame suddenly understood. Was this why Baek Yuseol had warned about Jackie? But no matter what, she couldn't give up. Her gaze was resolute. No matter the cost, she would bring Jackie back. "Jackie! If you become too obsessed with this power, you'll turn into something horrible," Flame pleaded. But she just sneered. Nonsense." A demonic smile spread across Jackie's lips. She was enjoying this feeling, the sensation of being enveloped by dark power. "Aheron," a voice echoed in Jackie's mind. Her head spun, but the dancers continued to laugh and chat carelessly. "My heart." Jackie's train of thought broke off. The call, "Jackie," echoed, like a whisper from the abyss. Jackie's face flushed, her eyes glazed over. "It feels like melting in ultimate pleasure," she whispered. completely immersed. It's too late. Hong Bien and Baek Yuseol looked at each other. Her mind has been swallowed by darkness. Then, the only way to save Jackie is to pass through this gate. Flame! A call rang out, but she only gripped her staff tighter. Yes, I know, she replied, her gaze resolute. Wait for me, Jackie, Flame screamed, her staff glowing brightly in her hand. I swear I'll save you, the vow echoed, determination blazing. All right, enough nonsense, Jackie declared coldly. She stomped her foot, and a crimson lightning bolt erupted, signaling the imminent start of the battle. Darkness and crimson power enveloped her, and Jackie flashed a defiant smile. Shall we start the party? The final boss battle, Temptation Ball, officially began. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the roars of monsters echoed along with foul-smelling green streaks. Ma Yusong was facing a formidable foe, and the battle was fierce. The brown-haired young man exhaled, drenched in sweat. Phew, this is a pain in the ass, he muttered, his eyes still wary of the monster. He knew this Blade Spider leader wasn't worth bothering to break the gate, but there were two reasons he had to get involved. The first reason was to obtain the petal of the bewitching tree, which was stuck firmly on the spider monster's forehead, a valuable item, not to be missed. The monster roared, swinging its blade-sharp legs in a flurry of attacks. Ma Yusong dodged by a hair's breadth, with terrifying speed. A blinding flash streaked past, and Ma Yusong counterattacked with lightning speed. He unleashed a fatal blow, forcing the monster to brace itself. Without stopping, Ma Yusong continuously threw potions. Spark potion, slippery potion, and even oil potion. A bold strategy was being deployed. Immediately, a terrifying explosion erupted, engulfing the Blade Spider leader in a sea of fire. Its agonizing screams tore through the air. While the flames were still devouring the enemy, Ma Yusong continued to ponder. And the second reason, equally important, was he lunged forward, his sword emitting a brilliant green light, slashing directly at the monster. The attack carried destructive power. The brilliant green light pierced through the Blade Spider leader's tough armor, inflicting a fatal wound on its head. Ma Yusong's eyes flashed with determination. This is the hidden strategy for Jackie's corruption route, he declared. The bewitching tree petal, an essential item that greatly boosts mental power, is needed for accelerating perception, delaying one day, main damage, and even the cuckoo glasses. The interesting thing about the plot island. He continued to ponder, while the monster's screams still echoed. It turns out, this Blade Spider leader is Duchess Aaron's husband, he muttered, admitting he had skipped the rest of the story. Despite the harsh truth, Ma Yusong remained unfazed. He continued to charge into attack, his figure gliding like the wind. Ma Yusong charged to attack the Blade Spider leader, knowing that each blow to the barrier around the magic tree petal would affect Duchess Aharon, creating an advantage for the heroines. Although unsure if his attacks were perfectly timed, he maintained a resolute expression, his sharp gaze fixed on the enemy. A smirk appeared on Ma Yusong's lips, concealing an unshakable determination. Then, let's smash as much as possible, he roared, lunging at the Blade Spider leader, sparks exploding around his sword. Ma Yusong's relentless attacks created countless blinding explosions, tearing through the air with terrifying power. The Blade Spider leader shrieked in pain as cracks appeared on its tough armor, its red eyes burning with fury. Ma Yusong took a step back, panting. Good, if I can keep it busy like this, he calculated, hoping the plan would go smoothly. But then, a strange sound echoed, startling Ma Yusong, his eyes widening in surprise. Huh? The Blade Spider leader suddenly struggled violently, breaking free from restraint. Shit, did I throw too many slippery potions? Ma Yusong panicked. He was thrown into the air, magical sparks blazing around him, signaling a heavy fall. The Blade Spider leader plummeted downwards with terrifying speed. Damn it, below is the ballroom. Ma Yusong realized the danger. His eyes widened, filled with worry and surprise at this unforeseen development. That's all right. Think. I have to calculate its trajectory, Ma Yusong told himself, trying to focus in this critical situation. His eyes flashed with determination. And adjust it. He had an idea, a new plan. Ma Yusong's golden eyes suddenly flared with a blinding light, as if he had just activated some hidden ability. A few minutes earlier, in the ballroom, boss battle Orb of Temptation had begun. The heroine stood in the middle of the floor, ready to face the challenge. A hand gently pulled back the black cloak, revealing a female student's figure amidst a surge of crimson electricity. Eerie musical notes floated in the air, signaling the imminent start of a deadly performance. The red-haired female student, now fully revealed in a black dress, stood at the eye of the energy storm. Each of her steps crushed the floor, creating terrifying cracks. Dark red energy surged, transforming the ballroom into an inferno. "Everyone, get back!" a voice cried out. But could anyone escape this wrath in time? A terrifying scream tore through the air as the energy exploded. Hong Bien at a levitt, with her fiery pink hair and resolute eyes, appeared. "Is everyone all right?" she asked, receiving anxious. "Yes," replies. "No time for hesitation." Hong Bian Adelevet gripped her staff tightly, her eyes burning with determination. "We must fight now," she declared, ready to face the danger. "The enemy is a corrupted human," Hong Bian Adelevet roared, pointing her staff directly at the red-haired female student. Flames blazed behind her, igniting her resolve to fight. The red-haired female student lunged forward, unleashing fiery attacks. Her speed and power were terrifying, causing the space to tremble violently. She wore a self-satisfied smirk. "It's useless," she whispered, as if she had anticipated every counterattack. A dark magic circle shot out from the red-haired female student's hand, devouring everything in its path. This dark power terrified everyone. Baek-Yu-Seol, with her silver-white hair and purple eyes, appeared. She summoned icy circles, unleashing powerful blue energy to try and block the attack. Two male students in black vests also acted in unison. They unleashed streams of green light magic, combining with Baek-Yu-Seol to form a solid defense line. But it was all in vain. The red-haired female student's dark magic circles easily pierced through all magic. "Our magic is completely useless." A male student cried out in despair. Crimson energy surged again, stronger than ever. "It's coming again! Be careful!" A panicked cry rang out, signaling a terrifying attack was about to strike. The brown-haired female student with a ponytail, along with other academy students, stood stunned before the destructive power. A gigantic magic circle, glowing like the sun, was forming. The brown-haired female student's eyes widened, filled with horror. She could only watch, helpless before the enemy's wrath. In the final moment, a hand suddenly appeared, pulling hard on the brown-haired female student's dress. Was this a glimmer of hope, or just the beginning of a new tragedy? Amidst the ethereal space, Flame gracefully spun to the music, her magic staff in hand as part of the dance. Baek-Yu-Seol stared at her friend in astonishment, wondering about this sudden performance. "Flame, why are you suddenly dancing?" Flame's eyes were resolute, concealing an iron determination, as if she was ready for an uncompromising battle. Suddenly, magical energy erupted from Flame, forming a swirling vortex of brilliant yellow light, ready to devour everything. The red-haired female student, holding a fan, was utterly astonished to see the colossal energy surge towards her, unable to react in time. Flame smiled confidently, shouting, "Excellent! Just like in the novel! You guys, dance!" Hong Bian Adelevet explained. All the previous acts had hints. This act isn't just a magic duel, but also a dance-off. Hong Bian Adelevet suddenly realized, "We have to use magic according to the rhythm of the dance. I understand now. The Duchess's dance cannot be dispelled by ordinary magic." Baek-Yu-Seol also enlightened. "The dance that counters Serena's silent Tango Island, a requiem for the deceased Serena." Hong Bian Adelevet began to spin, her white dress fluttering like a flower, immersing herself in the war dance. Baek-Yu-Seol also joined in, her dark blue dress gliding lightly, each step imbued with the power of ice magic. Flame and the blonde-haired female student in the black dress danced together, creating a performance that was both graceful and deadly. Magical power from the girls simultaneously erupted, forming brilliant streams of light that attacked the red-haired female student. The red-haired female student was stunned, trying to shield herself with her fan, but it seemed it was all too late. Flames and Hong Bian Adelevet's magic collided powerfully, creating a blinding explosion of light, aimed directly at the enemy. Baek-Yu-Seol looked anxiously towards the explosion, wondering, did our attack succeed this time? The explosion dissipated, but the atmosphere did not calm down. On the contrary, a deadly melody suddenly accelerated wildly, startling Baek-Yu-Seol, who wondered, "Wait, what's happening?" The eerie melody not only grew faster but also stained crimson, enveloping a figure gradually emerging from the smoke. Did the music just get faster? The surrounding academy students pointed in horror. "Look!" A brown-haired male student trembled. "What the hell is this?" The brown-haired girl next to him was also stunned. From within the red smoke, a pair of bare feet emerged, but they were not ordinary feet. They were transforming, tainted with an evil hue and filled with red energy particles. The red-haired female student was now completely disfigured. Her legs had transformed into 4 grotesque limbs, her eyes glowed fiery red, and her smirk was demonic. Her legs. She has 4 legs now? Each of her steps trod upon fresh crimson streaks, as if she were walking on a carpet of death. Evil power erupted, scattering brilliant specks of light. A gigantic crimson magic circle appeared, engulfing the red-haired female student. She swung her staff, like a goddess of war awakened from a nightmare, ready to destroy everything. A mad smile spread across her lips, her bloodshot eyes fixed on her enemies. "So, shall we begin for real?" Her voice was full of challenge, signaling an uncompromising battle. Jackie frantically called out, trying to pull her friend out of her trance. "Stop it, Jackie. If you let the role of Duchess Aihurin consume you, You won't be able to come back. But she only replied, "Stop. What do you mean?" The red-haired female student didn't care. She pointed around where other academy students were shouting her name, "Jackie, Iharen." It seemed she had completely immersed herself in the role. A few others wearing masks enthusiastically cheered. "She's as beautiful as ever," they roared, as if watching a peak performance, completely unaware of the danger. "The most amazing dancer," they cheered, even demanding she teach those fools a lesson. The crowd's fervor pushed Jackie deeper into her role. Jackie was stunned. She recognized the one behind it all. "Flame, you're truly too much." A disappointed accusation. "What?" Flame replied, her face innocent. But Flame only sneered, full of self-satisfaction, as another female student stood behind her. "You're selfish and cruel," the accusation echoed. But she didn't care in the slightest. A black-haired male student with slicked-back hair stood nearby, looking coldly at Flame. He seemed to be pondering, "To think you've kept all these sweet emotions and wonderful feelings all to yourself." And then, a gigantic wild boar appeared, growling menacingly. Flame stood there, like a queen controlling monsters. Amidst the crowd of students, the brown-haired girl smiled sweetly, her face carefree, as if unaware of the impending disaster. Or was it just a perfect act? But not everyone remained calm. Jackie stood there, her eyes filled with anxiety, her hands clenched as if trying to hold on to something. Suddenly, the atmosphere shattered. The red-haired student transformed, her eyes burning with hatred. A fiery red energy erupting. "I will never let go of this feeling." Princess Hongbian Adolovit screamed in terror, her voice echoing amidst the chaos. "It's here! Everyone! Prepare to defend!" And then, a destructive surge of power exploded. The red-haired student lunged, countless fiery red energy beams tearing through space, heading straight for the students. The fierce attack struck. Baek Yuseol and Flame were hit, the terrifying power stunning them, causing them to cry out in pain. The white-haired girl, Baek Yuseol, was horrified, her purple eyes wide, staring at the engulfing red energy. A piercing scream escaped her lips. The dark power continued to spread, devouring everything. Baek Yuseol recoiled, her face pale with fear, unable to believe her eyes. Pain and dizziness overwhelmed her, her purple eyes closing tightly. Could this be the end for her? But then, a flash of light. Her eyes suddenly flew open, filled with confusion. What just happened? Was the attack blocked? Amidst the blazing inferno, Flame stood firm, magic staff in hand, facing the enemy's wrath alongside Baek Yuseol. Princess Hongbian Adolovit turned, her voice full of anger and worry. "Hey, you idiot, snap out of it!" A confused reply, "What?" Hongbian Adolovit continued to command, her gaze resolute on Baek Yuseol. "I'm better at fire magic defense, leave it to me. You focus on lightning magic defense." The princess decisively pointed at another girl, brown-haired, wearing a small crown. "And you, circle around, attack when you have a chance." The brown-haired girl was confused, her eyes wide and bewildered. What's going on? She couldn't understand the current situation. In the original storyline, Hongbian Adolovit, out of jealousy for Izel's abilities, sabotaged their combined attack. As a result, everyone suffered heavy losses. Hongbian, contrary to expectations, caused no trouble. She was perfectly assessing the situation, fiery red energy erupting around her. No, both Hongbian and Izel were giving their all. Brilliant blue and red lights intertwined, forming an earth-shattering attack that tore through the night. "Don't you dare let your guard down either." A voice rang out, startling Baek Yuseol, her purple eyes widening in surprise. "What?" "Me too." The small, crown-wearing brown-haired girl also poured all her strength, preparing to unleash a spell, a brilliant golden light enveloping her. "I can't lose." The determined vow echoed. The brown-haired girl compressed all her magic power, creating a dazzling golden magic circle. "It's useless!" The long, red-haired enemy sneered, dark red magic circles spinning wildly, ready to devour all attacks. A sinister smile spread across her lips, her red eyes full of self-satisfaction, as if everything was within her grasp. A brilliant golden energy burst forth, tearing through space, creating a violent shockwave. Thick smoke and dust, shattered bricks and stones flew everywhere. The terrifying impact left a scene of desolation. Amidst the rubble, the students looked up, their eyes filled with worry. "Is it over?" A whispered question echoed. The remnants of the battle still lingered, fragments floating in the air, obscuring vision. Suddenly, a familiar figure gradually became clear amidst the smoke and dust. The long red-haired enemy, still standing tall, completely unharmed. "Ah!" Baek Yuseol gasped, her purple eyes widening in horror. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. That form, Island. Hongbian frowned, her red eyes serious, recognizing something unusual. "Jackie." The brown-haired girl with the white bow uttered her name, her face utterly bewildered. This was Jackie's body, but what soul was controlling it? Flame! Flame! A voice echoed, while the long, red-haired enemy rode atop a giant spider monster, radiating fiery red energy. Amidst the fiery red space, the red-haired enemy riding the spider monster flashed a sinister smile. Do you hate me being happy so much? At the same time, a brown-haired young man clutched his chest, spitting blood, his face horrified. He had been attacked! The red-haired girl's face, her black eyes empty. Why won't you let me go? Her voice was filled with resentment, containing agonizing pain. Amidst the chaos, Jackie in her original form appeared, her eyes horrified. Jackie, no! Please, wake up! She desperately called out, trying to reclaim her body, but the possessor wouldn't let go. Shut up! The voice roared in anger, her eyes fiery red, sharp horns growing out. Stop! A desperate cry echoed, mixed with the madness. Fiery red energy exploded, forming a gigantic magic circle. The red-haired enemy, riding the spider monster, stood at the eye of the storm, power surging as if to tear everything apart. No, it can't be. Princess Hongbian Adelevet gasped, her face horrified. The braided brown-haired girl beside her was also stunned, unable to believe her eyes. The red energy continued to spread, creating fiery lightning bolts, turning the space into a hell. At least danger level 5. A fearful exclamation, a strange echo from deep within her mind. What should we do? Jackie, in her original form, clutched her head in pain. Her face panicked. A continuous clink-clink sound echoed, like a warning, a plea for help. Jackie looked up, her eyes wide, trying to listen. That sound, Jackie whispered, clutching her staff. She sensed something happening, a change in the battle. Baek Yuseol, with white hair and purple eyes, appeared, her face serious. Baek Yuseol? The crown-wearing brown-haired girl called her name in surprise. A terrifying roar echoed, the red-haired enemy's figure distorting, as if being torn apart by an invisible force. Gah! What's happening? Princess Hongbian Adelevet asked worriedly. I'm not sure, but it seems the battle between the Blade Spider Leader and Baek Yuseol is affecting Jackie. The red-haired enemy clutched her head, growling in pain. Physical and mental agony tore at her, causing her to lose complete control. The crown-wearing brown-haired girl realized in shock. Don't tell me Baek Yuseol anticipated this trick? She wondered if Baek Yuseol was fighting the level 4 Blade Spider Leader alone to clear a path for Baek Yuseol roared, unleashing a powerful spell. The power exploded, tearing through space, pushing everything back. Kay! A scream echoed. The pink-haired princess, with fiery eyes, shouted a command. This is our chance. The entire battlefield suddenly ignited with hope. The three mages acted simultaneously. Fire, ice, and light converged, creating a fierce magical storm aimed directly at the enemy. Sharp ice shards pierced the possessed body. The enemy groaned in pain. But would it be enough to defeat it? A blinding light erupted, engulfing the monstrous figure. That terrifying power could obliterate everything, carrying the hope of victory. The explosion spread, tearing through space, leaving a desolate void and thick dust. The entire area shook violently. The possessed screamed in agony, the fiery red energy dissipating. This was the cry of a tormented soul, an ultimate torment. Her bloodshot eyes wide, she roared in rage and despair. You dare! The threat echoed in the air. The giant spider monster collapsed, its body cracking, the dark energy gradually vanishing into nothingness. An unbelievable sight. The pink-haired princess and the braided brown-haired girl looked at each other in bewilderment. What's happening? I'm not sure. Something fell. The short brown-haired girl's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that? A sense of unease surged, mixed with disbelief. The giant Blade Spider Leader lay motionless on the ground. The Blade Spider Leader? It's dead? The truth was hard to believe. The brown-haired man in the black vest was stunned. Impossible. A level 4 monster defeated by a first-year student? Baek Yuseol? He staggered, then suddenly collapsed. It seemed the recent attack had severe consequences, leaving him exhausted. The brown-haired young man fell, unconscious. Fresh blood seeped out, signaling a fatal wound, causing everyone to panic. The entire desolate battlefield was revealed. The giant spider lay there, and horrified eyes stared at it, unable to believe what they saw. Amidst the rubble, a light footstep touched the ground, like a confirmation of the battle's end. A fateful moment. Amidst the rubble, a brown-haired girl walked lightly, her deep eyes holding a terrifying calmness, as if all the recent chaos was merely an act. From the smoke and dust, an enraged voice echoed. Dare to interrupt me? A monstrous entity tearing at Jackie's body growled. Rage erupted, her red eyes sparking with fire. I will not forgive you, Flame. The curse echoed throughout the space. The entity scoffed. Haha, you can't beat me with dancing, so you resort to such a lowly trick? It smugly added. How pathetic. You'd be jealous if someone prettier appeared. It sneered. Aha, what a relief. It's not just me. You're going through the same thing. A twisted, demonic smile on its face. The brown-haired girl stood there, silently observing, her face expressionless, like a statue amidst the storm. The entity flinched, looking up at her. Why? Are you looking at me with those eyes? A hint of unease crept into its voice. Baek-Yu-sel turned her back, asking Isel if she could summon an ice mirror. Yes, Isel's voice rang out. A glimmer of hope. The entity remained arrogant. No matter what tricks you pull, the truth is, I'm still prettier than you. Before it finished speaking, a surge of icy energy began to condense. A gigantic ice mirror suddenly appeared, reflecting a distorted image. Huh? The entity gasped in surprise. In the mirror, a monstrous face with sharp horns was clearly visible. What? This? Huh? It stammered, unable to believe its eyes. Ma Yuseong woke up, his head throbbing. He looked at the image in the mirror. Is this me? You're lying. This isn't a mirror, is it? Ma Yuseong was suspicious. You're trying to trick me. His eyes were sharp, trying to grasp reality. The entity screamed in horror. Disgusting. Its reflection repeated, plunging the space into utter revulsion. Cake! Please! Break that mirror! It shrieked frantically. A man in a black vest commented, The Duchess is no longer beautiful. No, 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 no. That's not me, the entity denied in despair, while Baek-Yu-sel observed coldly. The Duchess's grotesque hand reached out, dissolving into dust. In despair, she pleaded a name. Flame, please, you can do anything. In her monstrous form, she tried to reach a small girl, begging, Please, save me, save me. But the plea quickly turned into extreme rage. Or is that what you think I'd say? With bloodshot eyes, the Duchess screamed, blaming Flame for her tragic fate. It's all your fault! Die, Flame! In that chaotic moment, Jackie's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, as if her true consciousness was trying to regain control. A painful memory resurfaced. The image of Hei Wonryang standing beside a tiny, innocent Jackie. Hei Wonryang. Young Jackie stood amidst a sea of flames, looking towards a burning silhouette. Flame, who had once been her hope. Azel, with her light blue hair and sad purple eyes, also appeared in that stream of memories. Hongbian Adelevet, with her brilliant pink hair and red eyes, also wore a melancholic expression. Little Jackie bowed her head, sadness clearly visible on her youthful face. Back in reality, the Duchess looked down at her possessed body, uttering a bitter apology. I'm sorry, Jackie. I'm truly sorry. The system bell rang, announcing the end of the story of Duchess Aheren, who craved beauty and fame. The Charm Orb quest is complete. Congratulations! The scene changed. Peace returned. Groups A6 and B3 had completed their practical training, and students were leaving the dome building one by one. 3 men stood in the forest. One with black hair ordered, Evacuate them quickly. The other responded. The man with slicked-back black hair gazed into the distance, his voice calm. Only Group C7 is left. Suddenly, a deep, swirling red spatial gate appeared behind him, signaling a new threat approaching. The man with slicked-back black hair ordered preparations, his voice calm. The frequencies are vibrating. Get ready. His subordinate in the brown coat immediately responded, without hesitation. Behind him, a deep, swirling red spatial gate emitted a dazzling light, like a tear in the sky, signaling the approaching threat. The black-haired man's face showed a hint of surprise, his eyes wide as he looked towards the spatial gate. Then a sudden smirk appeared on his lips, as if he had just discovered something interesting. Suddenly, a group of students appeared, led by Ma Yusung. He declared, Ants have defeated a tiger. The man with slicked-back black hair couldn't help but be surprised, exclaiming, These students raided a level 5 persona gate by themselves? Even seasoned veterans would find that difficult. Is the kid at the front the leader? He thoughtfully observed the group of students, his eyes full of contemplation. After a moment of silence, the black-haired man ordered, Retreat. His subordinate in the brown coat and a person in a black cloak immediately obeyed. Ma Yuseong, sword in hand, reported solemnly, I'm here to report that we have completed the Persona Gate mission. A brown-haired girl stood beside him. After hearing this, the man with slicked-back black hair's eyes showed a hint of concern. Out of 16 people in total, there was 1 casualty. The result is 15 returned. So there was a casualty. He nodded. Well done. I'll call a healing mage immediately. You all go rest. Just then, the principal appeared, asking, What's going on? The white-haired principal walked away, muttering, It seems something interesting happened in my absence. Ma Yuseong turned, his eyes a mix of surprise and slight worry as he saw the principal. The principal smiled mysteriously, asking Ma Yuseong, Can you tell me what happened? The scene shifted to Stella's first main tower, an ancient and majestic structure. The principal and a brown-haired male student entered the tower, their footsteps echoing in the silent space. Ma Yusong stood in the luxurious room, his face tense. He was preparing for a private meeting with Eltman, someone he absolutely did not want to face. A private meeting with Eltman. I'm so nervous. Ma Yuseong's eyes clearly showed annoyance. He thought to himself, this was why he never wanted to be a leader, taking on these troublesome responsibilities. Memories flooded back. From before leaving the Humanity Gate, the group of students was discussing who would report the situation. A pink-haired female student suggested, we should choose a leader to report before we leave, right? Ma Yusong suggested Acel, the light blue-haired girl who had just woken up after fainting. But Acel only softly replied, just woke up after fainting. The pink-haired female student, Hongbian Adolevet, haughtily refused. Commoner, do you think I would hand over my achievements while I'm this conscious? Ma Yuseong thought to himself. That's not it, old man. When it was Azel's turn, she also shook her head. I think I'm fine too. Not this time. Ma Yuseong was surprised. You too? In the end, things turned around, and Ma Yusong was pushed into the leader's position. He wondered, what exactly happened while he was unconscious? Back in reality, Ma Yusong looked at Eltman. He suddenly realized, perhaps this is the third time we've met. Eltman smiled warmly, looking at Ma Yusong. You've grown so much. You were tiny back then. Ma Yusong was completely confused, not understanding what Eltman was talking about. Huh? What the hell is he talking about? A distant memory surfaced amidst a pure, white, snowy landscape. A young Ma Yusong huddled, tired, gasping for breath. The young Ma Yusong looked up, his golden eyes wide. A mysterious voice echoed, you are quite interesting. The boy was still small, standing in the snow, looking up at Eltman's tall figure in a cloak. Eltman said, you have quite an interesting talent. Eltman smiled, promising to write a recommendation letter for the boy. I'll write you a recommendation letter, so come take the entrance exam at my school later. You'll receive bonus points. Back in the present, Ma Yusong let out a soft breath, his face still stunned. Eltman continued. So, the reason I called you. Eltman sat opposite Ma Yusong in the luxurious room, explaining, it's because I want to thank you for preventing a troublesome incident. Good heavens, I don't want this to become public. Eltman continued to smile, admitting that if the losses had been heavier, things would have been different. He thanked Ma Yusong, asserting that it was thanks to him that everything didn't spiral out of control. But then, Eltman's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold sharpness. He said there was one more thing he wanted to confirm, making Ma Yusong unconsciously hold his breath. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. With eyes that seemed to pierce through everything, Eltman asked directly, was there a bug in the gate? The question was like a knife, making Ma Yusong swallow hard. Eltman's terrifying gaze made him feel completely exposed. Ma Yusong reminded himself of Eltman's nickname, Dark Demon Human Destroyer. He explained that the phenomenon of dark demonic erosion had occurred with the deceased student, Jackie. Eltman nodded, expressing regret. But Ma Yusong thought to himself. His face showed no trace of sorrow. Suddenly, Eltman broke the tense atmosphere, blaming himself for not having offered him a drink yet. A light flashed, like a signal. He smiled, asking Ma Yusong if he wanted coffee, tea, or a carbonated drink. Such a sudden change in attitude confused him. Ma Yusong hesitated, unsure how to respond to this unexpected enthusiasm. Finally, he decided tea, and didn't forget to ask if Lilt tea was available here. Eltman was slightly surprised, repeating the name Lilt tea with a puzzled expression. After a moment, Eltman smiled, confirming it was available immediately. Ma Yusong sighed in relief, as if a burden had been lifted. A cup of Lilt tea was placed down. Eltman explained that this tea was extremely rare, and those who knew of it were few, while those who enjoyed it were even rarer. Ma Yusong accepted his thanks. Ma Yusong took a sip of tea, his eyes closed, as if savoring the special flavor. But then, his face contorted. Just as I thought. It tastes awful. Ma Yusong lamented to himself. This flavor was far from pleasant. Lilt tea, like durian or fermented skate on earth, has a difficult flavor. Those who hate it stay far away, but those who are captivated by it become madly addicted. And the reason he chose this tea. This private meeting was a golden opportunity, a fateful turning point. Just like Flame chose coffee and was promised magical teachings, or Azel chose carbonated water and achieved magical enlightenment. And this was Lilt tea, the favorite drink of 9th rank mage Eltman Eltwin, the very tea he was sipping with a look of contentment. However, the problem was, Ma Yusong still grimaced as he sipped the Lilt tea. This tea, it was truly too difficult for him to swallow. Eltman began to recount. Lilt tea was the drink of a tribe in the western continent decades ago. They shared it with humankind. But then disaster struck. Images of the Lilt tribe and a burning teacup appeared, full of tragedy. This is one of the few Lilt teas left in the world, Eltman sighed. If humans hadn't been so greedy, they could have continued to enjoy it. What a pity. Ma Yuseong was surprised. Really? That's strange. I'm still drinking it. His eyes showed a puzzled look, mixed with a hint of smugness. Eltman unexpectedly asked, "What? So there's still more?" Ma Yusong firmly replied, "No." He took another sip of tea, his face still uncomfortable. "I see," Eltman said softly, his sharp gaze fixed on Ma Yusong, as if he had read his thoughts. Then he smiled confidently, declaring, "But I know it. The Lilt tea recipe." His golden eyes flashed with a mysterious light. Ma Yusong was stunned, almost jumping out of his seat. "What? Really? How do you know that recipe?" He couldn't believe his ears. Ma Yusong stammered. This is hard to explain," he thought to himself. There's no way he could say he knew the recipe through a game. Eltman still looked at him expectantly, gently urging, "That island." He wanted to hear a reasonable explanation. Ma Yusong quickly fabricated. "My late mother taught me, so I'm not too clear myself." The ultimate move of mentioning mother had been deployed, full of effectiveness. Eltman immediately apologized. "My apologies. I shouldn't have asked." Ma Yuseong sighed in relief, replying, "It's all right." He was secretly glad to have steered the conversation elsewhere. Eltman cleared his throat, returning to the main topic. "So, are you planning to sell that recipe to me?" "I'll pay a very high price." He smiled expectantly. The moment Ma Yusong had been waiting for had arrived. He looked at Eltman, his face serious. "I want something other than money from you, sir." Eltman was curious. What is it?" Eltman was surprised, then blurted out, "My magic technique charm?" His eyes were full of confusion, not expecting the young man to make this request. Ma Yusong smiled confidently, asserting, "I want you to help me just once with it." It seemed he had meticulously planned this move. "What?" Eltman was confused, trying to persuade. "The discontinued Lilt tea recipe is worth much more. My magic technique is not practical at all compared to it. Do you understand what I mean?" Ma Yusong took a sip of tea, his eyes firm as he replied, "Of course I know." He was not swayed by the mage's words. He thought to himself, with Eltman's technique charm, Altalicia's alchemy, and the rose vase from hunting necromancers, he could create a storage space, also known as a pocket dimension. This pocket dimension is extremely rare, only usable by level 8 mages who have learned spatial magic. But with the help of level 9 mage Eltman, he would acquire the highest grade storage space. Ma Yusong continued, his tone heavy with meaning. "Receiving the essence of your magic is a priceless gift, more valuable than any amount of money." He looked directly at Eltman, his eyes pleading, "Therefore, please." Eltman looked at him, the corner of his mouth unconsciously curving into a slight smile. Perhaps he had been convinced by Ma Yuseong's sincerity and determination. Ma Yuseong rejoiced, flashing a bright smile. "All right, if you've agreed, let's make a deal. Let's go." His plan had succeeded perfectly. Meanwhile, at the first main tower, another tense atmosphere enveloped the area. Dark secrets were gradually being revealed. Vice Principal Akihaden, with a stern expression, spoke. "I heard that the persona gate we struggled so hard to open has failed." Layden, with his long hair and red eyes, nodded in confirmation. "That's right. If the leader finds out about this, I'm afraid he will be furious." He clearly showed his concern. Vice Principal Akihaden shook his head. "Your mistake is being too rigid. Failure is regrettable, but there are many other ways." He smirked meaningfully. Layden remained silent, his gaze pensive as he looked forward. He knew Vice Principal Akihaden's words were not mere comfort. Vice Principal Akihaden questioned Layden with a stern face. "So you want Professor Maizen to explode?" Akihaden ordered Layden to leave. "If there's nothing else to report, you may go." Layden walked down the stairs, his expression thoughtful. Layden mused, recalling the true purpose of the Persona Gate. It was to deal with potential students who would participate in the Aslan seminar in the future. Although they had opened a level 5 gate far beyond their capabilities, it was unexpected that Flame, Isolmorph, Princess Adalevit, and Baek Yusail were all safe. Layden stood silently by the window, the unexpected events unfolding one after another making him ponder. Suddenly Ma Yusong appeared, greeting Layden with a confident smile. "Professor, long time no see." He sneered. "You used to be as fierce as a beast, but now you pretend to be an ordinary person, almost unrecognizable." Ma Yusong continued to provoke, mentioning that his friends almost got into danger and suspected it was the plan of some lazy old man. Layden's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he warned, "Even you, young master, should be careful with your words when mentioning the leader." Ma Yusong was slightly surprised, then sneered. "Friends?" he questioned, his expression becoming serious. Don't you think you're too invested in this school play? Layden was startled, realizing that not only Ma Yuseong's appearance had changed, he was so angry that his body trembled, not expecting Ma Yusong to dare utter such arrogant words in front of him. Layden's fiery red eyes seemed to want to incinerate everything, his rage boiling over. Ma Yusong stood opposite Layden, his eyes blazing, his aura overwhelming. He coldly warned Layden to be careful. Ma Yusong smirked, declaring that Layden and his associates were annoying him. Arrogance radiated from him. He turned and walked away, leaving Layden collapsing, injured and coughing up blood. The extreme rage caused Layden pain, but he could do nothing. Layden gritted his teeth, his body trembling in anger and helplessness. He told himself, for the Moonshadow Order, this much was enough. Scene change. In a splendid corridor, a group of female students were whispering, attracting attention. 2 female students approached Princess Hongbian, expressing relief at her safe return. They buzzed about the Academy's mistake. Princess Hongbian looked into the distance, questioning that mistake, then reasoned to herself that the Academy wanted to keep this matter hidden from other students. A figure approached. Princess Hongbian turned her head, calling the newcomer's name, Bian. It was Edmund Adalek, a third-year male student with a self-satisfied smile. He greeted the princess meaningfully. Edmund Adalek wanted the princess not to be too formal, but she maintained proper etiquette, asserting that ranks within the Academy must be clear. He gave a faint smile, saying he was only worried about her safety, but hidden deep in his eyes was another intention. Princess Hongbian coldly replied that she was fine and he didn't need to worry. In her heart, she secretly cursed him as a cunning fox. She knew well that Edmund Adalek's concern was not for her, but for his own interest. The Adalebit kingdom was divided by 2 major powers. The Orkan family supported Princess Hong Sihua, and the Duke Adalek family opposed Orkan. Edmund Adalek was the sole heir of that family. His goal must not be simple. The heir of the Adalek family, Edmund, held Princess Hongbian's fate. He wanted her to become queen, but the price was marriage. A fated pact, or an invisible chain. In the Academy corridor, Edmund unexpectedly proposed a game of soul chess. The competition was approaching, and he wanted her to prepare. Hongbian, though a bit reluctant, nodded in agreement. Edmund leaned close, his hand on her shoulder, his smile hiding calculation. "Let me teach you a little," he said, his tone condescending. Hongbian could only remain silent, her eyes clearly showing vigilance. Hongbian's face showed a hint of discomfort, resentment welling up. She hated the feeling of being controlled, hated having to rely on others to achieve her goals. She secretly cursed her fate, hating having to rely on Edmund to ascend the throne as queen. If only I had power. The desire for power burned in the princess's mind. A glimmer of hope appeared. She wished someone strong enough, on par with Duke Adalek, would stand by her side. Her eyes were distant, filled with burning desire. Meanwhile, a name suddenly flashed in her mind. Baek Yuseol? The brown-haired young man walking alone? Could he be the answer to the princess's aspirations? Edmund's voice rang out, interrupting Hongbian's thoughts. He called her, urging her to leave. Her eyes showed a momentary startle, then returned to indifference. The princess's fiery red eyes wavered, hiding an internal struggle. Between ambition and dependence, which path should she choose? A soft all right escaped her lips. Hongbian bowed her head, agreeing to follow Edmund. But within her, the seeds of resistance had begun to sprout. In a moment of stillness, a pale rose petal lay nestled in the palm of a hand. A fragile symbol? Or a sign of hidden power? Baek Yuseol stood there, his gaze focused on the petal. "Let's see," he muttered to himself. "Is this enough?" A subtle confidence was hidden in the young man's every gesture. A system notification appeared, confirming he had absorbed the calming healing herb, increasing his mental strength by 83% and charm resistance. Baek Yuseol's power was rising. He looked at the status window, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. Not bad, Baek Yuseol thought to himself. A satisfaction that hinted at greater ambitions was awaiting. And then, another notification appeared, revealing the Constellation Project along with a special reward. Baek Yuseol's path was opening up to unimaginable surprises. Baek Yuseol pondered, evaluating the special reward he had just received. He wondered if he should use it to enhance his power, or for another purpose. His eyes suddenly lit up as a thought flashed. Marakan's pendant? The system replied succinctly. That's right. And he decided not to hesitate. Marakan's pendant, a superior artifact from a future alchemist engineer, appeared. It could create a Marakan shield, blocking all attacks level 6 and below, though it could only be used once. He put on the pendant, muttering to himself. Even if it's only for one use, having this kind of life insurance isn't bad. He knew he would need it for the upcoming battle with Maizen Tyran. And then, another notification appeared, showing that the resentful branch item had accumulated 78% resentment. Baek smiled smugly, adjusting his tie. All preparations for the battle with Myzentiran are in order. As for the rest, just leave it to Altalicia. The silhouette of a magnificent, glittering golden building appeared. This was the International Alchemy Association. Inside, a female receptionist welcomed him to the Zelkova branch, the school of Grand Alchemist Talcum Corden. Baek frankly expressed his intention to meet Altalicia. The receptionist politely refused, saying she couldn't meet her at this time. Baek subtly smirked. He had anticipated this. He pulled out a sealed envelope, which was an invitation personally given by Assistant Professor Altalicia. The receptionist was surprised, quickly apologized, and led him away immediately. They walked through a corridor where a door carved with glowing magical runes stood. The receptionist spoke. "Miss Altalicia, you have a visitor." Before the intricately carved door, both stood silently, waiting. The receptionist decisively pushed the door open, announcing, "We're coming in." Suddenly, Baek felt a powerful surge of energy. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "This feeling!" A dazzling burst of light erupted, accompanied by streaks of speed, signaling a world-shaking event had just occurred. A blinding light exploded, fragments flying everywhere, signaling a terrifying event had just occurred. The air was still filled with smoke and brilliant yellow light, the aftershocks of the terrifying destructive power still spreading. Amidst the chaotic scene, Baek face showed clear panic as he unexpectedly let out a curse. He quickly shielded a nearby woman, reassuring her that was a close call. Both were covered in dust and smoke. A powerful footstep echoed, decisively treading through the hazy dust. Moving forward, Baek turned, his face anxious, and asked Assistant Professor Altalicia, "Are you all right?" The young man looked directly at the person opposite him, his gaze gradually calming, as if he had just recognized an acquaintance. Altalicia, the blonde assistant professor, offered a gentle, welcoming smile. "Welcome, Uciel. I have something I want to show you." Perfect timing. Beside her was the pointy-eared old man, Talcum Corden. A hand wearing a gleaming metal bracelet was extended, introducing, "Do you see this? This is a shield bracelet." Talcum Corden, the pointy-eared alchemist, pressed the button twice. The bracelet glowed blue, and he explained, "If you tap it twice, it has level 3 defensive capability." Baek was surprised, his eyes wide, listening intently to the old man's explanation. Talcum Corden excitedly asked, "What if you tap it one more time? Impressive, right?" He continued, "Even without mana, or if you're a commoner, you can still use the shield, even if only once," he affirmed. "With a defensive capability of about 500, it will be very helpful in dangerous situations. With its advent, the world will go crazy. It's all thanks to Altalicia." Baek looked at Altalicia, who smiled. Talcum Corden added, "Oh right, you're also a co-author. Why don't you join the alchemy castle as an alchemist yourself?" Baek replied frankly, "I don't have mana, so I can't live as an alchemist." Altalicia and Talcum Corden were both surprised. He clearly explained his condition. "I have a congenital condition where I cannot absorb mana, a mana stalling physique." Both Altalicia and Talcum Corden were deeply shocked, the assistant professor stammering as she asked if Baek condition meant he was suffering from an incurable disease. Baek eyes narrowed, the harsh truth starkly evident. The brown-haired young man paused briefly, realizing their understanding. "Incurable? That's true." He reassured them. "It's true, I have an incurable disease, but I don't intend to die. I'll find a way, don't worry." Altalicia sighed in relief, while Talcum Corden remained pensive. Baek quickly changed the subject, suggesting, "Anyway, can I see that shield bracelet?" Altalicia was surprised, then agreed. The brown-haired young man carefully held the metal bracelet, his eyes behind his glasses reflecting deep thought. The bracelet was a prototype, with many superfluous and meaningless details. He muttered, beginning to analyze. He smiled, extending his hand towards Altalicia. "May I borrow a mana soldering pen for a moment?" The assistant professor handed it to him without hesitation. Talcum Corden was about to ask, "Oh, what are you doing?" but was cut off. Altalicia placed a finger to her lips, signaling the old alchemist to be silent, her eyes mysterious. Baek focused intently, using the mana soldering pen to refine every detail on the bracelet. A mystical blue light enveloping it. He thought to himself, "Just connect the bracelet to the mana soldering pen." A blinding flash of light erupted. "It's done," he confidently declared, the bracelet now radiating powerful energy. Talcum Corden was utterly stunned, his glasses askew, unable to believe his eyes. "No! No way!" the alchemist exclaimed in astonishment. "The defensive capability has skyrocketed to 800. Performance has improved by nearly 1.5 times. Altalicia smiled proudly. Talcum Corden looked at him, his voice full of admiration. "Aren't you going to work under me?" He quickly corrected himself, inviting him to work as an equal, promising to find someone to substitute mana for him. Baek Yuseol declined the invitation from Grand Alchemist Talcum Corden. He had his own reasons for wanting to become a magic warrior, but he also didn't forget to make a request. Could Talcum Corden craft an item from this? He wanted an item enhanced with spatial magic, with help from Principal Stella. Altalicia and Talcum Corden were astonished. Altalicia, the assistant professor, wanted to help, but was still worried. She had never tried enhancement with elemental magic. Baek Yuseol reassured her, believing she would succeed in a few months. He also harbored plans to craft luxury goods. Time passed, and Isel's laboratory nameplate appeared, signaling a new beginning. Isel was struggling with an item. The light blue-haired girl sighed. "This is too difficult." Baek Yuseol appeared, silently observing the girl who was tearing her hair out. Isel looked at him, wondering if she should seek help from Baek Yuseol. The brown-haired young man unexpectedly called her a commoner, startling Isel. Just then, Hongbin Adolovit appeared, proposing an important conversation to Baek Yuseol. Isel was surprised, her eyes following them. The light blue-haired girl agreed, though a little confused. Baek Yuseol and Princess Hongbin Adolovit walked away, leaving Isel alone. Isel clenched her hands, an indescribable feeling rising within her, wondering why she cared about their business. "What do you want to say?" Baek Yuseol asked coldly, his golden eyes holding a probing gaze. Princess Hongbin Adolovit turned her back, her voice echoing, "New alchemical products from the Alchemy Castle have been announced." The princess's fiery red eyes flashed with sharpness and confidence, as if she had everything firmly in hand. She turned back, looking directly at Baek Yuseol.
I heard you are a co-author of that research paper.
Baek Yuseol smirked, admitted it, then bluntly asked, "So, you want to use me to connect with the item business?" The princess gently closed her eyes, denying, "I won't deny it, but don't misunderstand." She opened her eyes, looking at him with a resolute gaze. "Items are important, but a connection with you is even more important." Baek Yuseol was surprised, a strange feeling rising within him. He hadn't expected the princess to value him so much. He realized she was far different from the original in his memories. A thought flashed. Can I prevent her death? The princess smiled, about to invite him to a meal. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the air. Ma Yusong appeared, calling the princess's name, his eyes full of annoyance and jealousy. He questioned her for refusing lunch with him just for a commoner like Baek Yuseol. Ma Yusong's face contorted, a sinister smile evident, an aura of darkness enveloping. The three stood facing each other, the atmosphere in the room suddenly becoming taut. Baek Yuseol looked directly at Ma Yusong, his eyes sharp and full of vigilance. In the tense room, Baek Yuseol looked directly at Edmund Adalek, his eyes sharp and full of vigilance. He had seen this person in the game, one of the factors leading to Princess Hongbion's destruction. Edmund Adalek, with a sneer full of contempt, stood there like a petty king. His cold green eyes seemed to be evaluating everything around him. Baek Yuseol, the young man wearing glasses, thought to himself, "Based on this attitude, he has no idea I'm a co-author of the Random Sequence Convergence Technique thesis." A truth he was trying to hide. Princess Hongbin, with her white and pink hair, spoke up to defend Baek Yuseol. "He is not an ordinary commoner," she continued, her tone resolute. "I intend to use him to contact the alchemist Altalicia, so don't bother us." Edmund Adalek let out a scoff, a derisive laugh echoing, his eyes flashing with clear disdain. He looked directly at the princess, calling her name familiarly. "Bion, do you really think that? A commoner like him can help you? Am I not much better than him?" His words were like daggers piercing her pride. Baek Yuseol clenched his hands, his golden eyes flashing with anger. "Bastard!" He cursed inwardly, trying to suppress the rising fury. He was used to being looked down upon for being a commoner, but Edmund Adalek's attitude had crossed the line. Princess Hongbin, her face flushed with anger, gritted her teeth and asked, "What do you mean?" Baek Yuseol merely remained silent, his complex gaze looking away. He knew he couldn't interfere in this confrontation. Edmund Adalek smirked, ignoring the princess's anger. "All right then, let's just pretend this conversation about item transactions never happened," he added sarcastically. "Good thinking. You finally know your place." Princess Hongbin stood stunned, her fiery red eyes wide with shock and indignation at the blatant threat. Baek Yuseol looked at Edmund Adalek with extreme displeasure. He not only threatened the princess, but also declared he would cut off supplies to the Adalebit kingdom. Edmund Adalek smirked, his green eyes full of contempt. He uttered a threat, reminding them of the harsh hierarchy within the academy. Baek Yuseol responded with an indifferent expression, completely unconcerned by the warning. His nonchalant attitude made the atmosphere even more tense. Princess Hongbin was worried, silently reminding herself of the strict hierarchy at Stella and Edmund's influence. She wondered why he was targeting Baek Yuseol. Edmund Adalek turned his back, triumphantly declaring his departure. His footsteps echoed, leaving a heavy atmosphere behind. A sinister smile once again spread across Edmund Adelek's lips. He couldn't believe a freshman dared to challenge the authority of a senior. Edmund Adelek secretly thought he would make things difficult for Baekhyuseol. Meanwhile, Princess Hongbian stood silently, her crimson eyes reflecting helplessness and sorrow. Baekhyuseol strode away, his resolute figure moving through the vast corridor. He knew he had just ignited an unavoidable conflict. "I'm sorry, Hongbian," Baekhyuseol murmured to himself. "But if I don't destroy that guy, you won't have a good outcome." His fierce vow echoed. Although the princess's death seemed fated, Baekhyuseol remained determined. He stopped, an iron will evident in his eyes. He turned his back, his gaze fixed forward. Even if he couldn't change fate, he would ensure she wouldn't have to bow down to anyone. Two other male students walked down the corridor, one looking surprised in a certain direction, seemingly sensing the lingering tension. Princess Hongbian slipped into a hidden corner, her lonely figure disappearing behind the cold stone wall. She covered her eyes with her hand, sighing helplessly. Sigh. Should I just forget all this princess stuff? A question filled with despair. Edmund Adelek's menacing figure appeared, reaching out towards her. She understood clearly that he wanted her to be weak, so she would have to depend on him. The princess's eyes welled up with tears, her hands clenched tightly. "I missed a good opportunity," she blamed herself. "Can't I do anything on my own?" Pain and helplessness surged. The princess's crimson eyes still held a trace of anxiety. A thought suddenly flashed, like a lightning bolt tearing through the dark night. "Wait," she whispered, a faint spark of hope igniting. The young master Edmund Adelek sneered, declaring he would cut off supplies to the Adelibid kingdom. His words were arrogant and threatening. Baekhyuseol stood there, his eyes a mix of surprise and annoyance at being called a commoner. The princess clenched her hands, her crimson eyes gleaming with resolve. Normally, he never does anything remarkable, but now he's provoking Edmund. She thought to herself, a sense of unease surging. Night fell, enveloping the academy. In the silent darkness, the princess's words still echoed, full of doubt and worry. Could it be? In his private room, Baekhyuseol smiled contentedly upon receiving a package. Excellent, it arrived safely, he murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The gift box opened, revealing 3 exquisite pieces of jewelry, a necklace with a sapphire blue stone, a simple silver ring, and a gleaming metal bracelet. He knelt down, carefully examining the items. Altalicia's prototype was finished faster than expected. He mumbled, then curiously wondered, "Let's see, what are these for?" The protective barrier necklace increases agility, stamina, mana, and absorbs damage. The hidden dagger ring transforms into a mana dagger. He held the necklace, his eyes shining brightly. Oh, better than expected. The shield bracelet increases strength, stamina, mana, and creates a shield. It's truly Altalicia. She can already craft mid-tier items. He admired, his preparations slowly nearing completion. He clenched his fist, a confident smile on his face. I should use them and send feedback to Altalicia. A clear plan was forming in the young man's mind. His eyes were sharp, his smile hiding calculation. I've also spoken with Professor Talcum Corden. All preparations were complete, just waiting for the right moment to act. A few days later, the second exam officially began, divided into 2 parts, theory and practical. Notably, the practical magic exam would be graded differently depending on each person's magical attribute. For lightning magic, scores were calculated based on maximum voltage and the number of chains created. A student was demonstrating, brilliant yellow lightning bolts erupting, illuminating the entire hall. As for wind magic, the ability to unleash explosive power would be the decisive factor for scores. A powerful vortex of wind swirled from the student's hand, creating an impressive sight. For ice magic, the lowest temperature achieved would be the measure. Sharp ice shards rose, chilling to the bone. Additionally, there were countless interesting aspects to healing, light, and material attributes. But the pinnacle, the thing that made people turn their heads, was fire magic. Amidst countless talents, the main characters were always on a different level. A voice rang out, breaking the silence. Baekhyuseol, it's your turn. Resolute footsteps echoed on the stone floor. He took a deep breath, his eyes firm. Are you ready? The question rang out, signaling an impending performance. Start! As soon as the word was uttered, he darted off like lightning. Utilizing his teleportation skill, Baekhyuseol vanished and reappeared in a flash, overcoming obstacles at terrifying speed. The judges couldn't help but be surprised. Truly astonishing. He teleports without any delay and always arrives at the desired location. His skill had reached perfection. A slight smile played on the young man's lips, exuding confidence. Phew! He sighed in relief as the announcement rang out. Baekhyuseol, your exam is over. A practical exam was complete. Although he couldn't use magic, his teleportation skill was no less impressive. He secretly vowed to use Bulbul's glasses to make up for his written exam scores. As he turned to walk away, a voice unexpectedly called out from behind, "Are you Baek Yuseol?" A sense of unease suddenly washed over him. A group of third-year students rushed forward, their faces full of arrogance. "I heard you dared to disrespect a senior even though you're just a freshman? Are you crazy?" They sneered, openly contemptuous. The brown-haired boy remained silent, his eyes cold. "Edmund's lackeys are here," he thought to himself, preparing to face trouble. The leader stepped closer, his eyes full of challenge. "Oh look, it's staring at us." The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. With an arrogant expression, he growled, "Bow your head." His words were like a command, full of threat and contempt. The brown-haired boy slightly lowered his eyes. I anticipated this. A terrifying calmness was hidden beneath that exterior. But being treated like this by these blood clots is truly annoying. His eyes flashed with indignation, a silent fire igniting. Two gazes met, one arrogant, the other hiding contempt. The confrontation between Baek Yuseol and Edmund's lackeys had just begun. The bully sneered contemptuously, his eyes full of arrogance. He ordered Baek Yuseol to bow his head, his tone indescribably condescending. Vicious words continued to pour out. "You bastard! You're even more insolent than I thought. I heard you're just a commoner, and an orphan at that." Baek Yuseol remained silent, a spark flashing in his eyes. Just then, a figure appeared. A black-haired girl with a red bow stepped in, her powerful aura like a whirlwind, cutting through the tense atmosphere. The girl observed the situation, her dark brown eyes showing a hint of surprise. "What's going on? A fight?" A silent question echoed in her mind. Baek Yuseol looked at the people surrounding him. "Those are Edmund's lackeys," he thought to himself, recognizing the dark hand behind this charade. The brown-haired student's gaze remained downcast, but in Bandion's mind, a thought suddenly flashed. "Is he the freshman I once saw at Marteva Cemetery? His name must be Baek Yuseol." Bandion directly questioned the third-year student, her voice firm. "What the hell are you guys doing?" He frowned in annoyance, while Baek Yuseol remained kneeling. He retorted, "Can't you see? I'm disciplining a junior. Don't interfere, Bandion." He justified that Baek Yuseol had talked back to a senior, and they had a duty to teach him a lesson. Bandion listened in silence, her eyes sharp, seemingly weighing every word of the third-year student. "Is he really going to kneel?" Bandion wondered. "If he could defeat a level 5 necromancer, why can't he face these guys?" Bandion's thoughts delved deeper. Could it be? She sensed something unusual, a hidden secret behind Baek Yuseol's silence. "No, I don't think so," Bandion stated firmly, surprising the third-year student. "What?" He stared at her in astonishment. She explained, "If what you say is true, a freshman talking back to a third year, then this is no small matter." Her voice was resolute. "If this were in the Combat Mage Legion, it could be considered a mutiny. That's why," Bandion continued, "why don't we organize a special educational session for the juniors?" The third-year student pondered, while Baek Yuseol was surprised. "A special educational session requires the student council president's approval." He hesitated. Bandion replied confidently, "I'll get permission. So, let's make a show of it, shall we?" The third-year student smirked, a meaningful smile on his face, like a predator who had just found a new game. He leaned close to Baek Yuseol, his eyes burning with interest. "Excellent! This is going to be fun!" Baek Yuseol and Bandion decisively walked away, leaving the group of third-year students standing dumbfounded behind them. Baek Yuseol pondered the girl's words. "Sorry for interfering, but if things continued, I don't think you would have let it go." Or would they not have let me go? Bandion turned back, her sharp gaze fixed on Baek Yuseol. "You want to swallow this petty humiliation in exchange for a greater revenge, don't you? There's no reason for someone smart enough to defeat a necromancer to causelessly talk back to him. There must be a single reason." She continued to analyze, her gaze seemingly piercing his soul. "You want to sacrifice yourself to eliminate the meaningless hierarchical tradition that has long existed at Stella." Baek Yuseol was surprised, his face bewildered as if he couldn't believe his ears. "Me?" Bandion looked towards the third-year student standing behind them, her voice lowering. "But there are those who have no choice but to follow Edmund. They are called forced followers, due to family circumstances." She turned to Baek Yuseol. "Even if you have good intentions, we still need to prevent people like them from being punished, don't you think?" Baek Yuseol silently clenched his fist, complex thoughts swirling in his mind. Bandion smiled brightly, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Then, I'll arrange everything so you can fight your best. I'll convince the student council president." Baek Yuseol gently closed his eyes, then gave an unreadable smile, whispering, "What?" And then a brilliant magic circle appeared, signaling a new challenge, the Magic Protocol Analysis Exam. A surge of magical power erupted, enveloping Baek Yuseol. He clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with determination. Amidst the magical light, Baek Yuseol raised his head, resolutely declaring, "I want to submit my exam." The proctor was astonished. "You're giving up after only 20 minutes? But Baek Yuseol simply replied, "No, I've finished everything." The student's declaration froze the proctor, who couldn't believe his ears. "What? How could that be?" His eyes widened, extreme astonishment clearly visible. The entire room seemed to hold its breath at that bold assertion. Baek Yuseol subtly exhaled, adjusting his tie. "Even though I didn't study, finishing the exam feels incredibly refreshing." From a distance, a gaze followed him. "Is that Baek Yuseol?" A curious question rang out. Two students whispered. "I heard he dared to talk back to Edmund Italic, and now he's marked. He's about to get special education." Rumors about him had spread throughout the academy. Baek Yuseol closed his eyes, deep in thought. "I didn't expect Bon Dion to get involved in the special education session for juniors. A duel where seniors discipline juniors. Although Stella Academy prohibits violence, everything is permitted in this session. This is a duel, a legal way for seniors to punish juniors. To prevent abuse, the student council president must approve it, but S-class students can still appeal to the council. It should have been over with just one kneel. Why did things turn out like this?" He muttered to himself, thinking he could have finished it quickly and gone to sleep. But now, it was done. Baek Yuseol walked on, his gaze firm, with no turning back. A hand opened the box. Inside was a small plush monkey holding a pair of cymbals. Baek Yuseol smiled, embracing the toy. "If I can't avoid it, then I'll just enjoy it." A knock echoed, breaking the silence of the Stella Student Council room. An uninvited guest? The Stella Student Council president, Mi Royoon, a second-year S-class student, was deep in thought. He held supreme power among the students, his sharp gaze fixed on the door. Ban Dion, the black-haired girl with a red bow, appeared. "Ban Dion? What are you doing here?" Mi Royoon asked, his face unable to hide his surprise. Without a word, the girl placed a stack of documents on the table, the sound as decisive as a declaration. "A petition?" Ban Dion declared. "Allow a special education session for first-year students. Target, Baek Yuseol of S-class." Mi Royoon frowned. "You hate ranks. Why are you doing this?" "Because I don't like ranks," she replied, her gaze firm. A challenging answer, hinting at a deeper intention than it appeared. He sighed. No matter how good a first year is, they can't beat a second year. The experience gap is insurmountable. And yet you still want this education session? His words were full of doubt. "If you're curious, just come and watch. It'll be fun." Ban Dion provoked, then turned and left, leaving Mi Royoon with a jumble of thoughts. Sigh. "What is she planning?" he muttered, feeling helpless. Suddenly footsteps echoed, and a familiar voice called his name. Professor Gerald entered, holding a stack of theses. "Mi Royoon, please take a look at this." "That student's essay?" the professor asked, his tone full of anticipation. "Haha, just take a look first." The professor smiled mysteriously. Mi Royoon took it, his eyes scanning the page. He was startled, a feeling of surprise washing over him. "Isn't this Froki's multi-layer network?" the professor exclaimed excitedly. "He reduced the inverse engineering loop equation by half, using an incredibly simple formula." Multi-layer networks had been optimized by countless scholars, but to be able to improve it even further, a genius, absolutely a genius, he exclaimed, utterly astonished. "Who wrote this?" Professor Gerald smiled contentedly. "His name is Baek Yuseol. With this level of skill, he is perfectly capable of participating in the Aslan Symposium." Footsteps hurried, Mi Royoon's face serious. "Not now. I must report this to the vice principal immediately." A sense of urgency washed over him. A deep voice echoed, sharp eyes following a name. Baek Yuseol. That name was stirring the profound calculations of the powerful. But then, a thesis was placed down, followed by Professor Gerald's surprised questioning. What was happening? The powerful official, with a stern expression, questioned Professor Gerald. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became suffocatingly tense. Professor Gerald eagerly presented, but his words were harshly cut off. An invisible wall had risen, blocking all hope. He coldly explained that countless other talents were more deserving. His words were like knives, cutting into the old professor's pride. Harsh regulations were imposed, limiting opportunities to only a select few. He sneered, his eyes full of disdain. The professor looked on in anguish, while he uttered bitter words. A warrior who doesn't use magic? That was an insult, a stain in the eyes of the mages. The decisive declaration was like a death sentence, allowing no resistance. Professor Gerald could only bow his head, accepting defeat. The large room fell silent. Only he remained, darkness enveloping him like an affirmation of absolute power. He crushed the thesis in his hand, contemptuously calling Baek Yuseol an insect. Arrogance and scorn emanated from every gesture. His eyes flashed with an evil glint, a fiery magic orb materializing in his palm. Dark power was rising, ready to devour everything. Time passed, and the results of the second exam were announced, proudly displayed on the board. A new chapter opened for the students, with intertwined hopes and disappointment. Amidst the crowd of students, Baek-Yu-Sale intently searched for his name. His eyes scanned quickly, full of anticipation and a hint of nervousness. He cheered when he saw his name at position 419. Not a bad rank, but was it enough to satisfy the ambition of someone who wanted to reach further? Baek-Yu-Sale's gaze suddenly sharpened, piercing through the other names. First place. That was the true goal he aimed for. A peak to be conquered. The top 5 rankings appeared, Ma Yu-sung proudly occupying the top spot in S-Class. The brown-haired young man nodded, just as he had predicted. But then, a question arose in Baek-Yu-Sale's mind. Hae Won-riang used to be second. So why had he dropped to 4th now? Had Izel and Flame focused more on their studies? Ever since Jackie embarked on the path of demonization, similar paths for Hae Won-riang and another individual should have disappeared. Could it be? His eyes turned cold, suspecting a horrifying truth. Was someone manipulating the rankings? The white-haired princess stood beside him, her red eyes looking straight ahead. She said, "I think you're already too prominent," she continued, her tone slightly reproachful. "You've already made it into the top 600, and you still want to participate in the school competition?" Baek-Yu-Sale suddenly realized, putting a hand to his chin in thought. Ah, that's right. I forgot about that. The prestigious competition, where the Academy's elite students would face off against other renowned magic schools. Suddenly, the white-haired princess's face flushed red, looking flustered. Baek-Yu-Sale was surprised, wondering, what's wrong with her? He turned, looking directly at her, pressing, "What do you want to say?" She flinched, her red eyes showing a hint of panic. Her face was still flushed, her lips pressed tightly together, a sulky expression clearly visible. Her small hands clenched tightly, as if trying to suppress some intense emotion. Baek-Yu-Sale looked at her, puzzled, asking, "Why did you do that?" The princess puffed out her cheeks, her tone full of dissatisfaction. "Why did you do that to Edmund? He's very stubborn. He'll bully you until graduation." Her eyes looked directly at Baek-Yu-Sale, questioning, "Can you handle it yourself?" Baek-Yu-Sale's golden eyes were calm and deep, as if containing a universe of thought. He listened to the princess's questioning, his expression unwavering, but inside, a plan was slowly taking shape. The white-haired princess, her red eyes showing clear confusion, declared decisively, "No, I don't think I can." That refusal wasn't due to weakness, but an acknowledgement of helplessness against an unseen force. But in Baek-Yu-Sale's mind, a cold thought suddenly flashed. Better to get beaten up and expelled than to get entangled with these troublesome kids. A cruel, yet realistic calculation. The princess clenched her fists, her confusion gradually giving way to a sulky expression. "Then why did you do that? What do you want from me?" Her voice was full of questions, demanding an answer. Facing the sharp questioning, Baek-Yu-Sale maintained a calm expression. His eyes swept over her, as if weighing every word, every move in this fated game. A moment of silence enveloped them. Then Baek-Yu-Sale softly spoke, his tone full of hidden meaning. "Well," he hesitated, as if there was something difficult to say, or he was deliberately holding back a secret. "I think my relationship with you is more important." Baek-Yu-Sale's words were like a sword piercing straight into the princess's heart, leaving her stunned, her red eyes gleaming with astonishment. But immediately after, he added a cold condition. "And I don't help you for free. After this, you must sign an item contract with me. A fair deal, without any concessions. But you could sign with someone else, not at a levet." So why? The princess still didn't understand. Meanwhile, Baek-Yu-Sale thought to himself, "I can't tell her the truth that I'm trying to save you and lead you to a happy ending." Her questioning made Baek-Yu-Sale momentarily flustered. He hesitated again, as if an invisible burden was weighing him down. That, a secret still couldn't be revealed. "I'll tell you later." He decisively put off the answer. The princess could only stare blankly, her red eyes still full of doubt and a big question mark. The princess sighed, changing the subject. "All right, but what will you do about the preliminary training session?" Baek-Yu-Sale replied with an inexplicable confidence. "I'll handle it myself. You don't need to hold back." The princess suddenly spoke, her gaze firm. Baek-Yu-Sale was surprised. Huh? Her words were like a lightning bolt tearing through the night. "You can use your true skills to teach them a lesson." "I'll handle the consequences," the princess declared. Baek-Yu-Sale thought to himself, "She's worried about me, but why is she so sure I'll win?" The two left, leaving a silent corridor behind them. From a hidden corner, a red brown-haired figure quietly observed, their eyes full of calculation. A new conspiracy was brewing. The red brown-haired figure glided away, leaving behind the two who had just departed from the fated conversation. Her eyes held an unpredictable calculation. A surge of fiery energy erupted, tearing through the silent space, signaling an impending battle. The practical magic class, where fierce flames blazed. The red-brown-haired girl poured all her strength, while the white-haired professor observed coldly. Your control ability is quite remarkable, Asong, the professor said. Although your firepower is still weak, with this control, you will achieve impressive results in intricate tasks. The professor's eyes suddenly turned sharp, an implicit comparison being made, making the atmosphere tense. But your magic is still lacking, she declared, her tone as decisive as a verdict. How many more times do I have to remind you? Fire magic isn't just about destruction, the strict admonition echoed, making the young girl only bow her head. It's ridiculous that you're at the top of the fire attribute. The professor growled, then commanded. Again. The young girl silently turned away, beginning a new round of practice. The young girl's eyes gleamed with determination mixed with resentment. She clenched her hands, as if wanting to channel all her emotions into each flame. Once again, furious flames erupted, engulfing the space, turning the wall into a brilliant sea of fire. Streams of fire magic collided violently, creating dazzling flashes of light. Like two opposing forces in a dance of destruction, her breath came in gasps, her body exhausted. But the young girl still stood firm amidst the embers. The battle seemed to have ended. I lost again, she uttered, her voice full of bitterness. I've never lacked effort, so why? Her hand clenched the scepter tightly, her fingers trembling as if trying to cling to the last shred of hope. Amidst the desolate wasteland, the young woman looked up at the gloomy night sky, silently asking, "Why can't I win?" A deep despair enveloped her.